Chapter 1. The Era of All Citizen Captains. The Spark Starship Awakens. Launching Academy. The Spark Awakening Plaza. At this moment, many graduates of Launching Academy stood neatly in the center of the plaza. In the surrounding teaching buildings, students who had yet to graduate also crowded at the windows, their gazes fixed on the soon-to-graduate seniors. For today was the day when Launching Academy's graduates would undergo the Spark Awakening ceremony. Finally, it's here. Xiuxian, standing among the ranks of graduates, felt a fiery excitement in his heart. Since he had been transported to this world, years had already passed. During this time, he fully grasped the rules of this world. Thousands of years ago, an indescribable being known as the Star God descended upon the universe. Subsequently, numerous alien races with immense malice appeared throughout the star seas. Simultaneously, various secret realm instances began to emerge. It was also during this time that humans gained the ability to summon Spark Starships. The Spark Starship is a special type of starship with unlimited growth potential and serves as humanity's greatest reliance while navigating the endless star seas. And today, these graduates would undergo the Spark Awakening, gaining their first Spark Starship in life. Who could resist possessing a starship capable of infinite growth? Even Xiuxian, the transmigrator, was no exception. 18 years. I've waited 18 long years for this day. Today, I'll finally gain my own Spark Starship. I hope this Spark Awakening will bestow me with a firepower vessel of great combat strength. Your dream is only to awaken a firepower vessel. I'd rather hope I awaken a unique, special class starship. You must be dreaming. The probability of awakening a special class starship is 1 in 10,000. There are only a few such vessels even across the entire human empire. Don't have such unrealistic expectations. As everyone was still discussing, the sky suddenly grew dim. Seeing this, everyone looked up toward the heavens. Next, they witnessed something unforgettable. A colossal warship, entirely constructed from dark purple metal, appeared above Launching Academy. Around this massive warship, countless drones swarmed like bees, circling the vessel. This resplendent and majestic warship instantly captured the hearts of all the graduates. Xiuxian's eyes focused on the main cannon of that warship. Just looking at it made him feel the oppressive power of this enormous weapon. Right at that moment, a data panel also appeared within Xiuxian's vision. This was the data panel for the warship before them. It seemed that the owner of this Spark ship had no intention of concealing it from them. Name Raven-class battlecruiser. Level 80 levels. It turned out to be an 80-level Raven-class battlecruiser, explaining its immense size and the swarm of drones protecting it. Among all battlecruisers, the Raven-class had upper-middle level potential. Just then, a gravity elevator appeared beneath the Raven-class battlecruiser. Through the gravity elevator, a middle-aged man dressed in military attire appeared before everyone. Everyone, greetings. I am here representing the Solar Federation to conduct your Spark Awakening. My name is Lin Xinghe, an officer of the Solar Federation. Today, I hope each of you can awaken a powerful and highly potential Spark ship. With no further ado, I'll call out names one by one. Those called should come forward for Spark Awakening. With that, Lin Xinghe waved his hand. Above, the massive figure of the Raven-class battlecruiser slowly became translucent. This was another function of Spark ships, the Spark Space. Spark Space is a special dimension accessible only to Spark ships. Under certain circumstances, the Awakener may store their Spark ship inside Spark Space, deploying it again when necessary. However, very few captains would choose to store their ships into Spark Space outside safe zones. After all, releasing it also takes some time, and being attacked during that period could lead to trouble. Xuanhuan. At this moment, the first graduate called stepped forward. This graduate placed his hand on a massive stone tablet. Before long, accompanied by a beam of light in the air above the plaza, a destroyer appeared in the sky. Xuanhuan, Rapier-class destroyer. Oh. The first awakened Spark ship turned out to be a firepower ship. Keep in mind, all starships are divided into 3 types. The first type is the firepower battleship, which everyone adores due to its formidable firepower. It's the most favored class of starships among all. Firepower ships come in various types, including frigates, battleships, and cruisers. The second type comprises the relatively neglected support ships, further divided into defense ships, reconnaissance ships, and support vessels. However, these support ships possess little significant combat power, so they are often overlooked by others. If these support ships can't find a suitable fleet willing to bring them along for upgrades, it's extremely difficult for them to rise in capability. The last type is special class ships, and regardless of their category, they all boast extremely powerful combat capabilities. They are essentially the hidden professions among starships. Lin E, Granite-class defense ship. Li Tao, Hawkeye-class reconnaissance ship. Wang Long, Capacitor-class support ship. The next one, Xiuxian. Finally, it was Xiuxian's turn as his name was called out. Xiuxian stood up and walked directly onto the awakening platform. Classmates watching Xiuxian step onto the awakening platform couldn't help but start discussing. It's Xiuxian's turn now. I wonder what kind of Spark ship he'll awaken. He's our Launching Academy genius scholar. If he awakens a mediocre starship, wouldn't that be disappointing? Awakening Spark ships has nothing to do with academic performance. If you want to know what Spark ship he awakens, just wait and see. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiuxian on the awakening platform also felt an inexplicable force erupting from within his body. At the same time, he seemed to see a pair of divine eyes staring at him intently amidst the void. Xiuxian, Constellation-class logistics ship. Logistics ship? Upon hearing this name, everyone was stunned. Even Chu Jiang's mentor was taken aback. Chu Jiang awakened a logistics ship with virtually zero combat ability. Just as everyone exclaimed in surprise, Chu Jiang remained unperturbed. Because at the very moment he awakened the spark ship, a familiar yet icy voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, the god-level sign-in system has been activated. Chapter 2. Is the logistics ship weak? I have 10,000 times firepower. What did I say? So what if he's the genius scholar of the Blue Star Academy? That's fate. Huh. It turns out his awakened starship is a logistics ship, the weakest kind among auxiliary ships. The firepower of a logistics ship isn't even enough to take down a patrol boat. Looks like that so-called genius is finished. A logistics ship comes with a manufacturing chamber that can process various basic materials into energy minerals or power cells. However, unless it's a long-range expedition fleet, no fleet would willingly bring along a logistics ship. They're considered a burden. Even reconnaissance ships and defensive ships have their uses. The logistics ship, on the other hand, is an existence no fleet wants to recruit. At this moment, Chu Jiang returned to his class group, but there was not a trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, all of his attention was focused on the god-level sign-in system that had just been activated. Ding! Host detected at Blue Star sign-in location. Do you wish to sign in? Sign in. As a transmigrator, having a golden finger ability is standard equipment. Chu Jiang, who was well-versed in web novels, clearly understood how such a sign-in system should be used. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the swarm missile ship template. Oh, 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura? Chu Jiang eagerly checked the specific effects of this amplification aura. But when he saw the exact effect of the amplification aura, he couldn't help but feel a slight shock. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks from the ship will be amplified 10,000-fold. Usage time, permanent. All of the ship's attacks will be amplified by 10,000 times. This effect was simply heaven-defying. In other words, even if he fired a single shot, after being amplified 10,000-fold, its power would rival that of a star-destroying cannon. After understanding the true nature of this aura, Chu Jiang couldn't help but crack a faint smile. Is the logistics ship weak? Under the influence of my 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura, there's absolutely no weakness. Then, Chu Jiang also focused his attention on the swarm missile. A ship template is a special existence usable only by siege ships. Once a siege ship installs a ship template, it can obtain the corresponding weapon or shield from the template. Based on rarity, templates are divided into white, green, blue, purple, and gold quality tiers. On the market, even the lowest grade white quality ship templates sell for an astronomical price of 1 million star coins. If it's a more powerful weapon template, the price becomes unimaginably expensive. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang installed the swarm missile ship weapon template onto his own siege ship. Ding! Under the influence of the 10,000-fold firepower aura, your swarm missile has evolved into Mad Bee nuclear weaponry. Mad Bee nuclear weaponry? From the name alone, its power must be countless times stronger than swarm missiles. Then, Chu Jiang opened his siege ship interface. Name, cluster level logistics ship. Level 1. Hull value 50/50. Shield value 150 of 150. Energy value 150 out of 150. Ship attributes. Firepower 5, armor 5, shield 15, maneuverability 10, range 15. Ship talent. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks from the ship will be amplified 10,000-fold. Usage time, permanent. Ship module. Mad Bee nuclear weaponry. Launches 100 Mad Bee nuclear weapons with tracking capabilities in one breath. Consumes 50 energy points. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Seeing that the ship's firepower value was only a meager 5 points, Chu Jiang chuckled. With the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura, the apparent 5-point rating has already soared to 50,000 points. Next, Chu Jiang was already eager to try it out and see what kind of spectacle his siege ship unleashing the Mad Bee nuclear weaponry would create. Just as Chu Jiang was pondering the system, everyone had successfully completed the awakening ceremony. A black-haired woman saw Chu Jiang looking down at the ground and couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. This woman's name was xuanhuan. Ever since Chu Jiang first topped the final exam rankings at the Blue Star Academy, xuanhuan had always been paying close attention to him. No matter how hard xuanhuan tried, she could never exceed second place. Over time, xuanhuan naturally regarded Chu Jiang as her ultimate rival. Now, seeing her arch-rival fall, she should have been delighted. Yet at this moment, she felt not an ounce of joy but even a hint of sadness. Chu Jiang, we're planning to form a fleet to upgrade our ships. Would you like to join us? After thinking for a moment, xuanhuan extended an olive branch to Chu Jiang. Right now, xuanhuan also felt smug inside. Be sure to thank me, little missy. If it weren't for my great mercy, no one would team up with your logistics ship. Upon hearing the voice, Chu Jiang also looked up and saw xuanhuan extending her hand to him. Right after that, a scene unfolded that shocked everyone around them. No thanks. This simple two-word response froze xuanhuan on the spot. Has this guy lost his mind? He's just a logistics ship. His firepower isn't even enough to take down an alien patrol boat in the Star Sea. She kindly invited him to join her team, yet he rejected her outright? At this moment, another yellow-clad figure pushed their way forward. Chu Jiang, do you really still think you're the genius scholar of Blue Star Academy? Just now, Goddess Yun awakened an Ice Frost class heavy battleship, a special starship with firepower and armor ratings twice as high as an ordinary battleship. Goddess Yun kindly offered to bring you along for leveling up, yet here you are being so picky. In response to the doubts from those around him, Xuanhuan said nothing and walked straight out of the awakening square. What kind of joke is this? He now possessed the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. Even if his firepower was only 1 point, it was more than enough to crush all other starships of the same level. Why bother grouping with them when he could solo grind? Moreover, if he grouped with them, not only would he have to endure their sarcasm and condescension, but every move would be restricted. Worse still, if his trump card were exposed and news spread, what if some big shot took notice? Would he even survive then? Though he now had the backing of the system, Xuanhuan wasn't arrogant enough to think himself invincible. Thus, after leaving the awakening square, Xuanhuan headed straight for the starport. In other regions of the Blue Star, no-fly zones had been established. Without proper clearance, stepping into the atmosphere would get your ship instantly blown to smithereens by anti-air artillery on the ground. So, at present, Xuanhuan could only go to the starport to release his seed ship. Then he'd drive it toward the endless star sea to level up. The nearest alien hive should be in the Green Plague system. The Green Plague system was home to a group of rat-like creatures that specialized in toxic gas and epidemic research. However, under the control of the Solar Alliance, these rat-men were mostly confined within the Green Plague system. Chapter 3. I can make countless mistakes, but you only get one chance. Target star system has been reached. Spatial engine entering cooldown time, accompanied by a streak of light cutting through the vast starry sky. Xuanhuan's spark carrier also appeared at the edge of the Green Plague star system. The Green Plague star system consists of 10 planets, each covered by large atmospheric regions. On the planetary orbits, there is also a rattling space station built. Xuanhuan flew towards the nearest sulfur star. Not long after, he spotted a rattling patrol boat drifting in the star-filled void. Name, Rattling Patrol Boat. Level 1. A patrol boat is a small interstellar craft used for carrying out patrols, warnings, or maintaining border order within star systems. Upon seeing Xuanhuan's starship approach, the rattling patrol boat immediately changed direction. In response, Xuanhuan followed close to this rattling patrol boat. These rattlings are smart. Once they see a starship larger than their patrol boats, they will directly trigger an alarm, calling other nearby rattling starships for support. If these patrol boats aren't destroyed, more and more rattling starships might be drawn into the battle later on. But Xuanhuan wasn't concerned. He came here specifically to farm rattling starships. Sure enough, not long after, a bright green Corroder-class rattling destroyer, exuding toxic gas smoke, attacked toward Xuanhuan. Name, Corroder-class destroyer. Allegiance, Rattling Tribe. Level 1. Inside the Corroder-class destroyer, numerous rattlings turned their gun barrels to aim at Xuanhuan. A missile loaded with deadly poison gas was being loaded into the cannons. If the rattling's missile penetrates a ship's armor, it would release large amounts of poison gas inside the ship. They were all set and waiting for Xuanhuan's vessel to enter range so they could immediately switch to bombardment mode. But how would Xuanhuan let them have that chance? The range of his Mad-B nuclear missiles was much greater than these poisonous gas cannons. Xuanhuan directly opened the radar system and locked onto the rattling's Corroder-class destroyer. Mad-B nuclear weapons. Launch. From the side of the cluster-grade logistics carrier, a missile bay opened. Subsequently, masses of Mad-B nuclear weapons rushed toward the rattling destroyer like a swarm of bees leaving the hive. Seeing this scene, the rattling commander turned and shouted back to the others. Activate the missile interception mode. Are we supposed to be afraid? A bunch of pitiful human missiles. How absurd. The anti-missile fire system of the Corroder-class destroyer immediately started operating. A laser cannon struck one of the flying Mad-B nuclear weapons. But just as everyone thought they were safe, something shocking happened. Boom. When the Mad-B nuclear weapon was hit, it exploded with an extraordinarily massive, dazzling explosion akin to fireworks. The explosive shockwave even triggered the protective shield of the Corroder-class destroyer. The rattling commander widened his eyes. Isn't this supposed to be just a regular missile? Why does its explosive power resemble a nuclear weapon's? Boom, boom, boom. Each successive Mad-B nuclear weapon got intercepted, but the tremendous explosive power dispersed across the starlit seas. The entire Corroder warship trembled violently, and even the rattling commander lost his balance, falling flat on the ground. At that moment, his tiny, bead-like eyes were filled with shock. This garbage missile? Its explosive power was similar to a nuclear bomb. Even worse, there were still 100 such nuclear bombs. Swoosh. Just then, a Mad-B nuclear weapon broke through the defensive net and crashed straight into the protective shield of the Corroder destroyer. Boom. The Mad-B nuclear weapon exploded, engulfing the Corroder-class destroyer in infinite flames. Warning, shields damaged. Warning, armor damaged. Warning, the ship is suffering from severe impact, immediate repair needed. Before the system announcements had finished, another Mad-B nuclear weapon suddenly impacted. Boom. A third one, fourth one, fifth one. As he watched consecutive blasts of flames rising up from the opposite side. A flicker of surprise passed through Xuanhuan's eyes. It's worth every penny having the Mad-B nuclear weapons amplified by 10,000 times. The force of this should surely be too strong for even the shields of the Corroder destroyer to withstand. And besides, his ship can launch 100 of these nuclear weapons at a time. You can try intercepting them endlessly, but your room for error is only once. Facing level 1 rattling destroyers, the nuclear-enhanced power of the Mad Bee nuclear weapons was certainly enough to obliterate them. As the flames died down, the rattling destroyer was left behind, reduced merely to scattered debris. Xuanhuan observed the scene and commanded his starship to start collecting spoils from the destroyer wreckage. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully collected 5 spark points. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully collected 10 units of energy crystals. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully collected 100 units of ship metal. After destroying alien ships, 3 basic resources are usually obtained. Spark points, energy crystals, ship metal. First and foremost is the spark points. These are essential for upgrading starships. Next is energy crystals, which can replenish a ship's energy and shield levels. Ship metal, on the other hand, is used to repair the hull or manufacture military products like drones carried on board. Subsequently, Xuanhuan continued to wander near Sulfur Star. An increasing number of rattling ships were being attracted over, but Xuanhuan was open to all comers. Boom. At this moment, bursts of dazzling firelight would frequently explode in the green plague star system. Each time the firelight flared, it represented a rattling starship destroyed by Xuanhuan's Mad Bee nuclear weapons. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully collected 5 spark points. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully collected 10 units of energy crystals. Ding! Congratulations, you've successfully collected 100 units of ship metal. Ding! Your spark carrier has successfully upgraded. After collecting enough spark points, Xuanhuan saw a message pop up on his control panel. His spark carrier had successfully completed its upgrade. So, Xuanhuan once again opened the attribute panel of his starship. Name, Cluster Grade Logistics Carrier. Level 2. Hull value 100 out of 100. Shield value, 300 of 300. Energy value, 300 of 300. Starship attributes. Firepower 10, Armor 10, Shield 30, Mobility 20, Range 30. Starship talent. 10,000-fold Firepower Amplification Aura. All attacks launched by the ship will be amplified 10,000-fold. Duration, permanent. Starship modules. Mad Bee nuclear weapons. Fires 100 Mad Bee nuclear weapons with tracking capabilities at once. Consumes 50 energy points. Cooldown time 10 minutes. After the upgrade, all attributes of his ship doubled as well. Just as Xuanhuan prepared to push further into the region, his radar system emitted an alert. Ding! Detected a large number of ship jump reactions approaching. Chapter 4. Single-handedly taking on the entire Ratman fleet. Destination, Sulfur Star Space. Oh. Looking at the warning on the control panel, Xuanhuan couldn't help but scratch his chin. At this time, the only ones appearing here were the Ratman fleets. Unexpectedly, these Ratmen had directly dispatched an entire fleet to surround and annihilate him. This was the downside of being alone. After all, after being individually destroyed by Xuanhuan one after another, these Ratmen would surely gather together to deal with him. However, for the current Xuanhuan, this actually saved him the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Just then, 10 Ratman starships appeared in Xuanhuan's field of vision. Leading them was a Ratman destroyer-class battleship, surrounded by 9 Erosion-class destroyers. Name destroyer-class battleship. Affiliation Ratman Tribe. Level 2. It was still a Level 2 destroyer-class battleship. Ships like battleships and carriers generally explode with some good loot. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan activated the Swarm nuclear weapon. He immediately locked onto several Erosion-class destroyers surrounding the destroyer-class battleship. Swarm nuclear weapon. Fire. With the pressing of the button, 100 units of powerful Swarm nuclear weapons launched forth like a storm toward the Ratman starships. Boom. One of the Swarm nuclear weapons broke through the intercepting net, directly landing on the shield of a Ratman starship. In the next second, fierce explosion shockwaves swept across the entire Ratman fleet like huge waves. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Then he reacted. His own starship had already been upgraded, with its attributes doubled. That is to say, his firepower value had risen from the original 50,000 to now 100,000. No wonder the power of the Swarm nuclear weapon had increased so much again. After a wave of bombardment, the opposite Ratmen were dumbfounded. All 9 Erosion-class destroyers were completely shattered, and even the leading destroyer-class battleship suffered severe hull damage. Xuanhuan didn't care at all, and directly started the gunnery system of the group of stellar logistics ships to prepare for reaping. Boom. The gun turret rotated its muzzle and then aimed at the Ratman's destroyer-class battleship. The opposing Ratman commander, upon seeing the muzzle aimed at himself, instantly turned pale. Quick escape! Quick escape! A single round of attack directly wiped out 9 Erosion-class destroyers and severely wounded the destroyer-class battleship. Now, even if they wanted to retaliate, they would have to consider whether they were capable enough. However, at this moment, it was already too late for these Ratmen to escape, because Xuanhuan's cannons had already reached before them. Boom. Flames splashed as massive kinetic missiles pierced through the Ratman's battleship. Then, the entire battleship, from inside out, exploded dramatically like flowers scattering across the sky. Such brutal combat style could only be accomplished under Xuanhuan's support of 10,000 times more firepower. The entire Ratman fleet, from appearance to destruction, did not last more than 5 minutes. Xuanhuan moved forward to start collecting spoils. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 55 spark points. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 200 units of energy crystals. Ding, congratulations on collecting 3,000 units of ship metal. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the green module Whirlwind Torpedo. Oh, it actually dropped a white ship weapon module. Xiuxian also quickly equipped this green module onto his ship. Ding, under the support of the 10,000 times more firepower aura, your Whirlwind Torpedo transforms into Wind God Torpedo. Indeed, as expected, the Whirlwind Torpedo, under the support of the 10,000 times more firepower aura, transformed into the Wind God Torpedo. But it remains unknown how powerful this Wind God Torpedo might be. Thinking about this, Xiuxian's eyes became sharp. Through his sight, he saw the figure of the Sulfur Star. On the planetary orbit of Sulfur Star, a huge Ratman space station was operating. Around this Ratman space station, there were 20 Erosion-class destroyers and 5 Destroyer-class battleships stationed. Because Sulfur Star was farthest from the Ratman homeworld, the defensive forces were the weakest. Xiuxian scratched his chin, deciding to launch an attack against the Ratman space station right before him. Ding, you are about to enter the firing range of the Ratman space station. Please pay attention. When the ship's console emitted a warning sound, it meant that Xiuxian had already entered the range of the space station. Xiuxian showed no fear and immediately initiated the attack. Alright, let me see the power of the newly acquired Wind God Torpedo. Torpedo loaded. Fire. Swoosh. With a streak of firelight, a torpedo was directly launched towards the Ratman space station. When the numerous Ratmen saw the torpedo approaching, they immediately activated their interception mode. Innumerable laser cannons fired onto the Wind God Torpedo. The next second, the Wind God Torpedo exploded open. A massive energy light sphere centered on the Wind God Torpedo began to spread continuously. Seeing this, Xiuxian internally cursed that things weren't going well. He quickly started the engine of his starship and rapidly retreated in the opposite direction. The massive energy light sphere formed by the Wind God Torpedo continued to spread without stopping. In an instant, the entire Ratman fleet, together with the space station, was completely engulfed. Xiuxian reacted swiftly, escaping the range of the massive energy sphere. And at that moment, the enormous shockwave also surged outward. The massive energy shockwave directly activated Xiuxian's shields. After the energy shockwaves dissipated, Xiuxian glanced at his shield value, which had dropped by about half. Phew, the power of the Wind God Torpedo is too strong. Fortunately, Xiuxian had sensed something amiss at the first opportunity and quickly retreated. Although he was caught by the energy shockwave, it wasn't lethal. Judging from this, one must be careful when using the Wind God Torpedo in the future. Otherwise, there's a real possibility of taking oneself down as well. It appears the swarm nuclear weapons are still the safest option for use. Xiuxian wiped away a bead of cold sweat and then drove his starship to clean up the battlefield. What was originally the Ratman space station now looked entirely unrecognizable. All that remained floating in the void were some scattered metal fragments. Ding, congratulations on collecting 1,000 spark points. Ding, congratulations on collecting 4,000 units of energy crystals. Ding, congratulations on collecting 10,000 units of ship metal. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the blueprints for the Hunter Hawk class UAV. Ding, your Spark vessel has successfully upgraded. Wow. This great harvest instantly upgraded his Spark vessel to level 3. Since entering this star system until now, only an hour had passed. Such an upgrade speed would be unmatched by anyone else but himself. Chapter 5. If one doesn't work, then two will. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura. After destroying the Ratman space station, Xiuxian shifted his gaze to the Sulfur planet. You see, the Sulfur planet contains a vast amount of ore deposits. If he could raid the Ratman's mines on the Sulfur planet, wouldn't that make him incredibly rich overnight? Without the protection of the space station, the Sulfur planet was now only protected by some anti-aircraft cannons, which still posed a threat to Xiuxian. However, for Xiuxian, these did not present much of a real threat. All it would take was dropping a single Wind God Torpedo, and there was no way those anti-aircraft cannons could withstand the bombardment of the Wind God Torpedo. He acted immediately. Without hesitation, Xiuxian piloted his starship into the Sulfur planet's atmosphere. The Sulfur planet, as its name suggests, has most of its surface covered with sulfur gas. Ordinary humans would be eroded by the sulfur gas in minutes if they landed here. Only the Ratmen, who naturally live in chemical factories, can resist the erosion of sulfur gas. Xiuxian activated the radar scanning function and began scanning the surface of the Sulfur planet for mining sites. Not long after, he saw an enormous mining site sprawled across the Sulfur planet's surface. The scale of this mine was comparable to a small city. Through the detection system of the ship, Xiuxian could see countless Ratmen using their tools to mine underground ores. Xiuxian wasted no time. He aimed directly at the underground mining field. Wind God Torpedo. Fire. Whoosh. The Wind God Torpedo arced through the air perfectly, hurtling directly toward the Ratman's mining site. With the experience from last time, Xiuxian immediately ascended to a higher altitude. This was to avoid being caught up in the energy shockwave of the Wind God Torpedo. Sure enough, when the Wind God Torpedo entered within range of the mining site, the alarm suddenly blared, and one anti-aircraft artillery turret quickly swiveled its gun barrel and aimed at the Wind God Torpedo. As the Wind God Torpedo was just hundreds of meters away from the mining site, boom! A tremendous explosion occurred. Anti-aircraft fire hit the airborne Wind God Torpedo. The Ratman artillery operator responsible for aiming grinned in satisfaction upon hitting the target. But in the next second, his grin froze. The exploding wind god torpedo transformed into a terrifying vortex of flames. The entire sky above the mining site instantly turned dark under this terrible flame vortex. Immediately after, countless rocks and rat men were swept into the flame vortex. The flame vortex continuously expanded, devouring the entire mining site within the blink of an eye. A massive shockwave spread across the surface of the planet. It was like a giant rock had plunged into water, creating a series of energy ripples. When the storm subsided, the original mining site had vanished without a trace. In its place lay an immense crater, so deep that it seemed bottomless. Even in the middle of the starry sky, Xiuxian could clearly see this huge crater. This wind god torpedo is too powerful. I should use the Wild Bee nuclear weapons in the future. At least with the Wild Bee nuclear weapon, you could clear the area while still leaving behind more or materials. So, Xiuxian piloted his starship down to the surface of the sulfur planet. As soon as he touched down on the surface of the sulfur planet, a pleasant voice sounded again. Ding, sulfur planet sign-in point detected. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Xiuxian couldn't contain his excitement, already eager to know what his sign-in reward would be. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura. Ding, congratulations, you have also received a silver treasure map. Wow, another 10,000-fold aura. Is this the treatment reserved for protagonists? Xiuxian quickly decided to check out the effects of this 10,000-fold manufacturing aura. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura. All manufacturing times shortened by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. All manufacturing times shortened by 10,000 times. This aura is nothing short of godlike for me, given that my ship specializes in logistics support. For me, the main function of a logistics starship is manufacturing. All manufacturing times shortened by 10,000 times. That's incredible. Xiuxian opened the data panel of the Cluster Star Level Logistics Starship. Name, Cluster Star Level Logistics Starship. Level 3. Hull value 150-150. Shield value 450 of 450. Energy value 450 of 450. Ship attributes. Firepower 15, Armor 15, Shield 45, Mobility 30, Endurance 45. Ship talent. 10,000-fold firepower enhancement aura. All attacks from the ship are amplified 10,000 times. Usage duration, permanent. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura. All manufacturing processes are accelerated by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. Ship modules. Wild Bee nuclear weapon. Launches 100 tracking nuclear weapons simultaneously. Consumes 50 energy points. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Wind God torpedo. Fires a medium-powered torpedo. Consumes 20 energy points. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Ship manufacturing projects. Falcon-class drone. Required materials. 100 units of ship metal, 10 units of energy ore. Manufacturing time required. 8 seconds. After unlocking the Falcon-class drone, the manufacturing workshop of the logistics ship also began operating. Only now did his logistics starship truly come into use. A regular Falcon-class drone would take 24 hours to produce even if the manufacturing workshop was running at full capacity. Now, under the 10,000-fold manufacturing acceleration aura, a drone could be produced every 8 seconds. If someone else heard this news, they probably wouldn't believe it. How could anyone achieve such speed? Once his starship reaches level 10 and undergoes promotion, the manufacturing chamber's efficiency will increase several times over again. By that point, he might be able to produce a Falcon-class drone in just 1 second. This terrifying efficiency would likely make even the largest drone manufacturing plant on Blue Star weep. Perfect, I've gathered quite a bit of material. Let's send these Falcon-class drones to collect some war spoils. Xiuxian activated the manufacturing chamber of his starship. Upon the arrival of 8 seconds, a Falcon-class drone took off directly from the deck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, Falcon-class drones took flight. Before long, many Falcon-class drones were circling within the massive crater. Some ratmen had survived by hiding deep underground during the explosion. But when they thought they were safe, the Falcon-class drones detected their movements. 2 machine guns opened fire without hesitation, instantly killing those ratmen who had just emerged. Following this, under Xiuxian's command, these Falcon-class drones collected all the remaining minerals from the mine. Ding, you have collected 5,000 units of metal ore. Ding, you have collected 2,000 units of energy crystals. Although no fire seeds were obtained, so much metal ore and energy crystals made Xiuxian very excited. These metal ores could be processed slightly to become ship metals. Under the 10,000-fold manufacturing acceleration aura, processing them was effortless. Chapter 6. Doubt his strength? He has terrifying power. Now the resources on Sulfur Star have been plundered by Xiuxian. However, there are 10 moons in the Green Plague Star system where the Ratmen are located. And Sulfur Star is the one farthest from their homeworld. There are still 9 stars left. 1 Ratman homeworld and 8 planets. I wonder what good stuff is left on the remaining 9 stars. Since he's already here, Xiuxian decided to wipe them all out at once. Not only could this increase his own resource reserves, but it would also allow his warships to upgrade. Most importantly, eliminating the Ratman star system would rid the galaxy of a scourge. The entire Galactic Federation had long wanted to get rid of the Ratmen. This species never did anything good. They specialized in researching despicable things. Epidemics, viruses, etc. They had once dropped viruses on other star systems, causing the life forms in those star systems to become extinct. To this day, the virus has not been completely eradicated. It continues to slowly spread throughout the universe. The headquarters of the Galactic Federation hated the rat men with gritted teeth, but was unable to annihilate them completely. Among the reasons were undoubtedly political struggles. Another reason was that it wasn't easy to destroy the rat men on 10 planets. The Ratman's cannonballs weren't the strongest, neither were their warships, but their poison gas was extremely powerful. As soon as the protective shield of an attacking warship was breached, the virus could invade the ship. The potency of the poison gas was unimaginable. But Xuanhuan was unafraid. His warship sailed towards the second-to-last planet on the outer edge of the Green Plague star system. Xuanhuan requests communication. Suddenly, a mechanical voice announced through the communicator. What does she want? Xuanhuan, full of doubts, approved her communication request. Xuanhuan, are you near the Green Plague star system? A pleasant voice from Xuanhuan came through the communicator, but there was a hint of anxiety in her voice. How do you know? Haven't you noticed the position lock of the Blue Star warships? I'm right behind you. We're about to reach Sulfur Star, and we discovered your location through the position lock system. Only now did Xuanhuan look down at the position lock system on the control panel of his warship. This system showed the positions of all Blue Star warships. Its purpose was to avoid accidental injuries. Sure enough, Xuanhuan's warship was behind him, but the distance was considerable, roughly about 20,000 meters away, and it would take just a few minutes for her to reach his vicinity. He had been so preoccupied with fighting the Ratman's warships that he hadn't noticed Xuanhuan and her team coming. We've detected massive explosions happening in the star system where the Ratmen are located. You'd better be careful. After all, your warship can't fight. Once we arrive, let's act as a group. Xuanhuan was acting out of goodwill. After all, she knew that Xuanhuan's warship was only a logistics vessel, similar to a supply ship. These supply ships were almost obsolete products. Because modern new-type warships already have self-synthesis energy devices and carry more weapons than before, when participating in long-distance voyages or large-scale battles, they no longer require supplies. Xuanhuan's warship didn't even have proper weapons. In such a situation, going alone to the Ratman's planet was tantamount to asking for death, wasn't it? The question is, why are you guys here? With your abilities, coming to the Ratman star system would be very dangerous, right? Xuanhuan kindly reminded her. Frost-class heavy battleship, special starship. Indeed, Xuanhuan awakened a high-level warship, leaving all others who participated in the awakening process far behind. But even so, a single Frost battleship trying to breach the entire defense of the Ratman race was like a pipe dream. How could one warship possibly handle an entire Ratman race? Xuanhuan shook his head. He forgot that he himself was also intruding into the Ratman star system as a warship. Xuanhuan was left speechless by his words. Her eyebrows twitched wildly. What do you mean? Are you doubting my abilities? Xuanhuan was always confident in her abilities. Even though she was usually suppressed by Xuanhuan in school and could only be the perpetual second place, she awakened a warship far superior to Xuanhuan's during the ceremony. It was literally like comparing heaven and earth. Xuanhuan became the object of everyone's ridicule, allowing Xuanhuan to regain her confidence as number one. So, when it came time to level up, she directly chose the tough Green Plague star system, aiming for Sulfur Star. Accompanying her were 3 other warships. A reconnaissance ship, a defense ship. Both were rather unpopular support vessels. But they were much better than Xuanhuan's logistics ship. At least during interstellar battles, they could provide some assistance, which is why other warships were willing to bring them along. And then there was another one, a cruiser-type firepower ship. Its rank was almost on par with Xuanhuan's special warship. Zhang Lei requests entry into multi-person communication. Someone from the cruiser sent a communication request. Xuanhuan allowed it. Xuanhuan, I advise you to run quickly. The explosion that occurred on Sulfur Star isn't something your low-grade warship can withstand. We don't need your participation either. You'd only slow us down. If you want to join, you should probably start running now. Zhang Lei's voice was anything but polite, full of contempt. Xuanhuan felt his temper flare as he listened. What's there to brag about? You're underestimating my logistics ship too much. Oh, isn't that the perennial 3rd place from our whole school? This time, wasn't the rank of your awakened ship 2nd in the entire school? Congratulations, you've finally been promoted. Xuanhuan's mockery made Zhang Lei flush alternately red and white. He was a rich 2nd-generation heir, whose family was in the drone business. The family wealth was substantial. And he himself also worked hard, being handsome and having good grades. But he was always surpassed by Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan. Being overshadowed by a beautiful girl like Xuanhuan was one thing, but Xuanhuan had long occupied the top rank in the whole school, forming a stable top 3 ranking among them. What are you so proud about? So what if you have good grades? Aren't you still driving this old logistics ship? Isn't my firepower ship far superior to yours? Zhang Lei said proudly, but Xuanhuan gave him a cold smirk. There was no need to argue with someone who had such a narrow vision. Zhang Lei would soon get a taste of Xuanhuan's terrifying strength. Amidst their conversation, Xuanhuan's and Zhang Lei's ships had already arrived near Sulfur Star. Sulfur Star had been destroyed. The smoke of battle enveloped the entire planet. Yet not a single Ratman remained on it. What happened? Was it originally not a mining accident? Did a battle take place here? Xuanhuan's astonished voice came through the earpiece. Who could be so powerful as to destroy Sulfur Star? Could it be someone sent by the Interstellar Union headquarters? Zhang Lei was also puzzled, but there doesn't seem to be any other Blue Star warships around. We must report this to Blue Star immediately, xuanhuan said, preparing to call the relevant departments at Blue Star. Everyone else agreed. Destroying an entire planet was not something just any ship could accomplish. Perhaps it was an interstellar war. At this moment, Chu Jiang spoke up casually. Isn't my logistics ship also a ship? I'm the one who blew up Sulfur Star. Chapter 7. Classmates abandoned ship. They're all useless. What? The communicator simultaneously transmitted Xuanhuan's and Zhang Lei's shocked voices. Did you blow up Sulfur Star? After a daze, Zhang Lei burst into laughter. He couldn't possibly believe it. Chu Jiang's logistics ship didn't even have heavy weapons. How could he blow up Sulfur Star? Even the collaboration of his and Xuanhuan's 2 firepower ships would be unable to blow up an entire Sulfur Star. All they could do was stand off with the rat people near the space station, gaining some experience points. Their starting fleets gradually accumulated experience from small-scale engagements, slowly leveling up. Experience points refer to the total of hull value, defense value, and combat value. Continuously improving experience points can enhance the strength of the ship, but that process had to be gradual. Otherwise, encountering an opponent much stronger than themselves, one might be wiped out instantly. Previously earned experience points would also drop dramatically, possibly even resetting to 0. Even if all firepower ships worked together, they wouldn't be able to take down Sulfur Star. They could barely hold their own against Sulfur Star's space station. Chu Jiang, have you started bragging without thinking things through? Is it because you only awakened a logistics ship and got upset? Zhang Lei mocked sarcastically. After the first place winner fell, we've gotten another lunatic. Ha ha. All Chu Jiang is good for now is blowing hot air. His logistics ship is worthless. No fleet would want to take him in. It's just our young master Jiang being kind-hearted who doesn't want to see Chu Jiang die here. I never would have thought that Chu Jiang, who used to be #1 in studies, has become such a braggart. Do you still not understand the situation? We came here to save you, but you are bragging in front of us. Xuanhuan also spoke seriously. Chu Jiang, this is a serious matter, no time for jokes. If this were an interstellar war. Chu Jiang gave a cold, faint smile. Once I take Blackstone, won't everything be revealed? He didn't feel the need to explain anything. After all, he only awakened a logistics ship. Others did not know that at the same time he had awakened a system. Soon, they would be utterly surprised. Tisk. Zhang Lei released a sound of disdainful mockery. As they were speaking, they had already arrived near Blackstone Star. This was a black planet, like a giant lump of coal. The moment they arrived near Blackstone Star, the space station's fleet quickly rushed forward to meet them. A total of 20 warships, 18 firepower ships, 1 reconnaissance ship, 1 defense ship. Be careful. The enemy must have received news of Sulfur Star's explosion, so they will definitely strengthen their firepower. Xuanhuan's voice trembled. Even as one of the most outstanding students of Blue Star Academy, encountering such a large fleet during her first brush with experience gathering left her equally tense. Zhang Lei was also too shocked to speak. However, he knew it was time for him to make his move. Now it was a crisis situation. Forget defeating the rat fleet. Just being able to lead Xuanhuan and the others to escape safely would already count as extraordinary capability. Xuanhuan, don't worry. I will lead everyone away successfully. Zhang Lei displayed a determined expression. Zhou and Zhou Yu were a pair of twins. For the first time facing such an overwhelming encirclement, they lost their composure. We shouldn't have come to get into danger on the first experience gathering mission. It's all Chu Jiang's fault. We shouldn't have come to rescue him. If we manage to escape successfully this time, I'll deal with him when we return. Haha. 2 cowards. Weak yet full-mouthed insults. Chu Jiang didn't bother arguing with those 2 idiots. In Blue Star, whether someone had status or a good reputation depended not on words but on power. There would be plenty coming their way soon enough. Escape separately, Zhang Lei shouted. He, Xuanhuan, and Zhou and Zhou Yu scattered to the sides. Chu Jiang, what are you waiting for? Seeing Chu Jiang's ship unmoving, Xuanhuan assumed he was scared stiff and thus called out loudly to remind him. It was too late though. From each side emerged 4 more ships, encircling them. The rat people sent a fleet composed of 24 ships. Clearly after Sulfur Star exploded, Blackstone Star had been informed and strengthened its defenses. Since Blackstone Star was closer to the homeworld than Sulfur Star, reinforcements were easier to dispatch. Everyone was dumbstruck. You have entered the enemy's range of fire, please dodge carefully. The ships sounded the warning tone. At this point, there was nowhere for them to run. Our rat people always repay our enemies. You destroyed Sulfur Star, now you shall pay with your lives. The rat people commander made a threat. Press the fire button. The fleet launched a synchronized attack. Torpedoes rained like hail onto Chu Jiang's fleet. Finished. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Lei's back. Facing a barrage of torpedoes, they certainly didn't have the confidence to dodge all of them. They will definitely die here today. Hurry up and dodge. Xuanhuan reacted quickly, already piloting her battleship to evade the torpedo attack. She simultaneously launched the Xiuxian missile. This missile can explode in space, releasing a light blue mist. Within this mist, both sides' offensive capabilities are slowed down. It's an easily defensive attack from Haijai's arsenal. She awakened a special battleship with the intermediate imitation ship module. According to combat needs, it can mimic the battle mode of either firepower ships or defense ships. Thereafter, Xuanhuan activated the intermediate imitation within the ship module, imitating the defensive attack mode of a defense ship. As for Zhou Yu, who started off as the owner of a defense ship, he had been utterly terrified, only thinking about how to escape. Moreover, his twin brother Zhou, as the owner of a reconnaissance ship, hadn't served any reconnaissance role at all. However, their leader Zhang Lei didn't have time to blame them, because Zhang Lei was also busy hiding within the mist created by the Iciel missile. His goal was clear: as long as he doesn't die, that's a victory. Waste of flesh. Chu Jiang shook his head and laughed coldly. It was now his turn to perform. His ship suddenly dropped low, charging alone through the mist created by the Iciel missile. Launch the Hurricane nuclear weapons. Chu Jiang pressed the launch button. The door of the ship's bottom launch bay opened. 100 Hurricane Swarm nuclear weapons fired continuously around the area. The Rat People commander was utterly disdainful. In his eyes, Chu Jiang's weapons weren't worth mentioning. But when one of the Hurricane Swarm nuclear weapons collided with their ship, the Rat People ship was forced to activate its shield. Detected dangerous attack on the ship. Energy shield initiated. The shield is a layer of energy protection around the ship. It could defend against attacks, like a shield for the ship. Just as the second Hurricane Swarm nuclear weapon was about to detonate, the Rat People's commander could only instruct everyone to avoid it. However, it was too late. The Hurricane Swarm nuclear weapon has tracking capability. No matter where the Rat fleet fled to, the Hurricane Swarm nuclear weapons followed closely behind. 24 ships, 100 Hurricane Swarm nuclear weapons. On average, each ship was followed by 4 Hurricane Swarm nuclear weapons. Chapter 8. Saving a classmate, rapid leveling. One struck the shield of the flagship. The shield instantly cracked. The commander's flagship had no time to repair the shield. The second Kite B nuclear weapon hit the shield. The already cracked shield immediately broke. The third Kite B nuclear weapon smashed into the ship's hull. The flagship shook violently like it was in an earthquake, leaving the Ratmen inside unable to keep their balance. The commander quickly sat down, buckling his seatbelt. He gritted his teeth and finally gave the order. Notify the home planet. Send reinforcements. Surrounding a team with only 4 ships required reinforcements from the home planet. A fact that, if it got out, would make him a laughingstock among the planetary commanders. But at this moment, he knew one thing was most important: saving his life. And they must notify the home planet to prepare. If the enemy continues advancing, it might threaten the homeworld. The 4th Kite B nuclear weapon had already struck the Ratman flagship's hull. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. Chu Jiang saw from afar what seemed like popcorn bursting open. The explosion of the Kite B nuclear weapon destroyed the entire main ship. Subsequently, other areas gradually began to explode as well. Retreat! Quickly! Chu Jiang shouted gravely. Xuanhuan turned the ship around and started evacuating. Zhang Lei also ran away. Zhou and Zhou Yu's ships followed behind. At the same time, a wind god torpedo fired by Chu Jiang fell onto Blackstone Star. Blackstone Star instantly turned into a sea of fire. The massive shockwave generated when the wind god torpedo exploded spread outward from Blackstone Star. It pushed Yun Qinghan's ships along with the remnants of the shattered Ratman fleet outwards. Fortunately, Yun Qinghan's fleet was already far enough from Blackstone Star, avoiding significant energy fluctuations. Yun Qinghan and Zhang Lei's ships also had stronger defensive capabilities. But it was different for Zhou and Zhou Yu. They were just driving regular ships, and their defensive strength was clearly much lower. The afterblast from the explosion of the wind god torpedo hurled them, spinning them several times before stopping. The two felt dizzy and disoriented. Both couldn't help but vomit. And Chu Jiang himself had already begun to retreat at the moment he launched the wind god torpedo. Thus, he wasn't affected at all. Every time he defeated the opponents, he received basic resources, and this time was no exception. He took a look at the control panel within the system. Sure enough, the data had already been updated. Ding, congratulations on collecting 2,000 Firespark points. Ding, congratulations on collecting 6,000 units of energy crystals. Ding, congratulations on collecting 20,000 units of ship metal. This time, the Ratman fleet on Blackstone Star was larger than the one on Sulphur Star. Therefore, defeating the Ratman fleet brought more substantial rewards. Chu Jiang was very satisfied with this reward. But it didn't end there. The robotic voice in his mind sounded again. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the blueprints for the Midge Scout. Haha, that was great. This was a new type of scout developed by Blue Star, not yet fully deployed for mass production due to incomplete technology. These scouts were extremely small, smaller even than the previous generation of B Scout, being only half the size of a regular mosquito. Moreover, they possess stealth functionality. Flying in for reconnaissance could be done without any knowledge of it, ensuring total secrecy. If Chu Jiang obtained the Midge Scout, investigating enemy positions would become much easier. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Your Spark warship has successfully upgraded. Due to reaching the necessary points, the warship had once again leveled up. His warship was now level 3. It should reach level 4 soon. And Yun Qinghan and Zhang Lei's awakened warships initially were level 5. The higher the rank of the warship, the greater its power. In general, Chu Jiang's logistics warship upgraded quite slowly. Only by striking enemies and obtaining base resources could the warship upgrade. However, the logistics warship lacked powerful firepower, and various parameter values did not compare favorably with those of a firepower warship, making upgrades extremely difficult. Some logistics warship owners risked their lives, yet only managed to upgrade their warships to level 3. This was the reason why logistics warships were despised by everyone. Not only because their starting stats were weak, but also because low initial stats led to subsequent upgrades being incredibly challenging. But Chu Jiang was different. Since he left Blue Star, at most an hour and a half had passed, yet his warship was about to reach level 4. When he returned to Blue Star, it should reach level 5. At that point, his logistics warship would be of the same grade as Yun Qinghan and their group's warships. Upgrading a ship from level 1 to level 5 on the first day surely meant no one would underestimate him anymore. He opened the system control interface again. A set of parameters immediately popped up on it. After seeing them, he was greatly astonished. Name, Cluster Star Logistics Warship. Rank, level 5. Ship body value, 350 of 350. Shield value, 650/650. Energy value, 650 of 650. Ship attributes. Firepower 25, Armor 25, Shield 65, Mobility 40, Endurance 65. Ship talent. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks made by the ship will be amplified 10,000 times. Usage time, permanent. 10,000-fold accelerated production aura. All production time shortened by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. Ship modules. Kite B nuclear weapons. Launches 100 tracking-enabled Kite B nuclear weapons at once. Consumes 50 energy units. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Wind God torpedo. Fires a torpedo of medium power. Consumes 20 energy units. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Ship manufacturing projects. Falcon grade drones. Requirements. 100 units ship metal, 10 units energy crystals. Manufacturing time required. 8 seconds. Midge Scout reconnaissance drones. Requirements. 120 units ship metal, 10 units energy crystals. Wow. The ship went straight from level 3 to level 5. Now his ship was the same level as xuanhuan's. Chu Jiang didn't expect the upgrade to happen so fast. At this rate, he could ascend another 1 or 2 levels before returning to Blue Star. For now, head to Blackstone Star and collect the minerals. Each planet has different resources. Some are mineral energies. Some are technology sciences. They're all different. However, after processing, different resources can all produce the same type of energy crystals. Energy crystals can be used to make various mechanical devices, just that the refining methods for different types of energy vary. And the refining process is also different. The quality of the energy produced from the same energy mine, of course, varies as well. For instance, the mineral energy from Blackstone Star refines into better energy crystals than those refined from Sulfur Island. The firelight on Blackstone Star had already dimmed considerably, because the hard soil of Blackstone Star couldn't provide enough long-term burning fuel for the flames. Naturally, Chu Jiang piloted his warship and flew toward Blackstone Star. A broken logistics warship, and it could actually launch Kite B missiles? Zhang Lei was still thinking back to the previous battle scene, utterly baffled even now. No, that wasn't an ordinary Kite B missile. That was a Kite B nuclear weapon. Chapter 10. Are 1,000 drones enough for mining? Chu Jiang found it very interesting. Yun Qinghan's ability to consistently hold the second place in school was not without reason. She worked very hard. With a good background and hard work, she deserves her achievements now. On the other hand, Zhang Lei, a grown man, hides inside his ship unwilling to come out and endure any hardship. Chu Jiang really looked down on people like Zhang Lei. Chu Jiang, why don't you come out to mine as well? I remember your ship doesn't have drones, right? Yun Qinghan reminded Chu Jiang. Even though Chu Jiang's ship had upgraded from level 1 to level 5, its initialization was still level 1. Ships initialized at level 1 do not come equipped with drones. Only level 5 ships are equipped with drones, but even that would only be available after Chu Jiang returned to Lon Star. Currently, if Chu Jiang wanted Blackstone ores, he could only rely on manual labor. Chu Jiang, you don't also want to use drones for mining, do you? What about I lend you my drones after I'm done mining? Zhang Lei's friendly voice came through the communicator. Zhang Lei liked Yun Qinghan, but Yun Qinghan seemed interested in Chu Jiang. This made Zhang Lei hostile towards Chu Jiang. Actually, Yun Qinghan just considered Chu Jiang a rival, but since she couldn't defeat him, she continued paying attention to him. Knowing one's enemy and oneself leads to victory in every battle. However, Zhang Lei didn't know this and subconsciously regarded Chu Jiang as an enemy. Moreover, Chu Jiang's performance was better than his. For 3 years at Lon Star Academy, Zhang Lei had always been overshadowed by Chu Jiang. Hating him was inevitable. Of course I'll use drones, but I've got my own. Chu Jiang gave a cold snort. Activate drones. He inputted commands into his ship. The hatch opened, and drones emerged one after another. You actually have drones? Zhang Lei couldn't believe it. Then something even more unbelievable happened. Chu Jiang not only had drones, but he had more than one. Yun Qinghan noticed too. Drones were flying out of Chu Jiang's logistics ship one by one, like a huge swarm of bees. There were exactly 1,000 drones. The scene was spectacular. 1,000 drones working simultaneously transported the minerals from the Blackstone planet back to the logistics ship nonstop. It was the first time Yun Qinghan had ever seen so many drones. Chu Jiang, can your ship hold all these drones? Chu Jiang chuckled slightly, with a hint of awkwardness. Shit, just now, he only thought about making more drones to move the ore, producing drones incessantly, under the 10,000 times system boost. It took him only 8 seconds to produce one drone. Many of the drones that just flew out of the ship bay were newly produced, and he forgot whether they could all fit inside or not. Seemed like they really couldn't, because the hold had to be used for storing minerals as well. No worries. After I finish mining, I'll lend you 500 drones to store in your ship hold. You're welcome. This way, he could free up some space in his ship. Yun Qinghan. How generous. Lending 500 drones just like that? Are you sure you want to lend them to me? Isn't Chu Jiang being too generous? 500 drones. Just lending them like that? And keeping them in her ship hold? That meant she could use those 500 drones until they returned to Lon Star. So satisfying to imagine. Sure, it's just 500 drones. Chu Jiang said indifferently. From his tone, It sounded like he wasn't talking about expensive drones, but rather something worthless. Zhang Lei was left speechless. He had just mocked Chu Jiang for not having drones. Proud of his 2 drones. But then Chu Jiang deployed 1,000 drones and casually lent 500 to Xinhuan for free? Embarrassing. At this moment, Zhang Lei had no choice but to shut up. Chu Jiang's 1,000 drones quickly finished the required blackstone mining. 500 drones flew back into the ship's hold. The remaining 500 drones hovered next to Xinhuan's ship. Chu Jiang, are you only mining that small amount of blackstone? There should be plenty of space left in your storage compartment. Xinhuan thought Chu Jiang would mine more and fill up the entire storage before heading back to Lonstar, selling off all the blackstone and using the money to upgrade his ship. Thinking about it further, Xinhuan realized another perplexing issue. How did Chu Jiang manage to upgrade his ship within 2 hours without returning to Lonstar to trade in the minerals? According to logic, that was impossible. Of course, we need to keep some space, in case the quality of minerals on the next planet is higher. The closer to the home planet, the better the mineral quality should be. In fact, the quality of mineral resources on which planet can be judged by the deployment of the Rat People's military force. At the outermost edge of the Green Plague system lies Sulfur Star, where the military force is relatively weak. The Blackstone Star, which is closer to the Green Plague system's home star, has a clearly enhanced military deployment. The mineral quality of the Blackstone Star is slightly better than that of the Sulfur Star. From the perspective of planetary formation mechanisms, the closer a star is to the center, the higher the quality of its minerals. Chu Jiang was very eager to bypass the other planets and directly infiltrate Mud Star, the home star of the Green Plague system, to strip it of all its minerals. With those high-quality materials, producing drones would become much easier in the future. Moreover, with higher quality minerals, the machines made from them would also have better quality. They would last longer. Such machines could be considered top tier among their peers. Currently, Chu Jiang's drones were still produced using common minerals. Who wouldn't want better equipment? Anyway, Chu Jiang wanted it. Are you going to the next planet? Normally, shouldn't you return to Lonstar first to sell the collected minerals? After upgrading your ship, you can go to the next planet. While Xinhuan was saying this, she had already started controlling her 500 drones to load minerals onto her ship. No, I want to head for the Green Plague home star. Chu Jiang's original plan was to sequentially visit each of the 10 planets in the Green Plague system, but he found that boring. He just wanted to raid the Green Plague home star's minerals first to manufacture drones and mosquito reconnaissance aircraft. Eat the meat first, drink the soup later. Head to the Green Plague home star, move the minerals onto his ship, and then visit the other planets, just for the sign-in rewards. After all, the minerals on other planets definitely couldn't match the quality of the home stars. His purpose would only be to sign in and collect the sign-in rewards from the system. 10 stars, 10 sign-in rewards. Thinking about it made him excited. Xinhuan couldn't believe her ears. Going to the Green Plague home star must be dangerous. I suggest you return to Lonstar first, upgrade your ship, and then. Before Xinhuan could finish her sentence, Chu Jiang interrupted her. Not necessary. A simple, 3-word statement. No explanation at all. That was how Chu Jiang always was. Once he made a decision, he had to see it through without caring what others thought. Xinhuan knew it was futile trying to persuade Chu Jiang. Chapter 9. A Level 5 Logistics Ship? An Explosive Existence. Xinhuan was also still reeling. Her beautiful eyes wide, she gazed in bewilderment at the logistics ship that was rushing toward Blackstone Planet. She had barely been able to believe what she saw just now, thinking it might have been a mistake. A logistics ship. Why could it unleash such formidable combat power? Logistics ships couldn't possibly be equipped with top-tier weapons, could they? Moreover, the hull structure of a logistics ship was only equivalent to a Level 1 warship, which wasn't suited for launching Finchen torpedoes. Only ships of Level 2 or higher could launch Finchen torpedoes. Xinhuan suddenly realized something. She activated the Blue Star Vessel Inquiry System. This system was open to the entire Blue Star and updated in real time. As long as one was the owner of a ship, they could log in and check. She entered Chu Jiang's name. Chu Jiang's information, along with his ship's data, immediately appeared. Name Xuanhuan Logistics Ship. Level 5. Hull value 35350. Shield value 65650. Energy value 65650. Ship talent 10,000 times firepower amplification aura. 10,000 times acceleration manufacturing aura. Ship modules. Crazy Bee nuclear weapon. Finchen torpedo. Constructible projects. Hunt Eagle grade drones. Mantis reconnaissance aircraft. Seeing the values pop up shocked Xinhuan even more. Insults were still coming from Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu through the communicator. What's going on? Why can a logistics ship be so cocky? Did he get his mentor to give him preferential treatment? Where did he get the Finchen torpedoes from? Not even Xinhuan or Zhang Lei's ships have that configuration. It's so unfair. Even our 2 ships are better than Chu Jiang's. Why don't we have the Finchen torpedoes? Just give me a Crazy Bee nuclear weapon. Zhang Lei was also indignant. Why is Chu Jiang's Level 1 logistics ship so powerful? It doesn't make sense. Chu Jiang's logistics ship was by far the weakest among all the ships. To put it bluntly, it was basically half scrap. The reason it hadn't been eliminated was merely to placate those idiots with extremely ordinary qualifications. Let the students with the worst abilities also own a ship. At least their school years wouldn't pass in vain, giving them some form of consolation prize. Zhang Lei. If you go into the Blue Star ship query system and search Chu Jiang's vessel parameters, you'll understand everything. Xinhuan's voice trembled. She was too astonished. From a young age, she'd heard many legends about ships. But never before had she heard that a level 1 logistics ship could be upgraded to a level 5 logistics ship within just 2 hours. This was too explosive. Even across the entire history of Blue Star, it was an extraordinarily explosive existence. Because Chu Jiang was the first. Before him, no logistics ship had ever risen from level 1 to level 5 within 2 hours. Chu Jiang's logistics ship had become on par with her special ship. What do you mean? Jiang Lei didn't know what xuanhuan was talking about, but he still opened the Blue Star ship inquiry system. After entering Chu Jiang's name, the vessel parameters that popped up startled him. Zhou and Zhou Yu also checked Chu Jiang's ship. Impossible. A level 5 logistics ship? The highest level for a logistics ship in history was level 3, and it took 20 years to reach that level. How long did Chu Jiang use? 2 hours. Is his busted logistics ship really equal in strength to Jiang Lei's firepower ship? Zhou and Zhou Yu simply couldn't believe it. It was all too surreal. Jiang Lei was also stunned. The first one to come back to her senses was xuanhuan. She piloted her ship and followed behind Chu Jiang, heading towards Blackstone Planet together. Going to Blackstone Planet at this moment would definitely allow them to pick up plenty of good stuff. Jiang Lei also reacted quickly. He followed behind xuanhuan's ship. Chu Jiang landed on Blackstone Planet. The system voice in his mind rang out again. Ding! Detected sign-in location on Blackstone Planet. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Without hesitation, Chu Jiang immediately replied. Sign-in. He had already figured out the pattern. Upon reaching every new location, he could perform a sign-in. Each sign-in would grant rewards from the system. He was particularly looking forward to seeing what the reward would be this time. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 times accelerated movement aura. Alright then, another 10,000 times aura. But what exactly was this 10,000 times movement aura? And it was also an initial 10,000 times movement aura? This seemed a bit different from the previous 10,000 times auras. Could this aura be upgradable this time? Driven by curiosity, he quickly opened the details to take a look. 10,000 times accelerated movement aura. Reduces the ship's movement time by 10,000 times. Effect, 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. That means every 10 minutes, his ship could instantaneously travel 10 minutes worth of distance. How awesome is that? This would be incredibly useful when dealing with a fleet stronger than himself. No matter how dense the enemy's firepower was, he could instantly move and evade their attacks. As long as there was sufficient fuel, his ship could travel at a speed 10,000 times faster than usual and leave the solar system in no time. As his ship continued to upgrade, its own speed would also increase geometrically. Combined with the 10,000 times acceleration aura, he might even achieve faster than light speeds. xuanhuan and Jiang Lei's ships also landed on Blackstone Planet. As its name suggests, Blackstone Planet has an abundant yield of Blackstone ore. Like other ores, Blackstone can be refined into industrial materials for building ships or drones. It's just not a top-tier resource. It's only a common mineral. Therefore, it is harder to refine, and its price isn't high either. But due to the large quantity of Blackstone here, moving more back would definitely fetch a good price. He could use this money to upgrade his own ship. On Blue Star, there are 2 pricing systems. Ordinary goods are relatively cheap, but anything related to ships is particularly expensive. So, even if one's family is wealthy, maintaining a ship long-term isn't easy. Hence, those who have ships tend to collect minerals from various places and sell them to Blue Star, using the money earned to upgrade their ships. Great, there's plenty of Blackstone here. But how do we transport it all? Jiang Lei frowned. Meanwhile, xuanhuan had already put on her protective suit, opened the hatch, and stepped out of her ship. How else? 2 drones simply won't be enough. We'll have to use our hands to carry more, she said. In the past, xuanhuan was pampered as a young lady and didn't enjoy manual labor. However, there's nothing to be done about it. A level 5 warship only comes equipped with 2 drones. If they wanted to bring back more, or they'd have to rely on their own strength. I guess we could spend more time here. There's no need for us to physically do the heavy lifting ourselves. Jiang Lei activated the 2 drones. He felt there was absolutely no need for him to manually lift things, allowing the drones to work longer instead. However, xuanhuan still wanted to go down herself, perhaps hoping to find other good stuff along the way. Chapter 11. Team up to attack the mother planet? No luggage allowed. She had regarded Chu Jiang as her rival for 3 years and had a certain understanding of his temperament. Chu Jiang always stood by his word, but he wasn't an impulsive person. Since he had made up his mind to go to the Green Plague mother planet, it meant that he had already made all the preparations. Just now, Chu Jiang alone defeated the fleet of rat people on Blackstone Star, which also gave xuanhuan a new understanding of Chu Jiang's strength. She thought about it seriously and said firmly, Chu Jiang, I invite you to join our team. We will attack the Green Plague mother planet together, which will increase our chances of victory. Do you also want to attack the Green Plague mother planet? Chu Jiang countered with an indifferent tone, because he thought xuanhuan's suggestion was very ridiculous. When they were attacking the rat people's Blackstone Star fleet just now, xuanhuan, Jiang Lei, and the others basically didn't provide any help. xuanhuan was slightly better. She reacted quickly, releasing the freezing bomb in time, equivalent to setting up a barrier wall, enclosing her side in a relatively safe area. But what about Jiang Lei and the other 3? They were truly useless. Why would he take along several baggage when he could obviously accomplish the task alone? The mother planet of the Green Plague star system should have better minerals, but the guards are also stricter. It's too dangerous to attack the mother planet with only your strength. If we form a team, the chance of winning will be greater. xuanhuan analyzed. She also wanted to attack the Green Plague mother planet. Undoubtedly, the quality of the minerals on the mother planet must be better than those on Blackstone Star. However, She wasn't sure if she could capture the mother planet. After witnessing Chu Jiang's fighting prowess, she was quite astonished. If Chu Jiang joined their fleet, it would surely become the strongest fleet in Blue Star. With Chu Jiang's support, their chances of capturing the mother planet would increase significantly. Therefore, she sincerely invited Chu Jiang. Why doesn't he usually join us? He just has a supply ship. That's right. Even if it's a level 5 ship, it's still a supply ship. Zhou and Zhou Yu were Bufu cheat, not convinced. Their awakened ships were from the unpopular category. But Chu Jiang, who was number 1 in the academy, awakened a worse ship than theirs. It was the lowest level supply ship. This finally brought them some psychological balance. So Chu Jiang was even more useless than them after all. However, they now realized that Chu Jiang not only wasn't useless, but also outperformed them by leaps and bounds. Both of them became psychologically imbalanced again. Jiang Lei frowned. You two shut up. Strength in numbers makes a difference. If we team up, we can complement each other's advantages, making it more likely for us to conquer the Green Plague Mother Planet. Jiang Lei's words left Zhou and Zhou Yu utterly confused. What's wrong with the boss? Why is he siding with Chu Jiang? The two of them had been Jiang Lei's flunkies for over 10 years, yet they seemed less important than a stranger. Jiang Lei secretly cursed his two subordinates as fools by luring Chu Jiang into their group, letting him lead the charge while they follow behind to pick up the spoils. Once they established a good relationship with him, they could borrow 100 or 80 drones from him. Wouldn't they be set then? Jiang Lei didn't want to fight tooth and nail against capable people. That was something stupid people did. There were too many such fools among the rich second generation. All he wanted was to pull Chu Jiang into the fold. Let Chu Jiang do the hard work while he followed behind to reap the benefits. Although this way, Chu Jiang might get most of the rewards, it was still better than trying to upgrade themselves individually. Chu Jiang didn't expect Jiang Lei to be so adaptable. Unfortunately, he didn't plan to team up with them. There's too much waste in your team, and your mouths aren't clean enough. Sorry, I'm not interested in teaming up with baggage. Zhou and Zhou Yu didn't like this. Who are you calling baggage? You're nothing but a supply ship. Our ships are at least better than yours. Two morons. Strong only in their mouths. If there were these two types of idiots in the team, he'd rather work alone. Chu Jiang, if you're willing to team up with me and xuanhuan, I can kick those two guys out. Jiang Lei weighed the pros and cons. Chu Jiang's contribution outweighed Zhou and Zhou Yu's combined. Their ships were unpopular anyway, and given their lack of ability, they couldn't play a major role in interstellar combat. He had only included them in the team because they were his flunkies, and because they could serve as shields in critical moments. Boss, really? Would you abandon us for someone with a mere supply ship? Boss, we've followed you for so many years, no matter how little contribution we've made. We've worked hard too. How can you just throw us away for a stranger? That's breaking our hearts. Zhou and Zhou Yu complained in unison. You two should apologize to Chu Jiang. Xuanhuan also thought that Zhou and Zhou Yu went too far. Even though Chu Jiang only awakened a supply ship, he still had his shining moments. Who are Zhou and Zhou Yu to mock Chu Jiang? Moreover, Chu Jiang's logistics ship was upgraded to a level 5 spaceship in less than 2 hours. Since Xuanhuan had already spoken, and Jiang Lei hadn't voiced any opposition, it was evident that both wanted Zhou and Zhou Yu to apologize. Sorry, apologies, alright. With no other options, Zhou and Zhou Yu reluctantly uttered the words. Would Chu Jiang agree now? Xuanhuan was hopeful. Sorry, I prefer working alone. The mines of Blackstone Star are yours. The mother planet is mine. You'd better not follow for easy pickings. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Xuanhuan and Jiang Lei's thoughts were as clear as day to him. After speaking, Chu Jiang activated his ship. He headed towards the Green Plague Mother Planet. Watching the retreating logistics vessel, memories of her school days when she was suppressed by Chu Jiang, staying the second best for 3 years, came back to Xuanhuan. That feeling was like being locked up in jail, seeing no daylight. Only at the moment she awakened her ship did she feel relieved because Chu Jiang's ship turned out to be far inferior to hers. But it didn't last for even 2 hours. Chu Jiang caught up with her. That guy Chu Jiang is just as tough to deal with whether he's in or out of school. Xuanhuan remarked, her face clouded. Truly worthy of being the person she could never catch up to. What a cunning kid. Jiang Lei cursed under his breath, his plan having failed. Good reminder, your communicator hasn't been turned off yet. The sudden voice of Chu Jiang startled both Xuanhuan and Jiang Lei inside their ears. Sorry, I was complimenting you just now. Xuanhuan quickly regained her composure. Farewell, the two of you. Chu Jiang cut off the communication. As drones were moving Blackstone Star's ores, Xuanhuan imagined what kind of minerals the mother planet would yield. Should we follow? Jiang Lei couldn't bear losing the minerals on the mother planet. However, with his current strength, he knew attacking the mother planet was impossible. Their fleet would probably be annihilated before they even reached the inner region of the Green Plague star system, let alone getting close to the space station of the mother planet. Only Chu Jiang dared enter the mother planet alone in one ship. Chapter 12. Receiving the sign-in reward again. Fearless about the rat mother planet. Forget it. If they don't want to play with us, why should we bother ourselves? Anyway, the mines on Blackstone Planet are already enough for her. Qinghan, can I borrow your drones too? Jiang Lei shamelessly asked. Ever since he was a kid, his father had taught him that in front of benefits, one must not be shy. So when Jiang Lei said this, he didn't feel the slightest bit awkward and instead thought it was only natural. Qinghan was an easygoing person. No problem, I'll give you 100. Among the 500 drones, 100 changed their routes and delivered the mined ores into Jiang Lei's ship hold. As junior members, Zhou and Zhou Yu could only look on helplessly. After filling up all storage areas, xuanhuan immediately returned to Blue Star with Jiang Lei. Xu Zhang's spacecraft flew towards the Green Plague Mother Planet. The closer to the Green Plague Mother Planet, the more powerful the rat race's firepower deployment became. It made it more dangerous for him. Xu Zhang released 1,000 mosquito reconnaissance drones, spreading them over an area with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers centered on him. This way, every movement within 10,000 kilometers around him was under his control. If a familiar spacecraft approached within a radius of 10,000 kilometers from him, the mosquito reconnaissance drones would send out a warning. Xu Zhang could prepare in advance. These cute little mosquitoes are simply amazing. When acting alone, these mosquito reconnaissance drones play an extremely important role. Although acting alone brought more benefits, it also came with greater risks. With the mosquito reconnaissance drones, Xu Zhang felt much more at ease. During the journey toward the Green Plague Mother Planet, a planet resembling blue crystal appeared on his right side. This planet was called Blue Crystal. The semi-transparent planet looked pure and flawless, forming a sharp contrast with other planets in the Green Plague system. Due to the rat people developing viruses and other harmful substances in the Green Plague system, large-scale pollution occurred. All the surfaces of the planets were hazy, as if covered by smog. But the blue crystal was different. Its surface wasn't covered in haze, but seemed freshly cleaned from water, looking bright and crystalline. Strangely, there were no minerals on this planet. It seemed to be a useless place. However, based on Xu Zhang's understanding of the rat race, they would absolutely not tolerate a useless planet in their system. The fact that this planet hadn't been destroyed by the rat people definitely concealed some secrets. But in the knowledge Xu Zhang learned at school, there wasn't much detailed information about the blue crystal. This sparked a great deal of curiosity in him. Since he'd sailed all the way here anyway, why not investigate the blue crystal? Build 100 mosquito reconnaissance drones. Ding. Mosquito reconnaissance drones under construction. Materials required. 120 units of spaceship metal, 10 units of energy ore. Activate 10,000 times acceleration manufacturing aura. All manufacturing time reduced by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. Mosquito reconnaissance drone production time, 12 seconds. The production time of mosquito reconnaissance drones was 4 seconds longer than that of regular drones because they were more sophisticated. More time was consumed during manufacture. Ding. 100 mosquito reconnaissance drones completed. Put them into service. Investigate the blue crystal. I need all data regarding the blue crystal. Ding. 100 mosquito reconnaissance drones deployed into action. Target, blue crystal. The newly constructed mosquito reconnaissance drones flew out from the ship holds and started investigating the blue crystal. Blue crystal wasn't very large. Its volume was roughly only 1/10 the size of the moon. Due to its semi-transparent nature, you could almost see through to the ground on the other side from this side. There were no buildings on the blue crystal. Oddly, there were no guard ships either. It seemed as though the blue crystal had been forgotten by the rat people. Ding. Detected that you have reached the sign-in point on the blue crystal. Do you wish to sign in? A cheerful mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Sign in. Xu Zhang answered without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations on successful sign-in. Award, barrier missile. Barrier missiles were similar to the freeze missiles on Xuanhuan's ship. Once launched, they would create a massive smoke cloud. This smoke cloud could slow down everything. Everything enveloped by the smoke, whether spaceships, flames, or missiles, would decrease in speed to nearly a standstill state. Furthermore, the smoke had corrosive properties, capable of eroding anything it enclosed, even air. At this time, the mosquito reconnaissance drones continuously sent back data. Based on that data, Xu Zhang deduced a conclusion. The entire blue crystal planet was a mineral deposit. Moreover, this was an undiscovered mineral specifically used for producing barrier missiles. Because this blue planet blocked the toxic gases manufactured by the rat people, it hadn't been eroded by poison gas. For the rat people, the blue planet was indeed useless. They produced poison gas. But the blue planet blocked the poison gas. However, if the blue planet were bombed, it would dissipate like mist. If the mist of the blue planet covered the entire star system, it would eliminate most of the poison gas created by the rats. Haha, it seemed he had found a treasure. When attacking the Green Plague Mother Planet, the rat people would definitely use poison gas against him. Moreover, most of the rat people's poison gas laboratories were concentrated on the mother planet. If the mother planet were bombed, there could be a high possibility of gas leakage. At that point, harming the Green Plague star system wouldn't be the worst issue. If the poison gas spread into space, it might eventually corrode planets elsewhere. This was why the Interstellar Alliance hadn't sent troops to wipe out the rat people. Fear of poison gas spreading. But now with the barrier missiles, all problems were solved. He could directly surround the Green Plague Mother Planet with shielding missiles, neutralizing the poison gas diffused from the mother planet. Using the minerals from the blue planet, Xu Zhang manufactured 50 barrier missiles. Piloting his spaceship, he flew towards the mother planet. The space station around the mother planet had 55 ships, among which 50 were firepower ships, 2 were escort ships, and 3 were reconnaissance ships. Warships from other planets were constantly rushing over for support. In less than 20 minutes, he would be surrounded by warships. For others, the priority right now was to retreat quickly. Otherwise, once the warships from other planets arrived, the chances of escaping would be almost zero. You damn bastard. Was it you who destroyed Sulfur Star and Blackstone Star? How dare you come to the mother planet? I'll make sure you have no way back. The commander of the mother planet fleet was fuming with rage. The entire higher-ups of the mother planet paid close attention to this invasion incident. Inside the meeting room of the rat mother planet. What the hell? A single logistic ship actually took out 2 of our planets. How is that possible? Is our military setup in the Green Plague Star system this weak already? We must take down that invading ship. This is simply a disgrace to our Green Plague Star system. Being defeated by a logistic ship will surely cause us to be laughed at by other star systems. The supreme leader of the Green Plague Star system slammed the table. All the high-level rat individuals in attendance had gone from not taking Chu Zhang's ship seriously to becoming extremely alarmed. Everyone realized that currently, the Green Plague Star system was facing an unprecedented huge challenge. Report. Chapter 13. Attacking the homeworld, the rat people's upper level in panic. A rat person dressed in a gray uniform walked in. He whispered something into the ear of the highest leader. The other high-ranking rat people were all filled with doubt, not knowing what had happened. That damn guy actually went to the blue crystal planet. And the minerals of the blue crystal show obvious signs of having been used. What the hell did that damn guy do? The highest leader of the rat people was beside himself with anger. All the high-level rat people present were drenched in cold sweat. As the upper echelon of the Green Plague system, they were too aware of what the blue crystal planet meant. It seemed like a planet specifically opposing the rat people. Rats were in existence disliked in many star systems of the Interstellar Alliance, but no one dared to exterminate the rat race. Because rats had a special talent for producing toxic gases, viruses, and other harmful substances. If the Interstellar Alliance really wanted to destroy the rats would cause their homeworld to explode. The homeworld was a huge toxic gas incubator. After the explosion of the homeworld, the toxic gases would pollute the entire solar system within 2 years. It was precisely because rats produced toxic gases that almost the entire Green Plague system had already been contaminated by them. Every planet was shrouded in poisonous gas, dark without sunlight. The rats had long become immune. Only the blue crystal planet was a unique presence. Blue crystals could neutralize the poison gas. The Green Plague higher-ups had once considered blowing up the blue crystals, but ultimately found out they couldn't do so. Once the blue crystals were destroyed, the entire planet would turn into a massive foggy mass, covering the entire Green Plague system and decomposing all the toxic gases. Without the toxic gases, the rats would lose their foothold. Blow that bastard up, you hear me? The highest leader of the rats waved his small claws and screamed shrilly. The commander-in-chief of the Green Plague Fleet system, listening to the shouts coming from his earpiece, only felt a headache. The Green Plague system hadn't faced such a powerful enemy in a long time. Yet, the opponent, being so formidable, was flying a logistics ship? What nonsense was this? Were they hiding their real strength? Everyone stay on guard. Don't be deceived by their disguise. We are about to enter the enemy's range. Chu Zhang received a warning. Data sent by the swarm scrolled on the display. The Green Plague homeworld has deployed a fleet of 55 ships. A fleet of 12 iron mining ships is heading here for support. A fleet of 14 copper-red ships is coming for support. Your ship is about to be surrounded by the enemy. Watching the numbers scrolling on the screen, Chu Zhang's scalp tingled as well. This was the full force of the Green Plague system. He had underestimated it. With only his 5th-class warship, fighting against so many firepower-heavy vessels simultaneously, his chances of winning were slim. But since he had come, he didn't plan to retreat before battle. Just do it first. If all else fails, he still had the halo of 10-fold speed movement. He could escape at that time if necessary. Critical situation, should we withdraw? Full speed ahead, Chu Zhang shouted loudly. At that moment, his adrenaline was surging, putting the danger aside completely. The ship advanced at full speed, re-entering the range of the enemy's weapons, and also allowing the enemy to enter his range. Launch the swarming B nuclear weapons. The hatch opened and 100 swarming B nuclear missiles poured out, heading towards the Green Plague system's homeworld fleet. Approaching rear fleet. We have entered the range of the rear fleet. Pay attention and avoid. One warning after another sounded, unsettling everyone. The enemy's ship numbers were too vast. There was no doubt that this would be a hard battle. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Zhang's forehead. Even at this moment, he still had not thought of retreating. Launch the swarming B nuclear weapons. The general of the Green Plague fleet roared. 50 firepower ships fired simultaneously. The swarming B nuclear weapons came like raindrops. They were also like a large net, trapping Chu Zhang's ship inside with no place to hide. This was a confrontation between the swarming B nuclear weapons. Both sides used the same weapon. The fleet of the Green Plague system launched 200 swarming B nuclear weapons in total. The swarming B nuclear weapons had a navigation mode. They actively sought targets. No matter where Chu Zhang's ship fled to, the 200 swarming B nuclear weapons would chase relentlessly behind his ship. 200 swarming storm nuclear weapons were flying towards him. It seemed like he was about to be turned into popcorn. Activate the 10-fold speed movement aura. At the crucial moment, Chu Zhang roared. His ship suddenly disappeared. The 200 swarming storm nuclear weapons instantly lost direction and, driven by inertia, flew towards the incoming reinforcement fleet of rat ships. Boom! Huge explosions resounded one after another. In the dark void of space, blossoms resembling popcorn erupted one by one. The reinforcements of the rear fleet were almost entirely wiped out. Only more than a dozen ships managed to narrowly escape from the attack of the swarming storm nuclear weapons. What is going on? The commander-in-chief of the Green Plague fleet was utterly astonished. Did he see it wrong? He rubbed his eyes hard and stared in shock at what was unfolding before him. Just now, the target ship had vanished right before his eyes. The swarming storm nuclear weapons they had fired mistakenly hit the other planet's support fleets, while the enemy's 100 swarming storm nuclear weapons relentlessly chased after them. They simply couldn't find the enemy's ship anywhere. It was impossible. How could the enemy's ship disappear right under their noses? At that moment, Chu Jiang's ship had already reached the backside of the homeworld, which is why the Rat People's fleet commander couldn't detect him. Launch wind god torpedoes. As soon as these words left his lips, the bay doors opened. A wind god torpedo emerged from inside the ship and surged towards the Green Plague homeworld. Activate the intercepting missiles. In the Green Plague homeworld's operational command center, the overall commander screamed in terror. The white button was pressed down. An intercept missile shot toward the wind god torpedo. The two bombs met midair. They exploded instantly. Blazing fire illuminated the sky. Nevertheless, the colossal force of the wind god torpedo still impacted the homeworld. Launching a wind god torpedo required a cooldown period. After firing one torpedo, he would have to wait 10 minutes before being able to launch another. And the halo of tenfold speed movement would also take 10 minutes to be used again. However, each use lasted only 10 minutes as well. Chu Jiang glanced at the time. There were still 7 minutes available. He instantly moved far away from the homeworld, avoiding being caught by the blast wave caused by the explosion of the wind god torpedo. Soon after, several bursts of explosions resounded through space. The brightness from the explosions illuminated half the universe. Oh no, our fleet has been hit. Inside the meeting room, the big screen flickered with images of successive explosions. The Green Plague Star System fleet was obliterated. Not long ago, the conference room experienced severe shaking due to the tremendous shockwave, which completely disabled the power system. The command center had to switch on the backup power supply equipment. All high-level rat people collapsed into their chairs. My God, our entire fleet is wiped out. What are we going to do now? Without a fleet, we can go nowhere. We cannot escape. Will he feed us another wind god torpedo? All the higher-ups were ashen-faced. Chapter 14. The logistics ship's prestige must be restored. The supreme leader clenched his fists tightly. He knew the homeworld couldn't be saved. Commander, we must leave immediately. A man in a gray uniform said. Please activate the special emergency plan and preserve our forces. Without hesitation, the highest leader of the Green Epidemic Star System shouted, activate. As soon as he finished speaking, their conference room trembled slightly. Then, the floor above the meeting room cracked open. The meeting room transformed into a small spaceship, carrying all the top leaders of the Green Epidemic Star System, flying away to other planets. The rat people thought they were doing an excellent job of hiding. Because their escape direction was far from the enemy's warships, due to the spherical curvature of the home planet causing a visual blind spot, the enemy ships wouldn't be able to detect them. Unfortunately, nothing escaped Chu Jiang's information network. The Mosquito Swarm reconnaissance drones had sent back data. There's an escape pod leaving the homeworld. Chu Jiang quickly clicked on the details of the message. The analysis from the Mosquito Swarm reconnaissance drones indicated that inside the escape pod might be the highest leadership of the rat people from the Green Epidemic Star System. The highest leadership? If we shoot down their escape pod, the entire highest leadership of the rat people will be wiped out at once? Rats are not a high-intelligence species. Most rat people have average intelligence, around 80. Without the leadership, all the rat clans across the Green Epidemic Star System would become scattered and disorganized. Immediate positioning. The position of the escape pod has been confirmed. At this moment, the cooldown time for the Wild Wind nuclear weapon still had 2 minutes left. Chu Jiang remained completely calm. If only there were sunflower seeds right now, he could leisurely snack while catching up on some TV shows. The 2 minutes passed quickly. Fire one Wild Bee nuclear weapon. The ship's cabin door opened, and a Wild Bee flew out. Damn it, we've been locked on by a missile. Inside the rat escape pod, the driver shouted in panic. The high-ranking rats broke out in cold sweat again. How is that possible? The enemy ship couldn't possibly know we were escaping. The supreme leader of the rat people became extremely angry. He felt a severe threat to his life. This had never happened before. Intercept it. Block the missile. The supreme leader of the rat people angrily slammed the table. The other leaders of the Green Epidemic Star System sat quietly in their seats, all frightened, speechless. My children, my family are still on the homeworld. Someone muttered this sentence. The other rat leaders suddenly remembered. They had escaped, but their families were still on the homeworld. My grandson was just born yesterday. He's still in the hospital. My wife? She was waiting for me to come home for dinner. Even though we've run away, what about our families? The entire meeting room suddenly erupted in chaos. Quiet, all of you morons. The supreme rat leader slammed the table, shouting to quiet down the other leaders. You'll soon join your families because a nuclear missile is about to catch up with us. That nuclear missile is right behind us, and all you're worrying about is your families. Worry about yourselves first. Suddenly, a violent shaking occurred. The escape pod seemed to spin once in midair. Everyone in the meeting room was thrown from their seats, colliding with the ceiling. Then a massive energy tore through the roof of the meeting room, exposing them to blazing light. Before they could even scream in shock, they had already turned into pieces. Another little popcorn. Chu Jiang, sitting in the cockpit of the ship, yawned. With this, the mother planet of the Green Epidemic Star System had successfully fallen. Though it wasn't the first victory, but it was their greatest victory so far. Chu Jiang was a bit dazed by the upgrade rush, forgetting something. Just as his ship was about to land on the homeworld, the entire homeworld spewed out a layer of green fungus like a mushroom. The whole homeworld was enveloped in green fog. The visibility was extremely low. Attention! The homeworld is releasing poison gas. The homeworld is about to explode. Please evacuate as soon as possible. The Mosquito Swarm reconnaissance drones sent out early warning messages. Chu Jiang didn't dare delay, hastily restarting the ship. The explosion of the homeworld will generate enormous power, destroying the ship's shields. Please evacuate immediately. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. Damn. Cold sweat poured down from Chu Jiang's forehead. He forced himself to stay calm. He checked the cooldown time for the 10,000 times speed boost. It was ready to use. 10,000 times speed boost can be activated. Activate 10,000 times speed boost. As soon as the words were spoken, a muffled sound came, and the entire homeworld turned into mist. The green poison gas began spreading outward gradually. Chu Jiang's ship had reached a safe zone. He finally let out a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous just now. Fortunately, the mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones provided him with information about the surroundings, allowing him to foresee the incoming danger. Otherwise, he would have perished along with the green epidemic homeworld today. It was that close. Regrettably, over 400 mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones were lost. But it didn't matter. He had the tenfold production aura. By enhancing the minerals scavenged from Blackstone Star, he could quickly produce more mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones. At this moment, his logistics ship revealed an enormous advantage. In comparison to firepower ships, logistics ships could manufacture equipment. They could produce unmanned aerial vehicles and mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones at any time. This ability to manufacture equipment was unique to logistics ships. It was just that in the past, the level of logistics ships had been too low. Their equipment manufacturing capability had been weak, and it consumed far too much time. Nowhere near as efficient as unified production on a production line back in Blue Star's factories. This was one of the reasons logistics ships gradually faded into obscurity. In the early days when ships first appeared on Blue Star, logistics ships weren't obscure at all. They were as popular as firepower ships. But as time went by, logistics ships gradually lost their luster and became the most obscure type of ship. Now, Chu Jiang had confidence. He would restore the glory of the logistics ship. He would make everyone understand that even logistics ships could possess formidable combat capabilities. Chu Jiang silently made up his mind. Launch barrier missiles. 1,000 units. Chu Jiang truly spared no expense this time, since the homeworld was quite large, about half the size of the moon, and he feared that launching fewer barrier missiles might cause the toxic gas to leak out. Moreover, he wasn't sure about the power of the barrier missiles, so he simply launched 1,000 barrier missiles at once. The barrier missiles detonated around the homeworld, quickly containing the toxic gas within and beginning to break it down. It would still take some time to completely decompose all the toxic gas across the entire homeworld. Taking advantage of this period, he needed to go scavenge resources from the other planets in the green epidemic star system. During the previous battle with the star system's fleet, over a dozen ships had fled mid-battle. At the time, Chu Jiang had been busy dealing with the homeworld and couldn't focus on both things simultaneously, so he had let them go. Now, he would track down those ships and annihilate them entirely. After he returned, he'd log into the homeworld and check in. He was really looking forward to the rewards for checking in. Chapter 15. Infinite Space, His Own Universe. While the toxic gas from the homeworld was being decomposed, Chu Jiang piloted the logistics ship, wandering among the remaining planets of the Green Plague star system. The firepower deployment on these other planets was originally weaker than that of the homeworld. Moreover, the fleet supporting the homeworld had been almost completely annihilated. The ships on the planets were powerless against Chu Jiang's attacks. Soon, the other 7 planets were all occupied by him. He would check in upon arriving at each planet. He received many system rewards, and his ship's rank was directly upgraded by 3 levels. Now his ship was already an 8th level logistics vessel. Among the ships that awakened with him, whether they were the extremely popular firepower ships or the obscure auxiliary vessels, the highest level reached was only 5. But it wasn't necessarily so. It had been 4 hours since he left. The other ships must have also upgraded. He wondered how their upgrades were going. Chu Jiang entered the Blue Star ship inquiry system and checked the ranks of all the ships that emerged today. Except for him, only 1 ship had been upgraded, and it had merely gone up 2 levels. From a 5th level ship, it had been upgraded to a 7th level firepower vessel. Not bad. It was a firepower ship right from the start. Moreover, its subsequent upgrades were also quite swift. He looked at the name of the ship's owner, Mo Ran. He'd never heard of this person. Apparently, Mo Ran was someone completely unknown, otherwise he should have heard of them. There were several classmates in school who excelled academically and had extraordinary abilities. He knew them very well. Not just xuanhuan understood the principle of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy leads to 100 victories in 100 battles. As someone who always occupied the top ranking in the school, he certainly comprehended the importance of understanding opponents even more. He determined that this Mo Ran was not a notable figure in the school. However, to be able to upgrade within 4 hours surely meant this person was no ordinary individual. After all, even Xuanhuan and Zhang Lei hadn't managed to upgrade their ships. Could it be a dark horse? Chu Jiang immediately became interested in Mo Ran and quickly retrieved Mo Ran's information. Sorry, you do not have the query permissions. Alright, only when the ship upgrades to level 10 will you have the authority to inquire about others' detailed information. As the ship grows, the ship owner receives more privileges. Being unable to view Mo Ran's information temporarily is nothing. Chu Jiang believed that his ship would soon reach level 10, and then he could check later. At this point, all the planets in the Green Plague star system, except for the Blue Crystal, had been destroyed. It was time to sign in on the mother planet. The poison gas released by the mother planet had already been diluted by half due to missile shielding. However, there was still some toxic gas slowly diffusing. Chu Jiang's ship entered the toxic gas surrounded area, and the shield automatically activated. Ding. Detected that you've arrived at the mother planet check-in point. Will you check in? Check in. Congratulations. Check-in successful. Check-in reward. Infinite space. Infinite space? What is it? Chu Jiang opened the detailed page of infinite space. Turns out infinite space is a space given to him by the system, similar to the storage space that comes with other systems. The only difference is that his space doesn't need upgrading. Right from the start, it's infinite space. It's infinitely large. Large enough to hold the entire Green Plague star system. And it's even larger. It can even hold the entire solar system and the Milky Way galaxy. Theoretically, even the entire universe can be stored in his space. Fantastic. This way, there's no need to worry about the cargo hold space being insufficient, unable to carry too many minerals. At this moment, Chu Jiang reviewed the various parameters of the ship again. Seed points, 100,000. Energy crystals, 1,500,000. Warship metal, 15 million. Seed points are the key to upgrading the ship. The higher the rank of the ship, the more seed points required to upgrade. In other words, as the ship level increases, the difficulty of upgrading the ship also rises simultaneously. Energy crystals are the driving force behind the entire ship. The more energy crystals you own, the longer the ship can travel. Under normal circumstances, firepower ships come equipped with more energy crystals than escort ships, hence allowing firepower ships to travel farther distances. As for his logistics ship, it could only circle near the blue star. Its farthest range was the Green Plague star system. Fortunately, he had been constantly completing missions and accumulating energy crystals. Otherwise, he might not even be able to return to blue star. Speaking of warship metal, it was one of the raw materials for manufacturing drones and mosquito reconnaissance aircraft, and also the most important raw material. Warship metal can be extracted from ore. Even during equipment manufacturing, instead of using ore, warship metal could be used entirely. But because warship metal is more valuable than ore, to reduce consumption of warship metal, appropriate amounts of ore would be added. The amount of warship metal consumed in the production process varies for each type of equipment. Take Chu Jiang's 1,000 drones and 2,000 mosquito reconnaissance aircraft for instance. Factoring in wear and tear, it would roughly consume 2 or 3 million units of warship metal. No logistics ship could afford such a consumption rate. To manufacture thousands of drones, it had to be done on the production line at the Blue Star factory. Factories are the only place where such large quantities of warship metal would be stockpiled. However, after initially conquering Sulfur Star and Blackstone Star, he had plundered their mineral resources and processed them into warship metal aboard his vessel, which allowed him to have such high numbers of warship metal. In the past though, his cargo hold couldn't store too many minerals. He could only accumulate some minerals after capturing a planet, use them up, then proceed to conquer another planet. But now he possessed infinite space. He could transport an entire planet's worth of minerals into this infinite space. Ding! Congratulations! Your ship has upgraded. Current ship rank, level 10. As Chu Jiang was studying the parameters of his ship, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. The pleasant system tone uplifted his mood as well. Ha ha ha. His ship had leveled up again. It was now a level 10 ship. Across the entire Blue Star, there were very few ships ranked above level 10. If someone owned a level 10 ship, they were absolutely someone deserving admiration. And now, he was the first to possess a level 10 ship. Amazing. It took less than 4 hours to upgrade my ship from level 1 to level 10. Oomph. Even if I start with the lowest level ship, I will still manage to bring it back fully upgraded through my own efforts. He couldn't help but flash a victory sign. Success always fills one with excitement. Chu Jiang proceeded to check his ship's stats. Name, Group Star Logistics Vessel. Rank, level 5. Hull value 1000/1000. Shield value 1200 of 1200. Energy value 1200 of 1200. Ship attributes. Firepower 100, Armor 100, Shield 100, Mobility 100, Range 100. Ship talent. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks emitted by the ship will amplify 10,000-fold. Usage time, permanent. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura. The time required for all manufacturing processes is reduced by 10,000-fold. Effect, permanent. Chapter 16. As long as Chu Jiang is here, others can only be the second. 10,000 times accelerated moving aura can increase the speed of a ship's navigation by 10,000 times. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown period, 10 minutes. Infinite space. Infinite space can be used to store minerals and used infinitely. Ship module. Crazed Bee nuclear weapons. Launches 100 Crazed Bee nuclear weapons with tracking capabilities at once. Consumes 50 energy points. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Function torpedo. Fires a medium-strength torpedo. Consumes 20 energy points. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Shield missiles. A missile configuration unique to Chu Jiang's ships that can slow down or even pause the speed of enemy ships while decomposing poison gas. Ship manufacturing projects. Hunter-level drones. Manufacturing requirements. 100 units of ship metal, 10 units of energy ore. Time needed for manufacturing, 8 seconds. Mosquito reconnaissance aircraft. Manufacturing requirements. 120 units of ship metal, 10 units of energy ore. Shield missile. Manufacturing requirements. 100 units of ship metal, 100 units of blue crystal material. These parameters, wherever they are placed, are explosive in nature. Chu Jiang was very satisfied with his gains this time. After relaxing, his stomach rumbled. Having been out for such a long time, it was almost dinner time. The day's mission was complete. He'd return to the Blue Star to eat and have a good rest. Return to port. Chu Jiang's ship ascended into the air and left the Green Plague Mother Planet. Since there weren't any rare minerals on the Green Plague Mother Planet, Xu Jiang felt a bit disappointed and returned to the blue crystal to transport more blue crystal minerals. This type of mineral has purifying properties and is the sole raw material for producing shield missiles. But after landing on the blue crystal planet again, Xu Jiang faced an issue. His infinite space could store an entire blue crystal, but he didn't know how to put the entire crystal into the space. He could only activate drones to slowly move the large deposits of blue crystal minerals into the infinite space, transporting as much as possible. There you go. Then he went to the Blackstone Star. Manufacture drones, quantity 2,000. Ding. Drone manufacturing in progress. Activate 10,000 times acceleration aura. Drone manufacturing requirements. 100 warship metals, 10 stones, manufacturing time required. 8 seconds. Drones had suffered some losses in battles against the Rat Men, with 1,000 remaining. Including the newly manufactured ones, it made up to about 1 billion units of warship metal extractable from transported minerals before setting sail back to the Blue Star. Yin Xinghan stood at the entrance of the Blue Star Ship Energy Bureau, taking a deep breath. The Energy Bureau is the place where minerals can be exchanged for money or basic resources. She had just come out of there. The ores mined from the Blackstone Star had already been exchanged for basic resources. Her firepower ship had successfully upgraded. From its original level 5, it now became a level 6 firepower ship. During their trip from the Blackstone Star back to the Blue Star, they encountered a lone pirate ship. She defeated that pirate ship. Apart from her own strength, she also had to thank Xu Jiang for those 500 drones. She didn't expect those drones to be combat drones that could not only transport ores, but also participate in battles. The sparks obtained from destroying the pirate ship, combined with the fire seed points exchanged from the Blackstone ores, gave her enough points for an upgrade. She successfully upgraded her ship. Really nice. The first task she ever did resulted in a ship upgrade. Level 6 firepower ship. Among the students who had set out recently, this should be among the top performers. After returning to the Blue Star, she hadn't checked Xu Jiang's ship stats yet, hoping that Xu Jiang was still a level 5 logistics ship. The Blackstone mine only changed into so few fire seeds points, too exploitative. Zhang Lei also came out of the Energy Bureau. It seemed like he wasn't happy with the results of this task. You'll surely lose a lot when you exchange base resources at the Energy Bureau. It's better to directly destroy enemy ships to get more basic resources. Yin Xinghan destroyed a pirate ship before and received basic resources. Thus, she knew that by directly destroying enemy ships, you would obtain more basic energy. But their current power is limited. It's hard to directly destroy enemy ships right now, so they can only endure being squeezed by the Energy Bureau. We'll work together tomorrow on missions, gathering more people to expand our fleet. There's no way we won't be able to destroy the enemy's ship. Zhang Lei said angrily. During this trip, he got hardly anything using his own abilities. The pirate ship was taken down by Yin Xinghan. As for the Blackstone mines, they were leftovers. Even though he didn't do anything, he got Blackstone mines. That's still better than many other ships. Most ships that ventured out came back empty-handed. However, Zhang Lei was always arrogant. He didn't want to rely on others. He urgently needed to display his own strength. Then when we go to eat later, let's ask other classmates. Maybe someone wants to join our fleet. Yin Xinghan also wanted to expand the fleet. This was equal to expanding their current strength. However, other firepower ships didn't want to team up with other firepower ships because they didn't want to be suppressed by other firepower ships. They could only spend more time convincing other firepower ships. The two walked towards the cafeteria together. If Xu Jiang could join us, that would be great. Yin Xinghan sighed. But even when Xu Jiang was at a level 1 logistics ship, he wouldn't join her fleet. So what about now? He definitely doesn't want to be suppressed. If we make him the captain, he might agree, but then we'd have to listen to him. Zhang Lei certainly didn't want to follow Xu Jiang's orders. Xu Jiang can join them, sure, but he must listen to them. Otherwise, it's not Xu Jiang joining them. It's them joining Xu Jiang's fleet. Even if we give the captain's position to him, it shouldn't matter much, right? Can't he bring us tangible benefits? Aren't those benefits more important than the title of captain? Yin Xinghan was very pragmatic, but Zhang Lei couldn't bring himself to do it. His relationship with Xu Jiang wasn't good. After all, from the day they entered school, they've been rivals. For the past 3 years, Zhang Lei has been particularly unlucky, always being oppressed by Xu Jiang. So he absolutely would not submit under Xu Jiang again. Do you want to live under Xu Jiang's shadow forever? I don't. I've had enough of these 3 years. He can join us if he wants, but he must obey our management. If he doesn't want to join us, that's fine too. I don't believe there's no talent on Blue Star. With so many of us working together, how could we not be better than Xu Jiang alone? Yin Xinghan made no comment. In fact, she didn't want to be the eternal second anymore either. Although Xu Jiang made her admire him, he also made her fear him. No one wants to be suppressed all the time. Alright then, I think with the influence of both of us, if Xu Jiang doesn't want to join a team, we can still find other excellent people to join. Because no one wants to fall too far behind Xu Jiang. In this situation, forming a team would be good for everyone. Yin Xinghan analyzed, and Zhang Lei nodded in agreement. Chapter 17. A 10-rank ship docks, and everyone envies. Xu Jiang is just a logistics ship after all. Even if it's a rank 5 ship, so what? How can its firepower compare with our firepower ships? He was just lucky today. I don't believe he can stay this powerful in the future. Zhang Lei said bitterly. The two of them had already arrived at the canteen entrance. At this moment, the school's broadcast suddenly rang out. Attention to all, a rank 10 ship is docking. Other ships please make way. Attention to all, a rank 10 ship is docking. Other ships please make way. Attention to all, a rank 10 ship is docking. Other ships please make way. The announcement was repeated 3 times, as if afraid someone hadn't heard. The entire school faculty and students were astonished. A rank 10 ship? Where did this rank 10 ship come from? Is it high-ranking leadership coming for inspection? How could it be? Although today is an important day, the moment of ship awakening has passed. Could it be some powerful official looking for someone at our school? It's possible. It must be an external ship. It couldn't possibly be from our school. The students were discussing animatedly. Xuanhuan suddenly felt something unusual. She wanted to log into the ship inquiry system and check Zhang's ship level. But she couldn't do that now. She could only utilize her ship's link to log into the inquiry system when she was aboard her own ship. Only the owners of rank 7 ships or higher could use their ship's built-in system even after leaving the ship. She was still only at rank 6. Just then, a ship entered the docking area. It parked in the designated docking spot for rank 10 ships. What shocked everyone was, what? A logistics ship? Am I seeing things? The rank 10 ship mentioned in the broadcast is actually a logistics ship. Damn, truly eye-opening. Who knew logistics ships could reach rank 10? Who is so amazing, upgrading a rank 1 logistics ship to rank 10? Must be a big figure. People chattered endlessly. Everyone stretched their necks to stare at the logistics ship, trying to see who would emerge from it. The ship's hatch opened. Zhang strode out, noticing the large crowd at the port, but feeling somewhat confused since his stomach was too hungry. He didn't pause and went straight into the cafeteria. All eyes were on Zhang like spotlights. No one could have guessed it. The rank 10 ship belonged to Zhang's logistics vessel. This is absurd. A logistics ship, rank 10, accomplished within 5 hours? What a genius. Someone was so excited they couldn't speak properly. Others couldn't help but correct him. It wasn't 5 hours, including round-trip time. It was 5 hours, so actual mission time was about 3 to 4 hours. Some drew in a sharp breath. Not bad for Zhang. No wonder he is our school's dominant first-place holder. Even if he awakened a logistics ship, he managed to do something spectacular with it. Too impressive. In such a short time, no one in our Blue Star history has ever taken a logistics ship from rank 1 to rank 10. Do you know? Has there ever been a rank 10 logistics ship in Blue Star history? Zhang's is the first. Xuanhuan stood at the canteen entrance, watching Zhang walk up the steps. The sunset stretched his shadow long. His steps were firm, just as when he awakened the logistics ship. Despite everyone mocking him and lamenting the fall of a genius, he returned resolutely to his position. From start to finish, his pride shone brighter than the dazzling sunset, never dimmed. Zhang also saw Xuanhuan and her group. He gave them a slight nod. Then he walked into the dining hall. Rank 10 logistics ship? How did he do it? Xuanhuan heard Zhang lay beside her, letting out a scream filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Even she felt powerless. Always number 1. Zhang. Such a disheartening presence. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch up with him, thinking that when he awakened the unpopular type of ship, and she awakened a popular firepower ship, finally giving her a chance to surpass him. She tasted victory briefly, but that joy lasted less than 3 hours. Because in the Green Epidemic Star system, she encountered Zhang, who had already upgraded his logistics ship to rank 5. Why can't I surpass him? Even though I've worked so hard, I still can't overtake him? Why isn't this unfair? Xuanhuan was extremely dejected. Gradually, everyone poured into the dining hall to eat. Zhang sat alone in a corner, seemingly wanting to be left alone. He really didn't want to be disturbed. Right now, he just wanted to eat his meal. In front of him was a box of food. Fried chicken legs, grilled sausages, fried eggs, braised pork, and 2 green vegetables. There was also a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Zhang had been busy for half a day and was truly hungry, so he was eating with great relish. What he didn't notice was that the students around him were all looking at him, watching his every move. Not until he set down his chopsticks in satisfaction and let out a sigh of relief did the surrounding students rush up immediately. The sudden encirclement of 20 or 30 students gave Zhang quite a scare. Do you guys have something? First place, I want to join your fleet. Zhang, big brother Chu, please let me join your fleet. I'm a firepower ship, I can help on the front lines. I will join too. I'm a special combat ship, rarer than firepower ships. Any kind of ship type you need, I can handle. Count me in. And count me in too. Make way in the front. You're just a reconnaissance ship and not even qualified to be cannon fodder. Yet you want to join Zhang's fleet. Even as a reconnaissance ship, I can upgrade. Zhang's logistics ship could upgrade. Ha ha ha. Don't think of yourself as Zhang. What Zhang could achieve, you couldn't. The students jostled each other, all hoping to join Zhang's fleet. Zhang felt like his ears were about to burst from all the noise. He raised his hand to make a gesture to stop them. The clamor gradually subsided. Sorry, I don't have a fleet, so you can't join my fleet. Zhang, big brother Chu, wherever you are is the fleet. Just form a fleet casually. We really want to join your fleet and follow you on missions. Everyone looked at Zhang expectantly. Just following Zhang would bring many benefits. How many enemy ships must Zhang have destroyed while upgrading from a level 1 ship to a level 10? How many planets had he captured? He must have occupied an entire small star system by now. Being a lapdog under him would give them more than enough from the leftovers Zhang left behind. It would be much better than working alone, forming their own teams, or joining other fleets. But Zhang shrugged and asked curiously. So you guys want to join my fleet because following me would bring you benefits, right? But what I don't get is, what benefits can you bring me? Chapter 18. Announcement of rewards, forever the first place. Everyone was stunned at that moment. They hadn't seriously thought about this issue, only feeling that there's strength in numbers. After joining Chu Jiang's fleet, they believed they could definitely strengthen Chu Jiang's power. But what exactly could they do for Chu Jiang? Why did Chu Jiang need them? They hadn't considered it. If they were to think carefully now, it seemed that Chu Jiang really didn't need them. I just want to complete tasks alone. Sorry everyone. Chu Jiang had already finished eating. He stood up and walked out of the restaurant in big strides. What he didn't know was that in an inconspicuous corner of the restaurant, a pair of sharp eyes was staring at him. Miss, to celebrate you upgrading your ship by 7 levels during one voyage, the family has decided to prepare a grand celebration banquet for you. It will be held tomorrow evening, and we hope, Miss. An excited voice came through the earphone. It was Mo family's old butler, Uncle Kai. I may not have time tomorrow. Please convey my greetings to those attending the banquet. I have something else to deal with. I'll hang up now, Uncle Kai. Before Uncle Kai could finish speaking, Mo ran cut off the communication. In front of her was a bowl of porridge and a simple boxed meal she had just started to eat. At this moment, the campus broadcast sounded again. Special announcement. In his first interstellar voyage, student Chu Jiang successfully upgraded his ship to a level 10 vessel, setting a new record for the fastest ship upgrade. The school will hold a celebratory evening event for Chu Jiang at 9 p.m. tomorrow night. All teachers and students are welcome to attend. The announcement was played 3 times, lest anyone missed it. People throughout the school knew about Chu Jiang's glorious achievement. He truly deserves first place. When his logistics ship awakened, I thought it was all over for him. But unexpectedly, he directly upgraded the logistics ship from level 1 to level 10. Unprecedented. Deserves to be number 1, forever the first place. Everyone admired Chu Jiang. They respected him even more now. In the past, he was just academically gifted. But now, he had proven with real ability that he wasn't merely smart academically. On the battlefield, he was an untouchable existence. The whole school was abuzz because of Chu Jiang. Everyone felt that Chu Jiang, with his very first voyage achieving such accomplishments, undoubtedly had a limitless future ahead. Even former students who had long since left school and now worked in the blue Starship system took the initiative to call him, expressing their admiration and congratulations. Chu Jiang, however, remained quite calm. As he walked down the road, however, female classmates' looks full of admiration made him feel a bit scared. It seemed like they wanted to leap into his arms. Therefore, when he had nothing better to do, he just stayed in his dormitory. He would wait until after tomorrow's banquet to embark on another mission. While playing a game, his communicator suddenly rang. Hello, may I ask if this is Chu Jiang? Hello, who is this? Chu Jiang was slightly annoyed but still politely asked. Recently, he received too many calls from freshmen confessing their feelings and upperclassmen trying to get closer to him, nearly overwhelming his phone. I'm from the Task Guild. We've put out a bounty for destroying a pirate vessel, but due to its high difficulty coefficient, no one has taken it yet. We're wondering if you're interested? The other party asked cautiously. After all, Chu Jiang was now the star of the school with a promising future. It was best to stay polite. Worried Chu Jiang might not be interested in the task, the other party continued. Pirate ships frequently attack vessels flying out of the solar system, posing a significant threat to those who wish to fly out. Eliminating these pirates would benefit the owners of solar system ships. Please consider this. And regarding task rewards, I'll take on the task. The reward is unnecessary. Chu Jiang responded promptly. The other person was momentarily stunned before happily saying, Fantastic, thank you so much. No problem. Chu Jiang hung up the communicator and returned to his game. The school's Task Guild was a student organization. They listed available missions in the star system and ranked them by difficulty. This helped students complete missions more efficiently. Students would also go to the guild to accept missions, essentially claiming which mission they had chosen. The guild would then mark the mission as cancelled. The Task Guild generally didn't offer rewards to the ship owners who accepted tasks. Since in interstellar navigation, completing missions usually brought benefits. Only for some extremely difficult missions would the guild set rewards to incentivize participation. On the contrary, normally ship owners would donate stellas to the Task Guild to ensure it wouldn't go bankrupt. Chu Jiang opened the official website of the Task Guild and donated 100,000 stellas to them. With this donation, he instantly reached the top of the donors list. No one had ever donated so much at once. For a common working-class citizen on the blue planet, a month's salary was merely 3,000 stellas. Ordinary students usually only donate a few hundred stellas each time. Alumni who have been away from school for a long time, their maximum total donations were only around 40 to 50,000 stellas. It wasn't long before people began leaving messages, praising Chu Jiang's generosity. Chu Jiang didn't bother looking at those comments. He simply closed the donation interface and continued playing his game. In the evening, he attended the celebration held in his honor. The scale of the event was grand. Even high-ranking leaders from the ship system had been invited. Chu Jiang had no choice but to go up on stage and shake hands one by one with the dignitaries. Thunderous applause broke out from below. Chu Jiang wasn't interested in these bustling social events. He just wanted to fill his belly. Unfortunately, everyone came to congratulate him, which made it impossible for him to eat properly. After confirming that there were no further sections where he would need to be on stage, he boxed a portion of curry rice and prepared to return to his dormitory. As he arrived at the door, he suddenly felt someone watching him. Last time at the cafeteria, he'd felt such a gaze. But then, eager to leave, he hadn't pursued the matter. This time he looked around, finally spotting a short-haired girl. She stood holding a wine glass, smiling at him warmly. He had absolutely no memory of this girl. Still, he returned her smile politely. Back in the dormitory, her figure still lingered in his mind. She was too unique. She felt entirely different from any other girl. Her demeanor was gentle and elegant, yet sharp-edged. He couldn't recall her identity, but since she wore the captain's jacket, it meant they were from the same year. This year only had 300 students. Even if you went through them one by the system, you could surely find the person. Chu Jiang did not log into the school system webpage, but instead accessed the Blue Starship inquiry system. Since his ship was upgraded to level 10, he could log into the inquiry system from anywhere, even when not aboard the ship. Suddenly, for some reason, a name flashed into his mind. Mo Ran, 7th level captain. He had originally intended to look up this person, but later he somehow forgot. Could it be her? Chapter 19. A special girl? Then let's form a team. Input the queried person, Mo Ran. The query interface quickly displayed a person's information. Queried person, Mo Ran. Gender, female. Height and weight, 165 centimeters, 55 kilograms. Ship type, Firewing class battleship. Ship level, level 7. Background, temporarily unavailable for viewing. With Chu Jiang's current ship level, he could only view the basic information of the queried person. More detailed information, such as the background of the other party, would have to wait until he reached level 15 to be viewed. Next to the basic information, there was a photo of the queried person. It was a short-haired girl. She had an extremely delicate appearance. Her eyes were sharp and full of spirit. Her somewhat indifferent eyes seemed to be able to see through the screen to him personally. At one glance, it was clear that she was a smart girl. A person like this, how had he not noticed her before? In the past, Chu Jiang liked those in the top 20 academically in the whole school. Was this girl's academic performance not good? He immediately opened her previous transcript. Her grades turned out to be among the lowest. Her rank fluctuated around the bottom 30 positions. Looks smart, but such bad grades. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Chu Jiang shook his head and his hand slid to open her test scores. Just as he was about to close it, thinking this mediocre performance wasn't worth looking at, the next moment he was completely shocked. Each subject's default score, without more or less, was exactly 31 points. From her first test upon entering school to the graduation exam, there were 57 tests big and small. She only took part in 25 of them, indicating she was someone who joined the school midway. And in these 25 exams, for every subject, in each test, her score was 31 points. The only thing in her grade list was this unwavering 31 points. Impressive. Talent. Being able to precisely control every exam score at 31 points. This meant not only could she score 31 points, she was actually controlling her own scores. To what extent must one grasp knowledge to truly and accurately, never missing once, control their own scores? Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel admiration. Turns out I've been sitting firmly at the top spot for so long, unaware there was such a strong opponent behind the scenes. Chu Jiang became slightly interested in this girl. The next day, he went to the cafeteria for breakfast. While biting into a steamed bun, a girl approached. Is this seat taken? The girl pointed to the seat across from him, asking. Chu Jiang looked up. It was Mo Ran. No, please take it. Mo Ran sat down across from him. Chu Jiang instinctively glanced at her tray. There was only a bowl of white rice porridge, 1 fried egg, and a slice of bread on her tray. Eating like a cat, that amount wouldn't even fill Chu Jiang's tooth gap. Mo Ran also noticed the contents of Chu Jiang's plate. A boiled egg, a fried egg, a sausage, 5 strips of bacon, 2 leek pies, 1 meat bun, 1 chicken leg, 1 rujiamo, and a bowl of green vegetable lean meat porridge. This was enough for her to last a whole day? How could one digest so much food in one meal? Mo Ran admired Chu Jiang's capacity to eat, truly worthy of being the #1 in physical education rankings all year round. Because of her poor sports performance, she could only precisely control her physical education grade at 31 points. So she controlled all her academic grades at 31 points as well, mainly focusing on tidiness. Yesterday when I logged into the mission website, I saw you took on the task to annihilate the pirate ship. Mo Ran initiated the conversation. Her voice was very calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet pleasant to hear. That's correct. Chu Jiang replied. I want to form a team with you. Mo Ran bluntly expressed her thoughts. Chu Jiang found it interesting and looked up at Mo Ran. Why should I form a team with you? Isn't he doing just fine alone? Mo Ran was pretty capable, but compared to him, she still had quite a gap. Someone far inferior to him would only be a burden in battle. I'm willing to trade my ship with yours. Mo Ran fixed her gaze on him, her tone light, but resolute. Chu Jiang was momentarily stunned. After everyone awakened their own ships, they indeed could exchange ships with other ship owners. However, usually no one exchanges, because the ship each person awakens is the most suitable for themselves. Even less likely would anyone do what Mo Ran did. Trade the universally coveted firepower ship for Chu Jiang's unpopular logistics ship. This girl really had a dogged determination not to give up until achieving her goal, willing to go all in. Chu Jiang admired people like this. Moreover, Mo Ran definitely had the ability, upgrading her own ship to a level 7 solely based on her personal capabilities. Teaming up with such a person might be interesting. But Chu Jiang didn't agree right away. He wanted to test Mo Ran further. For him, a freely independent operator, suddenly forming a team with others, was indeed something he wasn't accustomed to. You want to trade your level 7 ship for my level 10 ship? My ship may only be a firepower ship, but its configuration is better than all firepower ships below level 7. If I really traded with you, you would immediately have a level 10 ship. You're quite the businessman. Faced with Chu Jiang's sarcasm, Mo Ran didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. I believe that after you have the firepower ship, you will level up faster. Moreover, you can retain the usage rights of the manufacturing function in the logistics ship. Mo Ran made another concession. Chu Jiang's logistics ship had the best feature. It could manufacture equipment, something that firepower ships lacked. Keep the right to use the manufacturing function. When he piloted the firepower ship, whatever equipment he wanted, Ran would help him produce unconditionally. This concession was also huge. Are you that eager to form a team with me? Chu Jiang was very curious. Was his charm so great? Were really excellent girls willing to make so many concessions just to team up with him? Chu Jiang was never narcissistic. He didn't believe he had such charm, so there must be other reasons. I think you're the strongest person in our school. Teaming up with the strongest will surely benefit me greatly. Ran's tone was very determined. Chu Jiang nodded and continued eating. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your consent. Ran said with a smile. Chu Jiang couldn't help but laugh. This girl seemed not as cold on the surface as she appeared. She was quite interesting. I've already nodded in agreement. From now on we are teammates. Chu Jiang took the initiative to extend his hand. It wasn't good to always let the girl take the lead. Ran also extended her hand. Their hands clasped together. From today onward, they officially became teammates. Because Chu Jiang was a well-known figure, every move of his was watched by those around him. The moment when he shook hands with Ran was captured and posted online in the school forum. Chu Jiang actually teamed up with someone? Xuanhuan had just boarded her ship, ready to depart, waiting for Jiang Lei and the others. Bored, she opened her phone and saw the picture of Chu Jiang shaking hands with Ran. Why? Chu Jiang rejected her, but formed a team with another girl? Chapter 20. Buck up, there's work to be done. Because she's a level 7 ship, right? Yesterday, when Xuanhuan was disembarking, she logged into the query system one last time. She learned of Ran's existence. Just like Chu Jiang, she had never paid attention to Ran before. Could it be that this girl has been hiding her true abilities all along? She sucked in a sharp breath. If Ran were to answer questions normally, even Xuanhuan's position as the perennial runner-up might be in jeopardy. Xuanhuan felt like crying inside. Actually, she was worrying too much. Ran had always been terrible at sports and even skipped physical training classes. Ran's average score, held back by her athletic performance, would definitely not surpass hers. Chu Jiang actually teamed up with someone else. I thought he was going solo from now on and wouldn't form any more teams. So he looked down on us, huh? Jiang Lei, feeling mocked, began complaining about Chu Jiang as soon as he logged into his spacecraft. Chu Jiang's team has taken on the task of wiping out pirate ships, and this time their journey will exceed the boundaries of the solar system. Xuanhuan closely followed all information related to space travel. Wanting to fly out of the solar system requires more than 100 endurance points for a single trip, and they'll need another 100 endurance points for the return trip. Do their 2 spaceships have that high of an endurance value? Just don't get stranded halfway, or you'll become a laughingstock. Jiang Lei didn't wish Chu Jiang well. However, Xuanhuan countered, Ran's spaceship may not have such long-lasting endurance and might need other power sources along the way, but Chu Jiang's level 10 ship certainly already has an endurance value of 100. Moreover, Chu Jiang's ship is a logistics ship. A level 10 logistics ship should easily be able to produce fuel to increase endurance, shouldn't it? It's great to follow Chu Jiang on missions. Ran sure has good luck. Xuanhuan couldn't help but envy him. Why don't we head outside the solar system too? We might be able to pick up some good stuff, suggested Jiang Lei. But Xuanhuan refused. There's only one ship from the pirate fleet. Do you think Chu Jiang will split the spoils evenly with us? Besides, Chu Jiang turned down our invitation to form a team. If we suddenly rush over now, it'll make us seem tasteless. Unlike Jiang Lei, Xuanhuan had thin skin. She thought it would be better to go back to the Green Plague star system that Chu Jiang took down yesterday and search again for resources on the Sulfur Planet and Blackstone Planet. After all, selling minerals to earn basic attributes could still make money. Alright, I'll follow your advice. But I still think we should trail behind Chu Jiang. This way, we can reap more benefits. Pirate ships must be incredibly wealthy. After Chu Jiang wipes out the pirate vessel, even something casually dropped from between his fingers would be enough for both of us to fight over. At this moment, the port broadcasted again. Attention all ship owners, a level 10 ship is departing the harbor. Please take heed and give way. Attention all ship owners, a level 10 ship is departing the harbor. Please take heed and give way. Attention all ship owners, a level 10 ship is departing the harbor. Please take heed and give way. The broadcast repeated 3 times to ensure every ship owner could hear. Chu Jiang's logistics ship slowly exited the docking area. A firepower ship followed behind, piloted by Ran. All people at the port watched them leave, filled with envy. Chu Jiang still drove his logistics ship. He didn't switch vessels with Ran, because he believed that each person awakens with what suits them best. For Ran, awakening as a firepower ship pilot wasn't easy either. And Chu Jiang's logistics ship, its combat power wasn't inferior to that of a firepower ship, not to mention compared with a level 7 firepower ship. With the system's support at 10,000 times magnification, even firepower ships at the same level would not have the qualifications to compare with him. As they left the docking area, they headed straight toward the outer reaches of the solar system. Is your ship's endurance sufficient to break through the boundary of the solar system? Chu Jiang asked Ran. Not enough. My ship has only 80 endurance, Ran replied. Flying out of the solar system required at least 95 to 100 endurance points. I will provide you with some fuel converted from minerals, which can roughly extend the endurance to around 120. While saying this, Chu Jiang started to produce fuel using black stone ore. He also needed some fuel for himself. It's always good to be prepared. Endurance refers to the distance unit that can be traveled after refueling. Once the endurance runs out, refueling can quickly restore it. After replenishing the energy, they continued heading outward of the solar system. In order to leave the solar system, they inevitably had to pass through the solar system checkpoint. According to the rules of the Interstellar Alliance, they also had to process credentials to exit the solar system, just like processing a passport when traveling abroad on Blue Star. During the waiting time for processing the credential, the familiar cheerful mechanical voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! The host has arrived at the check-in location of the Sun Station. Without thinking, Xuanhuan responded. Check in. He wished he could sign for all the rewards he would get in the future right now. Then he could claim all the trust bonuses at once. Ding! Host has successfully checked in. Reward, Mechanical Warrior Manufacturing Blueprint. Mechanical Warriors? That's so cool. Even Xuanhuan became delighted. With Mechanical Warriors, it was equivalent to having a small army that only obeyed one master. And the robots could be customized with unique skins based on his preferences. Xuanhuan made up his mind. His first batch of Mechanical Warriors would have the appearance of little girls, and then they'd wear maid uniforms. Perfect. Mr. Xuanhuan, here is your solar system credential. Please check it. As the mechanical voice from the checkpoint faded, Lu Yun's phone received a text message. The solar system credential was indeed already processed. It would serve as proof for all his travels outside the solar system. All right, let's head out of the solar system. Xuanhuan drove the logistics ship and departed from the solar system. Mo Ran also followed him behind. Big brother, there haven't been any ships flying out of the solar system recently. We haven't had a paycheck in a long time, and I'm so bored. A creature with a lizard head and a humanoid body complained. They were modified humans. Originally ordinary people, but after being injected with a certain virus, they transformed into beings that were both lizard-like and human-like. This virus gave them formidable physical strength, boundless energy, and intelligent minds. In short, their bodily functions were far superior to those of ordinary people. There's nothing we can do. Our reputation is too big, so no ship dares to sail out of the solar system anymore. Alas, loneliness of being invincible. The person called Big Brother was a red-skinned lizard man. His eyeballs were vertical, like lines, revealing a savage and dangerous nature. Big brother, look over there. A ship just flew out of the solar system, and there are two of them. The younger brother was very excited. The red lizard quickly looked over. Sure enough, two ships left the solar system. One was a firepower ship, and the other was merely a logistics vessel. Guys, get pumped up, we've got work to do. The red lizard smirked. Chapter 21. The first battle with the lizard pirate group. Alarm, alarm. An unknown starship appears ahead. Unable to identify. Attention, ship owner, attention. Suddenly, red lights started flashing in the control room. Xuanhuan's starship was only at level 10 and couldn't access Blue Star's wanted list yet. He was just about to retrieve the footage sent back by the Mosquito reconnaissance drone when Mo Ran's voice sounded in his ear. It's the starship of the lizard pirate group, Mo Ran said, while sending intelligence data to Xuanhuan. Name Hummingbird type battleship. Affiliation lizard pirate group. Level 20. I bought a special piece of intelligence before setting off. Take a look. 100 years ago, the lizard pirate group was also a somewhat well-known starship group on Blue Star. They had several fleets. However, after being infected with the lizard gene, the fleet captains were deeply alienated on Blue Star. They had no choice but to embark into space, becoming space nomads. In retaliation, the lizard pirate group conquered several small planets near the solar system, specializing in raiding fledgling starship fleets. Right before them should be one of the enemy fleets. As Xuanhuan was learning the information, Mo Ran had already activated the protective shield. A protective energy shield, shimmering with crimson flowing light, completely enveloped their two starships. Heat-seeking missiles can disperse the shield. Not only can this protective shield resist most starship attack methods, but it can also drive away locking-type missiles. It is undoubtedly the most expensive starship module, period. The lowest grade is blue. Who would have thought Mo Ran actually possessed such an advanced thing? Impressive indeed. Xuanhuan was not going to be outdone. He immediately locked onto the opposing starship. Wind God Torpedo activate. A streak of fire shot out as the torpedo flew straight towards the enemy starship. Under powerful gravity propulsion, all the space debris and fine meteorites along the way were scattered. Boom. With the torpedo at its center, a huge energy sphere erupted, vaporizing and sublimating large quantities of minerals, forming dazzling bright lights. Within the bright lights, something rushed out. It was the enemy's starship. Moreover, without even activating the protective shield, amidst the bright lights, only two pieces of meteor fragments with diameters of several kilometers collided with the torpedo, generating enormous force. Using that force, they effortlessly resolved the problem. Xuanhuan's pupils constricted slightly. No wonder these space pirates could wreak havoc for over 100 years in interstellar space and hadn't been completely eliminated. Their tactical applications far surpassed those of the Ratman star system. Before he could restart the Beehive nuclear weapons, countless lock-on-type missiles came rushing at them like a deluge. On board the Hummingbird-type battleship, a green-skinned lizard man sourly remarked, "Boss, wasn't that a Wind God torpedo just now? Blue quality. These newcomers sure are rich." Thinking about it, their own starships were still using green modules, which made a tinge of jealousy flash through the lizardman's eyes. Unlike regular people, they had been wandering the galaxy, obtaining modules only through battles with other star systems. Above him was the red-skinned lizard man, his boss. All the modules had to be what his boss had chosen and left for him. And even so, there were defense ships with no modules available. Whereas these newcomers, living on Blue Star, had countless module resources to trade. Want it? I'll give it to you when I get tired of playing with it. The red-skinned lizard man lifted an eyelid, looking generous. He had long possessed a blue-quality attack module, making the Wind God torpedo rather useless to him. Upon hearing this, the green-skinned lizard man grinned widely. Thanks, big brother. His words clearly regarded Xuanhuan and Mo Ran's starships as theirs. Soon, the deluge of missiles struck against the protective shield released by Mo Ran, creating vast areas of mist. Even though the impact had weakened considerably, Xuanhuan in the control room could still feel it. Fortunately, no significant unexpected issues arose. Xuanhuan stopped hesitating, readying to launch the beehive nuclear weapons while giving orders to Mo Ran. Mo Ran, after my attack, pay attention to the movements of the enemy's starship, and if necessary, make preemptive sniping judgments. You should have learned that during our practical lessons, right? At school, aside from theoretical knowledge, the class with the highest frequency was undoubtedly Starship practical operation lessons. Although it was merely simulating Starship control, most content was covered. Manually sniping targets was one of the courses. Soon, Xuanhuan received Mo Ran's reply. No problem. Excellent. Xuanhuan ceased worrying and launched the beehive nuclear weapons. The lizards clearly didn't expect Xuanhuan to release the Wind God torpedo and then instantly follow up with more than 100 beehive nuclear weapons. Shit, 2 blue attack modules. Could these guys possibly be newbies? The red-skinned lizard man lost all his composure. He immediately manipulated drones to pull nearby asteroid fragments to use as cover. At the same time, a yellowish-brown energy protection shield appeared. Despite full operations, they still took more than 20 nuclear weapons head-on. Their formation was instantly disrupted. Just at this moment, Mo Ran's starship quietly launched several missiles. The dark red missiles looked simple and plain, and didn't even catch anyone's attention. Not until they entered the radar detection range of the lizard people's starship did they change. A fiery crimson streak of light flashed wildly, as if proclaiming the Grim Reaper's harvesting ceremony, before finally bursting forth with a massive shockwave. Then, huge blue-purple flames erupted and raged wildly. In an instant, the protective shield was completely eroded, exposing the hull of the starship. This was the Fireblaze missile that Mo Ran's starship came equipped with. After detonation, it left behind an extremely difficult to extinguish blaze. It was highly effective in consuming protective shields. You have indeed split your focus on control abilities. This predictive sniping definitely isn't just 31 points. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. Moran, who had been about to share his joy, was abruptly doused with cold water. You doubt me. I'm just curious. Xuanhuan didn't elaborate but instead dispatched several mosquito reconnaissance drones, stealthily following the lizard people's starship. Indeed, after being hit by so many Fireblaze missiles from Mo Ran, their starship was merely damaged. It hadn't been completely destroyed. Moreover, it was rapidly fleeing. Clearly, this was the enemy's ship talent. Speed far exceeding normal starships. Under normal circumstances, ordinary starships wouldn't be able to catch up. Mo Ran soon also noticed, sounding somewhat resentful. Damn it. How can their speed be so fast? To let them get away like this was truly infuriating. Relax, I've already sent out unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. As long as we find their base, bringing them down will be as easy as pie. By this time, both the Wind God torpedo and the beehive nuclear weapons were fully recharged. They could fire again at any time. Add in the Fireblaze missiles that Mo Ran's starship came with. Given the damage to their starships, there was no way they could withstand the assault. Hearing Xuanhuan's confidence, Mo Ran finally felt reassured. Red-skinned lizard man Axe was frantically operating to repair his starship. Through communications, cries for help from one of his subordinates reached him. Boss, I got hit by some missiles, and my starship isn't looking too good. It seems the radar system is broken. On his starship's side, the reconnaissance vessel was already battered and bruised, clearly having endured a few direct hits from the Fireblaze missiles to protect him. We'll deal with it later. My own starship is in bad shape. Who are you whining to? Chapter 22. This asteroid is destined for me to take. Iques didn't waste time and pushed forward at full speed according to the remembered route. Not long after, a dusty little asteroid appeared on the star chart. Lizard Pirate Group Number 3 base sends a communication request. Do you wish to connect? Before the other side could speak, Iques took the lead. This is Captain Iques of the Hummingbird Squad. Recently encountered enemy attack near the Oort cloud, requesting emergency landing. Oh, my ship's radar system has been damaged. There might be enemy starships following up. Please take note. This is Cantu, the communications officer at the Number 3 asteroid base. Message received, arranging dockage for your spaceship. Please adjust your descent speed accordingly. Soon, the docking information was transmitted to Iques' starship. At the same time, within the base, a giant, celestial pod began to rotate slowly. It then aimed at a satellite in the starry sky and sent a signal. 1 second, 2 seconds. Detecting unknown starship, please wait. No unknown starships detected. Do you wish to retry? By the time Iques had docked, the base had finished its rear check operations. Fortunately, no enemies had pursued them. Xuanhuan, are you ready? After a long pause, Moran's voice came through the communication headset. It should be fine. Xuanhuan sighed with relief as he quickly retrieved the wreckage of the mosquito reconnaissance drone that he had dispatched earlier. Just moments ago, he had received images of the asteroid transmitted by the reconnaissance drone. Before he could react, he sensed a faint radar pulse. Instantly, he activated the self-destruct mode on the reconnaissance drone. Simultaneously, he launched several barrier missiles, creating a gray mist barrier in front of his and Moran's starship. This way, they barely avoided being detected by the radar. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and avoided exposure. Unbelievably, the Lizard Pirate Group's base was so extravagant. Near the base, merely the unmanned mining drones that were scrapped piled up into mountains reaching over 100 meters high. Moreover, according to the detection results from the reconnaissance drone, these piles contained at least 2 or 3 kinds of advanced minerals. This asteroid, it's fatefully connected to me. It's supposed to be mine. Xuanhuan was practically salivating with greed. Xuanhuan, judging by the situation, we can't take down the lizard pirate group's base here alone with just the 2 of us. Should we return to Blue Star for supplies and gather some reinforcements? That's when Moran spoke up. Truthfully speaking, Moran also wished to secure these abundant deposits of advanced minerals within her grasp. However, based on the simulations, given her and Xuanhuan's current capabilities, it would be extremely challenging to conquer this asteroid directly. No need. Surprisingly, Xuanhuan declined her suggestion. Just the 2 of us are enough. You go ahead and deal with their artificial satellite first. With that satellite still operational, as soon as we land, we'll face the risk of being detected. Alright. Moran furrowed her brow. Though she didn't understand why Xuanhuan chose this approach, she continued to trust him fully. Following Xuanhuan's instructions, using beams, she carefully directed several pieces of space debris floating nearby. She designed a precise course and gently nudged the debris towards the artificial satellite that continuously orbited around the asteroid. These were all the space debris she had carefully selected. Even if the anti-satellite missiles configured alongside the artificial satellites managed to destroy them, the collision from shattered pieces was inevitable. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the artificial satellite displayed signs of malfunction. Shortly thereafter, on the surface of the asteroid, a starship was slowly ascending into the air. Throughout the entire process, both Xuanhuan and Moran's spaceships remained cloaked within the gray mist barrier. No sign of exposure. Taking advantage of the satellite mishap which caused the radar surveillance failure, Xuanhuan quickly identified and confirmed an appropriate location for spaceship landing. He immediately shared the coordinates with Moran. As they prepared to land, the manufacturing compartment quietly started operating. However, instead of the previous Mosquito-type reconnaissance drones, the compartment began producing robotic warriors this time. Name type 2 robotic warriors. Manufacturing requirements 150 units of warship metal per unit, 20 units of basic or per unit, 1 unit of warship energy per unit. Manufacturing time 20 seconds. Under the 10,000-fold accelerated production halo. Robot soldiers that would take 2 to 3 days for Blue Star's assembly line factory to complete now only needed 20 seconds. Less than half a minute. What's more, the factory required additional assembly, but his manufacturing chamber formed everything instantly. And these robots could be directly integrated into the Starship systems, possessing basic intelligence. They could receive direct commands from Xuanhuan. In the blink of an eye, by the time Xuanhuan and Moran secretly landed on the asteroid, the manufacturing compartment had already stored nearly 100 robot warriors waiting to be activated. The atmospheric conditions of the asteroid weren't suitable for human habitation. Though lizard people could endure it, normal humans couldn't. Dressed in specially designed nanoscale protective suits, as soon as Xuanhuan touched down, he released the robot warriors from the compartments. Also, a large number of drones from the infinite space were unleashed. Moran arrived by Xuanhuan's side and stared in astonishment at the impressive sight before her. She, too, was wearing a nanoprotective suit. Xuanhuan, when did your logistics ship get so spacious? Seeing the chamber's size was just normal, and it was already packed with these robot warriors. What's going on with these drones? Xuanhuan didn't answer her question, but continued to make arrangements. I remember firepower ships are always equipped with a vanguard boat, right? My stamina is better than yours. Shortly, I will lead part of the robot warriors to raid the lizard pirate group's base. You stay here and provide intelligence guidance for me. Also, keep an eye on the drones mining. Later, we split 50-50, alright? How could his tone be so irritating? Moran felt speechless, but decided to agree considering the ores. Alright. After that, Moran returned to her starship and released the vanguard boat. Soon, a flash of light passed by one side of Moran's fire-type firepower ship. The ship unfolded like the wings of a rock bird. Then, a delicate dark red vanguard boat slid down and stably landed in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan withdrew his starship into the spark space and then entered the cockpit of the vanguard boat. Fortunately, although the ship had been withdrawn into the spark space, communication could still remain connected. Outside, I've left 100 Mosquito reconnaissance machines, and I've transferred the permissions to you. Remember, at the first sign of any movement from the pirate group, notify me immediately. Understood. After leaving the temporary landing site, Xuanhuan quickly drove into the stratosphere of the asteroid. The water resources on the asteroid were scarce and mostly existed as clouds floating high in the air. Using the cloud cover, none of the lizard people noticed there was now a vanguard boat above their heads. Detecting not far from your location is a subbase of the lizard pirate group. Preliminary estimate shows around 60 personnel deployed. Be cautious. 60 people? Not a problem. Hearing the intelligence provided by Moran, Xuanhuan relaxed his expression. As long as it wasn't a 100-man strong base, it would all be crushed in one move. Depart now, Type 2 warriors. Inside the main headquarters of the lizard pirate group, on asteroid number 3. Base Commander Earls glared at the screen in front of him with an ugly expression. Every 10 minutes, a green dot disappeared from the screen. These were all the communication signals from the various subbases on the asteroid. Chapter 23, Celestial Weapons. Just 3 hours ago, he suddenly received a report from the control room. All branch bases lost contact. Initially, Eversu thought it was just another malfunction in the branch bases and didn't take this seriously. But half an hour later, another branch base signal was lost. Yarathu started to feel something was off. He then personally went to the main control room, which was the first time he'd come here so seriously as the head of the base. What he hadn't expected was that the signals would start disappearing faster and faster. Half an hour, 20 minutes, 15 minutes. By now, the interval had already fallen to less than 10 minutes. Absolutely, someone external must have landed on this asteroid. This situation couldn't possibly be explained by an accident. At this moment, the control room door opened. Aikas walked in. Base commander, you called for me? There's an intruder. There have already been 11 branch bases overrun. All other fleets are on patrol in space. The only one that can deal with them is your fleet. Yarasu looked grimly at Aikas while adjusting the holographic screen to show him. During their conversation, yet another signal vanished. I suspect the invaders might be the same fleet you encountered earlier. They found us by tracking you and silently landed here. That's impossible. I reminded Khan to be careful with the cleanup. Aikas's pupils shrank into thin slits in shock. In fact, I also wanted to ask, since your return coincides with the intrusion into the branch bases, how could this happen so conveniently? Yara's tone carried a hint of mockery. Upon hearing his words, Aikas stopped talking. But my ships are still under repair. The base will help you. I only need a pair of eyes to confirm their location. Seeing Aikas acquiesce, Irithu smiled. Quickly after, Aikas gathered his subordinates and set off once more. The surface of the base split open in the middle, and 3 starships rose slowly from within. Such a movement couldn't escape Mo Ran's monitoring, who had long deployed reconnaissance drones nearby. Mo Ran immediately reported that the lizard pirate group had taken some action to Xujiang. When Mo Ran reminded him, Xujiang had just finished dealing with the 12th branch base and was about to return to the Vanguard ship for a brief rest. It's faster than I estimated, but still under control. This time, Xujiang did not board the Vanguard ship again. Instead, he sent all Type 2 warriors up there. Of course, these were produced during the time when the starships were stored in the Spark space. Xujiang planned to cram them all onto the ship, but unfortunately, the space was limited. It could only hold 500 people. After completing this task, Xujiang returned to his starship. At the same time, he asked Mo Ran, I remember, part of the authority over your Vanguard ship should still be linked to your starship. Can it support remote operation? Yes, but the energy consumption is somewhat significant. Hearing Xujiang's question, Mo Ran felt a bit confused but responded seriously. Good, then I won't rush to return the Vanguard ship to you. I'll temporarily leave it at a hidden base. Perhaps, it might have a big use later. As for the cost, that's no issue. Use whatever minerals we collected before. Or if you need refined materials, I have a lot from the branch bases. We've got plenty of resources. Xujiang spoke openly, clearly very pleased. Apparently, they had reaped a rich reward from the branch bases. Mo Ran became a little envious, but considering he hadn't contributed much, he let it go and replied. Relax, based on what I've seen so far, our energy reserves are still pretty solid. Wait a second. Mo Ran had noticed something unusual among the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance drones. Xujiang, their starships have detected your position. Don't be reckless anymore. At the same time, aboard the enemy starship. Boss, the position of one of their starships has been detected approximately 20,000 kilometers away. It will enter range in about 20 seconds. Boss, they seem to have noticed us. He's preparing to flee. On board the starship, Aikas, upon hearing the updates from his subordinate, had a face darker than thunderclouds. Give chase, we absolutely cannot let him get away. Before Aikas could finish his command, the communicator crackled with a slightly distorted electronic synthesized voice. Let him go, just trail along quietly. The junior officer waiting for Aikas' orders was suddenly startled by Aikas' unexpected intervention. Boss. Ignoring him, Aikas restrained himself and questioned Arthur sharply. You said the base would coordinate with us, but you never mentioned that even my team must follow your commands. This is merely a suggestion. Let him go. We're planning to find both the remaining ones together. You know well that because of your mistakes, the satellite monitoring system hasn't been repaired yet. You alone can't deal with those annoying bugs. We still need that laser cannon in the sky. Dar's tone was offhand, as if he paid no attention to Aikas' attitude. As for the laser cannon in the sky, he mentioned, without a doubt, it was the space-based weapon carried on the artificial satellite. Aikas remained silent. The concept of the space-based weapon system had been proposed 500 years ago. 500 years later, today, the technology had long been mature. Although not everyone could use it, given the lizard pirate group's capabilities, launching an artificial satellite with a space-based laser weapon for home security was very easy. After a long while, Aikas spoke up. Do what he says and chase them. Understood. 5 minutes later, Xujiang's starship returned to the initial temporary landing point. Mo Ran's starship was on his right. At this moment, the mining drones had already been retracted by Mo Ran. Just a little behind him, Aikas, who had received orders, had been tracking them all along. Looking at the relentless starship behind him, Xujiang gave a mysterious smile and pressed the start button. Barrier missile launch. Boom. A missile trailing crimson flames was launched straight. Seeing the sudden missile, without waiting for Aikas' command, the nearby defense ship immediately formed a brown protective shield covering the 3 starships. However, embarrassingly, just before the protective shield managed to prepare itself, the missile exploded into a massive gray mist, instantly blocking the vision. In fact, after being reminded by Mo Ran, Xujiang deliberately slowed down, allowing the other side to catch up. This barrier missile was also Xujiang's deliberate attempt to cut off their line of sight. While they were unseen, Xujiang sent down another 500 Type 2 warriors. Then he quickly hid in the surrounding mines without causing any disturbance. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nearly a minute passed without response. AI soon realized he'd fallen for a trick. He issued orders in a rather flustered tone. Hurry and disperse that damn fog, and send the coordinates of the other side to Hu as soon as possible. Solve this quickly. Understood, boss. Inside the reconnaissance ship, the subordinate responded and then quickly launched a dispersal missile to break through the fog. Fortunately, Xuanhuan and Mo Rant starships were still in the original location, so the coordinate system was analyzed immediately. Within 10 seconds, the result was obtained. The maximum error was only within 100 meters. Thus, the next second, a stunning laser descended from the heavens, directly splitting towards Xuanhuan's supply ship. Its overwhelming momentum was something rarely seen. Chapter 24. Can the Vanguard ship handle this? Without hesitation, Xuanhuan activated the transit halo. He and Mo Rant's starship instantly appeared far away. The position they were in just moments before had already become a wasteland. Even the underground mineral veins were completely destroyed. It's a space-based laser cannon. Looking at the cannon nozzle extended by the artificial satellite hovering in the sky above the asteroid, Mo Rant's voice became somewhat distorted with fear. Yes, she should have realized this earlier. Since they already set up an artificial satellite, it was impossible for the lizard pirate gang to not equip themselves with space-based weapons. After being reminded by her, Xuanhuan also noticed the threat of that artificial satellite. Previously, he thought damaging the satellite would suffice to make them lose their surveillance system. But as things stood now, air superiority was still in their opponent's hands. The situation reversed almost immediately. During their momentary confusion, the Hummingbird-type battleship had already arrived nearby, and several missiles were fired directly at them. Xuanhuan quickly responded, firing a few missiles to intercept. At the same time, he noticed something was off about Mo Rant's mood. In response, he consoled her. Don't be nervous. After all, as a space-based weapon, recharging doesn't happen so fast. Besides, I've left another trump card. Even if they have a space-based laser cannon, it won't change the battle outcome. Prepare to launch fiery missiles, prioritizing the consumption of their ship's energy shield. Listening to Xuanhuan's orderly strategic deployment, Mo Rant gradually calmed down. She began to follow his instructions and launched the fiery missiles. At the same time, on Xuanhuan's supply ship, swarm nuclear weapons fired. Dozens of fiery missiles flashing with crimson flames rushed forward. Following close behind were over 100 swarm nuclear weapons. Faced with this sudden attack, Aquis dared not take it head-on. He tried his best to evade. At the same time, he spoke to one of his underlings aboard the reconnaissance ship nearby. Hurry up and fire missiles to intercept. Absolutely cannot let their fiery missiles hit us. If struck by a fiery missile, the energy shield would be consumed instantly. At that point, they could only rely on their ships to withstand 100 swarm nuclear weapons. His ships were barely repaired to half strength and couldn't endure such a blow. As energy flowed, 6 or 7 dark gray energy spheres slowly flew out from the reconnaissance ship. Just as the fiery missiles approached within less than a kilometer, they exploded violently. A vast energy web formed, instantly trapping dozens of fiery missiles. However, there were still a few escapees. Not to mention the following swarm nuclear weapons. Aquis didn't dare to take the risk and hurriedly fired several missiles towards the fiery missiles. Sure enough, upon colliding, the fiery missiles detonated prematurely. Massive flames erupted instantly, forming a spectacular flame storm. But without any ships for it to spread, the flames dissipated quickly in the air. Yet the residual shockwave still radiated towards Aquis' vicinity. He could only continuously maneuver his ship further away, just waiting for the space-based laser cannon's recharge. Next time, he must strike them directly. As for those locked-on swarm nuclear weapons behind him, they weren't worth worrying about. Aquis erected another dark green protective shield. It was the dispersal-type shield he borrowed from Ursel before setting out. Not even a single swarm nuclear weapon would hit his ship. Sure enough, all the hundreds of swarm nuclear weapons lost their direction upon entering the range of the shield. In the end, they could only explode in midair. This should mark the end of resources for them, right? A cruel smile appeared on Aquis' face. But soon, it froze on his face. A massive torpedo was flying rapidly towards his starship. It was a wind god torpedo. By the time he noticed, it was already too late for any reaction. Boom. The torpedo exploded on impact with the protective shield, generating a huge energy sphere that instantly engulfed the starship. After a long while, when the energy gradually settled, warning, warning. Starship suffered catastrophic damage. Energy value has reached 0. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Starship suffered catastrophic. Shit. Aquis wobbled as he struggled back to his feet. Just then, even though he released all protective shields temporarily, none of them could stop the torpedo in the slightest. As for the 2 auxiliary warships beside him, they had already turned into piles of debris. No sound or sign remained. The crew probably had perished. Damn it, how unlucky. Activate backup power, then contact Ursel. Backup energy source activating. Ship energy level restoring, crisis alleviating. Severe structural damage on the hull. Repair recommended as soon as possible. Avoid combat. Calling Ursel. Soon, the communication was connected. Ursel, if you don't act now, my life is going to end here. All right. No need to rush me. Ursel's voice came from the communicator, sounding rather shameless. This enraged Aquis, grinding his teeth furiously. How much longer? Just another half a minute. As Ursel's voice faded, the artificial satellite that had been floating in place took action once again. It was the same cannon nozzle. Boom. A dazzling laser beam shot straight towards Xuanhuan. Its momentum was unstoppable, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. Upon noticing the artificial satellite's movement, Xuanhuan decisively unleashed all shields. He even fired over 100 barrier missiles. These formed a fortress-like wall made of gray mist ahead. Even so, they couldn't hold back the attack. Gray mist barriers shattered. High-temperature missile dispelled the protective hood, shattered. Fiery shield shattered. Logistics ship energy shield shattered. In the end, the laser cannon still struck Xuanhuan's warship directly. A massive energy wave erupted. Is this over? Aqui stared intently at the center of the energy burst on his screen. As the energy slowly settled, Xuanhuan's damaged but still operational starship revealed itself. They've held on. It was the earlier gray mist barrier that deflected part of the laser cannon's power. Then, under multiple layers of defense, they managed to tough it out. Not even the space-based weapon could annihilate them in one hit. He had to retreat immediately. Aquis dared not hesitate further. If he continued listening to Ursel, that imbecile, he'd definitely die here. Otherwise, the opponent would surely take advantage of the space-based weapon's recharge time and seize the asteroid completely. With just the remaining bit of backup energy, Aquis made an immediate decision: retreat. Xuanhuan struggled back onto the main seat of the control room with some difficulty. The power of the space-based laser cannon was indeed tremendous. Mo ran. How are you holding up? Still fine. Only partial hull damage. Nothing critical. What do we do next? What else? We counterattack. It's rude not to return a blow. Facing Mo Ran's inquiry, Xuanhuan grinned. Apart from its long charging period, there was another issue with space-based weapons. They required precise positioning for strikes. That's exactly why Aquis' squad played such a role. This satellite is nothing more than a gun, and the target Xuanhuan needed to deal with was the person operating the gun. Mo Ran. Take over the Vanguard ship's controls and head straight to their main base. Understood. Mo Ran immediately followed Xuanhuan's instructions. She was also a bit curious about what Xuanhuan had done. That's when she saw countless robot soldiers emerging from within the Vanguard ship. 500 in total. How come she didn't know her tiny Vanguard boat could carry so much? Chapter 25. Holy shit, purple gear. Space leap. These Type 2 warriors had been programmed with tasks by Xuanhuan long before. Now, upon activation, they charged directly toward the base to begin their killing spree. Similarly, Xuanhuan inside the Starship was not idle either. He proceeded to precisely drop nuclear weapons on the various base locations gathered by Mo Ran beforehand. Without the harassment and support of Aquis' Starship, the space-based laser cannons were unable to lock onto any position. Having lost air superiority, the Lizard Pirate Group was utterly powerless to turn the tide. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. The small asteroid had undergone a tremendous transformation. What were once hidden mineral veins beneath the surface, identifiable only by the mine shafts, now had at least 70% exposed. All of this was thanks to the nuclear weapons. There was no other way. With the threat of the space-based laser cannon, Xuanhuan could only endure the pain and resolve the issue as soon as possible. As for the drones and bases of the Lizard Pirate Group, they all became heaps of ruins. Under such high-density bombardment, the unprepared Lizard Pirate Group could only wait for their fate. The branch bases experienced similar situations. Xuanhuan didn't plan to explore much, handing them all over to Mo Ran to deal with. As for him, he was naturally heading straight for the main base. The main base, being the contact point with the headquarters of the Lizard Pirate Group, was undoubtedly the richest resource hub on the asteroid. Going there would definitely be worth it. And at that moment, the main base had already collapsed into rubble. When Xuanhuan descended via the gravity elevator, the long-absent system voice sounded again. Detected host at the sign-in location of the Lizard Pirate Group's number 3 main base. Do you wish to sign in? Of course. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the 10,000 times defense boost aura. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Greenfield Protection Module, Green Wilderness Guardian. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the ship module, Orbital Cannon. Ding. Under the 10,000 times firepower boost aura, your orbital cannon has evolved into space-based orbital cannon. At the same time, the ship system conveyed messages about the intense bombardment. Congratulations, you have collected 1,000 spark points. Congratulations, you have collected 1,000 energy crystals. Congratulations, you have collected 1,000 ship metals. Congratulations, collected spark points. Congratulations, collected energy crystals. Congratulations, collected ship metals. Congratulations, mission to annihilate the Lizard Pirate Group is complete. Please submit proof to exchange rewards. A continuous string of prompts rang for nearly 15 minutes before stopping. Almost instantly, the warship advanced 5 levels. But none of these mattered. Xuanhuan eagerly began reviewing the rewards from this sign-in. First came the familiar 10,000 times series of auras. 10,000 times defense boost aura. Any defensive measures released by the ship, including but not limited to energy shields, dispersal-type protective covers, and various forms of energy shields, will be boosted by 10,000 times. Usage time, permanent. Ding. The Green Wilderness Guardian module has evolved into Natural Guardian under the influence of the 10,000 times defense boost aura. Natural Guardian. When released on any ecological planet, the Natural Guardian energy shield can continuously convert received damage into momentum directed toward the planet until it is broken. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. As for the green module, Orbital Cannon, obtained through sign-in, it evolved under the 10,000 times firepower boost aura into the space-based orbital cannon. Space-based orbital cannon normally orbits around the body of the ship. After charging up, it can strike specific points. Charge time, 30 minutes. Usage interval, 40 minutes. If one adds the space-based laser cannon mounted on the satellite he previously found, that means he had 2 space-based weapons in his hands. It was like exchanging bird guns for heavy artillery in an instant. Xuanhuan opened up his personal Starship panel. Name, Star Level Logistics Vessel. Level 15. Belongs to Xuanhuan. Ship hull value, 3000/3000. Shield value, 3600/3600. Energy value, 3600/3600. Ship attributes, firepower 300, armor 300, shield 300, maneuverability 300, endurance 300. Ship talents, 10,000 times firepower boost aura, 10,000 times manufacturing acceleration aura, 10,000 times displacement shuttle aura, 10,000 times defense boost aura. Ship modules, B-swarm nuclear weapons, wind god torpedoes, screening missiles, natural guardian, space-based orbital cannon. Ship manufacturing projects, Falcon-class UAV, Mosquito swarm reconnaissance aircraft, screening missiles. The space-based laser cannon carried on the artificial satellite wasn't listed as a ship module, so it didn't appear on the panel. But even so, it was incredibly explosive. Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied. Joyfully, he personally went down to dig through what had become a ruined wasteland of the main base. With the help of numerous drones, they finally managed to clear out the general area. Xuanhuan quickly gathered the remaining advanced ship metals stored in the warehouse. Then he made his way to the control room. The door of the control room was already damaged, allowing Xuanhuan effortless access. Inside, there was only one dead body, an iguana humanoid. Was this the base commander? Without changing expression, Xuanhuan began searching the corpse. Sure enough, as the commander, the lizard carried some valuable items. Ding. Congratulations, you obtained the blue module Falling Meteor. Ding. Congratulations, you obtained the blue module Precision Strike. Ding. Congratulations, you obtained the purple module Space Migration Leap. Holy shit. A purple item had dropped. Xuanhuan hastily opened up the description for the purple module. Space Migration Leap. After setting an anchor point in a standard coordinate system, one can teleport across distances up to 10 light-years, bypassing galaxy defenses directly into space. Anchor points become invalid after teleportation and need to be re-established. Anchor points, 2 out of 3. Cooldown time, 27 to 30 days. It was an artifact that allowed one to ignore the vast distance of light-years and instantly teleport through space. If it weren't for the cooldown period not being over, this guy might have already fled using the artifact. By the time he returned and dissipated the gray fog barrier, he'd have no place left to cry, having lost both his wife and his troops. But fortune favored him. Xuanhuan let out a relieved breath, as if surviving disaster, but internally, he celebrated wildly. With such powerful gear in hand, Xuanhuan was now stronger and even more combat-ready. If necessary, he could also flee directly. In the future, across this universe, with boundless skies, where couldn't he go? Just at this moment, Mo Ran's transmission broke his euphoria. Xuanhuan, I've already cleaned up all the subbases on the small asteroid. I finally caught up with you. Catching up with me? Are you talking about leveling up to level 10? That's right. On the other end, Mo Ran sounded somewhat smug. In all previous operations, she had always been overshadowed by Xuanhuan. Now, she was level 10 too. Time to reassess their balance of power. Of course, this wasn't about her wanting to seize control. She just wanted to prove she wasn't useless. However, before she had even gloated long, Xuanhuan brought her back down to earth. You need to work harder. I'm currently level 15. What? How can you possibly be level 15? Even with all the fire seeds from the sub-bases, I only leveled up 3 times. How can you possibly? Damn, she had been deceived again. Before she finished speaking, Mo Ran realized her mistake. No matter how many sub-bases there were, the resources she collected together probably wouldn't add up to one main base. That explained why Xuanhuan would never do good deeds without reason. While Mo Ran silently fumed, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. Hurry to the main base. I found internal intelligence about the lizard pirate group. Hearing this, Mo Ran immediately straightened her demeanor. I'll be right over. When Mo Ran reached the ruins of the main base, Xuanhuan had just copied all the data. As soon as she walked in, Xuanhuan casually tossed 2 small objects in her direction. He said lightly, I sent you a copy of the information. Check it out and see what we can do. Speaking of the small objects Xuanhuan tossed over, Mo Ran focused and realized they were blue-quality ship modules. Did he just toss them to her like that? Chapter 26. Whose good person is shaking people like this? Is this a reward for division of labor? Of course, you can also understand it as compensation. Xuanhuan saw her skeptical look and added a sentence. Then, he told her about his findings. Actually, these lizard men must have realized early on that there was no way out. All information within the base has already been deleted. Even the storage media has been destroyed, irrevocably from the root. But the other side clearly missed an important point. No cloud history records. Although the local medium has been damaged, there are still browsing history records in the cloud. Even if the cloud record has expired, it can still be mirror reconstructed through Starship system intervention. Thus, Xuanhuan obtained the internal forum URL of the Lizard Pirate Group. No user login required to track the source and investigate which star system the IP belongs to, where exactly the server is located. This point is fully certified by the entire Stellar Alliance, prohibiting any virtual website. Any faction wishing to communicate across star systems must register the website according to the requirements of the Stellar Alliance. Restrictions include, but are not limited to, providing real stellar IPs, preparing sufficient servers to support all as storage mediums, can rent cross-star systems. Of course, generally no factions would choose to rent the servers provided by the Stellar Alliance. After all, every faction has its own dark side. If these messages are stored in someone else's hands, it's always like a hidden bomb. No one can be sure whether it will explode someday. Moreover, based on the fragmentary star map revealed by this base commander, the Lizard Pirate Gang already knew the ins and outs of the destruction of this base. Moreover, a powerful fleet is already heading over here. Right now, they must escape immediately. The mining resources of this small asteroid are not even 60% exploited yet, with the remaining resources still enormous. Xiuxian just couldn't let go. Had Mo Ran not been around, he might have directly pulled this asteroid into the infinite space. In this way, he wouldn't lack mineral resources for a long time. But such behavior would cause too much shock. Xiuxian didn't trust Mo Ran. If it draws the attention of powerful figures, he himself might be crushed effortlessly. What should we do? I'll make the contact. Mo Ran suddenly spoke up. Since a powerful fleet is coming, the two of us alone can't protect this asteroid. But we can't just stand by and watch the lizard pirates reclaim it either. So our only option is to contact a strong person from Blue Star. As long as someone can repel the lizard pirates, the resources of this asteroid will surely remain. At that time, even if we only get a part, it would be enough to use for some time. Mo Ran finished speaking seriously. Then she looked at Xiuxian, obviously wanting to confirm his thoughts. Alright, let's do it. After the two had discussed their plan, Mo Ran took out a dagger and suddenly stabbed it towards her chest. Xiuxian beside her was startled. What the heck? Isn't the idea to contact Blue Star, not to kill yourself right here and respawn somewhere? This isn't a game. Just at this moment, a magical melody suddenly rang out. Then, a beep, as if a phone call had been connected. Miss, where are you? Please hold on for another 30 seconds. We'll be there soon. Mo Ran didn't pay attention to Xiuxian's various expressions and managed a strained smile. I've made contact. However, Xiuxian showed no indication. Instead, he urgently took out the emergency medical kit from his fireseed space and threw the prepared hemostatic agent and recovery potion to her. Stop the bleeding first. Your face looks very pale. Thank you. Actually, if Xiuxian wanted to ask, she would truthfully tell him. But he didn't ask. During the period when she stopped the bleeding, 30 seconds flew by. A terrifying gust of air descended from above. Then, a fleet with at least 7 or 8 warships descended from the sky. The mighty and imposing hulls of these ships could even rival some comets. And on these ships, there was a prominent mark. Without exception, it was all the character Mo. The ships hovered mid-air, and dozens of people descended via the gravity elevator, rushing directly toward them. From afar, you could already hear their loud voices. Miss, who hurt you? I will rip them apart limb by limb. When the group got closer, they naturally noticed Xiuxian, who was supporting Moran. Their eyes darted over instantly, as if just waiting for Moran to say it was his doing before making Xiuxian meet Emperor Yan. Seeing the situation, Moran hurriedly addressed the square-faced middle-aged man leading the crowd. Uncle Mo, I'm fine. This is the captain of the fleet I joined. His name is Xiuxian. He's also my classmate. Accurately speaking, because I am about to face danger, I used a risky strategy and contacted you in advance. After speaking, Mo Ran recounted the entire story about wiping out the lizard pirate group. This was for Moe and the Mo army to understand. After listening to her explanation, Moe finally bowed apologetically to Xiuxian. Thank you, Mr. Chu, for taking care of our young lady on multiple occasions. Rest assured, from here on out, we'll handle things. Since this asteroid's resources have caught the eye of our young lady, no one else will be allowed near them. Having said that, Moe called over a female ship captain and whispered a few words to her. Then he hurriedly returned to the starship with the other members of the Mo family Mo army. As for the female ship captain, she approached Xiuxian. Hello, my name is Mo Miao Miao. Please entrust the young lady to me. She then naturally smiled and gently took Mo Ran from his hands. Supporting her, Xiuxian stood there stunned. Seeing his expression, Mo Miao Miao laughed lightly. Mr. Chu, please rest assured. With Uncle Mo and the Mo army's strength, repelling the lizard pirate group will be effortless. That goes without saying, I'm not blind. With your setup, anyone would likely retreat after a fight. Xiuxian was dumbfounded by how carefully they were treating Mo Ran. Clearly, Mo Ran also knew what he was thinking. She awkwardly pulled away from Mo Miao Miao. There's no need to be so tense. I've been doing fine at school too, haven't I? Hearing her say that, Mo Miao Miao obviously wanted to persuade her further. But in the end, she stepped aside. Alright miss, please let me know if there's anything you need. It must be said, Mo Miao Miao had a sense of servitude etched deep into her bones. Xiuxian felt goosebumps all over and instinctively took a few steps back. Mo Ran saw his evasive posture and was just about to explain, when suddenly an enormous surge of energy rippled through outer space. Is someone fighting? The fleet of the lizard pirate group has arrived. Their attention was immediately drawn to the stars. At this moment, above the stars, numerous Mo army starships were methodically launching various missiles and light ray beams. Defense was entirely entrusted to the defensive ships. Not a single one of their own projectiles collided or prematurely detonated. Every one struck precisely where intended, on the lizard pirate group's ships. Chapter 27, Spirit Ability Association, Spirit Ability Ascension. Above the starry sky, the intense commotion lasted for a long time, until the end of all things. Only then did Mo Ran receive a message from Moe. The lizard pirate group had been temporarily driven back. Only temporarily driven back. Xiuxian was somewhat amazed. Given the great disturbance earlier, He had thought that the lizard pirate group would have suffered considerable losses. Unexpectedly, they were just driven back temporarily. Mo Meow Meow, standing nearby, noticed the astonishment in his tone and gently smiled as she explained. The lizard pirate group has made a name for itself over many years. This is merely an insignificant base of theirs. We don't need to waste time on pirate extermination. Our priority now is to bring Miss back to Blue Star to prevent any mishaps. Just as she was explaining, above space, an induction boat descended, ready to escort them aboard. Waiting until everyone boarded the Mo family's colossal ship, which was comparable in size to an aircraft carrier, everyone visibly relaxed. It seemed as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts. The doubts on Chu Jiang's face multiplied. What exactly was the Mo family worried about? Similarly puzzled was Mo Ran. She also observed Moku Army's people with a look of bewilderment. Mo Ran was well aware of how the Moku Army operated. Although they tended to be somewhat careless in everyday matters, especially concerning her personal safety, today's situation was peculiar. That atmosphere of fear was unmistakable. Daring not to disturb unnecessarily, Mo Ran decided to wait until they returned to Blue Star before making further inquiries. The speed of the Mo family's colossal vessel far surpassed the norm. In less than half an hour, the Oort cloud was already within sight. Chu Jiang was full of envy. He could only wonder when his logistics ship might achieve such speeds. But soon, he sensed something amiss. An indistinct sound appeared in his ears, as if singing some unknown poem. Myriads of offspring, conception, full moon, silent forest, offering sacrifices to you, mating descendants, mother goddess. The voice kept chanting endlessly, over and over again. Yet Chu Jiang couldn't make it out clearly, only identifying bits and pieces. In a hazy state, it felt like he'd forgotten something important. Detected unknown meme infection. Initiating exemption. Exemption failed. Redirecting judgment. Redirect successful. In a certain unknown place within the infinite starry expanse, a cloud of black mist erupted unpredictably. Within the black fog, organic life perished instantly. Only grotesque remains left behind continued to mate and reproduce instinctively. Chu Jiang's consciousness abruptly woke up. A cold sweat broke out across his back. Before he could even comprehend what happened, he looked up and saw the people of the Mo family. Each one of them had turned into twisted monsters. They were truly distorted. Many tentacle-like protrusions as thick as fingers slithered slowly on their faces. Every visible patch of flesh revealed countless eyes, some merciless, some contemptuous, some lovingly gazing back at him. Absurdly, every single eye was talking. Was he going mad, or was the world going mad around him? Even in such dire circumstances, an invisible shield opened outside the colossal spaceship. Gradually, the chanting in his ears faded away. The madness of the Mo family started to subside. However, the physical deformities remained unchanged. At least Chu Jiang was always number one at school and reacted quickly. This was a meme infection. Only those who were infected by an outer god would transform into blindly foolish creatures like this. It was that continuous murmuring chant near his ear all along. The reason he managed to regain his senses was probably because the system helped redirect the negative effects for him. But the school had never taught how to eliminate an outer god infection. What should he do? Chu Jiang hadn't figured out a solution yet, but a mysterious drowsiness surged through his body. His consciousness once again lapsed into chaos. When he awoke from his sleep, he found himself already inside a hospital room. Dressed in blue and white striped pajamas, there was also a sleepy little nurse beside him. Ha! As Chu Jiang prepared to open his mouth, he emitted a raspy growl akin to an old, damaged wind box crying in anguish. The nurse soon snapped awake. Seeing that he was conscious, she ran out joyfully. He's awake. Finally awake. Chu Jiang was left speechless. What was wrong with him? Couldn't she help pour him a glass of water before running off to alert others? Trembling, he extended his hand to get the water. Right at that moment, someone beat him to it. It was Mo Ran. Seeing her perfectly normal as she handed him a cup of water, Chu Jiang finally sighed in relief. After receiving it, he expressed his thanks. Then, still hesitating, his gaze continuously swept over Mo Ran. Finally, Mo Ran couldn't suppress her curiosity and spoke up. If you have anything to ask, go ahead. In that case, did you submit our mission yet? Regarding this? Seeing Chu Jiang holding back so much only to inquire about this task, Mo Ran was greatly taken aback. Seeing that her expression wasn't feigned, Chu Jiang could only nod in response. During the 3 days you were unconscious, I've already submitted the mission report. The reward should already be in your account. Chu Jiang hurriedly searched for his phone to check, but couldn't find it anywhere. It must have been left with his previous set of clothes. Having no choice, he used Mo Ran's phone to confirm and indeed found the transfer record. Finally reassured, he exhaled deeply. Then, seemingly recalling something crucial, he hesitated before asking in a faltering tone. Are you alright? Are you referring to the meme infection? Mo Ran didn't immediately catch on, but after noticing his wandering gaze, she cautiously asked. At the time, seeing your condition, I assumed it was an external infection. But as you know, this is a deeply taboo subject at school, so there wasn't much I could do about it. It's already resolved. Uncle Mo, to save all of us, he chose to sacrifice himself by transferring all the infected substances into his body. These outer gods are always tyrannical, leaving no other options. The Spirit Ability Association is truly cunning. They barely lifted a finger, yet nearly wiped out one of our Moku army branches. As she finished, Mo Ran clenched her teeth tightly, her eyes blazing with restrained fury. However, Chu Jiang quickly seized the critical point from her earlier statement. Spirit Ability Association? Could it be that those strange chanting sounds he heard earlier were their doing? Eagerly, Chu Jiang questioned Mo Ran. What did you mean just now when you said spirit ability association? Mo Ran hadn't intended to slip up, appearing slightly flustered. But considering how she and Chu Jiang had become life and death comrades during this mission, sharing this information shouldn't be an issue. After hesitating for a moment to organize her thoughts, she finally spoke seriously. Promise me first. Everything I'm about to tell you must not be disclosed under any circumstances. Upon seeing him nod solemnly, she continued. The Spirit Ability Association is the financier behind the Lizard Pirate Group, providing them with numerous warships, resources, and attack modules. In return, the Lizard Pirate Group fights for them without question. Of course, these specifics aren't the main issue. The Spirit Ability Association is a coalition formed by all races who worship fiendish gods. They advocate offering sacrifices of lives and flesh to gain power. We refer to this method as Spirit Ability Ascension. Previously, the Ratmen you destroyed were part of one such race. Chapter 28, a ragtag group. Besides, there are two other ways of ascension in the galaxy. They are genetic ascension and mechanical ascension. The Lizard Pirate Group we're attacking this time should originally belong to the genetic ascension sequence. But for some unknown reason, they got mixed up with the psionic union. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't have been something we could be involved in. At this point, Mo Ran paused briefly. Then she looked at Chu Jiang again. As for the final method, mechanical ascension, just look at this. She pulled up the sleeve on her right arm. Above the chest position, there was a very noticeable circle of blue lines. Under Mo Ran's manipulation, her entire arm fell off like taking off a glove, revealing a metallic luster of a mechanical prosthetic arm underneath. Wow, isn't this a cyborg? Chu Jiang was startled. But soon, he remembered the strange act when Mo Ran summoned the Mo family on the asteroid. So, your heart is also mechanical? That's why the Mo family could arrive by your side so quickly then. And so-called mechanical ascension means gaining stronger power through body modification. Not only that, but I don't know much more than you do. Seeing that he understood, Mo Ran put the synthetic skin back on. From the outside, she looked no different from an ordinary person. Who would have thought that beneath this arm resembling lotus root segments were actually metal pieces? There's no way around it. Among the three sequences, only mechanics can most quickly and efficiently enhance Blue Star's strength. Out there, unlike in school, which is an ivory tower where you only need to study. Out there, you might die at any moment. Chu Jiang fell silent for a long while. He didn't even realize when Mo Ran had left. Until the end, he had no choice but to accept reality. To become stronger, he must become even stronger. For several days, Chu Jiang remained in the hospital under observation. Until one day, a nurse looked slightly tired as usual after recording Chu Jiang's physical data. She said to Chu Jiang, Mr. Chu, there has been an increase in patients recently, and there aren't enough beds in the hospital. Your condition has already returned to normal, so theoretically, you don't need to continue being observed in the hospital. How about discharging you today? His hospital bill was paid by a girl. It was said that he had been infected during a mimetic attack. Surprisingly, among all those affected, only he showed no changes. Out of precaution for potential hidden risks, he was admitted for special observation. Previously, the hospital would gladly welcome such free money without a second thought. But during this period, beds were urgently needed, and the head nurse repeatedly emphasized solving Chu Jiang's issue today. He had to be discharged. To everyone's surprise, Chu Jiang actually agreed. All right, please help me process the discharge procedures now. The system had already dealt with his meme infection earlier, making it improper to tell Mo Ran directly. So he followed her advice and stayed for observation in the hospital for these few days. Bored out of his mind by then, he jumped at the opportunity upon learning he could finally leave. He wanted to grow stronger, and relying on the system seemed the fastest way. And since the system required check-ins, movement was essential. Being confined to the hospital all this time certainly wasn't appropriate. Soon, with the nurse full of delight, Chu Jiang successfully processed his discharge. Before leaving, the nurse even gave him a bag of medicine as thanks. It was reportedly for preventing epidemic diseases. 3 days later, inside the school, Chu Jiang once again put down his phone in frustration. These past few days, as soon as he had free time, he opened the Mission Society's website and kept refreshing it. All he hoped was that another expedition task would show up soon. Unfortunately, lately, the Mission Society mostly posted requests regarding rodent control across various parts of Blue Star. The rewards offered weren't even enough to satisfy basic needs. Chu Jiang even contemplated actively seeking sign-in locations in other star systems if no tasks came soon. In a moment of idleness, his phone suddenly started buzzing nonstop with messages. It took Chu Jiang quite a while to figure out what was going on. Turns out, the Task Society's successful extermination of the Lizard Pirate Group quietly became explosive news at school. On the campus forum, almost every thread was related to this event. Initially, someone posted expressing shock. This mission that had lain dormant in the Mission Society for years, baffling countless seniors, equivalent to a boss-level challenge, had now been effortlessly crushed. Later, informed individuals revealed that Chu Jiang, the top student of the current year, was the one behind it. This expanded the discussion scope. From talk of how previous generations failed to accomplish this mission, people started counting Chu Jiang's life experiences. Naturally, some bold ones even directly tagged Chu Jiang in posts, thus explaining why he received so many notifications. Upon understanding the cause, Chu Jiang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Speaking of which, this mission was pretty much effortless for him. If not for the Mo family resisting the Psionic Union's assault at the end, he might not be standing here safely now. However, These details were unnecessary to share with his classmates. Sometimes, ignorance truly is bliss. Just as Chu Jiang decided to log out of his account and temporarily block these message notifications, he suddenly received a challenge post. Chu Jiang, I know you're lurking. Do you dare to compete with us? Let's gamble on our last dignity during school time. The poster was xuanhuan. According to the content of the post, xuanhuan had formed a reserve fleet with a few other geniuses of the same year. And this time, they dared to send a challenge, perhaps because they believed in strength in numbers. So they thought of challenging the devil who had suppressed them throughout their student years, just to leave no regrets for youth. Moreover, xuanhuan specially mentioned that her battleship had also been upgraded to level 10. This was the point that caught Chu Jiang's attention. The reason he could upgrade so quickly was that he managed to take down an entire star system all at once. It was like leveling up by defeating monsters above his own level in a game. Experience naturally accumulated fast. Such opportunities were rare and hard to come by. People like xuanhuan could only steadily upgrade through missions released by the Mission Society. It would be impossible without spending months. Not for any other reason. Just this point alone was enough to make him take action. Chu Jiang, no problem. See you at the Star Sea Hall tonight. Soon, the news that xuanhuan had issued a challenge to Chu Jiang and received his response swept across the entire campus. xuanhuan immediately contacted the other members of the fleet after receiving the message. Success. Chu Jiang has accepted our challenge. Jiang Lei's voice full of pride soon came through the earphones. Good, this time we must teach him a lesson. 30 years of River East, 30 years of River West. I am no longer that stupid fool who is constantly overshadowed by him. Nor will we suffer from picking garbage day after day anymore. The Star Sea Hall was a specialized venue built by the school for simulated spaceship combat. Regular courses on simulating spaceship control were held here. At the same time, the Star Sea Hall also supported students who had awakened their spaceships to upload their Starship data, and then engage in simulation battles. As soon as Chu Jiang arrived, he noticed that some people had already been waiting for a long time. xuanhuan, Jiang Lei, Zhou Zhua, and Zhou Yu. There were 3 new faces as well. Hou Xiu, who was 5th place in this class for a long time, Jian Wuming, who was 10th place, and Xiao Qiong, who was 11th. Seeing the 7 people glaring at him with burning determination, Chu Jiang sneered and asked xuanhuan, with me not forming a fleet with you, how did you end up with these misfits? Chapter 29, One Move Kill. Chu Jiang, what exactly do you mean by that? How dare you look down on our boss? Before xuanhuan could speak, the Zhou brothers, Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu, took a step forward, glaring at him with burning anger. Jiang Lei stared in shock. Wait, Chu Jiang hasn't even said who is defective yet, and they're rushing to blame me already? Why did I end up with you 2 morons? Jiang Lei rubbed his forehead in frustration. He quickly tried to shift the topic. Chu Jiang, times have changed. Do you still think our fleet only has 1 person at level 10? It's just Qinghan. Jiang Lei grinned wickedly. But Chu Jiang secretly thought as expected. He had suspected before that they might have discovered some way to quickly upgrade their warships. In that case, it was impossible for there to only be 1 person, Qinghan, at level 10. However, seeing Jiang Lei's overly confident demeanor, could it really be that everyone has reached level 10? Chu Jiang made a bold guess. But on the surface, he remained composed. In that case, let's just go at it. As soon as he spoke, Qinghan nodded accordingly, not wanting to waste any more time. She feared that if they delayed further, her 2 brothers Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu might start causing trouble. They quickly entered the pre-designated preparation room. After selecting a set of simulation equipment and wearing them, they began uploading their ship data. According to Qinghan, this would be their last counterattack during their student days. It naturally needed to be as realistic as possible. If it weren't for modern technology being able to simulate ship battles, she would probably lose her mind and agree to a real battle beyond the solar system with actual firepower. Once the equipment was activated, Chu Jiang's consciousness instantly disappeared into a void. The next moment, he appeared in the spaceship control room. In front of him was his simulated starship, indistinguishable from the real thing. During his inspection, Chu Jiang even discovered that the modules and the ship's talents were also replicated over. On the other side, Qinghan and her group had successfully logged in as well. After finishing their checks and confirming that the simulated environment accurately matched their own ships, they waited for the battle to commence. But what Chu Jiang didn't know was that Qinghan, out of a small personal calculation, had deliberately left the spectator section open for this battle. After all, this might be the only opportunity in her student life to outdo Chu Jiang. It would certainly need to be witnessed by others to show how amazing it will be. Therefore, anyone outside could log into the campus system to watch the battle unfold from a godlike perspective. This fact escaped Chu Jiang entirely. In reality, the instant they logged in, the message about the open spectator section had already spread. Almost all the students across the school had instinctively put whatever they were doing on hold. No matter how busy, no one wanted to miss this duel. At the same time, the basic information of both parties was revealed. Sure enough, just as Qinghan had claimed, her Frost-type heavy battleship was level 10. But even more shocking was that she wasn't the only one at level 10. Jiang Lei, Black Iron Tier Firepower Ship, level 10. Kong Xiu, Vulture-class Battleship, level 10. Jian Wuming, Blade-class Knife-type Firepower Ship, level 10. Moreover, besides these, the ships of Zhou Zhua, Zhou Yu, and Xiao Qiong were all at level 9. Among them, Jian Wuming's ship, like Qinghan's, was also a special vessel. The ship had a unique talent. Its missiles contained a type of special energy attack akin to sword chi, capable of cutting through metal like butter. Ordinary ship metals were completely unable to resist. Their strength was unimaginably powerful. With 4 level 10s and 3 level 9s, quite a few people were sweating bullets for Chu Jiang, ranked first. But there were clever ones checking Chu Jiang's ship data. The result only showed 3 question marks. Holy crap, is the system bugged? It should not be. If there were problems, it would directly prompt battle anomalies and require repreparation. Under normal circumstances, this kind of situation could only indicate one possibility. The level of the opposing ship exceeds your query limit. That means Chu Jiang's ship must be at least 10 levels above yours. Amidst the frantic exchange of messages on forums, an astonishing bombshell suddenly burst. Everyone instinctively decided to check Chu Jiang's ship level. Indeed, everything turned out to be nothing but void. Holy crap, no wonder the first rank truly deserved the title. But soon, another message popped up. My incompetence aside, my current ship level is now level 5, which places me at the tail end of the top tier. Yet, I cannot see Chu Dalao's level either. Attached to the message was a screenshot showing 3 question marks. That meant Chu Jiang was now at least level 15. His progress was faster than the senior students of the previous session. Who remembers he originally just awakened with a logistics ship? The battle inside the simulation space began quickly. Out of consideration for testing their skills, Chu Jiang did not choose to act immediately. Instead, he waited patiently while they formed their tactical lineup before casually firing a regular missile to feel them out. But don't forget, he has the 10,000-fold firepower enhancement aura as well. Even if it's just an ordinary missile, its power can rival that of a nuclear weapon. Xuanhuan and Zhang Lei have witnessed Chu Jiang's heavenly abilities. Even though they knew it was just an ordinary missile being fired, they went all out to deal with it. Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu, along with Chao Qiong, you are in charge of unfolding the protective shield to maintain our formation. Don't scatter. Jian Wuming, try to see if you can prematurely detonate the missile. Jiang Lei and Kong Xiao, you two handle free-ranging attacks, seize opportunities for guerrilla warfare. Apparently, these few had cooperated many times before. Yin Xinghan quickly entered her role and started giving commands. Everyone followed their duties systematically and orderly. First, a few pale yellow protective shields emerged. Then, a missile launched from Jian Wuming's Starship shot forward. It was only as thick as an arm, but incredibly fast. It soon collided with the missile Chu Jiang had fired. It exploded immediately, generating a massive sphere of energy light. Now's the chance. As soon as Yun Qinghan finished speaking, dozens of frost missiles were launched. They were incredibly fast, appearing instantly before Chu Jiang, emitting dense frost fog to obstruct the view. At the same time, Zhang Lei and Kong Xiao deftly maneuvered their starships to unleash their own attacks. Peak cluster missiles, pulse light beams, and Chu Jiang remained composed. A green light barrier appeared out of nowhere. It effortlessly blocked all the incoming attacks. No, these means were utterly incapable of causing any damage to his warship. Not even the energy barrier could be breached. Natural protection. Since returning from the lizard pirate base, he hadn't engaged in any battles. So he took this opportunity to experiment with the newly acquired abilities. He hadn't expected them to be so powerful. The attacks from Yin Qinghan and her group were simply like scratching an itch. After waiting several minutes, even the ice fog generated by the frost missiles began to gradually dissipate. Still no second wave of attacks came. Chu Jiang smiled faintly. Do they really think he's done? Giving you guys chances is futile. Since that's the case, wild nuclear weapon launch. Hundreds of nuclear weapon missiles immediately launched. Then, they detonated instantly. Immediately after, the simulation space darkened abruptly. You have defeated your opponent. Would you like to restart the challenge? You have been defeated by your opponent. Would you like to restart the challenge? In the dimmed simulation space, these words floated silently. Yin Qinghan froze. Was she really defeated in one move? She knew Chu Jiang was formidable, but in her original scenario, she and her team would fight together valiantly under Chu Jiang's fierce bombardment, continuously guerrilla harassing until they ultimately managed to turn the tables. If not that, at the very least they'd be willing to go down fighting on equal terms with Chu Jiang, trading blows for blows in a climactic finish. Why then did they get wiped out in a single move? Chapter 30, Ratman Invasion of the Solar System. The Ratman's ships hovered silently near a deep blue planet, Neptune. An invisible field enveloped it. There were 10 human bases on Neptune, each also a city. And all the rats dwelling in the sewers beneath these cities felt a call from their bloodline. The transformation was instantaneous. Rats that once survived only by thievery and cunning suddenly had bulging muscles like those of bulls. Their eyes turned crimson, breathing heavily. Their bloodline called to them, urging them, kill, exterminate all humans. Within sight, there must be no living souls left. The commotion on Neptune was quickly detected by the Ratmen's reconnaissance ships. Without waiting for further orders from the priests, many Ratman warriors silently boarded the Vanguard craft. At this time, all the attention at Neptune base was occupied by the rat infestation, and no one noticed the arrival of the Ratman's Vanguard craft. By the time the Vanguard craft appeared without disguise above the first base of Neptune, it was already too late. Who are you? This planet belongs to the Solar Federation. Your illegal intrusion violates the first peace rule of the Interstellar Alliance. Please immediately lower your ship for inspection, or we have the right to kill you directly. Inside the base, Neptune's first base commander Yes issued a stern threat. Many cannons of the base, along with the space-based weapons in the sky, were all aligned towards the Vanguard craft. Yet, Yes' face became even graver. His previous search across Neptune using the space-based weapons yielded no trace of their ship's whereabouts. It was impossible for these Vanguard crafts alone to sneak quietly into the solar system. They didn't even know when the Ratmen had landed on Neptune. The unknown is the most fearsome enemy. Unfortunately, the other side had no intention of communicating. All they could see was a gravity elevator descending, releasing numerous monstrous shapes. Yes examined closely, and the more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. They were the Ratmen. Yes reacted quickly. It was they who created the rat infestation. The Ratmen were openly declaring war on the Solar Federation. Without wasting more time on unnecessary pre-battle banter, Yes immediately mobilized all forces to suppress the Ratmen. Simultaneously, he didn't forget to contact other planets. The Ratmen came fiercely. It was unlikely Neptune would be their sole target. They had to warn the responsible parties on other planets as soon as possible. On board the Ratmen spaceship, the priest casually walked into the control room. How is the situation? Reporting to the priest. The human base has been hit hard by the rat creatures. The soldiers are exhausted. Most bases have almost fallen. Only the first base remains holding out strongly. As expected, within an hour, we will seize this planet. Facing the priest's questioning, the Ratman operator quickly rose and answered respectfully. Unexpectedly, the priest frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied. Too slow. Let our elite warriors join the attack. We don't need to waste so much time on one planet. Understood. With the priest's command, all the elite warriors of the Ratmen set out. In an instant, many black shadow gods appeared on the battlefield. They were the magic shadow Ratmen. Even Neptune's toughest mecha couldn't withstand their sharp claws. More terrifying still, threats were not just limited to the ground. While the high-intensity attacks of the magic shadow Ratmen went unchecked, another group of Ratmen was digging wildly underground. Every time they emerged from the ground, they precisely dragged people down below, delivering lethal blows. These were the digging Ratmen of the Ratmen tribe. Finally, an imposing figure descended from the Ratmen's vanguard craft, standing at least several dozen meters tall. Its entire body wrapped in a pale green mysterious energy, its eyes blood red. Upon landing, it caused heavy casualties among the mech warriors, killing one after another, squashing them to death and swallowing them whole, utterly unstoppable. That was the Rat General. Facing such a monster, there was no solution. Under intense assaults, Neptune eventually fell into the hands of the Ratmen as a fallen paradise. Not a single guard was left alive. Earth, Assad City, Australia. Chu Jiang had just retrieved his battleship into the Spark space when a handsome blonde man approached. Junior brother Chu Jiang, my name is Burley, a graduate of the last session at Earth Academy. I'm responsible for greeting you this time. Welcome to Assad City. I've grown tired of hearing about your stories. I didn't expect that I would meet the main character himself one day. Saying this, he warmly gave Chu Jiang a big hug. Judging by his words, it seemed that he himself was quite well known among the students of the previous academy. He never imagined he'd become this popular. Chu Jiang was somewhat proud. However, this warmth made him feel a bit awkward. Struggling, he pushed away gently. Chu Jiang quickly shifted the topic. Senior brother, let's get back to the main issue. Why did the school suddenly issue a mandatory mission? Originally, after dealing with xuanhuan and the others, Chu Jiang had planned to check out the mercenary group. Unexpectedly, he received the school's mandatory mission, so he rushed to Australia. He was still completely in the dark about the specifics of the mission. This is a long story. Seeing Chu Jiang bring up the main topic, Burley lost his previous jesting tone and became unexpectedly serious. Recently, the rats on Earth have become abnormally active, causing civil unrest in several cities. As a result, some city defense teams decided to organize rat control measures on their own, which thoroughly enraged all the rats. In retaliation, they began to attack human cities. Consequently, every city's military base had to step in urgently, barely keeping the mutated rats outside the city limits. To annihilate them completely, more personnel is needed. Hence, the academy has been asked to provide reinforcements. After hearing Burley's explanation, Chu Jiang now had an understanding of the situation regarding the rat plague. Senior brother, I'd like to go to the front lines to take a look. Haha, it doesn't surprise me that you would want to do this. You'll have plenty of time to head to the front lines. But currently, the base commander is available, and I will introduce you to him. Burley laughed particularly heartily, as if he had anticipated this question from Chu Jiang. He quickly dragged Chu Jiang half-willingly into the largest tent within the base. Chu Jiang understood his intentions. He wanted Chu Jiang to impress the leadership so that Burley could share in the reflected glory. After all, wasn't he the one calling Burley senior brother? Very soon, Burley led Chu Jiang to the largest tent. He told Chu Jiang to wait outside while he entered. Inside, a middle-aged man sat with furrowed brows staring at a report on the table. Captain, the support sent by the academy has arrived. Do you know who it is? Seeing Burley enter without even greeting, Zhou Rue appeared slightly displeased. Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up. I'm worrying about those damn rats outside. This person is our academy's pride of this session. Even before graduation, they've managed to upgrade their battleship to level 10, surpassing other talented students from the same year. It's said that upon stepping into the starry sky for the first time, they devastated an entire star system. He's a real powerhouse. With him around, aren't you worried about having no one to handle those rats for you? Indeed, as soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Rue's expression brightened significantly. Excellent. Bring him in right away. He's an outstanding pillar of our planet Earth. You must entertain him well on my behalf. Once Zhou Rue showed interest, Burley quickly brought Chu Jiang inside. Upon seeing Chu Jiang walk in, handsome and evidently blessed with favorable destiny, he smiled with satisfaction. His tone when speaking to Burley softened noticeably. Good, very good. This wasn't enough for him. Pushing aside his administrative duties, he shouted outwardly. Bring in a fine spread of food and wine to warmly welcome our blue planet's pillar, Brother Chu. After saying that, he politely engaged Chu Jiang in much conversation. Not until all the dishes and alcohol were ready did they settle down. Burley, acting as the mediator, joined the feast. It was only then that Zhou Rui remembered to ask about that matter. Brother Chu, what type of warship did you awaken? Group Star Logistics Ship. Chapter 31. Did the logistics ship destroy the galaxy? Don't joke with me. Logistics ship? This time, not only Zhou Rui, but also Burley, who was accompanying him nearby, stared at him in disbelief. Chu Jiang looked somewhat strange. Had he said something wrong? Why were they all looking at him like this? He completely failed to notice that Zhou Rui's previously enthusiastic expression had cooled off considerably. Burley sensed something inappropriate and quickly tried to smooth things over. Chu Jiang, stop fooling around. How could a logistics ship possibly level up so fast to level 10? Burley only knew that among the new freshmen, there was a tough guy named Chu Jiang. He hadn't even graduated yet, but his ship had been upgraded to level 10. He'd conquered a galaxy and recently completed a task that Task Cooperative hadn't touched for decades. Most of it was hearsay. The specific details hadn't really reached him yet. So, upon hearing that what Chu Jiang had awakened was just a logistics ship, his first reaction was disbelief. This isn't something you need to check on the school system to see everyone's awakened warship status? Why would I lie to you? And right now, I'm at level 15. As he spoke, Chu Jiang pulled out his phone, hiding the detailed data of his spaceship, and handed it to Burley to look at. Name Cluster Star Logistics Ship. Level 15th level. Belongs to Chu Jiang. In clear black letters on white background, it definitely read Logistics Ship. At this point, all traces of happiness had vanished from Zhou Rui's face. Without even looking at Chu Jiang, he glared full of disdain at Burley. Burley, I know you want to climb higher, but you shouldn't be using such means. It's simply wasting the fine food I prepared. After saying this, his eyes were full of resentment as he looked at Burley. It's not like that, Captain. Even if my greediness knows no bounds, I wouldn't lie about something so trivial. I can always manipulate other affairs. Please believe me. Burley wanted to explain emotionally. He didn't notice the key information. Why did a logistics ship level up so fast? That was exactly why Chu Jiang was the top person at the academy. Unfortunately, he had no time to think about these things. Zhou Rui had already prejudged this as one of his setups and refused to hear any explanations. Chu Jiang noticed the atmosphere shifting significantly. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Zhou Rui. Burley, do you think I didn't go to Launching Academy, so you can deceive me easily? A logistics ship destroyed an entire galaxy? This is just a big joke. How come you don't tell me that you can destroy the whole solar system with one punch when you're born? By the end, Zhou Rui, pressed by the rodent infestation crisis for a long time, had gone slightly crazy, using every possible word to mock Burley. Alongside Chu Jiang, the actor, in this play, neither escaped ridicule. Their looks were full of disdain and contempt. Young man, you too. 1,000 times no, 10,000 times no, you should not be acting this play along with him. There shall be absolutely no place in my base for those whose ambitions exceed their abilities. Both of you, get out of here immediately while I can still control my anger. Otherwise, whatever accident occurs, I'll have to find ways to explain to Launching Academy. After finishing, Zhou Rui threw down his chopsticks and left directly, not giving them any chance to defend themselves. Not until Zhou Rui disappeared from sight did Burley collapse completely. Chu Jiang felt somewhat unable to bear it. Senior student, is it because? Base commander. Don't worry, we often argue. Perhaps it's just emotional tension. It was originally me insisting on bringing you to meet the captain without clearing things beforehand. Something like this happening is no surprise. Facing Chu Jiang's comfort, Burley managed to rally some spirit. Of course, mainly it was because I've mistaken the person. Burley, lacking interest, waved a hand, drank several mouthfuls of alcohol in haste. Originally, upon hearing that the person sent by the academy to Assad City was named Chu Jiang, he subconsciously thought it was that top student of the academy. But now, it seemed he might have guessed wrong. After all, before this, Burley had never heard Chu Jiang explicitly admit to this title. After a few glasses of wine, Burley was already dead drunk. In the end, it was Chu Jiang who dragged him along and after asking for directions finally found his residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui was back in the office, considering how to punish Burley. Just then, a knock sounded from outside the door. Come in. Captain, it's me. Yi Sanshui greeted with a flattering smile on his face. I heard that Burley brought a liar, trying to deceive our most brilliant base commander, so I came to take a look. In Assad military base, besides the commander himself, there were 10 ministers in total. However, both Burley and Yi Sanshui stood out for their military achievements. More than that, these two used to be members of the squad he personally led in the past. Unexpectedly, in the future, the next base commander would be elected from between the two of them. With Burley falling out of favor, Yi Sanshui appearing before him now, the purpose naturally needed no further explanation. Zhou Rui shook his head slightly and remained silent. Seeing this, Yi Sanshui had no choice but to speak again. All right, nothing gets past the captain. As he said this, Yi Sanshui helplessly shrugged. I came over not only to learn about your stance on Burley, but also to ask for someone. That little actor who played along with him. Zhou Rui clearly didn't expect Yi Sanshui to have this intention, and there was a trace more surprise in his eyes. Why? Captain, our base absolutely cannot allow such perverted fengqi to exist. Thinking that attaching oneself to the future quasi-base commander means no longer having to face those damn rats outside is extremely unfair to the rest of us. Hand him over to me, and I will definitely properly discipline him. Yi Sanshui spoke with great righteousness, without any hint of ill intent. Sure enough, Zhou Rui revealed an expression that was clearly moved. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. You can have him, but remember to ensure he doesn't die. Otherwise, it will be hard to explain to the academy. After saying this, he seemed to recall something, and his expression took on a touch of amusement. If you handle this matter well, there's no possibility in the future. I have high hopes for you. Indeed, hearing his last words, Yi Sanshui's eyes unmistakably flashed with excitement. His voice even trembled as he spoke. Captain, I guarantee I'll complete the task. The next morning, Chu Jiang woke up from a hangover. At that time, Burley had already gotten up and returned with breakfast. Upon seeing him wake up, he apologized somewhat guiltily. Sorry about last night for troubling you. After breakfast, I'll take you to register, and they'll arrange a dormitory and teammates for you, and training on how to reach the front lines. Chu Jiang originally wanted to explain last night's incident, but seeing him continuously pulling out breakfast, he closed his mouth accordingly. After considering overnight, he had roughly sorted out some signs regarding last night's matters. Simply put, Senior Burley knew part of his achievements at school, but not many details. Thinking of recommending himself to the base commander to gain face. But he never expected Chu Jiang to be peculiar, having awakened a logistics ship. And upon hearing he had awakened a logistics ship, the base commander angrily left without even examining the truth, causing Burley to suspect he might have mistaken the person. As long as Chu Jiang explained that although he awakened a logistics ship, he could easily crush 2 special warships aided by 5 regular firepower warships, the problems would naturally resolve themselves. But if there was no chance to explain, it didn't matter. Once he reached the front line, all misunderstandings would vanish. At this moment, a sound came from outside the door. Minister Burley, are you home? Have you hidden that little kid sent by the academy here? The base commander has decided to send him to our team, so let that little kid come out. Otherwise, we won't care what this is. Chapter 32, A Little Whelp? Before Burley could open his mouth, the next moment, the door was directly kicked open from the outside. Chu Jiang looked over and saw 6 guys who looked shady and wore uniforms of the base defense force. Apparently, they also saw Chu Jiang. They walked into the room unhurriedly and raised their chins toward Chu Jiang. Little whelp, by order of the base commander, you're ours now. Haven't you got tired of drinking Minister Burley's milk yet? Only at this point did they condescendingly give a mocking smile to the nearby Burley. It was full of mockery and teasing, as if he were some kind of special service provider. Filthy, sleazy. This was Chu Jiang's first impression. He hadn't expected that there would be such people in the military base, so he subconsciously looked toward Burley, as if asking whether the quality of personnel in your base was really like this. Burley read the meaning in Chu Jiang's eyes. Why didn't I receive notification about the base commander's orders? He felt somewhat skeptical. These few characters were well-known ruffians in the base, and their direct superior was his sworn enemy, Yi Sanshui. Ordinarily, they'd at least pretend to call him minister, but today, they didn't even bother pretending? Unless the base commander harbored grievances against him and was instead preparing to promote Yi Sanshui. Otherwise, who gave them the gall? Hearing this question, the expression of the blonde one became somewhat derisive, answering carelessly. Minister Burley, due to your neglect of duty, the base commander has temporarily suspended your work. You'll be confined for 3 days, and someone will take you to the confinement chamber soon. Little whelp, come along with us quickly. At the end, the blonde one came to Chu Jiang with nonchalance. Grabbing his collar, he prepared to drag him out. Again and again, their provocations nearly made Chu Jiang laugh. Do they really think that he is a naive student who knows nothing and can be easily handled? You talk too much. Am I being too lenient on you? Who exactly do you call little whelp? Chu Jiang placed a hand on the blonde one's arm, returning the question with an unkind look. Before he could open his mouth, Chu Jiang suddenly exerted force. Elbow strike, knee kick, headlock finish. After using this set of grappling techniques, Chu Jiang immediately subdued him. With his hands tightly locked behind his back, his face slammed onto the ground and firmly stepped on by Chu Jiang. You have guts, say it again. The blonde one's mind was completely muddled at the moment. Chu Jiang's series of combination moves left him no chance to react. When he finally realized what happened, he had already been beaten down. His nose was bleeding continuously. But soon, as his confusion dissipated, a surge of anger rose from the bottom of his heart. I can fight those mutant rat warriors on the battlefield to a standstill. And there's no way I should get crushed by a rookie. It must be an ambush. If only I get another chance, I'll definitely teach this little whelp how to respect his elders. Blind fury had completely clouded his rationality. And still, his words were brash. Idiot, how dare you ambush me? Do you know who my father is? Let go of me quickly, or else you will regret it. Facing the provocation, Chu Jiang's tone remained particularly calm. I'm not your mother. So how would I know who your father is? Why doesn't she tell you? He applied more pressure, grinding the blonde one's head on the ground repeatedly. Just then, someone entered the room. Seeing the commotion inside, he instantly took out his standard-issue pulse pistol and pointed it at Chu Jiang with sternness. Who are you? Why did you attack a member of the defense force? Release him immediately. Obviously, Chu Jiang hadn't had time to register and pick up his own uniform, and now had Huang Mao firmly suppressed. The other side had obviously misunderstood something. Faced with the threat of force, Chu Jiang reluctantly released his grip with dissatisfaction. I am Chu Jiang, a student sent from the academy to support Assad military base. I was reminiscing with last year's senior brother Burley, and haven't found the time to register. After saying that, Chu Jiang pulled out the mission notice from the school. As for him, he insulted my alma mater first, so we decided to privately spar. All the documents and credentials were complete. After checking everything, The man immediately retracted the use of force. As long as it wasn't illegal intrusion, things were fine. Still, his face carried a slight reprimand. This is a military base. Private fighting is forbidden. Wait until after this crisis is over to resolve any issues. Having said that, they then turned to look at Burley behind them, pulling out the document stamped by the base commander. Explain the reason for their arrival. Minister Burley, we received notice from the base commander that you neglected your duties and violated the base ban. Therefore, you are penalized with 3 days of confinement. Come with us. Burley checked the stamp somewhat reluctantly. It indeed came from the base commander. Thus, he nodded resignedly, indicating that the other party should lead the way. Before leaving, he gave Xiuxian some final instructions. These next 3 days probably won't be peaceful. There's a sworn enemy of mine in the base. He's the leader of these few guys. His name is xiuxian. As he spoke, he pointed toward those who had long been frightened and trembling to one side, ever since Xiuxian utterly dominated Huangmao. I'm afraid he'll cause trouble for you because of me. And there's also the base commander. In short, watch your step everywhere. Relax, I can handle these issues. Seeing Xiuxian's confidence, he finally set his mind at ease and followed along towards the confinement room. After seeing Burley off, he finally had time to deal with the remaining individuals. Since there's nothing else, let's go then. By the way, tell me about this xiuxian along the way. Xiuxian's tone was somewhat displeased as he dragged Huangmao, who was prepared to resist, towards the door. Witnessing this, the others quickly hurried to keep up. Unlike Huangmao, they knew their place. The other few were very clear that Huangmao was their strongest fighter. Even he wasn't a match for Xiuxian, much less the others. So obediently, they began reporting the base intelligence to Xiuxian. Naturally, this included information on xiuxian. Xiuxian came from the wilderness. In his early years, he mingled among various pirate gangs and mercenary groups. Later, due to mandatory tasks, he met Zhou Rui and took the opportunity to ally with him. He was part of the earliest group to follow Zhou Rui to Assad military base. Unfortunately, fate brought Burley, an elite educated in the academy system. Whether in ability or quality, he far surpassed xiuxian, a novice. In managing the base affairs, Zhou Rui increasingly favored Burley, naturally stirring xiuxian's dissatisfaction. However, until recently, it was all concealed within his heart until the attitude of the base commander toward Burley changed, prompting constant small moves. Is he feeling that the senior stole the base commander's favor? He thought it irrational. Instead of addressing the issue with Zhou Rui, or recognizing his own inadequacies, he instead vented all his anger on the innocent, truly deplorable. Xiuxian held no respect for this guy xiuxian. The nearby few dared not respond, so they laughed awkwardly and led him into the dormitory. But soon they remembered something they had forgotten before. To teach Xiuxian a lesson, they had specially planned to create problems in the dormitory section. They hadn't even prepared a bed for him. How should they proceed? This deity of disaster was not someone to be trifled with, so they had to think of a solution fast. Chapter 33. Are the wastes of the logistics ship only qualified to do odd jobs? After much deliberation, the only solution they could come up with was to temporarily transfer someone else's bed to Xiuxian. As for whose bed to transfer, there was no need to ask, right? Of course, it had to be Yellow Hair. If he hadn't been the one to provoke things first, would he have ended up offending such a malevolent presence? Soon, the 5 of them quietly settled on this plan. As for Yellow Hair, he had already slipped away unnoticed. From the looks of it, he seemed to be planning to bring in reinforcements. Xiuxian thought about it nonchalantly. He passed through a door blocked by piles of junk and followed them inside. Then, he was led to a bed of notably higher quality than usual, seeing their determined expressions as they opened their mouths. This will be your bed for the coming days. If you need anything, just let us know. Please rest. Is this my bed? Xiuxian obviously had some doubts. Setting aside the issue of its different quality, although the bed looked tidy, it clearly showed signs of having been used by someone else. No need to guess who slept here. He recalled the pile of junk he had glimpsed outside when he first entered. It dawned on him quickly that these people had never planned to arrange a bed for him at all. Now if there was one, it was probably because they had seen how severely he had punished Yellow Hair, and so decided to yield by reluctantly picking one out. Xiuxian felt like laughing. Just as he was about to nod and resolve the matter, Yellow Hair returned rather quickly, rushing in with someone by kicking the door open. Brother Wang, it's this guy? He bullied me. The moment they stepped in, Yellow Hair pointed at Xiuxian and started shouting. His cries were heart-wrenching, tears streaming down his face. Anyone unaware of the situation would feel deeply moved by the scene. Xiuxian also turned to look, noticing behind Yellow Hair a tall and imposing man. He keenly observed that the shoulder insignia of the man had an extra stripe. He should be of captain rank. Unfortunately, as merely a temporary soldier, Xiuxian lacked the authority to pressurize him. Holding his chest coldly, Xiuxian asked, "What? Do you want to step up for him?" Before the man could reply, Yellow Hair was already talking over him with arrogance. "How dare you speak to Brother Wang this way? Hurry up and bow your head and admit your mistake. Otherwise, you'll regret it till you die." His tone was arrogant, displaying a typical sycophant demeanor. "Our base forbids private fighting. I won't harm you. By the way, are you Xiuxian from Blue Star Academy? The one who awakened with just a logistics ship? I am your temporary captain, Wang He." Wang He spoke without caring about Yellow Hair's shocked eyes, his tone calm, but the content startling like thunder in the sky. A snake needs to be hit right at the 7-inch mark. Indeed, upon hearing this, the expressions of several people in the dormitory changed multiple times. Especially Yellow Hair, who would have transformed instantly and started scolding Xiuxian were it not for Wang He being present. As for the others, their previous respect faded immediately. No matter how capable one might be in combat, on the front line, battleships decide everything. A waste with a logistics ship wouldn't even deserve more than a passing glance. Xuanhuan raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that Wang He would know about this matter. Clearly, Wang He had come prepared. Admittedly, waking up with just a logistics ship means, wherever you are placed, it only qualifies you for odd jobs. For the average person, that could be a scar lasting 10 years or more. But is he an average person? Xuanhuan remained unusually composed, staring directly at Wang He and saying, "Since the captain has nothing else to say, then please keep your guard dog under control." Yellow Hair may have been dumb, but he understood what those words implied. Insults aimed at him. Instantly enraged, he swung his fist towards Xuanhuan, only to be stopped by Wang He. "You go outside and cool off. Private fights are indeed forbidden within the base, but self-defense is justified. Anyone acting preemptively against provocations does not bear responsibility." Having sent the disgruntled Yellow Hair away, Wang He then redirected his gaze toward Xuanhuan. Unexpectedly, despite being exposed as someone who had awakened with just a logistics ship, Xuanhuan remained remarkably composed. However, no worries. Wang He still had more cards up his sleeve. "I won't get involved in your personal issues, but to help you adjust to work on the front line. All the chores in the dormitory over the next few days will be entirely handed over to you. Any problems with that?" Wang He wore a half smile. As the team captain, regardless of any grievances, as long as within the rules of the base, Xuanhuan must fully obey his orders, including assigning who will take on logistical roles within the team. On the front line, he wouldn't even be allowed to participate in combat. What other role could be more fitting for someone who had awakened a logistics ship? Sure enough, Xuanhuan realized this too. His initially composed expression became more serious. "Are you sure you want to proceed this way? This is the responsibility given to me by the base commander. If you don't want to do it, I can go explain to the base commander right now, and then send you back to the academy immediately. Anyway, a precious student like you couldn't possibly endure hardship. No need for unnecessary punishment." Towards the end, Wang He feigned a considerate demeanor, but his words made everyone feel nauseous. So blatant. Xuanhuan just let out a cold snort. Don't let him find a chance to make his move, or who will have the last laugh is uncertain. The rat infestation crisis outside Assad City continued. After only one day of calm, they soon received intelligence that large numbers of mutated rat warriors were gathering. It seemed they were planning a full-scale attack on the base. Base Commander Zhou Rue quickly made a decision. They couldn't afford to wait and allow the enemy to fully assemble. They would interfere with an advanced troop deployment. Naturally, this included Xuanhuan's team as well. Advance immediately to the front lines. Only 100 kilometers away from Assad City lay the front line. Above them flew Deputy Base Commander He Liang's battleship, deploying firepower to suppress and provide aerial control, while also serving as a platform for all squad ships to dock and rest. On the ground, various squads took turns holding the human wall defense. Together, these formed the base's hasty front line against the rats. At this point, in the conference room on the platform, Wang He returned with a serious face, clutching a report. "The Deputy Base Commander has already issued our orders. The 3rd Squad is responsible for defensive operations and cooperating with other teams to annihilate the rat army." In simpler terms, their job was to be the human blockade on the ground. Xuanhuan keenly noticed his word choice. Annihilate. You're just logistics. Asking too many questions won't get you anywhere. Just remember to keep supplies filled and know when to call for help. Wang He sneered irritably. "We don't have much time, so hurry up and get moving." With that, he led a few others out the door, rushing off to prepare for shift changes with other teams. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't plan on chasing after Wang He to remind him. He merely wanted to say that 1 or 2 people alone wouldn't be enough to stop the rat army. Ideally, more people should join forces to hold key positions. Earlier, he had dispatched a Mosquito Scout aircraft to observe. There were several strange new species among the rat troops. Their mutation levels were unrecorded. They needed cautious handling. But judging by Wang He's attitude, even if Xuanhuan informed him, it probably wouldn't matter. He might as well just watch from the sidelines. After all, there were already tens of thousands of Type 2 warriors aboard his own ship. No matter what, he wouldn't permit the situation where the rats break through the encirclement and invade Assad City. Chapter 34, Battlefield Changes. Upon arriving at the front line and completing the shift change with the last team that had been holding their ground, Wang He seriously warned his team. "Remember, once we're here, we become the very first wall of defense for the base. No matter what, retreating is forbidden, and even more so, not a single rat troop should be allowed to slip past us. Once our defensive lines are breached and a gap opens up, all the rat troops will swarm toward this direction like mad. If this delays Deputy Base Commander's rat extermination plan, it won't be as simple as mere punishment." His tone was more serious than ever before, and even Huang Mao, who always acted nonchalantly, realized the gravity of the situation and nodded resolutely. Soon after, the reconnaissance units of the rat troops appeared, causing some harassment, then immediately fleeing. The humans did not pursue them deeply but remained steadfast in their positions. Through prolonged engagement, they had observed that the ideological mindset of the rat troops was gradually maturing, transitioning from barbaric animals into entities capable of employing rudimentary tactics. Thus, without explicit orders, they absolutely would not chase any rat trooper, out of fear that doing so might jeopardize the overall plan. Seeing no pursuit, the rat scouts performed several tests before withdrawing quickly. All of this came under the watchful eye of Xuanhuan through a Mosquito drone reconnaissance aircraft. Unlike the silent and eerily quiet human frontline defense, other special squads had already plunged deep inside the rat troops' territory. With advanced data analysis provided by the base about most mutations within the rat troops, these warriors were certain that regardless of the sheer number of enemy soldiers, they would stand victorious. They hacked down on the enemy with an ease akin to slicing melons, wiping out countless rats within minutes. However, the more Xiuxian watched, the deeper his frown became. Not one of those anomalies he had previously detected showed themselves. He was sure he hadn't made a mistake in detecting them before. Yet, even with such a high loss of lives, none of the anomalous beings appeared to take action. Could it be they had something far more critical to accomplish? Such as breaking through the forward protective barrier. Xiuxian promptly recalled the mosquito drones. During their return journey, indeed, he discovered massive traces of rat troop movement hidden deep within the dense jungle. Yet, even with this information, it was still insufficient to estimate the exact whereabouts of the anomalies. Where exactly were these abnormal beings? A growing sense of unease crept over Xiuxian. Lacking detailed data support on these anomalies, he was uncertain whether Type 2 fighters alone could hold against them. Hence, contacting someone else to reinforce caution seemed mandatory. Thinking fast, despite any personal grievances with Wang He, Xiuxian immediately sent a mosquito reconnaissance drone directly towards Wang He. Wang He, I found that most rat troops are moving in this direction. Additionally, there are several never-before-recorded super mutants, whose strength is estimated to be at least 2 to 3 times stronger than regular rat soldiers. He urged Wang He. You need to contact the base commander to adjust the defensive formation as soon as possible. Tense with heightened alertness, Wang He impulsively shot at the descending reconnaissance machine until he recognized Xiuxian's voice. Then he brushed him off impatiently. Who's in charge here? You or me? What you've seen aligns with part of the deputy base commander's plan. There's no reason for unnecessary interference. Without letting Xiuxian finish, Wang He angrily destroyed the drone completely. The video connection cut off instantly. But before everything went dark, Xiuxian thought he heard Wang He muttering under his breath. Kids these days, only thinking about earning military merits. Do you truly think that glory is so easy to attain? Shit. Double shit. This moron actually thinks everyone just wants small benefits and schemes for nothing but personal gain? I was being deadly serious, yet he dismissed my concerns so lightly. And if not for the fact that only squad leaders have the authority to contact the deputy base commander, I wouldn't bother with him at all. Painfully useless waste of time. It was clear now to Xiuxian. Wang He was nothing but trouble. Retrieving all remaining reconnaissance drones, Xiuxian headed straight for the main control room platform. As a pivotal figure overseeing the entire operation, the deputy base commander must be somewhere nearby. He needed to deliver the crucial news without delay. Unfortunately, Xiuxian lacked the clearance to enter. Moreover, the door of the command room was made entirely of pure alloy with a standard thickness of at least half a meter. There was no chance of knocking to grab anyone's attention from within. Thus, that communication line to inform the deputy commander was effectively broken. Having no other choice, Xiuxian took preventive measures himself. Descending from the platform, he chose a concealed spot to deploy 5,000 Type 2 fighters. Given that the primary battleground would be terrestrial, he didn't summon starships. Instead, he distributed all Type 2 fighters near nodes where defensive capabilities were weak, preparing for any contingencies. He found a vantage point more suitable for surveillance and began tracking the abnormalities again. According to the intelligence gathered earlier by the drone, the rat army forces were estimated to arrive within just a few minutes. If their target is really here, they will inevitably slip up. Xiuxian could not afford to miss this opportunity. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, the jungle soon emitted a rustling sound. Following that was an inexplicable swishing noise. Then, Xiuxian finally saw the abnormality he had been thinking about. A dark figure burst out of the ground, directly grabbing a defense force soldier and dragging him into the soil. In an instant, half of the soldier's calf was pulled in. Someone noticed the commotion and quickly rushed to rescue. Meanwhile, Xiuxian's expression had long turned grim. Damn. He said it before. How come after sending out hundreds of reconnaissance drones, he still couldn't find their location? Turns out, they were hiding underground all along. Who could possibly detect them down there? At the same time, Xiuxian realized something else. The ability to dig tunnels meant the rat troops possessed underground combat capability. The battlefield could no longer remain on the surface. Just as Xiuxian prepared to alert others, he received notice of an impending battle. Huang Mao had fled right before combat. The pressure from the rat army evidently surpassed expectations, plus there was also the subterranean threat. Huang Mao lasted less than a second, with half his body already dragged into the dirt by one of these mutations. Faced with fear of death, he panicked. Abandoning the leg being tightly held by the rat troop, he resolutely severed his own leg to survive. Crawling shamefully into his warship, he made a hasty escape. An obvious fissure appeared in the defense line, allowing an endless stream of rat troops to approach this direction. The pressure on the remaining humans clearly increased. Even during Xiuxian's brief moment of distraction, many displayed signs of exhaustion. The deputy base commander overseeing the entire situation naturally also noticed this development. He immediately issued deployment orders to Xiuxian, who was the quartermaster of the 3rd Squad. Understanding the situation, Xiuxian hastily dispatched Type 2 fighters to surround and protect the nearby area around the 3rd Squad, patching up any gaps like fixing a leaky roof. However, several members of the 3rd Squad were still surrounded by the rat troops. Considering this, Xiuxian decided to adjust his position, planning to prioritize support for other squad members close by. Wang He had been observing the battlefield conditions for a long time, although puzzled by Chu Jiang's elusive presence. Upon realizing Chu Jiang was heading in the wrong direction, Wang He called out for help at once. Chu Jiang, we're over here. Where are you going? Where am I going? Captain Wang considers himself so capable. Why would he need rescue from a mere quartermaster? Of course, I should first go help the neighboring 5th squad. Chapter 35. Who said I came here to flatter? Chu Jiang's tone was a bit sassy, and it made Wang He seethe with anger. Just in that moment of distraction, a mutated creature suddenly attacked from underground, swiping its claw against his chest. Wang He spat out a large mouthful of blood as his energy surged. The few waste beside him had no idea what was going on. They only noticed Wang He spitting blood and immediately began shouting in alarm. Our boss has been made to spit blood by Chu Jiang. Boss, please don't die. Someone nearby started howling, like they were wailing at a funeral. This made Wang He so angry he spat out half a mouthful of blood again. Fools. A group of fools. That damn Chu Jiang. When we retreat, just watch me kill you. 1,000 cuts won't be enough to ease my fury. And then that blonde-haired waste, the nerve of him, supposedly guarding the front line, but instead runs away at the sight of danger, even if his legs break in the process. Had it not been for him, would I have gotten myself into this state where I'm furious and spitting blood? Overcome by anger, Wang He couldn't hold back his attacks. His fighting became more extravagant, and soon his stamina was drained. By the side, Chu Jiang had almost finished rescuing others. He simply waited longer because he didn't like Wang He. Seeing Wang He exhausted and fainting, Chu Jiang slowly entered the scene. With a Type 2 warrior leading the way, they quickly let a few people out and returned them to the platform. But Chu Jiang's expression remained serious. Though the people were saved, the defensive line was still slowly retreating under pressure from the rat army. If things continued like this, total collapse wouldn't take long. The Type 2 warriors could hold off ordinary rats without problem, but with the mutant creatures around, their actions were easily restricted. And then they'd get torn apart by the frenzied rats. Mutant creatures had to be dealt with first. Then, with overwhelming numbers, they'd use Type 2 warriors to completely eliminate the rat army. As Chu Jiang was contemplating the situation, the small squad stationed along the defensive line discovered special characteristics of these mutant creatures one after another. Each team used various methods, controlling the rat army within the boundary of the defense line through remote means. For now, there wasn't an immediate concern about being overrun by the rat army. But shortly, Chu Jiang noticed images transmitted back by reconnaissance drones sent into the core of the rat army. Since the rat army couldn't break through the defenses, they had shifted their target towards those spearhead squads inside. If they, as butchers, ignored it, sooner or later the rat army would collapse anyway. Therefore, they needed to fight tooth and nail to annihilate them right now. Even staying on his own warship, the hull was clung onto by a number of rat soldiers. There were different degrees of damage to many ship modules. Without reinforcements, they would all die. And all this happened due to another kind of mutated rat present on the battlefield. Indeed, earlier, the mutant rats Chu Jiang had detected were only of the type that dug tunnels and could drag people underground. However, within the rat army, there existed another type of mutation. They developed a semi-transparent membrane under their forearms which allowed them to glide short distances in the air. They also possessed extraordinary biting force and adaptability in oxygen-deprived environments. Thus, just as the Spearhead Squad retrieved their spacecraft and prepared to ascend, some of them flew up, clinging onto the ships. Even thousands of meters above the ground, they continued gnawing on the vessels at an unstoppable pace. Chu Jiang was astonished at the strength of the rat army far exceeding his imagination. At this point, Vice Base Commander Xiuxian, who had been calm and composed all along, finally took action. Above, the platforms which were originally extended began to fold inward slowly. A massive cannon appeared, shamelessly aiming directly at the ground, firing. A huge and dazzling energy projectile accompanied by electric arcs engulfed the rat army before exploding, emitting an awe-inspiring white light. In the blink of an eye, countless rat soldiers perished. This was the real butcher. Chu Jiang gawked with disbelief, his eyes practically bulging out. But soon, the frantic, beeping sound in his ear brought him back to reality. It was Wang He's communication wrist device. However, he had fainted from anger, and there was no one to answer it. It was the Vice Base Commander's communication. Chu Jiang quickly grabbed Wang He's limp hand and clicked to accept the call. Greetings, Captain Wang He of Squad 3. This is the control room at the Temporary Operations Center. Following Director He's request, we're recruiting all personnel capable of handling ground control. If your team has such members, please ensure they are arranged to go to the main control room. Only after someone nearby reminded him did Chu Jiang come to understand. The Temporary Operations Center mentioned must be the battleship the Vice Base Commander unfolded as a platform. As for the director, it should refer to the overall responsible person for the current extermination plan, naturally Vice Base Commander Xiuxian. However, what Chu Jiang was more concerned about was what Xiuxian intended to do with ground control. Type 2 warriors, as the most versatile mechanical warriors, if produced in large quantities, indeed could play a role in ground control. Chu Jiang didn't hesitate much. He replied immediately, I will arrange accordingly. Then, he directly tore the communication bracelet off Wang He. While slipping it onto his own wrist, he spoke to the members of Squad 3. There's a situation at the main control room. I have to check it out. You guys return to your respective warships temporarily and wait. Before he left, Chu Jiang reiterated his instructions with great emphasis. The ground operation has been arranged. Don't mess it up by overdoing things. After speaking, he dismissed the others and approached the Temporary Operations Center which had retracted into its spaceship form. As the warship drew near, The docking platform that had been retracted smoothly extended again. Chu Jiang nimbly jumped onto the platform. After recalling his starship, he followed the instructions to reach the main control room. At the same time, he noticed many others heading towards this place. They were likely the ones mentioned in the notification as having the ability to manage ground control. However, what surprised him even more was that someone actually knew him. While waiting in line to enter the main control room, a hesitant voice came from behind. Chu Jiang, what are you doing here? Chu Jiang turned around and saw a blonde man with blue eyes whom he'd never met before. He was sure they'd never met. But upon seeing Chu Jiang's face clearly, Fei Li confidently identified him. A mocking laugh drew the attention of everyone present. I've heard Captain Wang He mention you. Aren't you supposed to be an awakened logistics vessel? Why are you here meddling? Upon hearing this, many people looked at Chu Jiang with disdain in their eyes. Everyone currently entering the main control room was capable of ground management, as stated in the broadcast announcement. Yet, here was someone from logistics acting all high and mighty, trying to curry favor with Director He. How could they not feel annoyed? Chu Jiang also noticed the change in atmosphere. An undertone of impatience flickered in his eyes. Just when he dealt with Wang He, another trouble popped up. His tone, however, was perfectly calm as he asked, why do you talk so much? Do we even know each other? My name is Fei Li, captain of Squad 10. If it weren't for my good relationship with Wang He, I wouldn't have bothered to give you advice. You should leave now. As he said this, Fei Li made a move to grab Chu Jiang's arm, acting as if he were genuinely helping. But Chu Jiang slipped away like an eel. He brushed his hand where Fei Li had touched it, looking somewhat repulsed. Not even Wang He would dare touch me. Yet here you are, a captain of some random squad, trying to boss me around. Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds? He paused briefly after this. Then, a wicked smirk appeared on his lips. How do you know I'm here to flatter anyone? Maybe I'm just following what the broadcast said. Chapter 36. Are you also foolish enough to only listen to one side of the story? With you? Not worthy at all. Fei Li didn't hide the ridicule on his face. Whether I am worthy or not, it's none of your business. Chu Jiang remained calm, as ever. If even warriors of Type 2 with a strength of 20,000 were unworthy to be here, there would be only a few who are qualified. However, his composed demeanor irritated many spectators around him. They had heard Fei Li say that Chu Jiang awakened merely a logistics ship. What use could a logistics ship have other than offering servile acts? No one believed Chu Jiang came here according to the broadcast request. Yet, they looked down on Fei Li more. Chu Jiang wanted to survive by being obsequious and taking backdoors. Still, Fei Li, the captain of the 5th team, nitpicked about the logistics with him and showed off his authority as the captain. This truly disgraced the Assad military base's reputation. Fei Li also noticed the subtle change in atmosphere. When he particularly noticed some people looking at him with disdain and mockery, Fei Li was almost furious enough to explode. It is clearly Chu Jiang, this waste, who has been contradicting me. I was just kindly advising him to know his place and go back where he belongs. Why are people looking at me like this? How dare? Why look down on me? Breathing heavily, Fei Li stared at Chu Jiang with crimson eyes. All because of you. If you don't listen to my sincere advice, then I will personally send you back. Saying that, Fei Li swung his fist toward Chu Jiang's nose. The bridge of the nose is the most vulnerable part of the human head. Once struck, blood would flow profusely, covering his entire face. It would be an utterly embarrassing sight. He intended for Chu Jiang to lose all dignity and release anger. But Chu Jiang had seen through his plan long ago. As soon as Fei Li started, Chu Jiang seized his arm. A sweep kick directly caused him to lose balance and fall onto the ground. Chu Jiang then twisted his arm and pressed him beneath his body, controlling him tightly. At this moment, someone inside finally noticed the commotion outside. A middle-aged man walked out. He was the deputy director Xuanhuan of the rat extermination operation this time. Xuanhuan glared furiously at the two who were wrestling into a heap, and asked, what is going on? How did it come to blows? After sweeping his eyes around, no one dared to answer. Especially at this moment, when Chu Jiang still firmly held Fei Li and refused to let go. Xuanhuan felt his own dignity was challenged. Coldly, he reprimanded. All of you, line up again immediately. Any noise will result in a demerit note. As for you two, follow me inside. After saying so, he went in first. Seeing this, Chu Jiang then slowly released Fei Li and followed. Finally catching his breath, Fei Li felt like surviving a near-death experience. Subconsciously, he developed a fear towards Chu Jiang. Soon he remembered Chu Jiang awakening merely a logistics ship. A waste is always a waste. He then became somewhat reassured and hurriedly followed in. The main control room covered 400 square meters with enormous space. Fei Li just went inside, slid forward on his knees, and rushed straight to Xuanhuan, hugging his leg and crying. Director Xue, it's all Chu Jiang, the moron. Thinking that the awakened logistics ship is worthless, he wants to come here for flattery and brown-nosing. When I pointed this out, he reacted by defiantly contradicting me everywhere. I lost my temper and wanted to take action, but before I even touched him, he beat me into this state. While speaking, Fei Li pointed to his disheveled appearance, occasionally shedding tears, looking especially pitiful. Sure enough, Xuanhuan believed 8/10 of what he said. His gaze at Chu Jiang became more unfriendly. You're young. Even though you've awakened a logistics ship, the future can be full of prospects. There is absolutely no need for such flattery to seek favor. Truly disgusting. Which small squad do you belong to? Call your captain over. I will definitely scold him thoroughly. Chu Jiang wanted to laugh. Of course, he was infuriated. After coming in, he hadn't spoken a single word, yet these two people were talking back and forth, planning to sentence him directly? Other judges listened to both sides' arguments before deliberating. Only after research do they issue detailed penalties. Out of respect for the other person's position as deputy director, Chu Jiang patiently spoke up. Deputy director, I haven't even said a word. How could you believe him so quickly? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Hasty? Alright, explain then. Are you the one who awakened a logistics ship? Even if Chu Jiang's words sounded courteous in xuanhuan's eyes, as long as they weren't following his lead exactly, that meant he didn't give a damn about him. Could such a mere logistics person really be arrogant? So, he thought I don't have ways to torment him? Xuanhuan had made up his mind to teach Chu Jiang a lesson after this. Chu Jiang also noticed the subtle malevolence radiating from Xuanhuan. His expression turned unpleasant. Just for making a reasonable argument. Does this mean they have to turn against him? But his hands didn't stop as he quickly brought up the surveillance footage from reconnaissance drones. To prepare for any eventuality, before coming over, he had arranged dozens of reconnaissance drones to monitor the defense lines nearby. Naturally, in these footages, Type 2 warriors appeared most frequently. Deputy Director, all these images were transmitted back by my reconnaissance drones. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate separately. As for the robot warriors in these pictures, they were indeed manufactured by me. Aren't these exactly what meets the broadcast requirement for certain ground control capabilities? The projection was magnified, and soon the Type 2 warriors in each frame were highlighted. This immediately caught the attention of quite a few others. Indeed, as he claimed, it did meet the standard. Xuanhuan was momentarily speechless. Not just him, even Fei Li hadn't anticipated that Chu Jiang truly came because of the broadcast, and not through backdoor channels. He'd made a huge mistake here. Of course, this commotion didn't go unnoticed by He Liang either. Upon seeing those Type 2 warriors in the images, a flicker of excitement passed through He Liang's heart. In 3 quick steps, he approached Chu Jiang, his eyes fixated with excitement on the robotic warriors in the picture. However, he soon realized the numbers were off, and instantly calmed down. There were only 2,000 units, which could barely hold the line but wouldn't suffice for a counterattack. With this realization, He Liang then looked at Xuanhuan and Fei Li. I've heard about the earlier incident, but we are still in the middle of operations. Go back to your respective posts. After the mission concludes, I'll deal with both of you. Yes, sir. Having received He Liang's order, Fei Li bolted out of the main control room as if reborn, relieved to avoid immediate punishment. As long as he wasn't punished right away, he'd have an opportunity to redeem himself. As for seeking revenge on Chu Jiang, that was something Fei Li didn't dare contemplate. All these developments caused He Liang to glance at Chu Jiang with a tinge of guilt. I sincerely apologize, young friend, but this is a critical moment. It isn't the right time to discipline them. Once this is all over, I personally promise to assist in any way you want to take retribution. Spoken earnestly, Chu Jiang saw no reason to reject He Liang's words. Accepting the condition, He Liang exhaled in relief. Yet, when thinking about the counterattack plan, looking at several images Chu Jiang pulled up, he subconsciously muttered, such a pity. Chu Jiang's keen perception picked up on this slight sigh, realizing it must stem from regret over the insufficient number of Type 2 warriors. Previously, to ensure no single rodent slipped into the base, he had deployed 5,000 Type 2 warriors. Now, another 3,000 remained hidden, hence they weren't visible in the images. Thus, Chu Jiang smiled lightly and spoke up. Director He, why do you sigh? Is it because you think the 2,000 robotic warriors shown in the footage aren't enough? How about adding 3,000 more? Or, how would you like it if there were 20,000 robotic warriors? Chapter 37. Initial victory at Assad base. You actually still have more? He Liang found it hard to believe, his eyes excitedly fixed on him. You really still have 2,000 mechanical warrior units? He Liang repeated the question again. Seeing this, Chu Jiang decided against wasting words and prepared to directly take him to the spaceship docking port for a personal look. Chu Jiang had only been brought in moments ago, and everyone still remembered how he was accused by Fei Li of trying to bypass regulations. Now seeing He Liang being taken out by him, quite a few nosy people quickly followed. They were determined not to let Chu Jiang get any special treatment. When they reached the harbor, they saw Chu Jiang releasing his logistics ship. In the next second, a batch of mechanical warriors descended via gravity elevator, numbering exactly 1,000. Whoa, why are there so many mechanical warriors? Do these plan to launch a surprise attack on the Rat Army? But no sooner than 5 seconds had passed, another flash of white light occurred. Another 1,000 mechanical warriors appeared on the ground. And there's still more? As Chu Jiang showed no intention of stopping, someone in the crowd finally reacted. Recalling that he confidently claimed before that he answered the broadcast's call. These mechanical warriors indeed met the condition for having control over the ground situation. The way they looked at Chu Jiang became more complicated. Silent for nearly a minute like this, Chu Jiang finally paused and spoke to the nearby He Liang. He Director, do you think these numbers are enough to deal with the Rat Army? At this moment, beneath the temporary operations center, there was a dense formation of Type 2 warriors. A glance revealed countless figures arranged in perfect order, resembling a thick and dark cloud pressing down, making it hard to breathe. All they needed was the command to descend and wipe out the enemy. Realizing he hadn't replied, Chu Jiang noticed something wasn't right. Turning his head, he found not just He Liang but also a large group of people staring at Chu Jiang with a mix of strange fascination and admiration. What the hell is this? Not a logistics ship, it's clearly a mobile barracks. They'd never seen a logistics ship with such storage capacity. He Liang, at least experienced, recognized he had lost composure and quickly composed himself. He patted Chu Jiang's shoulder appreciatively. You're doing a great job. Saying this, he hurriedly dragged Chu Jiang into the main control room. directing the adjacent staff who were verifying registrations. Notify them they can go back now. We've already found members who meet the task requirements and will begin counterattack preparations immediately. Understood, Director. The several staff exchanged glances. Having been too busy with registration to notice earlier, though surprised by He Liang's comments, they promptly acted accordingly. After sending off the squads currently being registered, they immediately issued a public announcement. Soon, all squad members gathered due to the broadcast returned to their defenses. The bustling main control room fell silent once again. Meanwhile, He Liang had already led Chu Jiang to the largest and most complete surveillance screen. Inform all teams on the defensive lines to start organizing counterattacks and be ready to coordinate. He Liang calmly issued commands. After fierce fighting, about 500,000 rats remained outside Assad base. Military warfare always comes down to the same problems: insufficient troops or lack of supplies. With sufficient manpower, brute force could overcome 10 times more resistance. Regardless of how many enemies, they'd be swept away and completely crushed. With these 2,000 mechanical warriors, he merely needed to add some strategic coordination, and defeating these rats would naturally be a cinch. Meanwhile, the onboard combat AI commander took over the battle analysis, swiftly formulating a series of tactics focused primarily on guerrilla warfare. After assigning tasks to each small team, He Liang turned to look at Chu Jiang. Next, your mission is to cooperate with the various teams to eliminate targets systematically. If other reinforcements appear, deal with them as well. Encircle the point to support? I understand. There were dedicated tactical courses at the academy, and Chu Jiang swiftly comprehended the commander's strategy. Upon realizing his understanding, He Liang approvingly nodded and continued mobilizing others. Chu Jiang once again called upon his drone reconnaissance fleet remaining outside, taking full control of the battlefield situation. He then noticed each small team switching from defense to offense on the defensive line. Led by a few warships, several tens of thousands of rats were encircled and engaged in battle. This happened with every small team. However, the capabilities among the various small teams varied significantly. Some handled it very easily. Others struggled immensely, particularly those who already had minimal strength left after confronting the rat army. Further division meant facing threats even smaller, but still exhausting. Whenever estimated overwhelming forces of the rat army appeared near a battleship, 1,000 Type 2 warriors would come to assist. To relieve the pressure, the plan was carried out in an orderly manner, and the number of rat troops kept decreasing. Even the defense line had advanced by more than 10 kilometers. Even if the enemy was stupid, they should have taken some action by now. Chu Jiang was fully focused on the battlefield, immediately sensing something amiss. A group of mutant rats had quietly disappeared from the battlefield. It was obvious what their purpose was at this moment. Without hesitation, he carefully reconnoitered several underground tunnels that the rat army had used before for transfer. Sure enough, traces were discovered. They were closing in on the defensive squadrons. After estimation, Chu Jiang reckoned their numbers to be around 10,000. He swiftly dispatched an equal number of Type 2 warriors, instructing them to lie in wait along the way. Sure enough, the rat army failed to notice a thing. Thus, as soon as those mutants emerged from the ground, a group of ironclad giants descended from the sky. Screech, 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 screech. Instantly, many of the mutants let out shrill cries in terror. Even Chu Jiang, far away on the warship, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. Unfortunately, these sound waves posed no threat to the Type 2 warriors, who were not organic beings. They raised their pulse pistols, gunning down one mutant after another. Mutants fell in droves. By the time the rat army reacted and attempted to resist, their diminished numbers made even resistance difficult. As for aiding those rat troops surrounded like fish in a barrel by the defensive squads, impossible. Within half an hour, the 10,000 mutants were completely wiped out. In good spirits, Chu Jiang recalled all the Type 2 warriors. The ranks of the mutant rat army were already thin. With further losses, their overall damage was unpredictable. Moreover, many defensive teams had already eliminated the tens of thousands of rats they had been besieging. Under He Liang's arrangements, they began supporting other teams. At Assad base, the rat army was clearly now at a complete disadvantage. Chu Jiang predicted it would take no more than an hour for the rat army to collapse entirely. In fact, he still overestimated their resistance. By the 40th minute, except for the rats still trapped, the rest had fled, and those originally besieged teams were promptly rescued. However, it wasn't over yet. Chapter 38, Australia's Comprehensive Victory. Neptune loses contact. He Liang looked at Chu Jiang with some ease. Thanks to you, our base has achieved a preliminary victory. However, the Ponia base and the field base still have some troubles that need our support. He Liang's intention was very clear, and Chu Jiang had no reason to refuse. Sure enough, after he agreed smoothly, He Liang immediately handed over the communication module in contact with the field base to him. The field city is closer to Assad, which will be convenient for the transfer of your mechanical army, and the threat faced is far less than that at Ponia base. I'll go to Ponia city with the others first. How about this arrangement? No problem. Although Chu Jiang was surprised by He Liang's attitude, he still agreed. Thus, they split into two groups. He Liang took the others and hurried to the military base of Ponia city. Chu Jiang, on the other hand, returned to his warship with the module in contact with the military base of Field City. This is Assad military base. We have initially succeeded. What's the situation on your side? Assad won so quickly? That's great. We've been waiting for your support. The Dojian over there became excited upon hearing Chu Jiang's news. Our forces are facing a threat of 2 million rat armies, and we have discovered 2 suspected mutated varieties of rat men. The battle situation is currently a bit deadlocked as we're trapped inside the field canyon by the rat armies. We can't get out, and the rat armies can't come in either. It was then Chu Jiang realized that unlike Assad, Field City was built in a canyon easy to defend but difficult to attack. No wonder it could withstand more than twice the number of rat military forces against Assad and still hold out until now. After understanding the situation, Chu Jiang roughly had an idea in mind. He led his mechanical army directly towards Field Canyon. However, what concerned him more was the sudden mention of the rat men by the Daeje's officer earlier. Could it be that the Earth's rat plague was caused by the rat men? But didn't he already destroy the green pestilence star system long ago? Chu Jiang had a faint feeling of unease. Just like this, until the Field Canyon came into sight, Chu Jiang discarded these distracting thoughts. Let's deal with the rat army first. Whether or not there truly is a ratman invasion, as long as his strength is strong enough, if he could wipe them out once, he could do it again. When there was only about 1 kilometer left to the canyon, Chu Jiang re-established contact with the field base. We have nearly 20,000 mechanical troops who have arrived outside the field canyon. When should we start the offensive? 20,000 mechanical troops. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's capabilities, there was a noticeable pause in breathing from the other side. Then a new voice came through. Please wait for my instructions. Coordinate with us to completely annihilate those damn rats. Apparently, the person in charge heard the news and took the initiative to contact Chu Jiang. No problem. In fact, it was far more than just 20,000. Previously, when he was helping the Assad base eliminate the rat army, the manufacturing room of his battleship remained open all the time. Even though there were some losses, the replenishment far exceeded them. Now, he could mobilize at least 24,000 Type 2 warriors. After waiting for a while, the person in charge on the other side spoke up again. Hello, I am Huang Qi, the director of this extermination mission at Field Base. The strategy has been finalized. There are 70,000 suspected rat men among the rat armies, which will be dealt with by our base to delay them. The remaining 1.3 million ordinary rat armies will be eliminated by your mechanical troops. Is this okay? Type 2 warriors have similar combat power to those mutants, with an average fighting power 2 to 3 times stronger than the regular rat armies. Dealing with 1.3 million rat armies using 24,000 Type 2 warriors would likely be somewhat challenging. After pondering for a moment, Chu Jiang asked, can I conduct appropriate firepower coverage strikes? This operation against the rat plagues has avoided damaging Earth's terrain and ecological environment by consensus, therefore large-scale destructive weapons are not used. Otherwise, just bombardment with space-based weapons would clean everything up, including any kind of rat infestation. Of course, Earth itself would also be utterly destroyed. Still, moderate use of force should be fine, right? There was a silence on the other side, apparently estimating the ecological value outside Field City. A while later, they finally responded. As long as the environment within the canyon is unaffected, proceed based on your own judgment. Of course, with this approval, Chu Jiang gained confidence instantly. He stopped hesitating to avoid confrontations, instead lifting his battleship and charging straight into the field canyon. Following behind were the mechanical troops. An ordinary missile, under the 100-fold firepower enhancement aura's effect, exhibited devastating power, targeting the area outside the canyon for launch. Huge fluctuations erupted outside the canyon immediately, and the massive aftermath instantaneously impacted the rat army blocking the canyon entrance. They just mentioned not affecting the canyon's ecology, so attacking the exterior shouldn't pose any issues, right? Chu Jiang smirked confidently, something that definitely wouldn't stop him. Taking advantage of the rat army's confusion, the mechanical army immediately surged forward. With hundreds of mosquito reconnaissance drones keeping watch, whenever the rat army gathered to block any resistance, Chu Jiang would promptly fire a missile from outside. The shock left them utterly incapable of putting up any fight. This way, the efficiency was simply phenomenal. In less than half an hour, they had wiped out half the rat army. Soon enough, those inside finally noticed the situation outside and quickly began coordinating with Chu Jiang's attack. It only took 1 hour, just 1 hour, and already 1.3 million regular rats were almost entirely eliminated, leaving only the 700,000 mutated ones that had been trapped. But these were mere desperate beasts struggling in vain. What other threat could there be? Thus, the one-sided massacre commenced once again. By the time the last rat warrior was taken care of, it was nearing afternoon. At the same time, news came from Ponia City. Under He Liang's support, they had successfully repelled all the rat armies, driving them away to a small island in the Pacific Ocean. In this rat infestation event, Australia emerged with a comprehensive victory. Before long, the news reached Assad military base. Zhou Rui looked somewhat disbelievingly at the war report sent by He Liang. There was no denying that Chu Jiang's role was critical in the swift success of Australia's anti-rat operation, especially the 2 mechanical armies. It was something Zhou Rui could have never imagined. Who would have thought that Chu Jiang's vessel was originally intended for logistics? Zhou Rui, looking rather sullen, didn't hesitate much before calling his subordinate. Go and bring Burley out from solitary confinement, and inform the city lord to prepare a triumph feast in celebration of the warrior's victorious return. Understood. The subordinate was somewhat surprised that victory had come so fast. As he was about to go out and announce this good news, unexpectedly, he was stopped by Zhou Rui again. After Burley is released, remember to lock Xuanhuan back into the cell. If he resists, use force to subdue him. Only now did the subordinate realize an important detail he'd overlooked. Zhou Rui was letting Burley out, and even using the word please. Was the power structure within the base about to change? A few days ago, Burley was thrown into solitary confinement, and Xuanhuan was promoted heavily. Tensions within the base had run high during this period. Many were confidently asserting that Yi Sanshui would inevitably become the next head of the base. From what was evident now, this might well turn out otherwise. With mixed feelings, the subordinate withdrew. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui was contemplating ways to salvage the situation. But then, a letter from the Union completely disrupted his current plan. Neptune has lost contact. Chapter 39, The Sudden Outbreak of the Plague. After confirmation by the Alliance, news was released that the solar system had been invaded by the Ratman clan. At the end of the message, the Alliance seriously requested all primary responsible individuals from military bases to immediately head to the Holy City to discuss solutions to this incident. Zhou Rui hastily retrieved the previous victory report sent back by He Liang. It had also mentioned suspected Ratman clan mutations within the Rat army. Judging from the current situation, it's undoubtedly confirmed as the Ratman clan. Zhou Rui felt a bit furious, but also slightly relieved. At least, he no longer needed to consider how to face the problem of Chu Jiang. He tidied up briefly, and then immediately summoned his secretary, Unix. Unix, issue the notification. The celebration feast is cancelled. I need to immediately head to the Holy City. Everything will be dealt with upon my return. If something unexpected happens, Burley will handle it. Outside Assad City. After resolving the rat infestation outside Field City, Chu Jiang returned early to the Assad military base without needing any wrap-up. However, before even entering the base, he noticed that the originally festooned decorations were being gradually dismantled. It wasn't hard to see that the base should have received news of the successful mission and planned to host a celebratory banquet. But for some unknown reason, it was forced to terminate. What unexpected event happened at the base? Chu Jiang's heart quickened, speeding up his pace. The base soon noticed this movement, causing a small commotion. Before Chu Jiang could land, he noticed a familiar figure in the crowd. Chu Jiang, junior brother Chu Jiang. It was Burley who was supposed to still be in solitary confinement. Chu Jiang quickly docked his battleship, looking at him with both surprise and confusion. Senior brother, how did you get out? The commander-in-chief received the frontline battle report, knowing your crucial contribution to this victory, so I was released early. Not only that, Yi Sanshui was also sentenced to indefinite solitary confinement. Burley looked somewhat pleased at Chu Jiang. In fact, he had just learned these details from Unix. He hadn't expected that his junior brother would be this amazing. Hearing him say that, Chu Jiang also remembered the commander-in-chief who looked down on people. Just as he was about to inquire, he saw Burley's originally good mood suddenly darken. The commander-in-chief has already left. The Alliance's missile force strictly required that he now be in the Holy City. Chu Jiang keenly noticed that his attitude was a bit off. Has something major happened? Neptune has lost contact, and it's determined to be the work of the Ratman clan. The Ratman clan probably intends to formally declare war on the solar system. As Burley spoke, he took Chu Jiang to the office of the base commander. Since Zhou Rui was absent, the office was naturally being used by Burley. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang understood clearly. Given such a huge occurrence, Assad indeed shouldn't celebrate with a feast anymore. But when he descended earlier, he seemed to notice some signs of disturbance related to the cancellation of the feast. He thought about it, and told Burley about this matter. After listening, Burley fell into deep thought. The commoners don't know about Neptune's incident, nor can we disclose it to them. It seems we'll have to act in another way so they understand the cancellation of the celebratory feast. Burley was still contemplating how to make things perfect for both sides when a hurried knock sounded outside the door. Even before complaining about his thoughts being interrupted, another calamity reached their ears. Director Burley, Lord Kelbert of the city, just transmitted the news. A plague has suddenly broken out in the city. Currently, over 10 million people are infected, and hundreds of thousands have already lost their vital signs due to severe symptoms. They are seeking assistance from our base. Plague. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang's expression changed dramatically. Ratman clan. How could he forget about this? The Ratman clan excels in studying poison gas and epidemics. The previous attacks of the Rat army were all hand-to-hand combat. He had completely forgotten about this matter. Beside him, Burley's expression was grim. Just then, the school once again issued a mandatory task. Stay at the base and await drug support from the academy. There were only a few sentences detailing the task. After glancing through it, Chu Jiang looked at Burley. Senior brother, the first thing to do is let the Lord Mayor pacify the emotions of all citizens, lest chaos break out. I understand. Zhou Rui had ordered Unix before leaving. If he wasn't present, Burley would be the sole decision-maker in the base. He must take full responsibility for this matter. Burley instantly called for Unix. Notify all resting defense forces. Go to Lord Bird. Cooperate with him to suppress all troublemakers inciting chaos within the city. Remember not to harm any civilians. Also, cooperate with propaganda efforts. Inform the public that the Alliance won't abandon any Blue Star residents. Hurry up. Understood. Unix knew the severity of the matter and didn't hesitate. After leaving, he immediately gathered all resting members. Seeing his troubled expression, Chu Jiang spoke up at the right moment. Senior brother, I still have quite a number of mechanical warriors. They should be able to help in soothing and guiding the crowd. Really? Upon hearing this, Burley's eyes lit up with surprise as he stared at him joyfully. It's really too much to ask of you, but we're short on manpower everywhere now, and I can't manage it all. With your mechanical warriors, perhaps we can breathe a bit easier. There should be a stockpile of herbs for treating epidemics in the base warehouse. Could you help me decoct them? Then distribute them within the city. I'll give you a map indicating the locations for distributing the medicinal soup. Burley bent over the table, quickly searching through documents and assigning tasks to Chu Jiang. Besides that, there's an even more critical matter. I need you to identify the source of the plague and work with the defense force to isolate all patients from those who haven't been infected. Act as fast as possible to prevent further infections. This way, we can effectively control resource allocation. He could release the mosquito reconnaissance drones to find the source of the epidemic. And the army of mechanical soldiers would handle the decoction of the herbs and the transfer of patients, so he wouldn't have to expend too much energy. Xiuxian agreed promptly. After stepping out, they split into 3 teams according to Burley's arrangements. Leaving a team of 100 Type 2 warriors at the base to be in charge of decocting the medicine, Xiuxian directly returned to the warship. As he released the mosquito reconnaissance drones to detect the source of the plague, he kept an eye on the mechanical army cooperating with the defense forces. In no time, half an hour had passed. Looking at the images transmitted by the mosquito reconnaissance drones, it was clear that the unrest inside the city had significantly decreased. However, he hadn't yet identified the source of the plague. Assad City consisted of 8 districts, and he had only inspected 5 of them so far. At present, all uninfected civilians had been evacuated to these places. Just as everything seemed to improve systematically, all electronic devices within the city began emitting strange, buzzing sounds. Regardless of whether they were turned on or not, if they had screens or audio capabilities, they would synchronously produce buzzing noises together. The buzzing gradually merged until it sounded like one coherent voice. To the inhabitants of Blue Star, my dear human friends, greetings. I am the source of the plague, the destroyer, disciple of the door of slaughter, the Ratman clan priest. Chapter 40. The proclamation of the Ratman shaman. The disintegrating fleet. An intangible force completely enveloped Blue Star, distorting, altering everything. It wasn't just Assad City. All cities on Blue Star suffered the same fate. No electronic screen could escape its clutches. It even extended beyond screens. A piece of glass, a mirror, or even the reflection in a puddle was altered, displaying an elderly member of the Ratman tribe. At this moment, Blue Star faced boundless terror. Unlike Xiuxian, who as a student of the academy could remain unperturbed even if the heavens fell before him, ordinary people had never encountered such bizarre phenomena in their lives. Below, the barely calmed residents of Assad City once again erupted into significant unrest. And all of this stemmed from this Ratman shaman. Xiuxian's expression turned somber. In the transmission, the Ratman shaman continued. Dear human friends, there's no need for such excitement and panic. We've only come to the solar system as guests seeking justice for our families in the Green Plague system. 1 month ago, it was one of your solar system humans who utterly destroyed our home. The tone of the Ratman shaman shifted from its previous mildness, becoming heavy and oppressive. Just hearing it made one feel as though an invisible giant hand was repeatedly kneading one's heart. Cold sweat instantly soaked the body. As the price for attacking the Ratman's homeland without permission, out of Neptune's 10 billion population, we'll take 9 billion. The remaining 1 billion will be held as hostages. I demand that you hand over the murderer. With its words, the scene changed, instantly switching from the old man to a dark and damp dungeon. In the narrow cells, crowds of people were crammed together. Each person bore scars of various sizes, their faces marked by the same numbness and pain. Seeing it tugged at one's heartstrings. The Ratman shaman seemed very satisfied with the reaction from the public of Blue Star and broadcast the entire scene of the dungeon. In the end, it stopped on a very blurry hand-drawn portrait, only barely discernible. Remember, find him. He is the source of all this evil. Deliver him to Neptune, and I'll release these people. As the Ratman shaman's voice faded, the force encircling Blue Star began to recede. The previously tampered images returned to normal, but the last hand-drawn portrait left a deep impression on everyone's minds. Blue Star Academy. The last hand-drawn portrait. It somewhat resembles Xiuxian. Kong Xiu's tone carried some uncertainty, but Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu were extremely excited. Not somewhat, that's Xiuxian. He is the culprit behind the destruction of the Ratman's homeland. Zhou Zhua Zhou Yu. Yun Qinghan wanted to stop them, but she didn't expect them to expose the truth first. Instantly, even Jin Wuming and Chao Qiong looked over. You two knew? Yes, in fact, at the time, me, Zhang Lei, and those two all witnessed him blowing up Sulfur Star and occupying Black Rock Star. Yin Qinghan nodded and pointed at Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu. Without surprise, that person is Xiuxian. After saying this, she looked at the silent Zhang Lei. She knew that Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu might not listen to her, so she directly spoke to Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei, back then, you also took plenty of mineral resources from Black Rock Star. Now it's our turn to pay back. What to pay back? That's complete nonsense. Who blew up Sulfur Star? Who invaded Black Rock Star? Who completely wiped out the entire Green Plague system? Each of these has nothing to do with me. I merely took some minerals. It's already great that I'm not betraying him. Don't morally blackmail me. Zhang Lei reacted fiercely, stimulated by something Yin Qinghan said. He hurriedly distanced himself from Xiuxian, as if any delay would add his name to the list the Ratman shaman intended to grab. Yin Qinghan was clearly flustered by his rude attitude, her chest trembling slightly in anger as she looked at him disapprovingly. If it weren't for that batch of mineral resources, even if we formed a fleet, we wouldn't have been able to join a mercenary group, nor rise to level 10 so quickly. And yet, you plan to sever ties with Xiuxian so quickly? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? So what if we reached level 10? Isn't Xiuxian still untouchable? There's no reason to repay that favor with my life, just for those minerals. Zhang Lei's stance was firm. He was crystal clear. Facing the Ratman, he'd have only one path, death. Thus, he must cut all ties with Xiuxian at all costs. If you want to die, go ahead on your own. After throwing down these words, Jiang Lei hastily slunk away with the two younger brothers of the Zhou family. He dared not argue further with xuanhuan. She was so angry that she kept pounding her chest, and even began to wonder whether the team they had formed was reliable at all. On the side, the three observers each had different thoughts. However, in a kind of wood sheet, none of them commented on the topic. They simply said a hasty farewell to xuanhuan and left ahead of time. All of them had some guesses. This temporary fleet they had built might be on the verge of disintegration. xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected it to take so little time before the fleet showed signs of breaking up. A wave of helplessness suddenly washed over her. She felt somewhat disheartened. Right at this moment, the Academy issued another compulsory task to deliver the special medicine for treating the plague to the base. She remembered Chu Jiang was still stationed there, waiting for the Academy's drug support. After making up her mind, xuanhuan immediately headed toward the medical department of the Academy. Above Assad City, Chu Jiang looked at the images transmitted back by the Mosquito reconnaissance drones. The tension among the masses had been calmed down once more. Yet, the discussions about the Ratman shaman earlier were omnipresent, and the person mentioned second most in their talks was none other than himself, due to the last portrait. Perhaps, they hadn't anticipated that he, who was under discussion, was watching them from every corner with countless pairs of eyes. Each evaluation, every heartfelt insult hurled at him, was crystal clear in his ears. Tired of hearing it, Chu Jiang chuckled lightly, and then closed the feed from the reconnaissance drone. He could sense the purpose behind the Ratman shaman's elaborate plan, to make the masses hand him over. It was indeed a clever strategy. At this moment, Bayo Early suddenly called over. Junior brother Chu, are you alright? There was a note of caution in his voice. Obviously, he too had guessed the truth. I'm fine. That's good. Bayo Early sighed in relief upon hearing such a casual response. The special drugs sent by the Academy have arrived, and I've already sent people to distribute them. You can pause what I previously asked you to do temporarily. You should come to the base first, as someone wants to see you. Wants to see me? Although somewhat puzzled, Chu Jiang turned back toward the base. By then, Chu Jiang had thoroughly searched through all 8 districts of Assad City. Finally, he'd identified the source of the epidemic and dispatched the Type 2 warriors to deal with it. As soon as Chu Jiang landed, he saw xuanhuan walking out of the base. She was still wearing a white coat. Judging from that, the person the Academy had sent to deliver the medicine must have been her without doubt. What was even more surprising, however, was Mo Ran trailing behind her. Was everyone conspiring together to visit him one after another? Chapter 41. Contradictions within the Alliance. Chu Jiang taken away. Holy City, Phoenix Council Hall. Not long ago, this place was bustling with voices. It gathered all the main leaders of Blue Star's bases, who were fiercely arguing about the Neptune's disappearance. But now, it is as quiet as a grave. One could hear a pin drop. They had witnessed the distortion and tampering by the Rat People tribe shaman. That was an indiscriminate, large-scale horror covering the entire Blue Star, until someone broke the silence. This time, no matter what, our dovish faction will not give up. Those hostages must be rescued. A middle-aged white man with a grim expression spoke up. Augustus, the main person in charge of the military base of California City in America. He was also one of the 3 delegates representing the Blue Star Alliance in the Solar Federation. The Solar Federation is the key to tying the 8 major planets of the solar system together. It owns a total of 17 delegates. Each of the other 7 planets has 2 representatives, while Blue Star holds 3. The Blue Star Alliance handles internal politics on Blue Star, and for humans pioneering on other planets, they operate on a principle of non-interference. Only during the most urgent moments would a supreme meeting be called, deciding on the survival or destruction of all humanity. There's no need to elaborate on Augustus' standing, and the 2 delegates from Neptune are his allies. Once he spoke, quite a number of American base managers quickly agreed. The people on Neptune are our fellow human beings. If we can save the lives of 10 million by sacrificing just one person, why wouldn't we do that? Yes, support Augustus. Opposite Augustus, a middle-aged man dressed in traditional Chinese Tang clothing remained silent, calmly waiting for the Dove faction led by him to passionately make their case. When they had spoken enough, Gongzhen slowly said, "So what? Your Dove faction doesn't produce anything. Giving up a person, you actually think the Rat People tribe will bring the hostages to Blue Star? In the end, you'll still have to come crawling to us Hawks." Sure enough, they were instantly silenced. Seeing no one refuted him, Gongzhen's tone became a bit more mocking. Moreover, if the Rat People tribe changes its mind halfway, with your Dove faction's methods, can you quickly counteract and strike back? Gong, so we need the help of your Dragon City. Augustus responded with unusual calmness. Your Dragon City has the finest spaceship remodelers and mecha designers in the entire Blue Star and even the entire solar system. With their help, our Dove faction is bound to win. TCH, don't have any shame. Before Gongzhen replied, someone muttered quietly. Though quietly, everyone heard it loud and clear. Gongzhen quietly smiled without responding further. In fact, those words struck right at the core of what he was thinking. However, out of face-saving reasons, he found it inappropriate to say them to Augustus personally. After all, they were both Solar Federation delegates. Even if Neptune wasn't his ally, he didn't need to expend so much energy and effort. Speaking only of this rat invasion, there had been too many small actions from America and Australia, which made Longzhou very passive. If he didn't believe there wasn't some involvement from the Dove faction's handiwork, well, that was fine. The Dove faction might be like a broken-winged vulture clutching a branch pretending to be a peace dove. Providing military aid to the Dove faction could easily lead to trouble aimed at himself in the future. Gongzhen thought about it, and chose a more subtle way to dissuade them. You doves can rest assured. We will do our best to rescue the hostages on Neptune, but the Rat People tribe isn't trustworthy. This sudden invasion and alteration of Blue Star's reality. How can this not be considered a threat? You doves couldn't handle it. Let my hawks do it. He looked like a person genuinely trying to help them, thoroughly disgusting the Dove faction members. Although Augustus was used to such behaviors, he frowned tightly and refrained from opening his mouth again. At this moment, he suddenly received a message. His originally gloomy face instantly showed a smile. If none of us can convince each other, then let's act individually and see who gets there faster. After saying that, he directly stood up and left his seat very decisively. For a moment, the audience was stunned before finally reacting. Members of the Dove faction rose up one by one, following Augustus away. Even among the Hawk faction, some hot-headed ones stood up as well, ready to chase after them. Just judging from the look on Augustus' face earlier, it was evident that, I've already found someone. Now leaving, it was clearly because he was rushing to capture this person. If they didn't chase soon, it would be too late. Only then did they notice that Gong Zhan hadn't moved a single inch from start to finish. Gong sir, the doves have already beaten us to it. Aren't we going to chase after them quickly? A burly man with thick eyebrows asked. Gong Zhan raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a strange tone before speaking. Who told you that we're falling behind? I've known where the person is long ago. As he spoke, he tapped on his temple. Instantly, projections of numerous messages appeared in his eyes. These eyes of his had undergone mechanical modifications, and projection was merely its basic function. Name, Xiuxian. Gender, male. Age, 18. Affiliation, senior student at Blue Star Academy. Starship, cluster class logistics ship. Major contributions, annihilated the Green Plague star system, destroyed Sulfur Planet, conquered Black Rock Planet, obliterated the Lizard Pirates' third base, assisted Australia's Assad City, Field City, in eradicating rat infestations. The records were remarkably detailed, even documenting his accomplishments in Australia just a few hours ago. However, what they found surprising was that the one who wiped out the Rat People star system was merely a logistics ship. It seemed almost absurdly unbelievable. Everyone was lost in thought. It turned out that Gong Zhan had known for quite some time who the Rat People would target. Rest assured, as soon as we discovered the involvement of the Rat People behind the rat infestation, I sent people to invite this young friend over. If all goes well, he will arrive shortly, and the doves are bound to be nothing but clowns. Gong Zhan spoke with great confidence. Seeing his assurance, others became somewhat reassured. Knowing that he had a plan and wouldn't let the doves succeed, they stopped worrying and returned to their respective duties. At the same time, just after stepping out of the Phoenix Council Hall, Augustus turned around and addressed those following him. Gentlemen, just moments ago, we received information from a civic tip-off, revealing that the Rat People's target is a student at the Blue Star Academy named Xiuxian. He is currently in Australia's Assad City. If we capture him before the Hawks, whether we hand him over to the Rat People in exchange for our fellow humans or to the Hawks for more advanced technology, it will revitalize us. Our technology has been blocked by the Hawks for too long. Now is the time to break through. We shall make the world great again. Indeed, at this very moment, Xiuxian was on a flying vessel heading towards Dragon City. Beside him stood xuanhuan, whom he had briefly met before, the minister of the 3rd Division of the Blue Star Guards. Just a few minutes earlier, while reminiscing with Yunqinghan and Mo Ran who had come from the academy far away, xuanhuan suddenly arrived, identified himself, and said someone wanted to meet him, and then brought him onto this flying vessel without any chance for objection. In fact, he didn't have the strength to resist. But why did Mo Ran and Yunqinghan follow them aboard? Xiuxian felt utterly disheartened. Chapter 42. The Mech Family Mo. Mr. Gong, please don't talk nonsense. Very soon, they arrived at the Holy City. Just as they disembarked from the airship, Xiuxian was startled by the scene before him. The vast square was crowded with dense crowds of people. There were at least 10,000 individuals, all dressed in uniforms similar to those of the Blue Star Guard like xuanhuan. They held the military's latest pulse laser rifles and looked serious as they faced this direction. It was full of oppression and intimidation. Despite the pressure pervading every corner, Xiuxian and his 2 companions followed xuanhuan quickly into an unassuming camp tent nearby. Inside, a middle-aged man was already waiting. xuanhuan seemed to have expected this. Mr. Gong, I've brought Xiuxian. Thank you for your trouble. Gong Zhan politely nodded toward xuanhuan, then turned his gaze to Xiuxian standing behind her. What he hadn't expected was that there were now 2 additional young ladies present. Immediately, his glance towards Xiuxian took on a somewhat playful tone. I never would have thought that your charm is so great, attracting attention all the way here from the academy. Xiuxian felt a bit embarrassed and was just about to explain when Gong Zhan spoke again to Mo Ran and the other woman. However, I'd like to say a few words privately to Xiuxian. Would you mind stepping out for a moment? With his indication, xuanhuan stepped forward immediately. Seeing no signs that he intended to make things difficult for Xiuxian, the 2 women obediently followed her out, leaving the tent. Only they remained inside. Mr. Gong, I accept being sent to Neptune. Before Gong Zhan could even begin to speak, Xiuxian had given him quite a shock. This immediately disrupted the original flow of conversation, and he began looking over Xiuxian with a strange expression. It wasn't inconsistent with the information he'd gathered through investigations. You don't even know my identity yet, and you're already agreeing to be sent off to Neptune's fate. Of course I know who you are. You are one of the 3 senators representing the Blue Star Alliance in the Solar Federation, the commander of the military base of Longzhou Dragon City, and simultaneously, the protector deity of the solar system, an unwavering resistor. Back then, when extraterrestrial deities descended into interstellar space, chaos ensued, with various chaotic races bringing endless disasters. At the time, there were many different voices among humans. Some advocated coexistence with those races, others favored enslavement and warfare, while some decided to worship them. And what was known as resistance was the belief that peace could only return once all chaotic races were eradicated. Relying on heaven, earth, or gods wouldn't suffice. It was better to rely on oneself. When Xuanhuan first learned of this, he was greatly shaken. How could he not know figures such as Gongzhen? So, I understand, there must be something specific you need me to do, which is why you asked Xuanhuan to retrieve me. I've thought a lot during this journey, and the only explanation that makes sense is likely related to my cooperation in the pretense of being escorted to Neptune. Gongzhen looked appreciatively at him. Not bad, truly worthy of being this year's top graduate of the Blue Star Academy. You're correct. The mission I intend to assign you involves precisely that. Before Xuanhuan's arrival, he had temporarily discussed this matter with someone from the Hawk faction. Pinning all hopes on the Mouse People race's honesty, as the Dove faction suggested, was akin to inviting disaster. Therefore, they planned to persuade Xuanhuan to play the role of deception, having him attract all the attention from the Mouse People. In doing so, they could secretly launch a surprise attack from the rear with the Blue Star Protection Team's elite soldiers, driving the Mouse People completely out of the solar system. Never in their wildest dreams did they anticipate that Xuanhuan's awareness of their intentions would be so advanced. Before uttering even half a sentence, Xuanhuan had readily agreed. Comrade Xuanhuan, I am pleased by your level of ideological enlightenment, especially since, for our plan, you've even managed to build such a good relationship with the Mo family. To chase all the way here, it seems you've developed feelings for someone. The Mo family. Xuanhuan paused, unsure why Gongzhen suddenly mentioned the Mo family. Clearly, Gongzhen didn't expect such a reaction either, looking rather taken aback. You don't know the Mo family? I only know a little, but not much. Gongzhen's response clearly indicated that the Mo family was far from simple. That day, at Lizard Pirate Base number 3, he had briefly interacted with the Mo family. At the time, he had merely regarded them as a common wealthy household on the Blue Star. But now, judging from Gongzhen's reaction, there seemed to be more to it than met the eye. Seeing that he genuinely knew nothing, Gongzhen thought of something and quickly got up, preparing to take him out. Just talking won't help. Let me show you directly. Upon seeing Gongzhen emerge, Xuanhuan promptly approached. He gestured dismissively, signaling Mo ran. I'm taking him to visit the Mo family. Having said that, he summoned an airship and boarded it with Xuanhuan. Naturally, along the way, he introduced the Mo family. The Mo family is one of the oldest families in our Dragon City, traceable roughly 800 years back. They have provided many outstanding mech designers for Dragon City, as well as for humanity. They are indeed a renowned mech dynasty. A mech dynasty? Xuanhuan was surprised. Mechs are currently among the most functional weapons available to humanity, outside of warships. In any interstellar battle, mechs invariably make an appearance. He had never imagined that the Mo family would have such a prestigious background. That's right. For this mission of driving out the rat people, mechs will be crucial. Battleships are too conspicuous and really hinder the execution of our plan. Only by having elites pilot mechs can we maximize the surprise attack effect. As a top mech dynasty, the Mo family must assist with this operation. Seeing his silence, Gongzhen thought he might still have doubts and explained why they were visiting the Mo family. Realizing this, Xuanhuan quickly nodded to show he understood. Meanwhile, the airship had already arrived at a valley shrouded in thick mist. All right, once we're here, it means we've entered the Mo family's territory. Shortly, someone should come to pick us up. Gongzhen's words barely faded when Xuanhuan keenly noticed that the airship seemed to have stopped operating and was slowly descending. But in just a few seconds, it unexpectedly hovered again without any intervention. Then, he felt a force pulling the airship, moving it in a certain direction. Xuanhuan hurriedly looked out of the window, confirming the airship was indeed stationary. Thankfully, this force wasn't subtle. Xuanhuan could perceive it easily after a brief detection. Surprisingly, a sense of familiarity rushed toward him. He couldn't help but feel that the way this energy was used resembled the patterns on the psionic spaceship he had seen before. The only difference lay in their application methods. With some doubts still lingering, Xuanhuan was just about to study further. However, Gongzhen interrupted him. Because the airship had completely landed, and they had reached the Mo family's gate. Under Gongzhen's guidance, as soon as Xuanhuan exited the airship, he saw a group of highly disciplined Mo family soldiers waiting there. At their lead stood a middle-aged man with silver streaks at his temples. Mr. Gong, what wind has brought you to our humble home? Mo laughed heartily, stepping forward eagerly to take hold of Gongzhen's hand for pleasantries. Gongzhen didn't mind, merely nodding slightly towards Xuanhuan standing beside him. My main purpose is bringing him over. Come to think of it, he should address you as father-in-law. What did you say? Mr. Gong, don't joke around. Chapter 43, The Scarlet Storm. After sensing Mo's ferocious glare directed at him, Xuanhuan gave a painful grimace that was more sorrowful than laughter and looked toward Gong Jinliang for help. Just then, there was another sound from outside the valley. Another airship had arrived. Mo glanced warily in its direction, giving Xuanhuan a brief respite. Then, out of the landing airship, stepped Mo ran. Father, having just disembarked, Mo rushed to find Xuanhuan, but noticed him being cornered by her father. In a hurry, she cried out. Realizing something was amiss, Mo quickly flung herself into Mo's arms, not giving him time to react, and said, Father, why greet guests out here? Why don't we invite them inside to sit and talk? True enough, With her words, Mo completely forgot about what Gong Xinliang had said earlier and ceased making things difficult for Chu Jiang. He smiled broadly and agreed. Fine, let's do as you arrange. Uncle Kai, please escort our 2 guests to the Jin AI Hall. I will be there shortly with Mississippi. With that, he nodded to Gong Xinliang, indicating he'd step away first. Gong Xinliang understood his eagerness to speak privately with his beloved daughter Mo Ran, and tactfully took Chu Jiang along, following the middle-aged man named Uncle Kai. Meanwhile, upon hearing the word Jin AI, Chu Jiang felt a sense of familiarity. Noticing his puzzled look, Gong Xinliang explained with a smile. The Mo family indeed follows the teachings of Moism from ancient times, which advocates inclusive care, Jin AI, non-aggression, simplicity, and the acknowledgement of divine providence. Particularly strict on themselves, they view the maintenance of justice and peace as an inescapable responsibility, becoming one of the main pillars in conflicts. Thus, this mission must have the assistance of the Mo family. As Gong Xinliang was saying these words, they had already arrived at an ancient courtyard. Chu Jiang now fully understood. The Mahists were masters of mechanisms and arithmetic. It made perfect sense for the Mo family to inherit their legacy and become a renowned mecha dynasty. At this moment, Uncle Kai spoke for the first time. To our honored guests, this is the Jin AI Hall. Please rest for a while. I'll have tea and snacks sent over immediately, and the master of the house and the young miss will be arriving soon. After speaking, he retreated respectfully. Just as he promised, not long after, Mou and Mo Ran arrived together. However, Chu Jiang astutely sensed a change in Mou's attitude towards him, still complex though. Mo Ran must have explained things by now. Chu Jiang was contemplating this when Mou began. Although I've been researching mechas within the Mo household, I've still heard from Ran about the outside world. This time, the Rat People clan has come on strong, seizing Neptune in mere flashes, utterly crossing the bottom line of our Solar Federation. Regardless of any reason, my Mo family can never ignore this crisis. Having said this, he turned his eyes to Chu Jiang. You are young, yet possess such extraordinary skills. Your future accomplishments are boundless, so it would be a shame for you to perish here. He then pulled out a stack of blueprints. Crammed with data, a powerful concept drawing of a mecha stood proudly atop it. This is our Mo family's sincerity, our latest development in close combat mechas. I've named it Scarlet Storm. Gong Xinliang hastily took the blueprint from his hands, and after just a few glances, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Only noticing Chu Jiang beside him staring eagerly, did he pass the extra blueprints over. Name, Scarlet Storm. Model, 14th generation humanoid mecha. Height, 76.2 meters. Weight, 1722 tons. Strength, 10. Speed, 9. Armor, 6. Operating system, 3 Yangs, Horizon Gate Controller. Power core, 5 Knights, Ring Nuclear Fusion Processor cores. Fighting style, Longzhou Kung Fu, Muay Thai, Suplex. Kill weapon, Spiral Blade Hand. Thunderstorm Cloud, Lightning Cloud Formation, Nuclear Fusion High Pressure Electromagnetic Cannon. Recommended crew size, 2 people. The mecha's exterior is traditionally dark red from Longzhou, referencing the design of warriors' armor from ancient times. The emblem design mainly references the stone lions of Longzhou, with auspicious red ribbons held in their mouths, while the pearl inside their mouth is replaced with a seal written in seal script, saying Mo. Furthermore, the concept drawing heavily marked dragon totems across multiple areas, adding an even grander atmosphere. Dual-person piloted, one responsible for controlling movement, the other monitoring battle situations and strategizing tactical analyses. The entire core structure is built from full titanium, each muscle band driven by 50 diesel engines. Most strikingly, this mecha actually boasts 3 arms. The right side's dual arms could alternate between claw and blade configurations. The left single arm is equipped with an I-22 type nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon featuring biological recognition. It simultaneously locks onto monster bones. However, it has one flaw: excessive energy consumption. Each blast requires at least 3 minutes of energy recharge. Mou tried substituting various types of energy crystals, but none could sustain or unleash a more stable and potent power output. Moreover, the left arm can also be converted into a spiral blade, combining with the dual arms on the right to execute the thunderstorm cloud formation. This is an impressive tactic resulting from the fusion of 6,000 RPM spiral blades in Longzhou Kung Fu. Additionally, special Achilles shock absorbers are equipped on the feet, paired with magnetorheological dampers that ensure stability across most terrains. 3 independent nozzles are installed at the back, working in tandem with foot thrusters, greatly reducing the distance between the Scarlet Storm and the monsters during critical moments. It's safe to say, this mech excels in both close combat and long-range attacks, combined with superior mobility, ensuring invincibility no matter the battlefield situation. Gong Xinliang was equally thrilled after reviewing it. Over the years, the Mo family had provided mech designs to the military before, but one as versatile as this has never been seen before. Gong Xinliang eagerly looked towards Mou. If they had unveiled this earlier, would they have still been humiliated so thoroughly by the Rat People? Perhaps sensing Gong Xinliang's overly enthusiastic gaze, Mou appeared uncomfortable. He hurriedly nudged his daughter Mo Ran beside him, passing off the credit with a dismissive tone. The designer of this mech is my daughter. Its first iteration dates back to her design 10 years ago. Through these years of constant refinement, it has only now reached its current level. It was impossible to unveil it before. According to her plans, if more advanced metals and energy sources were found, it could be further improved. Sure enough, upon hearing Mo's words, Gong Xinliang's fiery gaze immediately shifted to Mo Ran beside him. 10 years ago, Mo Ran must have been only 8 or 9 years old, yet she had already started designing mechs. Even if we consider that the initial model took another decade of gradual improvements to reach this stage, it does nothing to hide her extraordinary talent as a mech designer. There's no doubt about it. She truly deserves the title of Miss Mo, raised in such a distinguished mech designing family. Her innate gifts are unmatched. Since your Mo family has demonstrated such sincerity, our military cannot afford to fall behind. The construction of the mech will be handled by us. I'll take the blueprints back first. You don't mind, do you? Gong Xinliang courteously asked Mo Ran. Not at all. Mr. Gong may take them back. However, I hope that the first mech produced can be piloted by Xujiang. Chapter 44. Constructing the Storm Crimson. Departure to Neptune. Apparently, no one expected Mo Ran to make this request. Gong Xinliang immediately agreed heartily. It's a small matter. Even if you didn't say it, we should give the first one to Xujiang. After all, he will be the bait facing the greatest danger and must be given top priority protection. After agreeing on the cooperation, Gong Xinliang returned to the military camp with the design drawings. They prepared to build the Storm Crimson overnight. Only Xujiang was left alone, somewhat awkwardly not knowing how to face Mr. Mo and his daughter. Seeing his expression, Mo Ran kindly suggested, Xujiang, since you rarely come to our family, why don't I take you on a tour? All right. Xujiang was glad for this chance to escape awkwardness and quickly agreed. He followed her out of the Jian AI hall in haste, as if there were some monster chasing him from behind. Only after they had nearly finished touring the entire Mo family estate did his mood calm down slightly. Thinking about the mecha called Storm Crimson, he felt an uncontrollable itch. Mo Ran, I wonder how your family's supply of minerals and metals used for building mechas is holding up? Before he could finish speaking, Mo Ran understood what he meant. You want to try constructing the Storm Crimson by yourself? Mo Ran knew his logistics ship was special and that its cabin production efficiency was extremely fast. She agreed at once and led him to the Fei Gong Hall. The Fei Gong Hall was the branch courtyard where the Mo family built and stored their precious heavy metals. After speaking with the Mo family guards outside the Fei Gong Hall, the two successfully entered the warehouse. Titanium alloy, chromium, carbon steel. Watching the mountains of various precious metals, Xujiang nearly drooled. Fortunately, he still remembered Mo Ran beside him and didn't dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, he would have simply taken everything into his infinite space. Although his infinite space had vast reserves of metal, the titanium alloys required for the construction of Storm Crimson were scarce. Now with the Mo family inventory backing him, he finally had complete freedom to work. Choosing an open area, he summoned his battleship and instantly uploaded the design blueprints for the Storm Crimson to the processing center of the ship. Incoming external data source received, analyzing. Name, Storm Crimson, mecha construction project has been initiated. Name, Storm Crimson. Type, 14th generation humanoid mecha. Construction requirements, 300 units of titanium, 200 units of titanium alloy, 50 units of steel. Construction time, 6 months. Ding. Under the amplification of the 10,000-fold acceleration manufacturing aura, the construction time of Storm Crimson is shortened to 26 minutes. Would you like to activate the manufacturing chamber and start building Storm Crimson? Whoa. In less than half an hour, you can manufacture a Storm Crimson? Of course, start immediately. With the command issued, the manufacturing chamber immediately started full operation, beginning to produce parts for Storm Crimson. Half an hour later, sure enough, one Storm Crimson stood completed, awaiting activation in the warehouse. Xujiang urgently sought out Mo Ran. He still remembered the way to the training arena. Carrying her along the path at breakneck speed, he gave the order to deploy Storm Crimson without even catching his breath. Mo Ran was about to ask what happened, but in the next second, she saw a towering crimson-red mecha appear on the spacious training field. It was indeed the Storm Crimson. Even though the design blueprints were clearly hers, Mo Ran herself had never seen such a pristine version of the Storm Crimson before. She too was momentarily stunned, mouth agape, as she experienced the pressure emanating from Storm Crimson. Regaining her composure eventually, she turned to Xujiang and dryly asked, "Did you make this? Want to give it a test drive?" Without giving a direct response, Xujiang made his meaning clear through silence. She smiled and nodded, "Sure." The two entered the control room hidden in the chest compartment. Inside the control room, there were two neural interfacing devices. One was fixed to the seat, operating as the main control interface responsible for observing the battlefield and analyzing combat conditions to devise tactical plans. The other added connectors for the waist, legs, and hands. This body control interface managed the mecha's movements for close combat. This way, both evenly shared the neural interfacing load, allowing them to more conveniently operate the mecha together. Xujiang immediately geared up in the full body equipment. In the next second, his field of vision shifted, and rows of low houses surged into his sight. No, the houses weren't low, it was his current point of view, just too high. Xujiang couldn't help but marvel at the change. Mo Ran similarly felt the same way. Through the brain-end interface sharing the mecha's perspective, only she also saw partial data analysis. Xujiang, try switching between the claw type and spiral blade configurations on the arms. Since this was testing the performance of the mecha, Mo Ran quickly reminded Xujiang. Following her suggestion, Xujiang experimented and figured out the method for conversion. With a flick of the wrist, the mech's original claw shape immediately sprang apart, splitting into 8 high-speed rotating spiral knives. At 6,000 revolutions per second, it made not a single sound. It was utterly terrifying. Next, Chu Jiang attempted several types of Longzhou martial arts moves and the Leiyan formations that were integrated into the mech. The power and effects were very satisfying. The only downside was that due to the lack of a target, he didn't get to test the full strength of the nuclear fusion electromagnetic cannon. However, overall, it would be more than enough for dealing with the Ratman race. Early the next morning, Gong Xinliang, dragging his exhausted yet exhilarated body, came to the MO residence once again. Upon seeing Chu Jiang, he grinned and said, after mobilizing multiple military factories to work around the clock in shifts to manufacture parts, the first Storm Crimson has been completed. Young man, I've come to take you for a test drive. Since he had promised Mo Ran to give the first Storm Crimson to Chu Jiang, he meant every word he said. But then, all Chu Jiang said lightly was, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Gong, but with the Mo family's assistance yesterday, I've already manufactured one Storm Crimson ahead of time, so there's no need for you to worry about it. What? Gong Xinliang felt as if he were hearing things, staring at Chu Jiang with dead fish eyes, as if asking, would you dare say that again? Finally, Mo Ran stepped in to smooth things over. Mr. Gong, we sincerely apologize. Yesterday, I just casually mentioned it. You can consider it as if it never happened. No way. If I said I'd ensure the protection of this kid, then I'll make sure it gets done, no matter what. Since the Storm Crimson doesn't need us to build it, we'll provide support in terms of weapons. Isn't the nuclear fusion electromagnetic cannon highly energy consuming? We'll supply the energy, and there'll be plenty for you to use. Just blast away whenever you want. You won't have to worry about not being able to. Gong Xinliang spoke grandiosely, for fear that Chu Jiang might refuse again. Chu Jiang was about to open his mouth, when Gong Xinliang quickly covered it up. Immediately, Gong Xinliang changed the subject. However, the Blue Star Guard needs 20 Storm Crimsons. 20 days from now, after the Storm Crimsons are manufactured, it will be time to head to Neptune. Before that, we must discuss how to deal with the situation when we arrive at Neptune. After all, the Rat Men are cunning. Their words cannot be trusted. Chapter 45. The Ratfolk Who Broke Their Promise. The rescue begins. 20 days later, Dragon Continent, Dragon City. Under the anticipation of tens of billions of inhabitants of the Blue Star, a carrier formally took to the skies, escorted by 10 warships, prepared to head towards Neptune. Just a few days ago, Gong Xinliang, the base commander of Dragon City, suddenly announced that they had successfully captured the main culprit responsible for the initial extermination of the Ratfolk. After further containing the rat infestation and plague crisis on Blue Star, Gong decided to bring the culprit to Neptune, apologizing to the Ratfolk on behalf of their people. Furthermore, they had already made contact with the Ratfolk, and this very day was the appointed date. At this moment, Chu Jiang was lounging leisurely in the rest area of the aircraft carrier, enjoying some sunbathing. Xuanhuan could no longer bear to watch, and stepped forward to remind him. Chu Jiang, in a few minutes, the ship will arrive at Neptune. You might face death at any time then. Can't you be a little more nervous? What's there to be nervous about? Chu Jiang responded indifferently. In my opinion, you should also relax and enjoy yourself. Soon, your treatment may not even be as good as mine. 20 days earlier, after arriving at Neptune with Gong Xinliang, Chu Jiang had envisioned all possible outcomes of meeting the Ratfolk. Among them, the most likely scenario was, these supposed escorts of Chu Jiang from the Blue Star Guard, would be dealt with immediately upon landing on Neptune. Even if they were not executed outright, they would surely be imprisoned and not given a chance to return to Blue Star. As for Chu Jiang, his execution would not happen immediately. After all, in the eyes of the Ratfolk, Chu Jiang had committed unforgivable sins. They would subject him to endless tortures before letting him die easily. Xuanhuan was momentarily speechless. She knew this fact, but found it hard to tolerate how calm Chu Jiang remained, even with death approaching. As you wish, she said and turned away. In the blink of an eye, Neptune was in sight. The Ratfolk had known since their departure from Blue Star. The priests of the Ratfolk had already deployed several Ratfolk spaceships outside Neptune, ready to greet them and guide them to the designated landing site. Before departing, they had been repeatedly instructed by Gong Xinliang to cooperate fully with whatever actions the Ratfolk initiated. Naturally, now they must fully comply with the orders of the Ratfolk spaceships. Landing in a vast plain as directed, they escorted Chu Jiang off the carrier and prepared to meet with the Ratfolk priests. However, unexpectedly, a large group of Ratfolk warriors suddenly appeared, emerging from underground across the entire plain. Glancing around, the plain was filled with countless rat heads. Xuanhuan's expression darkened instantly. She shouted angrily towards the Ratfolk spaceship. What does this mean? We have brought your culprits exactly as requested by your priest. Is this how the Ratfolk treat their guests? Yet, no one from the Ratfolk side offered a response. The massive army of Ratfolk warriors moved toward them threateningly. Immediately, Xuanhuan decided to retreat back to the carrier. Upon seeing this, the operator on the Ratfolk spaceship quickly fired a bright green laser, repelling the carrier and cutting off the gravity elevator. The next second, everyone was surrounded by a massive Ratfolk force, leaving them with absolutely no possibility of escape. Only when they were captured by the Ratfolk soldiers and were about to be sent to prison did Xuanhuan finally hear a voice emanating from the Ratfolk spaceship. Humans are cunning. Our priest has ordered that once the prisoners are executed, we will release you together with those hostages. Xuanhuan sneered, clearly not believing this explanation. Thus, the entire Blue Star defense team who had accompanied Chu Jiang were imprisoned in a large jail set up by the Ratfolk on Neptune. Chu Jiang met the same fate. However, instead of being sent to the jail, he was bound tightly and transported to a strange square. This place was covered with bizarre patterns drawn using an unknown bright green pigment. It exuded an eerie atmosphere that weighed heavily on the spirit. Surrounding the area, there were at least 1,000 ratfolk warriors guarding it heavily. Not only that, patrols passed every 10 minutes. Nearly 80% of Neptune's ratfolk reconnaissance drones hovered above the entire square. No single mosquito could fly in or out. Just at that moment, a long-absent system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has arrived at the sign-in location on Neptune Square. Do you wish to sign in? Why hesitate? Of course, sign in. Ding. Host signed in successfully. Reward, Rational Combat AI Emperor. Rational Combat AI Emperor. Advanced artificial intelligence with superior tactical analysis and precise enemy situation prediction capabilities. It can assist in operating devices requiring multiple personnel. Simultaneously, it possesses an extensive knowledge base covering the majority of interstellar knowledge. Xujiang's face lit up with joy. Rational Combat AI. When he was driving out the rat infestation in Australia, he had already vaguely sensed that the battlefield situation was ever-changing, and he was starting to feel overwhelmed by himself. Originally, he planned to wait until the issue with the rat folk was over, then go to Gong Jinliang and ask for a set to use. But he didn't expect the system to give it to him in advance. Now, even if he were alone, he could operate the Storm Crimson. In the outer space of Neptune, 10 warships from the Blue Star Guard team were quietly hovering. Their surfaces were covered by a giant mirror shield, distorting the light to create an illusion of invisibility. Mr. Gong, as predicted, the ratfolk did not let xuanhuan and his team return. Excellent. With Comrade Chu Jiang distracting the ratfolk reconnaissance forces, your second squad will immediately land on Neptune and rescue the third squad during the chaos. Understood. Tang Long immediately responded. As part of the Blue Star Guard team, his mission differed from Jianghan's. The third squad escorted Chu Jiang, also acting as bait. Only this way could they thoroughly mabee the ratfolk and allow the second squad to successfully infiltrate. Indeed, upon Tang Long's command, the various warships of the second squad began a covert landing, completely undetected by the ratfolk. After a successful landing, the second squad immediately concealed their ships and put on specially designed optical distortion protective suits, entering a state similar to invisibility once again. Captain, we've detected the signal source of Zhang's team. They're 1 kilometer underground. The member responsible for locating Jianghan and the third squad quickly marked the position once he got results. Tang Long's expression darkened slightly. 1 kilometer underground. Rescuing them would be no simple task. How's the situation with Chu Jiang? Heavy ratfolk forces are guarding the area, and patrols are rotated every 10 minutes. Rodents' natural instincts lead them to be more active at night and rest during the day, and this affects even the ratfolk. We'll wait until daytime. Neptune's rotation period is about 16 hours. As the temperature gradually started to drop, despite not seeing the sun, they knew that night was about to fall. During the dark hours, the vision and sense of smell of the ratfolk would become even sharper. Attempting a rescue now would be suicidal. 8 hours later, light gradually returned, and the temperature rose. Tang Long keenly noticed the change in temperature and instantly woke up the resting members of the second squad. The time is right. Prepare to act. Chapter 46. Rescue starts. The changes in the Rat People tribe. Silently approaching the surface of the dungeon where Jianghan and others were imprisoned, sure enough, there were Rat People patrolling. However, just as Tang Long had predicted, they were extremely exhausted at this moment. Not a single rat person noticed that there was a group of humans nearby. After waiting for a few minutes, just before the guard rotation, Tang Long made a decisive move. Half were responsible for dealing with the newly arrived rat patrol, and the other half took care of the ones who were about to be replaced due to their exhaustion. Under the impulse laser guns, no rat people were prepared. They were instantly killed. In an instant, all the rat people fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Tang Long immediately signaled to prepare for submersion into the dungeon. As a streak of warmth spread across his body, Chu Jiang slowly woke up. The lowest temperature on the surface of Neptune at night could drop nearly to -100 degrees Celsius, but last night, he had slept extremely comfortably. It felt like early spring, when the breeze is slightly cold, yet conducive to sleep. Chu Jiang looked grave. He was certain it wasn't because of his protective suit working effectively. If it wasn't him, then it must have been something the rat people did. Chu Jiang instinctively glanced down at the fluorescent green pigments beneath his feet. He had an intuition that the reason he felt as if Neptune had the climate of perpetual spring should be attributed to these bizarre patterns. But still, he remained cautious. He was convinced that the rat people would not be so kind as to simply let him starve to death. So, the issue, he suspected, could only lie in the fact that these bizarre patterns were having a profound effect. Unfortunately, this was beyond his expertise. He could only wait for good news from the Blue Star Guard team. Just as Chu Jiang waited idly, a group of rat people suddenly approached. Chu Jiang immediately tensed up. After a night of waiting, he had long figured out the patrol pattern of the rat people. Nobody would approach him unless absolutely necessary. They would even avoid getting too close, whenever possible. When they walked up to him, Chu Jiang noticed that the one leading them was actually a rat shaman. Feed him the stuff. The rat shaman casually scanned Chu Jiang and calmly gave instructions. Then, he busied himself near the strange patterns nearby, filling them in and drawing more, as if completing the remaining parts of the design. Meanwhile, the rat people he brought along carried a large bucket and, grabbing Chu Jiang's chin, began pouring its contents straight into his mouth. The moment it entered, Chu Jiang quickly realized that something was wriggling inside his mouth. slippery and smooth. It didn't require any chewing, sliding straight down his esophagus. However, as soon as it passed through his throat, even before reaching his stomach, the squirming turned into a violent turmoil. It didn't matter how delicate the esophagus was, it went berserk. An excruciating pain instantly surged through him. It was like countless worms gnawing on his internal organs. Cold sweat poured down Xuanhuan's face. With his hands and feet bound, he had no room to struggle. He could only twist his body helplessly. But despite this, more than half of the contents of the bucket were forced down his throat. Finally, after great effort, Xuanhuan managed to see the objects being intermittently released from the bucket. What he had swallowed were unripe rat embryos. Ugh! At the mere sight, Xuanhuan wanted to vomit them all out of his stomach. But however much he strained and tried to convulse his gut, not a single embryo came back up. It was as though they had been completely digested in his intestines. Grass! What kind of cruel torture was this? Xuanhuan's face turned ashen, and by this time, the rat shaman had finished drawing the remaining patterns. Seeing Xuanhuan continuously clutching his throat, trying desperately to regurgitate, he kindly reminded him. All those embryos have been treated by my secret methods. Once they come into contact with human digestive enzymes, they dissolve. You can try as hard as you want, but you'll never throw them up. Right now, you've been thoroughly taken over by the essence of our rat spirits. Enjoy your final moments. Through the eyes of the rat shaman, Xuanhuan, who originally seemed dull and lifeless, now appeared like the brightest stars in the sky, shining with dazzling, colorful brilliance. This was the light of spiritual energy piercing through to the soul. It was the spiritual energy of the rat tribe. Xuanhuan's body alone concentrated the spiritual energy of at least a planet populated by hundreds of millions of rat people. He was simply the perfect vessel. The rat shaman sighed in admiration. Just at this moment, there was a sudden commotion from the underground dungeon far away. The expression on the rat shaman's face darkened instantly. What's going on? A rat with relevant information immediately stepped forward to report. Shaman, humans have infiltrated the dungeon and rescued the group that was captured yesterday. Useless. The rat shaman trembled slightly with anger, raising his hand and slapping the rat so hard it flew away. Hardly managing to control his emotions again, he issued commands. All rat warriors, head to the dungeon immediately and activate the spirit energy array. Absolutely do not allow any human to escape from this planet. As soon as the rat shaman's orders were given, enormous fluctuations came from the distant battlefield. Then, suddenly, 20 towering, robust mechs appeared on the battlefield, their bodies bathed in deep red, as if they were born from blood-soaked baths. The spiral blade on his hand rotates at 6,000 times per second, and with a single motion, it splits a rat warrior in two. No matter how many hands they have, it's as easy as cutting through hair or water, one touch, and death is certain. Ordinary rat warriors are simply no match for them. The rat shaman soon realized the situation. Send out the devil rats and the rat generals, with the tunnel rats cooperating underground to harass. Understood. His purpose here had already been achieved. Those rat embryos had already been completely digested and absorbed by Xuanhuan. The sacrifices had been prepared, so he no longer needed to worry about them. Thus, without any hesitation, the rat shaman left the square and returned to the rat spaceship to begin commanding the battlefield. In no time, the number of rat warriors around noticeably decreased by more than half. Xuanhuan's face lit up with joy. Not bothering to think further about what the rat shaman had done earlier, he immediately retrieved the Storm Crimson. Activate Intelligent Combat AI, Emperor. Take control of the Storm Crimson, and immediately release the nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon. Xuanhuan murmured in his mind. And so, this newly arrived Storm Crimson was taken over by Emperor. It promptly aimed at the nearby rat warriors and unleashed an electromagnetic cannon. Soon, the rat warriors were thrown into chaos. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xuanhuan immediately broke free from his previous restraints and climbed into the control room of the Storm Crimson. According to the original plan, he should have waited until the situation stabilized on xuanhuan's side, then sent someone to rescue him. He was supposed to drive this Storm Crimson together with them. But now, with the tactical planning done by Emperor and the neural pressure shared by the BrainLink system, Xuanhuan could pilot the mech all by himself. With a sweeping kick, large groups of rat warriors on the ground were flung away, their internal organs smashed into several pieces. They were beyond dead. Before long, the rat warriors aboard the spaceship quickly noticed that there was suddenly another red mech at Neptune Square. Notify the tunnel rats and devil rats to go to Neptune Square. Leave the dungeon humans to the rat general. The rat shaman looked displeased. Apparently, he hadn't expected the humans to be so reckless. Most importantly, he hadn't expected the humans to possess such powerful mechs. They had lost nearly half of their rat warriors. However, luckily for him, he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Under the rat shaman's arrangement, the situation on the ground began to undergo subtle changes. And at this moment, he directly emerged from the rat spaceship. Floating in midair, he hovered half a meter above the spaceship. Great Devourer, Lord of the End of all things, your servant pleads for your infinite power. I shall offer you the population of a whole planet. Before long, a streak of energy, dark and vividly crimson, descended upon the rat shaman. It instantly linked with the spaceship beneath him. The patterns drawn on the surface of the spaceship were wildly wriggling. The rat shaman's muscles swelled, veins bulged, and blood surged madly, creating prominent vein markings. Just like the spaceship itself, like countless worms lurking beneath the skin, crazily squirming and dashing about. Blessed with immense power, enduring excruciating pain, the rat shaman shouted loudly. An enormous, unknown force immediately emanated from the rat spaceship. In a flash, it enveloped most of Neptune, causing strange transformations. Chapter 47. Chu Jiang's Self-Mutilation, Destroying the Covenant. The horror of sure arrival. At the Neptune Plaza, Chu Jiang was the first to notice something amiss. Originally, when driving the Storm Scarlet, dealing with these rat warriors had been as easy as slicing melons. But now, these rat warriors seemed much tougher to handle. If originally they were clay blocks that crumbled at a touch, now they were lumps of diamond. It required a great deal of effort just to take down one rat warrior. Something was wrong, definitely wrong. It must have been the rat shaman using some means, causing an unobservable mutation in these rat warriors. Chu Jiang's expression turned serious. Then, he noticed the fluorescent green paint beneath his feet, which was now emanating a strange and eerie green glow. The dried paint was now revitalized, like flowing human veins, pulsating and full of life. There was no doubt the transformation of the rat warriors was connected to these patterns. Chu Jiang made a guess. He immediately attempted to destroy it. However, despite producing sparks, he couldn't even crack a single piece of stone. Damn, when did Neptune Plaza become this hard? However, before he could figure out the truth, the dungeon battle rapidly changed. For rat generals were covered by an unknown energy. Afterward, their bodies inflated at a terrifying speed. Like balloons being blown up, they instantly grew from 2 or 3 meter dwarves into 100-meter giants, even towering higher than the Storm Scarlet. The situation suddenly shifted advantageously to the rat people. Even if 5 Storm Scarlets were facing a single rat giant, they struggled to resist. Seeing this, Chu Jiang decided to go help them break free first. Once the rat giant was dealt with, he would return to destroy the patterns on Neptune Plaza. Unfortunately, just then, one of the rat warriors behind him underwent the same mutation. Another beast descended. With a leap, it directly pinned Chu Jiang under its weight, preventing him from interfering in the battle. Just then, he noticed the rat spaceship hovering in the sky above. The mysterious energy emitted from it was most familiar to Chu Jiang. Spirit Energy Spaceship. The rat people are a spirit energy race. That explained all the previous phenomena clearly. Despite realizing this, Chu Jiang's face didn't brighten much. The giants were undoubtedly summoned by the rat shaman's means. To prevent these beasts from continuing to appear, they had to deal with either the rat shaman or the rat spaceship. Otherwise, even if they defeated one rat giant, there were countless more rat warriors who could turn into giants anytime they wanted, as long as the rat shaman allowed it. Damn, was there truly no way out? Biting tightly on his teeth, Chu Jiang aimed his left arm at the rat giant, pinning him down. Fusion reactor, high-pressure electromagnetic cannon. Fire. The tremendous impact instantly sent the beast flying, allowing him to catch his breath and scramble to his feet. But before he could take a few steps, the giant came back for more. Chu Jiang quickly switched to the spiral blade form. A flying kick sent the beast retreating. The faint buzzing sound emitted by the double spiral blades on his right arms accompanied his gestures as they flowed around various parts of the beast. Wherever the blades passed, large chunks of blood and flesh splashed out. The electromagnetic cannon in his left hand remained ready. Whenever the beast had approached, he simply shoved the muzzle into its mouth and fired. Blue-purple arcs of electricity constantly traveled around his body, combining with the array of blades to create an awe-inspiring force. Chu Jiang felt a pang of regret. This electromagnetic cannon used 1 power crystal each time. Skeletal layout confirmed, building a model to analyze weaknesses. Meanwhile, the Emperor successfully analyzed the weak points of the giant. A comprehensive analysis diagram of the rat giant immediately appeared before his eyes. There were 2 weak points, the back of the neck and the tail. Unfortunately, the giant was quite a bit taller than Storm Scarlet, making it hard to deal with the neck. The only part truly reachable was the tail. Chu Jiang immediately shared this information with everyone from the Blue Star Guard. Once the news was shared, whoever eliminated the giant first would be free to provide support. However, just as he was engaged in a fierce struggle with the giant, a sudden wave of excruciating pain hit his abdomen. Damn, it must be the embryo that the rat shaman gave him earlier taking effect. Cold sweat broke out on Chu Jiang as the pain gripped him. Still, the giant gave him no respite. What was once an electromagnetic cannon-dominated fight turned into constant beatings for his Storm Scarlet. Almost instantly, the external armor layer began to deform. This wouldn't do. If he continued, he'd die not from the giant's jaws, but from the pain. Trying to withstand it while planning his counterattack, Chu Jiang noticed the beast becoming stronger with every blow, over twice as powerful as before. Looking at the battlefield in the dungeon, he saw a similar situation. The rat giants had undergone a complete transformation. Moreover, the timing coincided closely with the sharp pain transmitted from his body. Deep in thought, Chu Jiang reflected. If the Emperor could analyze the enemy's structure, shouldn't it be able to conduct a health check on him as well? Hey, the Emperor, perform a health check on me. Attempt detection. Health check complete. The body harbors vast amounts of spirit energy. As a sacrifice, a covenant with the World's Devourer has been signed and is now taking effect. Spirit energy, World's Devourer? Chu Jiang was stunned. Instantly, he recalled the system's introduction of the Emperor, possessing most of the knowledge in the galaxy. Included among this knowledge were details about spirit energy races. The Emperor quickly analyzed the situation of the rat people's spaceship. Chu Jiang decisively gave his command. Detection ongoing. Analysis complete. After the race of the rat people enters into a contract with the World's Devourer, they briefly enter the supernatural saint state. The spirit energy spaceship is amplifying the sorcery, bloody berserk. Rat giants are descending. Indeed, just as Chu Jiang had guessed, the giant beasts were conjured up by the rat shamans. What can we do to stop the rat shaman? Destroy the sacrifice, obliterate the contract, and the world's devourer will impose its penalty for breaking the agreement. Sacrifice. So that was the meaning behind it. Chu Jiang smiled. Did that mean if he mutilated himself, he could destroy the contract? If so, then let's give it a try. Chu Jiang's consciousness detached from the storm scarlet, returning to his body. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang gouged out his right eye. Blood immediately gushed, filling his palm. Indeed, the detection interface of the Emperor showed that the face of the rat shaman turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! That kid has realized something and is hurting himself. Stop him fast. The rat shaman began wildly shouting. Damn, everything was cursed. They had successfully blocked humans' access to knowledge of spirit energy. How could Chu Jiang, a greenhorn rookie, have possibly uncovered the key fact regarding the sacrificial covenant? That embryo came from careful refining of all the vengeful souls of the rat people during his triumphant return to the Green Plague Star system. Even the rat mothers carrying the embryos endured ruthless abuse throughout their pregnancies. It was all done to maximize the generation of hatred and resentment. Focusing all that vengeful energy into him made him an invaluable delicacy for the world's devourer. How dare a mere human mutilate himself like this? He who dreamed of conquering the solar system, trampling over Blue Star, and destroying humanity's home planet. His grand dream had actually been thwarted by such a bastard. I refuse to accept this. In the spaceship, the rat operators instantly summoned more rat giants. Feeling the pain inside intensify, Chu Jiang couldn't help but laugh. The agitated reaction of the rat shaman was proof that his method was indeed correct. The more nervous the rat shaman became, the more excited Chu Jiang felt. Without delay, he removed the remaining eyeball. Then he pierced through both eardrums, followed by snapping his legs. Under the blade, his right leg was swiftly severed. Instantly, blood sprayed everywhere. Chu Jiang's complexion turned deathly pale. Fortunately, the Emperor delivered the temporary medical pod within the mech suit, and Chu Jiang barely managed to stem the blood loss. At this moment, aboard the rat spaceship, another dramatic change occurred. This time, it enveloped the entire Neptune. A towering presence, as massive as mountains, as vast as the ocean, and terrifying beyond imagination, descended like a nightfall. Chapter 48. The Ratmen are defeated. Preparing for mechanical augmentation. In the face of the wrath of an evil deity, even the Ratman shaman was utterly unable to resist. This was true and mighty power. In just an instant, nearly half of the Ratmen aboard the spaceship vanished, causing their formation array to lose its effect. This was the compensation assessed by the Sha God. Meanwhile, the Ratman shaman had been completely immobilized in the void. The spiritual energy within him rapidly drained away. His bulging muscles collapsed at a visible speed, shrinking and fading away. The expression on his face froze in the instant when the evil deity descended, capturing his terrified expression. Once all the spiritual energy had been consumed, he quickly became a mere skin and bones figure. At the same moment, on the ancestral planet of the Ratmen located far across the galaxy, a massive planet instantly became enveloped by the black mist of the Sha God. The life force there was swiftly disappearing. Within the blink of an eye, it completely turned into a dead star. Only at this moment did the Sha God recover what was rightfully owed as interest. Treating the near-dead Ratman shaman as a dessert, he entirely devoured him before leaving this universe. These changes weren't long in duration. From the arrival to the departure of the Sha God, it didn't even exceed 10 seconds. Yet, the crowd around Neptune felt like each second lasted a year. Now, with the Sha God's presence gone and the Ratman shaman vanished, the great power bestowed upon the Ratmen suddenly disappeared. The enormous Ratman beasts that were just evenly matched against the Storm Crimson machines returned to their original forms. Tang Long, who had been observing the battlefield closely, immediately seized the opportunity to mercilessly crush the Ratman general to death. Only then did he have time to alert his other teammates. The Ratmen seemed to have encountered some trouble. Take advantage of this now. Hurry and control the situation. Understood. Numerous members of the Blue Star Guard immediately understood Tang Long's intentions. The Berserkin demon plague Ratmen? One claw can simply explode you. The digging rats causing chaos, leading to Storm Crimson being trapped underground? Do you understand what Dragon Continent Kung Fu means? With one somersault kick, I'll send your soul ascending. As for the Ratman general? Sorry, my nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon's explosion is too loud. I can't hear you. Everywhere the explosion goes, not a single shard remains. A one-sided slaughter targeting the rat people began from this point. Without the great power enhancement provided by the Ratman shaman, their destiny could only be death. Meanwhile, xuanhuan finally managed to spare the time to reach Neptune Square. She had been monitoring Chu Jiang's condition since just before. Though powerful, the Ratman giant beast could still equally contend against 5 Storm Crimson units. Chu Jiang's previous solo combat against it must have exacted a considerable toll. When she left, she had promised Miss Mo that she would return the person fully intact. There absolutely couldn't be any mistakes. How's your situation, Chu Jiang? Inside the operation room, Chu Jiang was still linked to the Storm Crimson machine. Upon hearing Jianghan's voice, he responded with a touch of bitterness. My situation isn't dire, but it certainly isn't pleasant. Both my eyes, ears, and legs are ruined. Go take care of the Ratmen first. Hearing these words from Chu Jiang, Jianghan's heart sank. While explaining, she immediately dialed the communication line to Blue Star. You focus. Without the giant beast, dealing with the remaining Ratman will be as easy as slicing vegetables. Can you manage right now? I need to go check out your mecha cockpit. If the situation is severe, I'll bring you back to Blue Star for treatment. Although her words seemed to seek Chu Jiang's approval, Xuanhuan had already ascended the mech herself. All that remained was for Chu Jiang to open the cabin door. Reluctantly, Chu Jiang opened the hatch for her. Just stepping inside, Xuanhuan saw blood pooling everywhere, momentarily turning her pale. How did so much blood come out? Xuanhuan rushed over, then successively noticed the severed heads lying on the floor, still oozing blood, the bloody ears soaking in pools, and the 2 eyeballs rolling on the ground. She quickly jumped to Chu Jiang's side to examine him. Fortunately, the bleeding had already been stopped by the medical pod, rendering him stable after temporary treatment. But soon, she noticed something troubling. You're self-mutilating? As the captain of the Blue Star Guard, Xuanhuan immediately identified the marks as ones made by Chu Jiang himself. She sharply questioned. It's not self-mutilation. The Ratman shaman used me as a sacrifice to offer to the evil deity. Only by disabling myself could I interrupt the contract. Chu Jiang didn't elaborate further. Blue Star knew very little about spiritual energy races, and if he explained too much, it might raise suspicion. In that case, it seems mechanical augmentation is your only choice this time. I know a reliable augmenter who I'll introduce to you once we return. Knowing Chu Jiang was unharmed, Xuanhuan unusually found some humor to make a joke. At the same time, Tang Long had also cleared the remaining Ratmen. As for those so-called 100 million hostages on Neptune, they had long become the nourishment for the rapid breeding of the Rat army. Global annihilation, no survivors. Still, the control over Neptune had been successfully reclaimed. The specific arrangements would depend on subsequent military actions. As for them, they naturally tidied up the spoils of war and prepared to return. Blue Star, MO family. It had been over 10 hours since Chu Jiang and his team set off for Neptune. According to the plan, they should be returning soon. Mo Ran was feeling increasingly restless, pouring cup after cup of tea, until Uncle Kai entered with a worried expression. Miss, the military just sent an urgent report. There was a great victory on Neptune. The Ratmen have been subdued. However, seeing his hesitation made Mo Ran even more anxious. What's the however, Uncle Kai? Speak quickly. The however is that to stop the Ratman's ritual to summon the evil deity, Chu Jiang mutilated himself. Several organs are now non-functional and require mechanical augmentation. At least he's alright. Thank goodness. Upon hearing that Chu Jiang had only been severely injured and required mechanical augmentation, Mo Ran let out a sigh of relief. Any injury was better than being killed on the spot by an evil deity. Few could stand against such power. Immediately thinking about Chu Jiang's predicament, she quickly got up, intending to head toward Feigong Hall. The Mo family, renowned as a mech family, primarily focused on mech design, but also had members dabbling in mechanical augmentation as a sideline. Mo Chun, her paternal uncle and the top augmenter in the Mo family. If he were involved, there would be no issues with Chu Jiang's mechanical augmentation. She'd heard that his combination of mechs and body augmentation technology had made some new breakthroughs. This was definitely something good that shouldn't be missed. 10 minutes later, at Longzhou military base. As soon as Chu Jiang landed, he was taken directly into an operating room. Currently, various medical instruments were scanning him. The examination is complete. The bleeding was stopped in time, and apart from needing to augment certain organs, there are no other problems. Seeing his concerned niece by his side, Mo Chun explained with a smile. I happen to have a few decent things on hand, kid. Do you want to try any of them? Hearing this, Chu Jiang bitterly smiled. He knew that he'd been so quickly scheduled for mechanical augmentation thanks to Mo Ran. Anything according to your preference will do. I don't care. As long as it doesn't affect my normal movements. In that case, I'll fully utilize all the options. Rest assured, I'll ensure you're satisfied. If you're not happy at any point, just speak up, and I'll replace them for free. Chapter 49, Conclusion. Chu Jiang appointed to the Sun Federation seat. Mo Chen's words made Chu Jiang feel a little uneasy. He wanted to say more, but the anesthetic had already taken effect, and in the next second, he fainted. When he woke up again, it was already the next day. Chu Jiang opened his eyes, and the scene before him was a little blurry. But after blinking a few times, his vision returned to normal. There was no difference from usual. At the same time, he noticed that not only were his eyes fine, but his ears and legs also felt perfectly good. It was as if the incident on Neptune dealing with the evil god and his forced choice to disable the contract was all just a dream. Chu Jiang quickly got up from the hospital bed. Just then, Mo Chun and Mo Ran happened to walk in. Seeing him up, Mo Chun joked. I told you he's fine. You don't need to keep calling me over to watch him. Mo Ran behind him turned red-faced. She quickly changed the subject. Uncle, what functions do the mechanical implants you gave Chu Jiang have? Tell us in detail now. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Mo Chun became interested at once and began explaining to Chu Jiang. The E18 Explorer series of mechanical prosthetic eyes I gave you each have at least 10,000 high-definition nanoscale cameras embedded within them. They give you capabilities comparable to a compound eye and can link with a warship system for supercomputational analysis. You just need to concentrate, and the function will be activated. Chu Jiang immediately focused according to the method Mo Chun introduced, and indeed, after a momentary dizziness, he instantly saw large data panels appear in his field of vision. The clarity of the images was tens of times stronger. In addition, he noticed that his field of view had become extremely broad, and the distance he could look into the horizon was even farther. There's nothing special about the ears. They're just the most ordinary kind available on the market. They increase the frequency bandwidth you can listen to, and that's all. The key is the legs. I've embedded at least 30 titanium alloy-built miniature nuclear reactors in each leg. Just by kicking, you can unleash power equivalent to a nuclear bomb. Moreover, there's a nozzle under your feet, which, as long as proper protection is applied, can sustain supersonic flight for an hour. The focus is on the right leg, whose second form is crafted from the latest alloy researched by the MO family, so sharp that ordinary metals can't withstand it. Perhaps one day, we'll see you shatter an entire battleship with one step. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? I named it the golden right leg. What do you think? After speaking at length, Imo-chun looked at Chu Jiang expectantly, awaiting his praise. After listening to so much, Chu Jiang tentatively wiggled his toes. Under the artificial human skin covering, it felt no different from before. It was hard to imagine that these could supposedly crush an entire battleship, as Imo-chun put it. He felt a sense of unreality. So how's the situation with the rat people invasion? I just happen to want to test its strength. It's all been dealt with, leaving only some post-disaster reconstruction work. Mr. Gong says he'll come see you once he's finished handling things. This time, it was Mo Ran who responded. When she spoke of official matters, she finally regained her composure. Gong Mr. said this time the invasion of the rat people, and even confronting the evil god, could be resolved so easily, because your contributions were the greatest. Without a doubt, you will likely receive formal Federation status officially, and after graduating from the academy, you'll immediately head to the extraterrestrial battlefield. That's where the real stage lies. To extraterrestrial. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang's eyes flickered. Even earlier, when he learned from Yun Xinghan that mercenary groups could reach the outer space battlefield, he had already been attracted. Who would have thought such a surprise would present itself? Though overwhelmed with excitement, Chu Jiang did not notice Mo Ran growing increasingly nervous beside him. Indeed, if Chu Jiang were to leave for the outer space battlefield, their fleet might very well dissolve. Mo Ran really didn't want that to happen. While she hesitated on whether or not to open her mouth, the door to the ward was pushed open once more. Gong Jinliang walked in looking extremely tired. I heard you were about to wake up, so I prepared to come over as soon as I was done dealing with those negotiations. Who would have thought it'd turn out to be such a coincidence? His tone was full of mockery. Negotiations? Gong Jinliang pulled over a chair and sat down. Seeing Chu Jiang's confusion, he explained briefly. Neptune's reclamation news has somehow reached the Dove faction, who continuously reached out to me regarding retrieving management rights. I evaded them using Tai Chi tactics. After saying this, Gong Jinliang waved his hand, clearly unwilling to dwell on this topic any further. Instead, he brought up another matter. This time, not only have we successfully driven the Rat People clan away from the solar system, but we've also acquired a large amount of information about the spirit energy races. The military has mobilized hundreds of linguists to begin translation work. Chu Jiang, you've accomplished great deeds. At this point, Gong Jinliang's voice carried an extraordinary excitement. In the past, knowledge in this particular field was sparse. Facing spirit energy races in the extraterrestrial battlefield left them completely helpless. Now, thanks solely to Chu Jiang, they've achieved a breakthrough from 0 to 1. They are no longer blind. Chu Jiang hastily waved his hands in denial. It's not just my accomplishment. We also owe it to the Blue Star Guard team members. Moreover, hearing this, Chu Jiang was reminded of something. Because of the sudden descent of the evil deity, the Ratmen never had a chance to escape. At that time, all the Ratmen inside the entire spacecraft were completely annihilated, but the data was preserved intact. This was undoubtedly great news for the Blue Star and all humanity. For thousands of years, humanity had been constrained by the evil gods. Now, being able to extract some information from the Ratman spaceship provided a basis for humanity's resistance against the evil gods. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. This ancient wisdom remains unshakable. So, the base commanders of all Longzhou bases have unanimously decided. Gong Jinliang, who had just recovered from his earlier fatigue, said with an unusually serious tone, looking solemnly at Chu Jiang. Word by word, he declared, appoint Chu Jiang as the deputy commander of Neptune's first military base. At the same time, Chu Jiang will be assigned to the second seat under Neptune within the Sun Federation. The appointment document will arrive shortly, and at that time, you will directly head to Neptune to take over the military base. Not only Chu Jiang, but also Mo Chun and Mo Ran beside him were shocked speechless. This was the highest seat in the Sun Federation. Such a council is only convened when humanity faces a life or death crisis. How could they possibly appoint Chu Jiang? He was only 18 years old. You should know, the youngest person currently holding a Sun Federation seat is already 100 years old. Never has someone so young been appointed. Don't look at Gong Jinliang as if he were middle-aged. He underwent mechanical enhancement and is actually well over 100 years old. The situation was similar for other seat holders. What virtues or merits does Chu Jiang possess? It was Mo Chun who spoke up, questioning what everyone present truly felt. Gong Jinliang seemed to have foreseen their question. The materials retrieved from the Ratman spaceship, after overnight decryption by linguists, were integrated and sent to the outer domain. Before I left, I received confirmation that it was correct. Furthermore, they even wiped out an entire spirit energy race galaxy, achieving significant results. All of these are Chu Jiang's accomplishments. Are there still any doubts? Chapter 50, finally graduated. Welcoming a more brilliant world. Chu Jiang remained silent. From a long-term perspective, all the contents on the Ratman spaceship were invaluable. In exchange for a seat in the Solar Federation was indeed not excessive. But even if the big truths were told to the sky, once known by the outside world, age would always be a sharp blade to attack him. Seeing his silence, knowing he still had some hesitation, a supplement was added. Although the appointment letter will arrive soon, the military unanimously believes that this matter cannot be announced to the public for now. This is also why you have been appointed as the deputy base commander. You just need to be nominated and don't have to appear on stage for now. Of course, nominally, you will receive another title. I won't tell you about it now. Consider it a surprise. Indeed, with Gong Zhenliang's words as the bottom line, Xu Jiang completely got rid of his last bit of discomfort. That's how this matter would proceed. Moreover, for him, this could also be regarded as a kind of pressure. There's power in pressure. As long as he becomes strong enough to conquer everything by strength, age would naturally not be the shackle that confined him. Blue Star Academy, Spark Awakening Square. A banquet was held here. Zhang Lei was quietly standing in a corner, watching Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu bask in the praise of the crowd like peacocks. Even people like Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu could be praised. The gap between them was getting larger and larger. Back then, wasn't this how Chu Jiang looked at him? Zhang Lei suddenly remembered. At this moment, Jian Wuming and Kong Xiu suddenly sat next to him. Why are you staying here? After the end of this graduation meeting, we will completely leave the academy. Aren't you going to do something? Jian Wuming's tone was somewhat challenging. Ever since the Ratmen tribe was expelled, the rat infestation on Blue Star was completely eradicated, and Blue Star Academy returned to peace. Now, nearly 3 months had passed since their awakening, and what awaited these graduates was the final graduation meeting. After the graduation meeting, they would officially leave the ivory tower of the academy and step into the cruel starry skies. Zhang Lei gave a perplexed look. Then he heard Jian Wuming whisper, I received accurate information. Chu Jiang will also come. Don't you want to do something? Impossible. Isn't it said that he was killed by the Ratmen on Neptune? Zhang Lei's first reaction was denial. Don't you believe me? Jian Wuming glared at him unhappily. During the previous academy's mandatory task, he was sent to a base in Longzhou. Because of his specially awakened warship, he was quite favored. Although it wasn't openly stated, after the end of this graduation meeting, he could directly join the military. His news, being questioned. Zhang Lei, of course, had heard about Jian Wuming's good fortune. He denied it subconsciously. Before he could explain, he saw Jian Wuming raise an eyebrow towards the back, indicating for him to turn around. Then, Zhang Lei saw Chu Jiang hurriedly walk into the venue. Next, someone went up to meet him. It was xuanhuan. Since the disagreement occurred last time, xuanhuan had completely broken ties with them. Later, everyone also tacitly no longer mentioned the fleet that was temporarily formed. However, after switching to mechanical prosthetic eyes, Chu Jiang's visual information collection ability greatly improved. Even in places he couldn't see peripherally, he still noticed Zhang Lei's gaze coming over. He didn't know about the conflict between xuanhuan and them. Out of politeness, he gave a glance back. xuanhuan followed the gaze, and upon seeing Zhang Lei, her face showed disapproval. TCH, he has nerve. Chu Jiang looked at her with surprise. Seeing his confusion, xuanhuan reluctantly explained. Weren't the Ratmen clan blurry photos of you published globally before? We received them too. Thinking about the resources you divided among us on Black Rock Star, I originally wanted to call him to go support you together. But unexpectedly, he turned out to be an ingrate. Revisiting old grievances made xuanhuan unable to suppress her anger further. Perhaps not wanting to dwell much on this issue, xuanhuan asked about future plans. Hearing her mention this, Chu Jiang did not hesitate. After the graduation meeting, I am preparing to go to Longzhou and then use military connections to head to the outer regions. Outer battlefield. This answer was obviously within expectation. xuanhuan's expression did not change much, but her gaze on Chu Jiang became slightly more complex. Congratulations to you then, but I am not bad either. Recently, I have received a notice from a mercenary group, and I have become a formal member. Maybe, the next time we meet should be on the outer battlefield. I am waiting for that day. Over there, the conference officially started. Zhang Lei and Jian Wuming somehow managed to get onto the podium. It seemed like they were preparing to give a speech representing outstanding graduates. Chu Jiang smirked coldly. At this moment, xuanhuan suddenly asked, what about Mo Ran? How do you know her? Clearly, Chu Jiang had not anticipated that she would ask like this. Moreover, when mentioning Mo Ran, he also felt somewhat conflicted. Yes, I met her last time at the Assad base. I noticed that she seems to have a thing for you. Does she? Facing xuanhuan's question, Chu Jiang instinctively countered with a question of his own. But upon careful thought, Mo Ran seemed to have helped him quite a few times unknowingly. Without even bringing up the distant past, just recently, the Storm Crimson mech design blueprints, and specifically requesting Uncle Mo Chun to make the mechanical augmentations for him. All of these things, she never mentioned charging once. It seemed, unknowingly, that he already owed her quite a bit. To say there wasn't anything between them was clearly incorrect. Just as Chu Jiang was about to reply, unexpectedly, he suddenly heard Jian Wuming mention his name on stage. Dear fellow students, from today onward, we part ways. Remember, don't be like some people who let opportunities slip because they can't save face. Chu Jiang listened for a moment. He determined that Jian Wuming's some people must refer to him. However, when did he provoke Jian Wuming? At this point, Jian Wuming was indirectly mocking him. Chu Jiang noticed that several people were already looking over in his direction. Their gazes carried various shades of disdain and sarcasm. Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh. Hadn't met such a little fool like this in ages. He was readying himself to go up and have a good fight, when unexpected changes suddenly occurred. A military helicopter was flying towards the square, making a coo-coo-coo sound. Blue Star Academy prohibits flying unless a major accident occurs. The faces of many school leaders immediately became serious. Even before the helicopter landed, they eagerly approached it. Chu Jiang also looked over. With vision far superior to ordinary people, he noticed that sitting inside the helicopter was actually xuanhuan. Director Chu Jiang, Blue Star Guard, urgently reported that a group of pirates appeared outside the solar system. The situation is very critical now. There's no more time left. Everyone is waiting for you. Jiang Han said these words with sincere emotion, leaving Chu Jiang speechless. How could he not know that Jiang Han turned out to be such a talented actor? However, what the crowd cared more about right now was the Blue Star Guard mentioned by Jiang Han. Chu Jiang, director? When did he become the director of the Blue Star Guard? In an instant, all eyes swiveled toward Chu Jiang. Their gazes brimmed with incredulity and envy. Every so often, expressions of regret flashed through their eyes, as if lamenting how they themselves hadn't seized the opportunity. Being able to connect with Chu Jiang would mean saving 20 years of effort. Upon seeing Jiang Han winking at him, Chu Jiang finally snapped back into awareness. This was obviously calling on him to act arrogantly. Could this be the surprise Mr. Gong mentioned? Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He could only look at the school leaders with an apologetic expression. I'm truly sorry, teachers. There's a temporary mission. I must leave ahead of schedule. No problem, no problem. Chu student achieving success is the highest commendation for our academy. Go ahead. Anyway, the meeting afterward has no other substantive content. The school leaders smiled warmly, showing great consideration. And thus, Chu Jiang climbed aboard the helicopter driven by Jiang Han, departing with pride. By this point, he had fully departed from the academy, welcoming a more brilliant future. Chapter 51. Intuitive Perception of the Psionic Races. Award Ceremony. Where should we go next? Chu Jiang retracted his scattered thoughts and returned to reality, only then realizing he had no idea where they were heading next. Of course, it's Neptune. You, as the nominal deputy base commander, should at least make an appearance. Jiang Han said with a lack of enthusiasm. Here, these are the materials translated by the linguists regarding the psionic races. You can take a look if you have nothing better to do. Considering the distance from the academy to Longzhou, it would take at least a few hours just flying by helicopter. Thus, she kindly gestured Chu Jiang to glance at a few new books beside him. Chu Jiang casually picked one up and skimmed through it briefly. It was about the size of a normal textbook, much to his surprise. How could this be so fast? And judging by the content, it seems deliberately organized. Of course, since the information has been verified as accurate, it must be passed down. What you're holding now will all become the future textbooks of the academy. According to Mr. Gong's plan, a course introducing the psionic races will be directly opened at the Blue Star Academy. Not only the academy, but also the bases have such booklets. As he put it, this is the most effective way to popularize. Chu Jiang didn't respond, having already started flipping through the book. Psionics is an absolutely subjective extraordinary power. Each sequencer of psionics has different focuses, with rather limited abilities. Therefore, spaceships tailored to amplify their psionic powers in conjunction with their own training regimens are needed. The sequence of psionics is divided into two levels, mind over matter and transcendence. It's rumored that those who reach transcendence possess a trace of divine might. Psionic sequences worship the 5 great fiendish gods, exchanging sacrifices for powerful strength by signing contracts with them. The 5 great fiendish gods are the end of all things, the guardian of war and weapons, the lord of void, the world's devourer, the goddess of life, the keeper of desire and reproduction, the mother of beings, the weaver of life, the omniscient one, the shepherd of souls and ethics, the truth guide, the whisperer of the void, the throne of greed, the protector of trade and wealth, the treasure merchant, the instrument of thirst, the reason of the circle, the executor of judgment and settlement, the Mercury serpent, the end of the cycle. Each fiendish god's corresponding jurisdiction is fully recorded. Remember, once a contract is made, it cannot be interrupted or violated. The exact consequences are unknown, though currently they seem to manifest as the descent of an evil god. To enter the psionic sequence, one must master the technology known as psionic theory. Chu Jiang's gaze flickered as he identified the key points. Technology? He immediately looked toward Jiang Han, who was driving the helicopter, and asked, "Is this a translation error, or?" Upon seeing Chu Jiang handing over the textbook, pointing at the word technology, she immediately understood what he meant. "Are you talking about this?" I've asked the group of linguists. According to them, the system of the psionic race doesn't differ much from the science of normal material development. It's just that the basic substance is psionics. And extending from psionics as a foundation, things like sleight of hand, magic circles, magic scrolls, mystical artifacts, etc., all belong to scientific branches or variants. So, they call these things psionic technology. Chu Jiang nodded in understanding. With these foundational pieces of knowledge, he indeed gained a very intuitive and clear understanding of the psionic race. However, he couldn't help but wonder, is there really a soul? A few hours later, Neptune's Nippon Square. Under the construction frenzy driven by Longzhou, how long has it been since the first military base on Neptune, originally devastated into ruins, was restored to half its former glory? Once everything is completely repaired, residents from other planets can be arranged to undergo interstellar migration. Having just disembarked from the Starship, Chu Jiang was sitting on a shuttle vehicle on the way from the port to the entrance of the base. Then, he noticed that everything outside still bore signs of 100 wastes waiting to flourish, yet brimming with vitality. But soon after, he noticed something unusual. Nippon Square had suddenly gained a 100-meter-tall statue. It wasn't until the shuttle arrived at the base entrance, when he saw the statue's front face, that he realized it was actually himself. Before Chu Jiang could even speak, a group of Blue Star security guards who'd been waiting eagerly moved forward immediately, stuffing a prepared wreath, trophy, and certificate all into Chu Jiang's arms. Congratulations to the Deputy Base Commander. Wishes for happiness to the Deputy Base Commander. What exactly is going on here? Chu Jiang's head was filled with confusion as he hurriedly sought help with a desperate glance towards xuanhuan standing beside him. But all she did was suppress a laugh while covering her mouth, showing no intention of helping at all. And thus, Chu Jiang was left to be carried away by everyone else, dragged off to various bizarre celebratory rituals. Only after thoroughly exhausting Chu Jiang, collapsing him completely, did xuanhuan slowly approach. Well, have you felt the warmth everyone feels towards you? I have felt it, but there are no residents in the base now, so why go through all this fuss? Especially the stone statue outside the square. It's truly embarrassing. Moreover, I'm just the Deputy Base Commander. If the Chief Base Commander finds out, won't he say I'm overstepping my position? Didn't I tell you? The official base commander of Neptune's first military base is me. xuanhuan wore a mischievous look. As for the statue, that was arranged by Mr. Gong. He said every generation to come on Neptune must deeply remember your story. And thanks to you, in the alliance, Mr. Gong has successfully taken Neptune out of the hands of the pacifist faction. As the reward for this mission, all members of the Blue Star security team can be appointed as commanders of a Neptune base. Nowadays, there are at least 20 empty bases on Neptune waiting for interstellar immigration. They're retiring in glory, preparing to grow old here. Hearing xuanhuan's words, Chu Jiang no longer cared about how his statue would not only be admired and observed by people of this generation, but also by generations to come, endlessly exposing him to mortifying situations. Unbelievably, he looked around at the others, seeking confirmation. Of course it's true. Without you, we'd have at least another decade before we could retire. And even then, we wouldn't necessarily become base commanders. Seeing their joyful and affirming replies one after another, Chu Jiang couldn't help but believe that it was actually true. Especially, during this mission, had Chu Jiang not interrupted the contract causing the descent of an evil god. Given these security team members' strength, even if driving Storm Crimson, they wouldn't stand a chance against the rat-like giant beasts. So, they genuinely wanted to express their gratitude towards Chu Jiang. Seeing Chu Jiang's laughter finally subside, xuanhuan lightly cleared her throat, assuming a particularly serious expression. Comrade Chu Jiang, hear my command. Present. Although he had no idea what further arrangement awaited him, seeing xuanhuan's solemn expression, Chu Jiang immediately stood up straight, watching her with utmost seriousness. Considering your outstanding performance during this mission, the Blue Star Alliance unanimously decided to grant you the official seat of Neptune within the sacred 17 seats of the Solar Federation. After she finished speaking, Tang Long appeared before xuanhuan, both hands carrying a brocade box. When opened, inside lay a medal engraved with the patterns of the 8 planets of the solar system. Its material should be gold. xuanhuan took it out and pinned it onto Chu Jiang's chest. This completed the formal award ceremony for him. But it wasn't over yet. Besides, given your excellent academic performance at Blue Star Academy and your impressive achievements during off-campus training, the military unanimously decided to specially allow you to join the Blue Star security team, establishing a special action group named Chu, adding 1 member to your team. After xuanhuan spoke, another figure walked in through the door. Chu Jiang focused intently. It was Mo Ran. And at this moment, she was wearing the uniform of the Blue Star security team. Combining this with xuanhuan's previous announcement, Chu Jiang clearly understood now. So, the other member of Chu is Mo Ran. Chapter 52. The Fox People's Sacrifice Divination. The evil god is about to awaken. Report to the captain. Team member Mo Ran is ready. Permission to return to the team? Mo Ran's eyes sparkled as she called out loudly to Chu Jiang. Return to the team. Chu Jiang was somewhat surprised and found it hard to believe. Seeing his reaction, xuanhuan smiled and added, to be honest, this was only possible after Miss Mo repeatedly petitioned the military, and even nagged Mr. Mo tirelessly for approval before Master Gong finally consented. As a young lady of the Mo family, and as an extraordinary mech designer who created top-tier close combat mechs like Storm Scarlet, her significance to humanity was self-evident. She clearly wasn't suited for high-risk areas on the front lines. Chu Jiang was no fool. He naturally understood what Mo Ran had been working so hard towards. He had previously wondered why Mo Ran hadn't shown up at the graduation ceremony. Now it made sense. If Mo Yi had given the go-ahead, then she must have come straight to Neptune to prepare this super surprise for him. With emotions too complex to articulate, he could only express everything through action. Enthused, Chu Jiang looked toward xuanhuan. What major missions are left in the vicinity of the Milky Way that we need to take on? Just tell us. With the coordination between Mo Ran and me, no enemy will stand a chance. Chu Jiang wore a look brimming with confidence. However, xuanhuan quickly dashed his hopes with a bucket of cold water. The Milky Way has already been completely cleaned up by the Blue Star Guardian team. There are no more missions left to assign you. How could that be? Chu Jiang eyed xuanhuan suspiciously. Before I even left school, I swept through the mission board, noticing there were several old, unresolved cases within the Milky Way system. Besides, what about the previous Green Pest system or the Lizard Pirate Gang? Weren't those things never dealt with by the Guardians? Watching Chu Jiang's face filled with vigilance and doubt, xuanhuan could help but find it quite amusing. Why would I deceive you about this matter? The ones you mentioned, those were intentionally left aside. Left aside? Apparently, not just Chu Jiang, But even Mo Ran was wearing an expression of bewilderment now. Seeing their reactions, Xiuanhuan no longer held back. Every year, thousands of graduates emerge from the Blue Star Academy. These students need practical experience in handling starships, and arranging a conquest mission is extremely necessary. The lizard pirate gang you just mentioned was a specifically set up boss challenge reserved for Academy graduates. As for the rest of the supposed pirates and alien systems, those are just XP monsters. Xiuanhuan explained confidently. But this revelation utterly shattered Chu Zhang's perception. It turned out they had used the entire galaxy as a training ground for novices to cultivate more outstanding talents. If not for the sudden invasion of the rat-like psychic race, it seemed like he and Mo Ran indeed would follow the path Xiuanhuan had envisioned earlier, working hard and striving towards interstellar battlefields beyond their home territory. Damn, truly, life is full of traps everywhere. If that's the case, doesn't that mean Mo Ran and I can only head to these outer battlefields? Yes. Far away, outside a distant star system, Rat Ancestor Star. An earth-shaking event occurred across the whole clan. The statues of the sacrifices broke apart. Since awakening to spirit energy, every rat person would leave a statue in the sacred hall on Rat Ancestor Star. Each contained unique spirit essences, intimately connected to their living bodies. When a statue crumbled, it meant its master had perished. In no time, the news shook all of the rats. Inside the sanctuary, the leader of the rat clan immediately summoned witnesses to inquire about the sacrifice's last actions. Leader, the sacrifice adult carried out your order to investigate the reason for the destruction of one of our occupied star systems in the solar system. The informed rat person said. Instantly, the leader remembered this matter. The Green Pest system was merely one of countless systems under the control of the rat tribe. That command was forgotten almost instantly after being issued. But unexpectedly, precisely because of that, the sacrifice lost their life. While the leader was still hesitating, another piece of information came. One of the planets under the jurisdiction of the rat people had suddenly been enveloped by death mist, leading to the near extinction of nearly 100 billion members of the clan. Some shrewd rats identified it. It was the retaliation of Insha. The face of the leader turned deathly pale. No need to guess. This definitely had something to do with the sacrifice. And the sudden death of the rat sacrifice most likely happened because they violated Insha's pact. The thoughts of the rat leader churned rapidly. All prior hesitation now transformed into rage. Throw the sacrifice's statue out of the sacred hall. Everything happened due to them, thinking themselves overly great, defying the respected god, resulting in the divine punishment which cost us billions of kinsfolk. Issue orders that soon a new sacrifice shall be selected and installed to re-offer prayers to the honored gods. Having finished, he leaned on his staff and walked away. Evidently, investigating the truth behind the death of the rat sacrifice was far from within his scope of consideration. Though the rats on the ancestral star were initially steeped in grief, upon receiving this information, the rats immediately discarded distractions and focused entirely on the selection of a new sacrifice. However, with such little defense in place, the news spread rapidly among the rat people. Many nearby psychic races heard about the commotion happening within the rat people. Most of them just chuckled knowingly, treating it as nothing more than a joke. But someone did notice something critical that others overlooked. Fox Ancestral Star. In the Holy Temple, the face of Fox Tribe sacrifice, Sarah, was extremely grim. Human ancestral land. Blue star in the solar system? Everything pointed to his previous divination. The favored one by divine beings, despising all, will eventually be forsaken by the gods. Recalling that special prophecy, Sarah raised his hand, preparing for another divination. If he could confirm the accuracy of the prophecy, then he had indeed uncovered a world-shattering secret, sufficient to overthrow the entire galaxy. As long as he led the Fox people to make advance arrangements, sooner or later, they would carve out dominance over half the star system. On the spaceship, the scepter was held high by Sarah, offering tribute to the great Mercury Serpent, Master of the Rings, Keeper of Eternal Cycles, begging you to shed a glimpse of your light. Answer the confusion of your humble servants. Amplified by the ship's capabilities, massive amounts of spiritual energy cascaded down like waterfalls, converging continuously. Sarah felt an overwhelming clarity of mind. Silently, he recited the last prophecy. When the broken ring reappears on the throne of greed, the omnipotent goddess of life shall bring an end to everything. At the same moment, the current prophecy surfaced silently in his heart. When the broken ring reappears on the throne of greed, the omnipotent goddess of life shall bring an end to everything. Not a single word changed. The rat people's divination confirmed that his method was accurate. And since both prophecies were identical, this meant it was truly a foretelling of the future. The evil god is about to awaken. An infinite joy surged within Sarah's heart. Since the evil god descended upon the stars 1,000 years ago, various secret realms related to spirit energy have emerged. Even within the virtual realms, prayers to the evil god can gain strength. Yet, every spiritual race knows the evil god slumbers. But now, his divination result told him, the evil god is waking up. He must spread this message. He needs to secure the top position under the evil god. That honor was coveted by every spiritual practitioner. Perhaps, he should unite all psychic races. Accelerate the awakening process of the evil god. Let this battered universe fall into the embrace of the evil god. Chapter 53, Arrival at the Andromeda Galaxy. The Oort Cloud, Solar System Outpost. At this moment, Chu Jiang and Mo Ran were slowly squeezing onto a massive aircraft carrier with a crowded crowd. Beyond the Milky Way, there are many battlefields of varying sizes, but they're all minor skirmishes. Those involved are on the level of lizard pirate groups or the green epidemic galaxy. To truly fight against alien races, one must join the super battlefield. And the closest to the Milky Way is the Andromeda Galaxy, located 2.54 million light-years away. Reliance solely on warships for such a long journey might result in death en route before reaching the destination. Therefore, they chose the aircraft carrier within the solar system that transports strategic talents to the Andromeda Galaxy. The carrier is capable of ultra-long-distance spatial leaps, enabling it to reach the Andromeda Galaxy in an instant. The only drawback is its high energy consumption. The entire solar system can only sustain it once a year. Soon, the two found their positions. Not long after sitting down, the aircraft carrier stopped taking on more people. After waiting for a while, there was a sensation as if the carrier under them seemed to shake slightly. Then, they had arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiuxian confirmed with Mo ran beside him, somewhat incredulous. Is this it already? I don't know either. It's my first time too. Mo ran shrugged helplessly. As they were curious, the speaker above their seats played the voice of a female customer service representative. Reminder, we have now arrived at Androlo Planet under the jurisdiction of the Andromeda Galaxy. Please disembark sequentially. Androlo Planet is the largest planet occupied by the human faction in the Andromeda Galaxy battlefield, with an area 5 times that of Earth. It is also Xiuxian's target location this time. Upon hearing the reminder from the customer service lady and confirming their arrival, Xiuxian and Mo ran hurriedly queued up to board the gravity elevator for landing. Meanwhile, the square where the aircraft carrier temporarily docked had already gathered quite a few people. These individuals had come to recruit newcomers just arriving on Androlo Planet. Among them, 2 men in uniform were holding signboards written in Chinese characters. Xiuxian and Mo ran. They were the guides arranged by Androlo Planet to meet them. Just after Xiuxian and Mo ran landed, they saw the prominent signs and immediately approached. After confirming their identities, Xiuxian learned that these were guides sent by Ding Hui, the commander of the Androlo First Base. One was tall and thin, with a cold expression. His name was Yang Ji. The other, always smiling kindly with baby fat on his face, was called Wei Quan. According to their own introduction, they had been following Ding Hui since the days of Blue Star and had roamed in Andromeda for several decades. Sending such close brothers to greet them clearly demonstrated the importance Ding Hui placed on them both. Undeniably, Xiuxian formed an excellent first impression. You two being newcomers, why not head to the base first? Captain Ding has already arranged a welcome banquet at the base, which would be perfectly timed if you go now. Wei Quan glanced at the time and asked with a smile. No point refusing, let's follow your plans. Xiuxian had no reason to decline. Seeing him nod, they quickly led the two aboard a pre-prepared armored vehicle heading directly towards the Androlo base. With Yang Ji driving, they sped straight toward the Androlo base. While Xiuxian was pondering the necessary preparations before stepping into the battlefield, he noticed Mo Ran pulling his sleeve and pointing outside the window. Following his gaze outward, with his acute dynamic vision, Xiuxian keenly observed that something was wrong with the sky. It looked exactly like the starry sky seen on Earth, like a perfectly replicated painting. Brother Wei, what's going on with the sky? Haha, you noticed, did you? Yes, as you guessed, it is a painting. The Andromeda Galaxy isn't quite like the Milky Way, stars similar to the sun number in the thousands. The surface of Androlo is almost perpetually daytime, constantly facing volcanic eruptions, tectonic shifts, and other natural disasters. But Androlo holds immense strategic significance in the Andromeda battlefield. To stabilize and establish our presence here, Team Leader Ding led the main force deep into an 8-kilometer depth zone relatively stable, digging out enough living space. This is our current main urban district in Androlo. There are also 4 auxiliary cities in each cardinal direction. Travel between them is via subway. I'll take you to the station later. Wei Quan introduced in meticulous detail, allowing Xiuxian to fully understand. Simultaneously, the vehicle officially entered the city. Visibly, the flow of passers-by alongside increased dramatically. However, soon afterward, Xiuxian noticed among the crowds, not just pure humans, but alien species as well. Stunned and unable to believe it, Xiuxian pulled Brother Wei sitting next to him in the passenger seat urgently. Brother Wei, the creature passing by earlier was an alien race, wasn't it? Allowing aliens into the city, aren't you worried about sudden rebellions? Hearing Xiuxian's heartfelt concern, Wei Quan burst into laughter heartily. Brother Qiu, you needn't worry about those things. For the past 30 years since the establishment of Androlo City, there hasn't been a single case of an alien uprising. Moreover, they aren't the kind of aliens you might imagine. Among the alien races, there are also those who lack spiritual energy talent. They naturally form groups and instead start to explore the power within their bloodlines. The gene sequences from Blue Star originated from them, and the mercenary association you're familiar with is also controlled behind the scenes by these genetic races. As Wei Quan spoke, the vehicle had already come to a stop outside a vast, boundless estate. To possess such a large area of land in this underground city where every inch of space is valuable, the identity of the owner was self-evident. Xiuxian had just digested the startling news that not all alien races were unified harmoniously when he followed Wei Quan's signal and got out of the vehicle along with Mo Ran. Just as they stepped out, a sightseeing cable car approached. The main gate is still some distance from Captain Ding's location, and armored vehicles cannot enter. We'll take the sightseeing cable car over. Noticing Xiuxian's confusion, Wei Quan hurriedly provided an explanation. Then, Yang Ji casually reached out and folded up the armored vehicle, which weighed at least a few tons, storing it away into some unknown spatial device. Hissing in shock, Chu Jiang inhaled sharply. Big Brother Yang has undergone mechanical augmentation? Of course. Everyone on the battlefield has a few metallic parts inside them. Wei Quan said this as if it were utterly normal. Chu Jiang was momentarily speechless after hearing it. He had just left Blue Star, so forgive him for never having encountered such grand spectacles before, and thus, behaving somewhat astonished. Just as he finished speaking, the cable car had arrived near the villa, and immediately rows of android maids greeted them warmly. Welcome guests from our homeland. The master is waiting inside for you to dine. Their voices were neither monotonous nor robotic but gentle and sweet, indistinguishable from ordinary girls. And unlike traditional androids whose forms typically have rough outlines, these female servants possessed highly aesthetic appearances. Chu Jiang felt greatly intrigued. Blue Star, being the cradle of humanity's camp, mainly housed regular humans. Only the military elite within the bases underwent cybernetic enhancements due to combat needs. Still, witnessing such a breathtaking scene was exceedingly difficult even then. Furthermore, the interior decoration of the estate bore strong medieval-style characteristics, forming a striking contrast with the cyborg aesthetic of these androids, creating a unique blend of cyberpunk. With such excitement coursing through him, Chu Jiang and his companions were led into the villa dining room, where a refined middle-aged man had been waiting patiently. Upon seeing their arrival, he greeted them with a gentle smile. Welcome once again. I am Ding Hui, but you may call me Big Brother Ding. Chapter 54, Sign in Athena. Of course, if you think I'm old, calling me Grandpa Ding is fine too. Ding Hui teased gently, as if he had just thought of something. His eyes were soft and kind. If judged by age alone, Ding Hui was already over 100 years old. Indeed, he could be considered their grandfather's generation. Ding brother, you're joking. Chu Jiang's sweat dropped. Faced with such a courteous uncle, even though they knew he was over 100 years old, the word grandpa still stuck in their throats. Hard to say. We've just arrived here, and we're quite amazed. This place is completely different from the Blue Star. On Blue Star, even undergoing genetic modification led to all sorts of strange looks. Let alone here, where alien creatures of various kinds roamed everywhere. Ding Hui, of course, understood what he meant. However, he didn't comment on the matter at hand. He simply gestured for everyone to sit down and prepared for the meal. The meals were classic Longzhou dishes made by androids. Chu Jiang tasted it and found the flavor to be very authentic. Mo Ran lit up with excitement and started eating faster. She hadn't expected that, even after crossing galaxies, she'd still be able to taste the flavors of home. Seeing her excited state, Wei Quan beside her couldn't help but tease her. Sister Mo Ran, the andro cultivation environment is scarce. Elder brother Ding knew you were coming, so he went through a lot of trouble to gather these ingredients. Eat like this, and there won't be much left afterward. Sure enough, after saying this, Mo Ran's expression instantly fell. Is that so? She hesitantly confirmed, her voice small. Though indulging in food wasn't so important, eating less would leave more to reminisce about in the future. But who would have thought? Her cautious manner amused the group, prompting laughter. Finally, Ding Hui mediated the situation. He's deceiving you. Behind this estate, I have a patch of land for growing vegetables, and in the main city, there are specialized farms for meat production. No matter how much you eat, you won't finish it all. With this explanation from Ding Hui, Mo Ran realized she had made a fool of herself. She sent an indignant glance toward Wei Quan as if embarrassed to have fallen for his trick. The atmosphere became lively immediately. After eating almost enough, Ding Hui then looked towards Chu Jiang and asked, the information from the Blue Star only included your basic data. It said that specific arrangements will be decided by yourselves. Do you have any plans now? Plans? Of course, it's going to battle and killing alien species. The moment Ding Hui mentioned this, Chu Jiang replied without hesitation. Seeing his decisiveness, Ding Hui fell into deep thought. Wei Quan, on the other hand, seemed to recall something, reminding them. Elder brother Ding, didn't they report finding a new F-grade instance not long ago? Perhaps let them try it. F-grade instance. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang felt it sounded like a game. Was there also an F-grade? Could there be E-grade, D-grade, C-grade? While Chu Jiang was guessing wildly, Ding Hui, reminded by Wei Quan, suddenly remembered something, his face filled with realization. Yes, indeed, if it's that instance, I wouldn't mind sending you there. He noticed Chu Jiang's expression and, realizing that Chu Jiang wasn't familiar with the concept, quickly explained. Surely, you know what instances or dungeons are. Ever since 1,000 years ago when the evil gods descended, it caused our multiverse to overlap with other universes. Afterward, various alien races often appeared throughout endless starry skies. The alien creatures we know come from there too. And apart from these alien creatures, there's another category, a race without intelligence or civilization, which knows only consumption and destruction. We collectively refer to them as the bug race. As for instances, they refer to the territories of the bug races that arrived due to the overlapping universes. That instance Wei Quan mentioned is only an F-level 1. It's just a bug carrier. Not even a warship needs to be launched. Normal mechas should suffice. Once the spatial overlap disappears and the instance becomes accessible again, you can give it a try. Indeed, after hearing Ding Hui's description, Chu Jiang nodded eagerly with great interest. Thank you, elder brother Ding, I can't wait. He was already itching to see the so-called bug race as soon as possible. Even Mo Ran, standing beside him, had shining eyes, clearly brimming with anticipation for this adventure. Ding Hui watched this scene and shook his head with a smile, sighing inwardly that they were truly still young at heart. Before heading to the instance, prepare some energy supplies. I'll have Old Yang accompany you inside later. This will be your first time entering an instance, so if anything happens, having Old Yang around will help address issues. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, Yang Ji, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected. No, we're not suitable. Yang Ji's sudden remark startled Chu Jiang nearby. It took him a while to react, and he also weakly disagreed. Senior brother Yang is of a different generation than us. If he joins, Mo Ran and I might feel restrained. It might be better to choose a few skilled ones instead, people we can chat with easily. Chu Jiang's explanation was reasonable indeed. Ding Hui silently nodded, making a quick decision. Since that's the case, during our time in Andromeda, why don't you be assigned to the base? I heard from Blue Star that you were put into a special team with independent autonomy. Let's arrange it the same way at the Andro base. After all, your identities are special, and this way, recruiting people from the military camp would also seem more justified. As one of the 17 nominal sacred seats of the Solar Federation, Chu Jiang held significant importance. Mo Ran, not only a genius mecha designer, but also representing her family Mo, provided numerous mecha models for the Human Alliance. Both were talents worthy of focused protection. Originally, Ding Hui had planned for Yang Ji to personally guard them during their time in the Andromeda Galaxy. Since they rejected that proposal, they decided to settle for the next best option, having the military issue an order. Simultaneously, they arranged another identity as a cover-up. Although the races in Andral City appeared harmonious and cooperative, no one could tell how many spies lurked beneath the surface. Ding Hui's suggestion was quickly agreed upon by Chu Jiang and Mo Ran. Thus, right after finishing their meal, Yang Ji drove them straight to the military camp. The camp wasn't far from Ding Hui's estate. As they passed through the first gate, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Chu Jiang's mind. Detected host at the Andromeda Galaxy Andral Planet sign-in location. Do you wish to proceed with the check-in? Of course. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the design blueprints for the SP-1 type Athena. Ever since signing in on Neptune and acquiring the combat AI Emperor, he took advantage of his rest before departure to check in at the other 6 planets in the solar system. Unfortunately, all he obtained were some rare metals, none of which were particularly useful. So he just stockpiled them in the infinite space. Never did he expect such good luck this time around, directly earning a set of design blueprints. Chu Jiang quickly examined the details. Name, SP-1 type Athena. Type, highly intelligent mechanical warfare commander with superior tactical abilities and emotions indistinguishable from those of a normal person. Materials required, 50 units of titanium alloy, 50 units of tungsten steel, 50 units of carbon cesium alloy, 100 units of basic spaceship metal. Manufacturing time, 5 days. Note, Athena is an outstanding commander. It's truly wasteful to send her to the battlefield for close combat. Why not find other Saint Fighter Corps? That's where her true potential lies. Even under the influence of the 10-fold accelerated manufacturing boost, constructing a single Athena still required 5 full days. This was a testament to just how extraordinary Athena was. Particularly intriguing was the system's detailed description of the blueprint. Could it be that there was another set of blueprints specifically designed to pair and build an army? Chapter 55. Picking teammates, about to enter the bug replica. At the thought of this, Chu Jiang's breathing quickened. He has a deep understanding of the strength of the mechanical army, especially when facing a sea of people tactic. Just the Type 2 warriors are already terrifying. If it were the Holy Fighter Corps mentioned in the system notes, their strength would only be even more horrifying. Otherwise, how could they call themselves a corps? Especially Athena, who is a special type of mechanical warrior and also a commander. Athena has even preliminarily developed normal human emotions. She is more of a mechanical life than just a warrior. Unfortunately, she requires tremendous resources to manufacture. I've never even heard of carbon cesium alloy. In any case, it's a big project. Just as Chu Jiang was pondering silently, the armored vehicle had successfully entered the military camp. Chu Jiang had just come back to his senses when he got out of the car and saw the people in the camp training right in front of him. And he noticed some of them were actually training to drive mechs. And the training mech had a big MO character printed on it. He looked at Mo Ran beside him. Mo Ran understood his meaning, observed carefully for a while, then hesitantly said, judging by the model, it should be something from several decades ago, and there have been several versions issued. I remember this model shouldn't be used anymore. Mo Ran's tone was a bit uncertain. Upon hearing this, Wei Quan chuckled and opened his mouth. It is indeed an obsolete model. However, all the internal parts are the latest models. The main reason is that the shell material is robust, very durable. So during training, they like to use a shell. After all, sending stuff over from Blue Star is still too troublesome. Just as he was saying this, the training stopped temporarily on the other side. Many people were glancing over here. Mo Ran looked at Chu Jiang. After all, he is the captain. Chu Jiang, however, was deep in thought. So far, in the fleet, there was Mo Ran, a fire-powered ship, and he himself, nominally a logistics ship, but with sufficient firepower coverage. However, there was a lack in reconnaissance and defense aspects. Moreover, for people would be just right to pilot 2 Storm Crimson mechs. This way, even if they encountered some ground combat, they could cooperate tactically. As for who to choose, isn't there no one better to know than their superior? Chu Jiang looked at Wei Quan and briefly explained his requirements. After listening, Wei Quan fell into deep thought. He needed to awaken reconnaissance ships and defensive ships, which he could easily provide. There were plenty of them in the military camp. However, they also needed to meet the requirement of piloting mechs, making it hard for him to find suitable candidates immediately. Soon, he thought of the 2 of them. Although they were somewhat special, they should probably meet Chujiang's requirements, he thought. He immediately sent someone to summon the two young men. Both were at least 1.8 meters tall and sturdy with dark skin, looking reliable at first sight. Minister, you called us? Wei Quan didn't say anything, instead began introducing them to Chujiang. The one on the left is Xuanhuan, a level 20 Raven-class battleship, the characteristic of the ship being the Raven. The reconnaissance drones it manufactures possess excellent stealth capabilities, matching your required reconnaissance ship fairly well. The one on the right is xiuxian, a level 19 Great Wood-type defensive ship. After Wei Quan's introduction, Chujiang roughly got an impression. Meanwhile, he also introduced himself to the two. My name is Chujiang, this is Mo Ran. We are from the Blue Star, and currently are members of the special team in the camp. This time, we asked Minister Wei to bring you over because we want to invite you to join Chu, participating in an F-class bug carrier replica for a few days. Along the way, please guide us as leaders. Chujiang expressed himself succinctly, with a very amicable tone. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Long suddenly asked, can we refuse? Certainly not. Wei Quan hadn't finished speaking when Zhang Long, misunderstanding half of what he said, answered very decisively. I won't go. Not only him, but Kai too. Their refusal was evident. In their opinion, since Chujiang and the other person came from the Blue Star and were so urgently seeking someone to lead them into the replica, weren't they just looking for a babysitter? They didn't want to babysit babies. Chujiang remained calm. While they hadn't walked too far yet, his tone was particularly calm. If you agree, I can offer a latest design dual pilot mech from the Blue Star, the Storm Crimson. As he spoke, Chujiang instantly summoned his original Storm Crimson mech. Originally a vacant military camp square, suddenly there stood a 78-meter high Crimson mech, drawing the attention of many people, especially the Storm Crimson's dazzling design. Even though the mech's shell was slightly worn, in their eyes, these marks were medals of honor. Zhang Long, who had intended to turn around and refuse, froze upon seeing the Storm Crimson. Similarly frozen was Kai. Seeing this, Chujiang wore an expression as if confirming something. Anyway, he had already transmitted the blueprint data into the system built into the warship. As long as there were sufficient materials, he could manufacture a Storm Crimson mech in half an hour. Moreover, in his original plan, he intended to assign a Storm Crimson mech for the team to acclimate with. Zhang Long and Kai had only ever used the standard mech provided by the Mo family, and had never seen such a fine mech like the Storm Crimson. Therefore, Chujiang was very confident. Sure enough, they didn't disappoint him. Zhang Long, after gazing intently at the Storm Crimson, quickly turned and looked eagerly at Chujiang. If we get such a mech just by joining, then I agree. Correct. Kai echoed in agreement. Of course, you'll just have to wait for your mech. Chujiang gave a confident smile. Even Wei Quan beside him was looking at him with an excited expression. He had never seen something this good either. Even Yang Ji, who was usually quiet and reserved, glanced over sharply with an intense look of excitement. A great thing indeed, and they wanted it. How could Chujiang not understand? After confirming with Mo Ran nearby, he immediately made the decision to send them a mech too. 3 days later, in the vast space outside Andrus Star, a colossal aircraft carrier floated silently in the void. Chujiang and his team had already received warnings that the overlapping space around the insectoid race's carrier was about to split apart. Thus, they prepared here well in advance. It was also Chujiang and Mo Ran's first time seeing anything related to the insectoid race. They stared curiously at the footage transmitted back by the reconnaissance drones. What kind of aircraft carrier was this? Chujiang felt some chills down his spine. Compared to a traditional carrier, it more resembled a giant insectoid monster. The overall design was an eerie and never-before-seen insect-like shape, resembling both a bee and an ant at the same time. In short, it displayed various insectoid characteristics. Moreover, its size was enormous, measuring up to 1.5 times the size of Blue Star. And strangely, Chujiang could even sense a faint rhythm of breathing from it. He even suspected whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. This is the insectoid race's carrier? Hearing Chujiang's question, Kai seemed a bit confused but soon understood what he meant. Did Minister Wei introduce it this way to you? It's not wrong, but we generally refer to it as the insectoid mother nest. Deep within the mother nest, there's usually an insectoid queen constantly laying eggs autonomously. Even the lowest level queen can produce 1,000 insectoid soldiers per minute. Therefore, once we enter the replica, we shouldn't dwell on fighting those insectoid soldiers. Instead, we need to dive straight into the wolf's den and capture the king first. Chapter 56. Entering the instance. After Zhang Long's reminder, Chujiang became increasingly anticipatory about entering the insect clan's queen nest. At the same time, starships nearby gradually increased in number. Apparently, these were all preparing to enter the instance. Chujiang frowned. He hadn't expected that an F-class instance would attract so many people. Looking at Zhang Long and the others, weren't they all disdainful of it? Kai had been observing his expression closely. Seeing him puzzled and paying attention to the increasing warships around them, he probably guessed what Chujiang was thinking. F-class instances are indeed no good for us military personnel, but for those freelancers operating outside our main forces, it is still worth a risky attempt. The Empress can provide a wealth of materials that are quite popular on the market. Selling them could be enough for a family of 3 to live comfortably in the base for at least 3 years. The bodies of the insect race can actually be used as materials? Mo Ran was somewhat surprised. Of course, through swallowing material blocks to produce corresponding abilities. This is the power of every Empress. Naturally, there will also be insects with exoskeletons hard as steel. And on the Empress, There are genetic sequences and other energetic species materials needed. For example, the blood of the Empress. Xiuxian paused, explaining everything he knew. One could say that for our entire universe, the insect race represents valuable resources throughout their bodies. In return, in their eyes, whether it's substances or life in our universe, it's all food. Xuanhuan was deep in thought. It seemed that this was the fate destined for the two overlapping universes, destined to clash. At that moment, the illusory overlapping space outside the instance slowly dissipated. Zhang Long, who had been watching attentively, immediately reminded them. Get ready to board the Vanguard craft. Starships are too large, they won't fit. All right, the four immediately took action, boarding Mo Rand's fire-red Vanguard craft. Before their butts were even properly seated, the overlapped space in front of them completely disappeared. The veteran pilots had already switched to their Vanguard crafts and rushed over without hesitation. Seeing this, Mo Rand didn't dare hesitate, immediately pulling the lever to dash inside. Unfortunately, starting late caused her to fall behind. Even with full firepower accelerating her charge, by the time she landed at the entrance of the Queen's nest, dozens of people had already rushed inside. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, making a decision on the spot. Change to the Storm Crimson. We must take first place. Just as he said these words, several people ahead of them had thought the same, changing into mech suits. Indeed, their speed far surpassed normal human capability. As team leader, Xuanhuan couldn't afford any defiance from the others, especially given Zhang Long and Xiuxian also yearned to relive the ultimate thrill of piloting the top-tier Storm Crimson once again. In a flash, two bright red mechs appeared at the entrance, immediately blocking what was originally a fairly narrow entrance almost entirely. But Xuanhuan wasn't concerned with any of that. He quickly signaled to Xiuxian at the control panel to proceed along the passage. Even more, they directly activated the 3 jet ports on their backs, continuously advancing further inside. Within a few seconds, they had caught up with the first group of people in front. 2 mechs standing several dozen meters tall, nearly 100 meters when fully extended, soon drew everyone's attention. Not until the Storm Crimsons left them far behind did they realize. What the hell? When had Andromeda developed such stylish and badass mechs? Or perhaps, Earth had just unveiled its latest design? Alas, even if they had their own mechs, theirs were outdated. Their speed was simply too slow, unable to catch up with the Storm Crimson at all. Soon, the tunnel began to widen. Xuanhuan noticed that ahead, there were no longer signs of anyone else passing through. They must have surged to the very front row. At the same time, another Storm Crimson piloted by Zhang Long suddenly sent over a communication request. We've advanced approximately 2 kilometers. We're nearing the area where insect defenses start. We need to proceed cautiously from here on out. The outer shell of the Storm Crimson might not withstand the bites of these insects. I understand. Hearing Zhang Long's warning, Xuanhuan instantly raised his guard tenfold, carefully keeping an eye on the pitch-black depths of the tunnel. Similarly, Mo Ran wasn't idle either. With the assistance of the Emperor, her vision at that moment showed numerous irregular patches in what was originally total darkness. She was analyzing and assessing. Within a few seconds, Mo Ran opened her mouth seriously. Be careful. About 100 meters ahead, on the upper layer of the passage, there are at least hundreds of biological entities suspended upside down. Preliminary analysis suggests they are likely warrior bugs. However, the Emperor lacks a database to identify the specific species, only roughly judging based on flying ability, aggressive gnawing, and piercing characteristics. Just as Mo Ran finished speaking, Zhang Long made a judgment based on her description. They're mosquito beasts. They're among the most common and hardest to deal with insect warriors. Their proboscises are particularly fierce, plus they are extremely sensitive. Captain, be cautious. I know. Xuanhuan nodded seriously. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised that there were actually databases the Emperor did not possess. Could it be because the insect race wasn't a product of this universe? Xuanhuan didn't dwell on this matter too much. These mosquito beasts were quick and agile, so why not just make his body into a mosquito swatter to keep them from biting? Xuanhuan's thought process was straightforward. Instantly, he extended his left arm, and the electromagnetic cannon in his palm began emitting weak electric arcs. Soon, this sudden energy fluctuation caught the attention of the mosquito beasts lurking above in the tunnel. In an instant, what had been a pitch-black scene now brimmed with thousands upon thousands of red dots. Those were the eyes of the mosquito beasts. The next second, a sharp buzzing sound rang out. With their high-frequency vibrations, the mosquito beasts instantly surrounded the 2 Storm Crimson mechs tightly. Such a horrifying and mind-altering experience was Xuanhuan's first. He paused for a moment before reacting. Nuclear fusion-powered high-pressure electromagnetic cannon. Fire. A flash of blue electrical light immediately engulfed the entire passage. The mosquito beasts that were just about to bite into the Storm Crimsons were instantly paralyzed. They collapsed on the ground in heaps. Xuanhuan let out a sigh of relief. This was nothing like the experience of an evil god's descent. If one could describe the feeling of resisting an evil god's descent, it would be more akin to having a hammer jammed into your brain. It was brutally simple and deadly. But these mosquito beasts felt more like being slowly carved up piece by piece. Knowing they wouldn't kill him immediately made the pain unbearable. Looking around, the tunnel ahead was littered with fallen mosquito beasts. After confirmation from the Emperor, there were no survivors. Relieved, the team continued along the passage. Walking roughly several kilometers more, finally, their surroundings brightened. They entered a vast and open cavity. Instinctively, Xuanhuan glanced at Zhang Long and Xiuxian, the veterans. Since they'd been through instances before, they had experience. To find the Empress, Chu Jiang relied on them. As expected, after just a bit of observation, Zhang made a basic judgment of their current location. This place is spacious, and the inner walls of the Empress nest are extremely clean and bright. We're likely in the Empress perineal chamber. Follow me. Zhang gestured, quickly finding the right direction forward. Chu Jiang, however, was somewhat puzzled. What exactly was the perineal chamber? As if guessing his confusion, Zhang had already started explaining. The mother nest automatically discharges eggs that fail to hatch from the Empress. These eggs are directed into the perineal chamber to be corroded and digested. They're reconverted into nutrients to supply the Empress, who uses them to lay eggs again. In other words, it can be considered the digestive cavity of the mother nest. At this moment, Zhang slowed down in front. The passageway had ended, and they had entered another chamber. And here, within this space, resided the home of the insect Empress. Chapter 57. Alerting the Queen Mother, the battle begins. Chu Jiang looked over, and his vision suddenly became clear. This hollow space was several times larger than the previously seen perineal cavity. However, the ground was densely packed with insect eggs. They were of varying sizes, a pale white color, and one could vaguely see through the sticky membrane to the insect warriors being incubated inside. The number was at least over 100,000. In the center of the numerous insect eggs, there was a huge insect creature resting in a prone position. The surrounding walls of the cavity pulsed like living flesh, continuously transferring energy into its body, allowing it to recuperate. That was the Queen Mother. Chu Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. From their current position to the side of the Queen Mother, there was at least 700 or 800 meters, all filled with insect eggs to the point where there wasn't even space to place a foot. Even the slightest touch would immediately awaken these insect swarms. How were they supposed to launch a surprise attack on the Queen Mother? Chu Jiang's expression turned grim. Zhang appeared similarly troubled. It was his first time seeing a Queen Mother from an F-class insect hive possess such rapid reproductive speed. 100,000 insect eggs. This ability was far beyond what one of this rank should possess. He had originally estimated that having 10,000 would be the maximum possible. Now, in order to make a stealthy attack to get close to the Queen Mother, they had no choice but to carefully clear a path, moving slowly forward bit by bit. After considering for a moment, Zhang immediately spoke to Chu Jiang standing beside him. Team Leader Chu, if we want to get near the Queen Mother, we have to manually clean up and suppress some of these insect eggs before they fully develop. As he spoke, he maneuvered the Storm Crimson mech, changing the right arms from claw shape into spiral blades. With one swipe, an insect egg exploded instantly, giving no chance for the insect warrior inside to react. Meanwhile, the noise was minimized greatly, not alarming any other eggs. Seeing this, Chu Jiang followed suit. They began the painstaking work of clearing out the insect eggs. Fortunately, the three-arm setup made progress somewhat quicker. In just half an hour, they cleared about 400 meters worth of eggs. Still, since they had to be wary of disturbing other eggs, precise control of the mecha was necessary. By the end of the half-hour session, Chu Jiang was already drenched in sweat. Mo Ran, seeing his exhaustion, was about to suggest a break when, suddenly, Emperor started issuing frantic alerts. Some insect warriors were beginning to hatch from the eggs. Be careful, Mo Ran immediately called out. Almost instantly, they heard the sound of thousands of ripping sounds around them. And it wasn't just one breaking out from the eggs. Looking around, they saw at least 7,000 or 8,000 emerging. On hearing Mo Ran's warning, both Chu Jiang and Zhang realized something was wrong. Zhang acted decisively. We charged directly, straight towards solving the Queen Mother. Agreed. With a clear goal, Chu Jiang didn't waste any time. He immediately activated the thrusters under his feet, while simultaneously activating the 3 nozzles on his back. A massive thrust immediately propelled the Storm Crimson hundreds of meters forward. And there lay the Queen Mother, right before them. But evidently, such blatant disregard for stealth startled the Queen Mother mid-rest. In an instant, the entire inner wall of the cavity was wildly writhing. The Queen Mother, who had been lying flat, flapped her 3 pairs of wings covered with floating scales, laboriously flying up high into the air. Her crimson compound eyes, squeezed deep within a mass of various strange organs, let out an ear-piercing scream. Even without experience, Chu Jiang understood immediately that the Queen Mother was unleashing her ultimate power. He wasted no time, delivering a powerful flying kick that struck her bloated body. Instantly, a gush of foul green liquid burst forth. Unexpectedly, however, wherever this viscous fluid splashed, the insect eggs which weren't fully hatched yet were now receiving some kind of potent nourishment, breaking open after just 2 or 3 seconds. What the hell? Why does taking down the bigger enemy result in even more of them? Chu Jiang's face darkened slightly at the sight. Ouyang Zhen beside him showed similar sentiment. This Queen Mother exceeded all understanding regarding F-level creatures. Unfortunately, given the strength of their opponent, this was definitely no time for distraction. Team Leader Chu, we must cooperate using the Thundercloud Array tactics to quickly subdue this Queen Mother. It's just too bizarre. Alright, Chu Jiang readily agreed with Zhang perspective. This Queen Mother seemed very off in every way. Best to resolve it early. The Thundercloud Array tactic is one of the Storm Crimson's synthetic combat strategies. It alters the magnetic field environment using the nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon mounted on the left arm. The right arms transform into spiral knives, coordinating with traditional Longzhou martial arts, creating favorable circumstances akin to controlling heaven, earth, and people, almost forming a territory. Inside Chu Zhang's infinite space storage, he still retained large quantities of energy crystals prepared earlier for battling the Ratman race. Thus, the electromagnetic cannon could practically function like an auto-attack with minimal downtime. In a few minutes, the cavity interior that once was now teeming with scattered electric arcs. Burnt carcasses of insect warriors littered the ground. Even the Queen Mother herself was paralyzed, moving sluggishly, her body riddled with countless spiral knife wounds. It was foreseeable that at this rate, the defeat of the Queen Mother was only a matter of time. Obviously, the Queen Mother had also realized this. Despite its limited intelligence, it possessed an exceptionally acute perception of life and death situations. It absolutely couldn't continue to sit idly by like this. If it alone couldn't match Chu Jiang and his team, how about 1,000 or 10,000? It didn't believe they could continuously unleash such overwhelming, resource-intensive bursts without limit. Roar! A massive tear suddenly appeared in the Queen Mother's abdomen, revealing uneven teeth as it let out a frenzied, shrill scream. Chu Jiang's heart skipped a beat. His intuition told him something wasn't right. The next moment, all the insect eggs began to release hordes of densely packed insect warriors. Almost all the insect eggs were forcibly catalyzed into hatching at this moment by the Queen Mother. Even more astonishingly, these insect warriors willingly offered themselves into the giant maw located below the Queen Mother's belly, being devoured with no hesitation. This allowed the Queen Mother to produce even larger insect eggs. These newly produced eggs would practically burst open upon hitting the ground, releasing insect warriors glowing with a cold bluish-green hue. Their bodies resembled the toughest metal as they charged straight toward the Storm Crimson. In just the briefest exchange of blows, Mo Ran quickly analyzed the enemy's data. Not good. These freshly hatched insects have seen their various stats skyrocket several dimensions higher. Based on our current armor, Storm Crimson can withstand approximately 300 collisions before breaking down. Also, analysis shows that these insect eggs produced by the Queen Mother are steadily evolving into more advanced forms. This means the longer we delay, the tougher these insect warriors will become. We must resolve the situation with the Queen Mother as soon as possible. If that's not feasible, we must at least prevent her from continuing to lay eggs. Understood. After receiving the analysis, both Chu Jiang and Zhang Long were startled. Their gazes towards the Queen Mother became increasingly complicated, even hinting at terror. How were they supposed to deal with her if she kept growing stronger like this? However, Kai suddenly interjected. These insect warriors seemed to have a defect. Just in the past few moments, several of them collapsed and were dragged back to be recycled as fertilizer. With Kai's observation, Mo Ran immediately called on Emperor for a comprehensive detection. Sure enough, a problem was found. Good news. According to the detection results, these new insect warriors were clearly forced into premature hatching, causing instability in their base strength. They can sustain a maximum of 1 minute of berserk state before perishing, thus turning back into fertilizer. We can adjust our strategy. Instead of targeting the Queen Mother immediately, let's focus first on clearing up the insect warrior corpses that the Queen Mother uses to absorb and produce eggs. Mo Ran grew increasingly excited while speaking. Chapter 58, The Queen Explodes. Mo Ran spoke with perfect clarity. Chu Jiang quickly understood her meaning and immediately, the electromagnetic cannon fired at the pile of insect warrior corpses. A flash of electricity passed, and an open space instantly appeared. The once mountainous pile of insect warrior corpses turned to ash. With such a loud disturbance here, the Mother Queen soon noticed the situation. Apparently, it realized that Chu Jiang and his team had figured out how to restrain it. It absolutely could not continue sitting idle like this. Roar! Under its scream, all the insect warriors began crazily entangling themselves around the Storm Crimson Red, a possible translation for Baofengfeng. Meanwhile, other insect warriors responsible for transporting were speeding up, trying to fill as many holes for the Mother Queen as possible, creating even more powerful insect warriors in response to the invasion. Clearly, the Mother Queen's actions did not escape Chu Jiang's watchful eyes. However, these disposable insect warriors were quite bothersome. After some thought, Chu Jiang made up his mind, retrieved his warship, and deployed 100 Type 2 warriors. Previously, he saw the Mother Queen convert energy by devouring the remains of insect warriors, and then producing eggs. He was concerned if the Type 2 warriors would also be devoured. But now, if they continued to be delayed by these insect warriors, it might result in unnecessary efforts. Reluctantly, he took them out, deciding to fight first and deal with consequences later. The Mother Queen had to be defeated first. As expected, the Type 2 warriors' intervention significantly alleviated the pressure. The two successfully freed Storm Crimson Reds unhesitatingly charged towards the mother insect. This time, for a swift and decisive victory, Chu Jiang held nothing back. The nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon continuously fired. Beam after beam, the wildly flashing blue light incessantly shot out from the cannon at the palm of the left arm, repeatedly striking the large wound on the underside of the Mother Queen. According to Mo Ran's initial design, due to material limitations, the electromagnetic cannon required over 1 minute between each firing to avoid the risk of damage. At this moment, Chu Jiang clearly harbored the belief of fighting to the death and eliminating the Mother Queen first before everything else as he fired the electromagnetic cannon. Mo Ran, as both the designer and Chu Jiang's close-in battle teammate, almost instantly realized his plan, thus naturally began to cooperate and analyze the Mother Queen's weaknesses. Relying solely on this method, even if one force overpowers 10, it would still waste a considerable amount of energy crystals. Soon, the detection results came out. Mo Ran immediately spoke up. Xiuxian, Emperor, has analyzed the Mother Queen's weakness. I'm sharing the data with you. Target precisely, and then fire the electromagnetic cannon. Receive. Xiuxian hesitated for a moment. He didn't expect Mo Ran wouldn't try to dissuade him, but instead help analyze the Mother Queen's weaknesses. After all, Mo Ran, as the designer of the Storm Crimson Red, understood all too well the harm caused by excessive use of the electromagnetic cannon. Mild cases could lead to the left arm becoming scrap, preventing many techniques of Longzhou Kung Fu and Thundercloud Array from being activated. Maintenance afterward would also be very labor-intensive. In severe cases, the left arm could explode, triggering a pre-compressed energy crystal explosion inside. Such explosive force would be comparable to a nuclear weapon, a force so devastating that as a mecha pilot, survival would be impossible. In other words, Xiuxian was exchanging his life for the Mother Queen's. Indeed, the Mother Queen also detected just how insanely reckless Xiuxian's approach was. Especially, it couldn't comprehend why Xiuxian had been firing dozens of electromagnetic cannons without showing any signs of depletion. Just how much energy does he possess? What lets him squander like this? However, the Mother Queen, limited in intelligence, though filled with intense emotions, there was simply no way for it to express them. All it could do was continuously deplete its energy and start laying eggs, hoping to create strong insect warriors to resist Xiuxian's never-ending bombardment. Yet, all these proved futile. It originally had little energy. Depleting its energy to lay eggs was an even greater loss. Moreover, these eggs were mere cannon fodder to Xiuxian, so the Mother Queen's energy quickly ran dry. However, when Xiuxian thought he could take down the Mother Queen in one fell swoop, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Unbeknownst to anyone, strange and intricate patterns had silently emerged on the hollow wall. They looked eerie yet magnificent. Just a glance was enough to captivate anyone. However, a wave of clarity swept through Xiuxian's mind. Xiuxian immediately woke up. Upon further inspection, those weren't patterns at all, but wriggling blood vessels. They looked like veins bulging under tension. Fluids rushed through them at high speed, giving off the illusion of movement. At the same time, Xiuxian could sense a large amount of energy converging here. What is this? Xiuxian felt uncertain and apprehensive. Also, he noticed Zhang Long hadn't sent any communication for a long time. This situation feels somewhat familiar. Shit, are they psychic species? The reason he regained clarity was due to the pair of mechanical prosthetic eyes implanted in him. Just in case, Mo Chun had quietly enhanced them with biocurrents resistant to mental interference. It was meant to allow him to wake up promptly if he ever fell into the psychic control of the psychic species. Xiuxian felt both shocked and furious. He immediately called out to the Silent Three. At the same time, a chilling thought crossed his mind. Why did the insect race possess the capabilities of the psychic species? Could it be that this insect mother nest Thubung was the doing of the psychic species? Yet, the insect mother nest belonged to another universe. Even before entering, he personally witnessed the overlapping space dissipating. Doesn't that mean the psychic species have mastered this technology? Otherwise, there's no way they could achieve such perfection. Unless this isn't the case, then it means the insect race can also master psychic abilities. The prerequisite for cultivating psychic energy is mastering psychic energy theory technology. Doesn't that imply that the insect race can also master technological means? According to what Ding Hui and others said, the insect race should only be destroyers who devour all matter and energy in their universe like locusts sweeping through. How can they grasp technology? Do they also possess intelligence? Xiuxian's feelings were complicated. Nevertheless, at this crucial moment, the Empress fully merged with the chamber walls of the mother nest. At this point, the Empress was the incarnation of the mother nest. Almost instantly, all insect warriors inside the mother nest were transferred to this area. The empty space originally cleared by the electromagnetic cannon was now again filled with dense insect warriors. And because Zhang Long was still under the influence of the psychic control, the Storm Crimson Red stood still like a granary for the insect warriors. Without hesitation, all the insect warriors surrounded it. They began to wildly gnaw, tear, and devour. Under such intense emotional pressure, Xiuxian became increasingly fatigued. Seeing no response from his calls, he prepared to release another batch of Type 2 warriors to first control all the insect warriors. Just as he was about to do so, a broad knife came flying from an unknown tunnel. Its sharpness easily surpassed anything, slicing through metal like butter or cutting hair as it floats. Without any obstruction, it directly pierced through the body of the Empress, who was already halfway merged with the chamber wall. All the veins on the chamber wall suddenly paused. The previously eerie atmosphere vanished instantly. Boom! The Empress exploded. Chapter 59. A different race saves the day, Spirit Alliance. Sure enough, at the moment the Empress exploded, Zhang Long, Shikai, and Mo Ran suddenly woke up from the chaos. Especially Zhang Long, who was bewildered looking outside of his mech, seeing the armor shell that had been gnawed on by the insect warriors into a misshapen form. Hardened. His fist hardened. Grandma, this thing has been in my possession for not even long enough to let it get dented or scratched. It's the mech I treasure most. And now it's been messed up like this. Enraged, Zhang Long immediately deployed his 3 arms, spinning them wildly to shake off all the insects attached to the mech. Then he charged into the crowd of insect warriors, indiscriminately opening fire. If this grudge isn't avenged, my Taoist heart won't settle. However, Mo Ran was different. She noticed Xiuxian's disheveled state, while the Emperor was frantically relaying various messages. Mo Ran almost instantly realized she must have fallen unconscious for a period. Or perhaps she entered some other state. causing her to lose control of her spirit. In particular, she noticed the Empress was dead. Now, within the Queen's nest, only these ordinary insect warriors remained. Mo Ran felt somewhat worried, but looking at Chu Jiang's exhausted expression, she didn't have the heart to speak up. Let him rest for a bit first. Mo Ran thought secretly to herself. Very soon, all the insect warriors were swept away. Only then did the four of them exit their mechs and begin collecting war spoils. Even materials from the ordinary insect warriors, partially metallized, could be used in mech design and ship manufacturing. That was when Zhang Long and Shi Kai finally noticed that, at some point, a few members of another race had appeared nearby. It seemed there were 3 tiger people and 1 ox person. They were surrounding the pile of rotting flesh left over after the Empress's self-destruction, collecting it. Meaning, they were the ones who dealt with the Empress? Zhang Long paused momentarily, instinctively glancing at Chu Jiang. Meeting Zhang Long's puzzled gaze, Chu Jiang immediately understood what he was asking, nodding lightly in confirmation. He had noticed earlier that a few members of an alien species had appeared nearby. Recalling the large sword-shaped figure that had suddenly impaled the Empress before, he guessed that it must have been done by this group of aliens. Although there was a feeling of having missed out, he realized that if they hadn't been there at the time, Chu Jiang might not have been able to save Zhang Long and Shi Kai's lives. So, fine if they take the Empress's material. Better to avoid unnecessary arguments. Besides, although the materials from these ordinary insect warriors were not particularly valuable, they made up for it in quantity. Plus, with the addition of Type 2 warriors assisting in collection, it was more than enough to break even. This trip to the instance wasn't about the materials anyway. Chu Jiang was just busy gathering materials. Yet due to the technological association upgrades to his body, his vision was sharp, and he quickly noticed that the group of alien races was subtly observing him. Chu Jiang was certain. It wasn't out of caution or vigilance towards strangers. Instead, they were entirely focused on Chu Jiang, never sparing a glance for either Zhang Long or Mo Ran or Shi Kai. Clearly, they came prepared. Chu Jiang's heart tightened. Moreover, their timing was so conveniently coincidental, appearing at the critical moment to eliminate the Empress for him. At first, he didn't think anything of it. But now that he thought about it carefully, hadn't they just saved him? Yet Chu Jiang was certain. Ever since coming to the Andromeda Galaxy, he had never encountered any members of the alien races. So how did these people recognize him? And why did they bother saving him? These questions nearly drove Chu Jiang insane. Under such a complicated situation, those alien beings seemed to also notice their lack of subtlety. By this point, Chu Jiang had definitely taken note. Thus, astonishingly, they walked straight over. The moment they took a step, Chu Jiang straightened up, glancing over as they approached. Leaving the ox person behind to continue collecting materials from the Empress, the 3 tiger people moved forward. At this moment, even Zhao Long and Shi Kai noticed something was amiss. Hastily, they moved beside Chu Jiang. Not until they reached Chu Jiang did they stop. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Hu Qiu of the Tiger Person gene sequence. This is my younger brother Hu Bin, and this is my sister Hu Niu. The tallest among the tigers stretched out a hand for introductions. Chu Jiang watched uncertainly, especially surprised that he hadn't noticed before that among the 3 tigers, there was actually a female. No wonder the 3 tigers looked too strong to tell apart visually. Chu Jiang didn't dare greet them so formally with handshakes. Instead, cautious, he asked, "Why have you come over? We know you." Hu Qiu seemed to have foreseen Chu Jiang's reaction. Seeing his guarded posture and no intention of shaking hands, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. You know me?" Chu Jiang blinked, stunned. He didn't know what to say, or had anyone ever met him so directly like this. Hu Qiu, however, wore an expression of self-evidence. And Chu Jiang was a little perplexed. Just where had these aliens come to know him? As if realizing Chu Jiang's confusion-filled mind, Hu Qiu didn't keep him in suspense for too long. Recently, there was some unrest on the ancestral planet of the Psy-Rat race. The previous rat shaman broke a pact with an evil god and lost one of their life-sustaining planets. Afterwards, someone deliberately spread the news that it was all due to his failed expedition against the human ancestral planet, Blue Star. So, you learned about me through this? Chu Jiang doubted it. In theory, apart from the dead rats, only the top echelons of Blue Star knew he was key to repelling the rat invasion. The rats were already wiped out by Yinsha's intervention and could not have transmitted any news. Moreover, among humans, Chu Jiang's information was kept highly confidential without any leakages. So how did this news get out, especially highlighting himself? Chu Jiang thought a lot in an instant. But Hu Qiu looked at him with a strange expression and spoke. You don't need to overthink this. The Psy people's abilities are beyond your imagination. For example, this time, there is no way you could have guessed what they used. Prophecy. Prophecy. This time, not just Chu Jiang, almost everyone appeared shocked, including Hu Bin and Hu Niu. Clearly, even they hadn't been informed of this before coming. Yet, Hu Qiu ignored the reaction of his younger siblings and stared straight at Chu Jiang. I imagine you know that our alien races are divided into psionic and genetic sequences? The upheaval on the Psy-Rat star has sounded a warning bell for all psionics. They have united and formed a Psi alliance. And their first target is to kill you. To kill me? Why? Just because I eliminated a rat shaman. Chu Jiang was puzzled. However, Hu Qiu wasn't aware of all the details either and merely shook his head in negation. I don't know specifics about them, but don't forget what I said earlier. The psionics possess far more capabilities than you can imagine. Perhaps, they have foreseen that you will accomplish something world-shaking in the future, and therefore have decided to eliminate you before you fully blossom. Even though Chu Jiang didn't want to accept it, what Hu Qiu said was indeed the most probable explanation at the moment. Because of fear of his potential future, they decided to eliminate him early. Chapter 60. Discovery of a magic artifact. Xu Jiang was still reeling from the shock of this news, not even noticing when Hu Qiu and others had left. As for Hu Qiu, he only left an address note for Zhang Long. Andioloosi West City, Rose Street, number 118. It wasn't until he had walked far away that Zhang Long handed the note to Mo Ran and curiously asked Xu Jiang, "Xu team leader, why do those spirit energy races want to chase you?" "How should I know?" Xu Jiang huffed, not intending to elaborate further on the issue. So he changed the topic. "Where are they now?" "They've already gone." Shirkai nearby also seemed curious. Seeing Xu Jiang's unwillingness to explain in detail, Shirkai wisely didn't press further. On the contrary, Xu Jiang looked surprised. He knew full well that what remained of the Queen Mother at this moment, that pile of rotten flesh, was still lying there intact. That meant the bull-like alien species earlier hadn't harvested any materials. Or rather, from start to finish, their four companions hadn't intended to come for the materials. They just wanted to meet Xu Jiang. But that brought things back around again. It wasn't hard to understand how the spirit energy races could have known about Xu Jiang's whereabouts. According to Hu Qiu's implication, it should be due to prophecy magic within the magic branch. However, how did their genetic sequence know these internal matters, and furthermore, predict that he would enter this F-class Thuban, then trail him all the way here, intervening only once he was in danger? This situation was simply filled with strange implications everywhere. Xu Jiang didn't dare linger any longer within the dungeon replica. He immediately said sternly, "Hurry up and collect all the materials. If we can't collect everything, then gather them according to value priority. We must leave here within half an hour." The group of alien species had arrived swiftly and left hastily, leaving him a deeply uneasy feeling. For the sake of his life, he decided it was best not to greedily cling onto these petty gains. Upon receiving Xu Jiang's command, although Zhang Long and the others were puzzled, they responded without hesitation. They promptly followed his instructions and began gathering all the materials. At the same time, Xu Jiang approached the lump of flesh remnants from the Mother Queen. He could distinctly feel the very ample energy contained within this piece of meat. Although unsure whether humans could consume it, he figured it was better to collect it for now. But as he was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, the system spoke up. "Host has been detected to have reached the core cabin room of the F-class insect mother hive. Do you wish to check in?" Of course he wanted to check in. Ding. "Congratulations, host. You've received 300 units of rare metallic carbon cesium alloy as a reward." Xu Jiang paid no attention to the sign-in reward provided by the system, instead lost in thought as he gazed at the ground. It was precisely then that the system reminded him. After so long, he had gained some understanding of the system. Typically, when one reached a celestial body of at least guard star level or higher, especially its core region, the sign-in reminder would trigger. Since the insect mother hive could also prompt a check-in, it meant that, in the system's eyes, this copy, replica, also counted as a celestial body. If that was true, why didn't the sign-in reminder activate the moment he entered the space where the Mother Queen resided, but waited until he got closer before triggering? Could it be that, according to the system's scans, this space was not the core of the hive? Xu Jiang was slightly stunned. To say the only thing remarkable about where the reminder triggered earlier might be its proximity to the fusion point between the Mother Queen and the cavity wall. Could it be that there was another space near that connection point, thus prompting the system's determination? Xu Jiang made a bold guess. Without delay, he decisively went up front to examine closely. What if something had been missed? He felt like he'd be losing out significantly otherwise. After searching for a long while, he really found a slight trace. Close to the fusion point, the cavity wall had become unusually thin. There may have been no noticeable difference while walking normally, but with enhanced vision activated, Xu Jiang clearly observed a striking difference in light transmission. In other words, beneath the connection point, there was an additional space. With great caution, Xu Jiang began probing carefully, then started digging. At this point, the mother nest had long severed its connection with the Mother Queen. Even with faint awareness, it was unable to drive the cavity wall. As a result, Xu Jiang effortlessly dug out a small pit. Sure enough, after a while, Xu Jiang hollowed it out. Then, swish swish, a small hole appeared underground. And right in the middle of the hole was a dazzling golden cup. Xu Jiang saw it first, standing there shining brilliantly. However, at that moment, the mechanical prosthetic eyes of Xu Jiang were wildly releasing bioelectric currents. Xu Jiang believed that if he moved slower, the next thing he'd smell would be the aroma of burnt barbecue. Xu Jiang cautiously shifted his gaze, breathing heavily. He was absolutely sure that the golden cup was filled with a great amount of spirit energy. The spirit energy races. No, it should be the Spirit Energy Alliance. It was definitely their doing. The reason why this Queen Mother acted abnormally and could even fuse with the mother nest must have been closely related to this golden cup. Xu Jiang carefully took it into his infinite space, bit by bit. In any case, it absolutely couldn't be left here in this mother nest. At the same time, taking it back would allow for proper study. If his guess was correct, this golden cup should indeed be a magic artifact. After Xu Jiang cautiously dealt with things on this side, Zhang Long and the others had also finished their tasks. Thus, within less than half an hour, the four of them returned to their mechs and immediately prepared to exit the replica dungeon. By the time Xu Jiang and the three others returned to the mansion, 3 hours had already passed. Xu Jiang declined the invitation from the android made to escort him for a wash, but directly requested to see Ding Hui instead. As one of the sacred seats of the Solar Federation, Xu Jiang had long ago been granted highest authority over the estate by Ding Hui. Therefore, soon an android maid led him to the study where Ding Hui was working. Inside the study, Ding Hui was handling some government affairs from the main city area. Upon suddenly seeing the android maid ushering Chu Jiang inside, he appeared shocked. Hastily putting down the work in his hands, he poured Chu Jiang a cup of tea before asking, "Could it be that something unexpected happened inside the replica? Why have you rushed here to see me so quickly?" There has indeed been something unexpected. Chu Jiang didn't deny it. Everything was going well originally, but there seemed to be something wrong with the Queen Mother at the end. According to Zhang Long's estimation, that Queen Mother's strength was at least D-class. And towards the end, I was saved by 4 individuals with different genetic sequences. According to them, the spirit energy races discovered through extreme measures that I will be an obstacle for them in the future. So they united all alien species to form the Spirit Energy Alliance and launched a massacre targeting me. Simultaneously, I found the culprit behind the Queen Mother's abnormality. It is a magic artifact. Really a magic artifact. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's account, Ding Hui gasped in shock. If this was true, then the spirit energy races had truly spared no expense. Although the official concept of magic artifact was only recently proposed, Ding Hui had been in the Andromeda Galaxy system for such a long time. Having encountered these spirit energy races numerous times, he had already understood the situation thoroughly. An entire large star system had a spirit energy race population numbering at least in the tens of billions, yet the number of magic artifacts was absolutely no more than 100. Clearly, this item was exceedingly rare even among the spirit energy races. For the sake of dealing with Chu Jiang, they were willing to bring out such a precious item. Wasn't that just too extravagant? Chapter 61. Entering the Mercenary Association. Farewell, xuanhuan. So, if the address they provided is correct, I plan to go and meet them. Chu Jiang handed the note left by Huqiu with the address to Ding Hui. Ding Hui took a glance at it. Androlus West City District, Rose Street, number 118. Then he noticed a stream of data flashing in his eyes. I checked. This place is the West City branch of the Mercenary Association. Ding Hui looked at Chu Jiang. Logically, there should be no safety issues, but who knows if they've set a trap. There are none of our people nearby. Are you sure you want to go there personally? Of course. What if they refuse to cooperate without seeing me? Chu Jiang helplessly shrugged. In fact, from the attitudes of the 4 alien species encountered in the previous copy, it was clear that they only had eyes for Chu Jiang. They weren't particularly interested in talking to anyone else. Perhaps, this stemmed from the Spirit Energy Alliance's particular emphasis on Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang appeared nonchalant. If they dared invite others, the probability of setting a trap wouldn't be significant. So these concerns were entirely unnecessary. However, Ding Hui didn't think so. He frowned deeply, clearly disagreeing with Chu Jiang's decision. But restrained by his position, he didn't say much. After some hesitation, he consulted Chu Jiang. If you don't mind, I'll send old Yang with you. At least, with old Yang around. Even if something unexpected happens, he can ensure your safety. Sure. Chu Jiang readily agreed since it was all about his safety. The reason he waited here mainly because he wasn't familiar with the area, and without guidance, he couldn't even find the West City District, let alone Rose Street. Seeing Chu Jiang nodding, Ding Hui immediately picked up the phone beside him and dialed an internal line. Old Yang, come to my study. Chu Jiang is going to the Mercenary Association's branch in the West City District, and I'm not entirely comfortable with the security arrangements. I'd like to ask you to join him. All right. On the other end of the phone, Yang Ji's magnetic voice responded. Not long after, the study door opened again, and the person who arrived was Yang Ji. Since Chu Jiang had nothing specific to prepare, upon seeing Yang Ji, he got up instantly and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, it was at this moment that Ding Hui stopped him. He pulled out a part the size of a button from the drawer next to him. It wasn't clear what it was, and handed it over to Chu Jiang. This is the military's latest special channel transmitter. As long as we're on the same planet, no matter how far apart, we can receive the signal. If anything happens, just start it, and we'll dispatch support immediately. Although Ding Hui introduced its function simply, his intention was clear, for Chu Jiang to use it in emergencies. Chu Jiang naturally did not disappoint his goodwill. After pocketing the transmitter, he headed straight to the West City District. West City District, Androlus, Rose Street. Chu Jiang stepped off the armored car with a somewhat grim expression on his face. Beside him was Yang Ji. Before them was a chaotic scene where alien children and human children were wildly playing with mud. It would have been fine under normal circumstances. What truly annoyed Chu Jiang was that this so-called Rose Street was actually a half-meter wide alley, and next to it stood the largest orphanage in the West City District. As expected, these children were most likely orphans from inside the orphanage. At present, they completely blocked the entire alleyway. Why hadn't Ding Hui told him beforehand that Rose Street was such an odd place? With an unpleasant look on his face, Chu Jiang uncertainly asked Yang Ji, "Do you know what's going on here?" Yang Ji shook his head. Chu Jiang felt a headache coming on. If he didn't misread the situation, number 118 meant passing through this alley and walking straight to the end. Yet it was already completely blocked by children. Moreover, if something happened inside, fleeing would encounter numerous obstacles. Chu Jiang suddenly felt hesitant about whether he should enter or not. Just at that moment, among the crowd of children, a figure slowly moved outward from the alley, gently advising the young ones not to cause trouble along the way, showing great patience. What Chu Jiang did not expect was that once he recognized the figure, it turned out to be his old friend, xuanhuan. xuanhuan finally managed to extricate herself from the crowd of children and sighed in relief when she caught sight of a surprised Chu Jiang. She didn't anticipate meeting Chu Jiang again so soon. She immediately greeted him. "Chu Jiang, long time no see. Long time no see." Chu Jiang finally managed to close his jaw that nearly dropped open, looking at xuanhuan with an incredulous eye. It wasn't out of rudeness, but rather that the current xuanhuan was utterly different from her usual demeanor in the academy. Right now, xuanhuan had a pair of fluffy, soft dog-like ears on her head, and behind her, there was also a large, furry tail. She looked exactly like a showgirl, similar to the fox people in the heterospices. Chu Jiang seemed to recall something and uncertainly asked, "Have you undergone genetic modification?" Sort of. Xuanhuan appeared as if she had anticipated Chu Jiang's reaction and was rather nonchalant about it. After joining the mercenary group, I got access to genetic sequences. I am well aware of the limits of the human body. Now that there is an opportunity to gain greater strength, there is no reason to refuse. Besides, this isn't Blue Star. Everything here is quite harmonious. Xuanhuan didn't intend to dwell on this topic. Then she seemed to remember something and asked uncertainly, "By the way, why did you suddenly come here? Could it be that you're the guest the president mentioned?" "It should be me." By this time, Chu Jiang had already calmed down from the excitement of seeing an old friend again. Upon hearing her words, he hesitantly retrieved the note. Unless the so-called president hadn't invited anyone else. However, what puzzled them more was how they knew he would arrive at this exact moment. Chu Jiang's expression unconsciously turned serious. And clearly, Xuanhuan didn't notice these details. She was busy calling for someone to disperse the children and planning to take them back inside. Once most of the children were gone, she gestured for Chu Jiang to follow her indoors. Chu Jiang was curious. Those children? They are the children of mercenary group members. Some of their parents have already fallen in battle, while others are still struggling on the front lines for resources. So, all the children are uniformly fostered under the association's name. Thus, the association opened an orphanage nearby as a temporary residence. So it seems that your president has quite a compassionate heart. Chu Jiang's tone was somewhat detached. Xuanhuan didn't detect it, but instead affirmed enthusiastically. The president truly is an excellent person. Thanks to him, I could smoothly enter the world of genetic sequences. When you meet him, remember to show some respect. This time, Chu Jiang was genuinely surprised. The respect and admiration in Xuanhuan's attitude towards the president were too obvious, completely not aligning with Chu Jiang's understanding of Xuanhuan. Something came to mind, but by then, he had already followed Xuanhuan's footsteps to Rose Street number 118. At the gate of the Mercenary Association West City District Branch, Chu Jiang pushed aside the speculation in his mind. Then, following Xuanhuan's steps, he entered the Mercenary Association. Chapter 62. The President of the Mercenary Association, Wiz. The evil god is about to awaken. To Chu Jiang's surprise, there were very few people in the hall. He closely followed Xuanhuan's steps, crossed the hall, then went through a corridor, and finally arrived at an office door. Out of curiosity, Chu Jiang quietly asked, "Under normal circumstances, are there always so few people in your mercenary association?" "More or less. Most people are in the dungeon replicas. Very few choose to garrison in the association." As he spoke, Xuanhuan knocked on the door. Soon after, a voice from inside said to come in. When the door to the office was pushed open, Chu Jiang saw a fox person wearing glasses, his head lowered as he processed documents on the desk. Just then, the fox person raised his head and made eye contact with Chu Jiang. "President, I've brought the guest." "Very good. Thank you for your trouble." Wiz politely thanked Xuanhuan, then turned back to look at Chu Jiang. "Mr. Chu, thank you for coming to visit the Mercenary Association. Please come in and sit down." "Xuanhuan, what I am about to discuss with Mr. Chu will be confidential. Would you mind closing the door behind you when you leave?" Xuanhuan heard this and naturally prepared to close the door, but just before leaving, she pointed towards Yang Ji, who had remained silent beside her the whole time. This gentleman was understood immediately and looked to Chu Jiang for confirmation. "Mr. Chu, can you arrange for him to wait outside the door? There are some things that I hope as few third parties as possible know about our conversation. Even if you need to tell him afterward, please don't do so in front of me." Wiz's tone was polite, yet Chu Jiang detected an underlying sense of non-negotiability. Although Chu Jiang felt strange inside, on the surface, he obediently nodded his head in agreement. "Certainly no problem, elder brother Yang. Could you go wait by the door for a while? I'll come out immediately after we finish talking." Yang Ji clearly seemed uneasy, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Chu Jiang. Seeing that Chu Jiang was indeed serious, he reluctantly left the office with Xuanhuan. Only after the door closed, leaving only the two of them in the office, did Chu Jiang look toward Wiz. "I wonder why President Wiz invited me here via wuxia. Nothing much, just to talk about matters related to the Spirit Energy Alliance." Wiz poured Chu Jiang a glass of water. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wiz. As you can see, I'm a fox person. But actually, I'm of the genetic race." Chu Jiang indifferently nodded. Indeed, he couldn't detect any sign of spirit energy from Wiz. But, doesn't Mr. Chu know why among different species, there are distinctions between the spirit energy races and genetic races? Wiz didn't directly mention the Spirit Energy Alliance. Instead, he posed such a question first. For some unknown reason, at the mention of the Spirit Energy race, there was a subtle change in Wiz's demeanor. Although it was extremely brief, Chu Jiang still noticed it. But looking into Wiz's ever-polite expression, he almost began doubting if it wasn't just an illusion. Thus, Chu Jiang could only bury his doubts deep within for the time being, answering the previous question posed by Wiz. "It's probably due to the lack of popularization of the spirit energy theory. As far as I know, mastering spirit energy theory technology is essential for becoming a spirit energy race." Wiz didn't seem surprised that Chu Jiang knew these details. His tone even carried some compliment. "I never expected Mr. Chu to be so knowledgeable. It's all information obtained from the Rat Person spacecraft, isn't it?" "In fact, that's exactly the case. Spirit energy technology has been sealed off by them, resulting in us having no grasp on it. Instead, the various species have continuously developed physical strength. That led to the emergence of two distinctly different alien species, the so-called genetic races and spirit energy races. So, President Wiz, what exactly do you mean by saying all of this? Furrowing his brows, Chu Jiang didn't understand why Wiz went on at length to provide such an introduction. All I'm trying to say is to express my sincerity to Mr. Chu. Our mercenary association and the Spirit Energy Alliance have been sworn enemies since they came into existence. So, does Mr. Chu want to consider cooperating with us? Cooperate? What kind of cooperation are we talking about? At that moment, Wiz pulled out a screen showing a star map encompassing all the star system markers and celestial body data around Androlo star. The key marking, however, was on a particular void space. At this location, 10 days from now, a B-level replica dungeon will descend. The Spirit Energy Alliance prophesies that there will be a steal related to the evil god inside. Currently, the Spirit Energy Alliance has already sent quite a few people to stake out nearby areas. So, your meaning is that you intend to collaborate with our human camp to prevent the Spirit Energy Alliance from obtaining that object? Chu Jiang's tone was somewhat uncertain. Then he nodded in affirmation. Consider it partly as one purpose. Besides, it also shows our association's sincerity to the human camp, not making it more convenient for future collaborations, isn't it? Saying that last part, Wiz cast a seeking glance at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang nodded along smoothly. President Wiz is right. If that's the case, is there anything else? If not, I will take my leave. It's too early to discuss other matters now. Let's wait until both sides open up, and then have a candid talk. Wouldn't that be better? Wiz spoke very obscurely, but Chu Jiang still understood the refusal implied in his words. He nodded. For now, this was all they could do. However, just as he was about to get up, he sat back down. Now that the official business is done, I personally have a few other small questions to ask President Wiz. For example, since you intend to ally with the human camp, why did you ask me to come instead of Brother Ding? After all, in the Androlo star system, he is the actual leader of the human camp. Also, what level of control does the association have over the Spirit Energy Alliance? Why do I have the impression that you seem to know them inside out? And the last question is, why did xuanhuan so conveniently come out to greet guests just when Brother Yang and I arrived at the association? Was that an arrangement by President Wiz? In response to Chu Jiang's 3 questions, Wiz suspiciously adjusted his glasses and gently shook his head. We are not yet at the point where we can discuss these things. Are we? However, before you go, I can give Mr. Chu a piece of information. In 50 years, the evil god will awaken completely. What? Chu Jiang, who had been sitting calmly, immediately stood up, somewhat anxiously waiting for Wiz to continue. Are you serious? However, faced with Chu Jiang's pressing inquiry, Wiz steadfastly refused to say any more. Realizing his inquiries were futile, Chu Jiang immediately turned grim and prepared to return. He must quickly pass this message on to Ding Hui. As soon as he stepped outside the door, he ran into Yang Ji, who was waiting at the entrance. Let's go. Yang Ji nodded and followed Chu Jiang. Just as they left the association, they unexpectedly met xuanhuan again. Xuanhuan hadn't expected Chu Jiang to come out so quickly. You're planning to leave already? Yes, if I have time later, let's gather together sometime. Chu Jiang was rushing to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Just as he was about to get into the car, he turned around and asked xuanhuan a question. Xuanhuan, what did President Wiz tell you when you came out to greet the guests earlier? He just said a friend would visit at this time, so he asked me to come out. Is there something wrong? Xuanhuan looked puzzled, but Chu Jiang shook his head and didn't say anymore. He directly got into the armored vehicle. The note Hu Qiu gave him only had an address, no time. That means Wiz lied to xuanhuan. He knew Chu Jiang had arrived at the door, and thus deceived xuanhuan into coming out. Or, from the moment he set out, Wiz had already received the news. Chapter 63. Initiating the Sacred Council. Upon returning to the estate, Chu Jiang immediately went to Ding Hui's study. Ding Hui had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Chu Jiang return, his worried heart finally calmed down. Then he asked, did you meet anyone? How was the conversation? Not exactly the best conversation. They mentioned that the psionic races have formed a psionic alliance. Through divination magic, they foresaw the future and planned to resolve me in advance. Also, we discussed the origins of the genetic and psionic races. For now, there's just a preliminary cooperation agreement. The specifics still depend on each side's sincerity. Chu Jiang had just sat down and gave a brief explanation, not intending to elaborate much. Seeing the serious expression on Chu Jiang's face, Ding Hui also became more solemn. Looking straight at him, Chu Jiang then delivered a stunning piece of news. They say that the evil god will awaken in 50 years. What? With a bang, Ding Hui, very rarely, turned red with anger and slammed the table as he stood up. Even this wasn't enough to convey his shock. His pupils trembled violently as he stared at Chu Jiang, incredulously repeating, are you sure? It is the awakening of the evil god. So far, all the major evil gods have been in a dormant state. Each arrival has only been some avatars of them, just a glimpse through a keyhole, only a fraction of their greatness. Now, if the evil god is still sleeping and the psionic races are already so difficult to deal with, if the evil god truly awakens, wouldn't those psionic races rise above all beings across the entire universe? No, absolutely this can't be allowed to happen. I'm sure. Chu Jiang looked extremely serious. Although I can't guarantee the correctness of their sources, but I see how certain he spoke. This is almost impossible to be false. Of course, Chu Jiang understood why Ding Hui reacted this way. After all, When Chu Jiang first heard about this from Viz, the impact was no less than what Ding Hui experienced. If not for being in front of Viz, Chu Jiang would have displayed even more surprise than Ding Hui did. Clearly, Ding Hui believed in Chu Jiang's judgment too. With his confirmation, the probability of this news being true was overwhelmingly high. The reason for not saying it outright was just leaving room for that last bit of hope. If this is true, then this information must be relayed back to Blue Star. If necessary, the Federation might initiate the Sacred Council. Having said this, Ding Hui paused for a second, looking at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang was one of the sacred 17 seats of the Solar Federation. If a meeting were to convene, wouldn't he need to return? Evidently, Chu Jiang also grasped Ding Hui's meaning. He hesitated slightly. Wouldn't it be fine if I don't attend? This had given him coordinates of a B-grade dungeon, which he wanted to explore. If he returned to Blue Star, it could take at least a year before he could come back to Andromeda Galaxy. He found it hard to accept. Ding Hui simply shook his head, avoiding giving a direct answer to Chu Jiang's question. Subsequently, he contacted his trusted secretary and instantly sent a message to Blue Star. After completing this task, Ding Hui noticed Chu Jiang passing over another note. It contained galactic coordinates. Ding Hui curiously asked, "Another dungeon? Did they give it to you?" Chu Jiang nodded affirmatively. "A B-grade dungeon. Inside there's a steel related to the evil god. The Psionic Alliance is currently planning its move. Their intention is for us to go ahead and investigate first, making subsequent cooperation smoother." Ding Hui pulled out a reluctant smile, clearly not fully trusting the reasoning provided. Chu Jiang felt the same. Nonetheless, Ding Hui couldn't help but give a cautionary reminder. Regardless of how reasonable it sounds, as if it's completely cut off from the psionics race. In reality, they are all the same alien species. Anyone who isn't part of our kind will always harbor differences. In dealing with them, remember always to keep some level of precaution. On this point, Brother Ding can rest assured, I understand. Chu Jiang seemed to be pondering something, pulling a mocking grin at the corner of his lips. By the way, Brother Ding, you might want to check if there are any rats hiding in the estate. Today, as soon as I arrived at the Mercenary Association, the president immediately gave me a significant warning. I began doubting whether the whole Andromeda star is under his surveillance. Hearing Chu Jiang's statement, Ding Hui's face flashed with seriousness. He carefully inquired about more details. But right after Chu Jiang finished sharing his speculations, Ding Hui angrily threw the porcelain cup next to him into pieces. Seems like I truly need to clean up the mess. Otherwise, with so many arms moving around recklessly, chaos would definitely ensue. And that wasn't all. Chu Jiang dropped another bombshell. I also suspect that the genetic race behind the Mercenary Association may not necessarily hold such hostility towards the psionic race as they claim. At least, they don't towards psionics or the evil god. They rather seem to adopt an attitude of destruction if they cannot possess. When Chu Jiang said this, he was extremely certain. Previously, when Viz was introducing him to the genetic and psionic races, his expression had twisted for a moment. With his mechanical ocular implant, he'd seen it very clearly back then. Later, on the way back, after recalling and analyzing the image repeatedly, he managed to interpret the emotion at that moment. All those negative emotions erupted when mentioning that the psionic races monopolized the psionic theory, technology, forcing them to develop their physical strength and thus becoming the genetic race. That fleeting micro-expression never lies. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, worry immediately appeared on Ding Hui's face. But soon, he returned to normal. Chu Jiang could say these words, which was enough to show that he could see through the sinister tactics of the Mercenary Association. So naturally, Ding Hui didn't need to be overly concerned. However, in the base camp side, with his long absence, quite a few people seemed to be stirring up trouble. It appeared that it was time for him to come out of seclusion again. Blue Star, launching military base. Gong Jinliang was reviewing various reports from the base when suddenly, the nearby internal line phone was activated. This phone wouldn't ring unless it was a special promotion moment. Once it rang, it must be something major. Gong Jinliang didn't dare to delay and quickly answered. Then he heard a shocking piece of news from the other end. Mr. Gong, there's news from Andromeda Galaxy. In 50 years, the evil god will awaken. Gong Jinliang. Has the authenticity of the message been confirmed? It has already been verified. The information was provided by Sacred Senator Chu Jiang and relayed by Director Ding Hui. Alright, immediately contact the other Sacred Senators. Initiate the Sacred Council in 10 minutes. After giving this calm instruction, Gong Jinliang hung up the phone. His expression instantly fell. He hadn't expected the news to arrive so suddenly. What's more, it turned out that it was reported back by that boy Chu Jiang. That kid, even after going to the outer domain battlefield in Andromeda, still couldn't keep quiet. In normal circumstances, the Sacred Council is held as an online meeting. A signal would be sent via a transmitter into a special channel, projecting the 17 senators into the same conference hall. Just as Gong Jinliang was waiting for the 10 minutes to pass before the council started, suddenly, the internal line phone rang again. Mr. Gong, big trouble. The Blue Star Academy suddenly had a teacher awakened with psionics. What are you saying? Chapter 64, Implanted Chip. Lost psionic energy? Speaking of which, there was a comical misunderstanding in the middle of it all. It started when the patrol team from the Blue Star Guard detected a psionic energy fluctuation near the Blue Star Academy. The members of the patrol team were single-minded, believing that the Ratmen had come to attack again. So they issued an order to surround the academy. Yes, ever since the Ratmen's invasion, the human faction successfully manufactured psionic energy detection equipment through the vast amount of psionic knowledge they had gathered. This has become one of the key focuses that the Blue Star Guard must pay attention to during their patrols. The solar system is the grand rear area for the entire human camp. They have to be vigilant to prevent another severe incident like the Ratman's invasion. Now, coming back to the matter at hand. After the Blue Star Academy was surrounded by the guards, concentrated inspections began. However, after thorough investigations, there were no signs of alien intrusions. Yet the psionic energy detection devices kept wildly alerting to the presence of psionic energy fluctuations nearby. In the end, it was still the teachers of the academy who suggested that everyone should undergo inspection to ensure no aliens disguised as humans had infiltrated. Unexpectedly, a faint psionic energy fluctuation was detected on several elderly linguistic scholars of the academy. Although it was faint, it was definitely confirmed as psionic energy. Frightened, these old scholars swore to the heavens, assuring they were indeed themselves, even beginning to doubt whether the detection device might have malfunctioned. Until a student responded, wondering if it might be the old scholars themselves suddenly awakening with psionic abilities. Because he also had a premonition that recently, he had suddenly mastered a special ability. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now, it was clearly evident as psionic energy. As soon as this was said, unexpectedly, it caused a dramatic reaction. Clearly, more than just him had this feeling. That is to say, so far, at least tens of thousands of people in the academy had awakened with psionic energy. Just because they had just awakened, the fluctuations of the psionic energy were not as profound as those few linguists who were translating psionic race-related books left behind by the Ratman spaceship. This was why they weren't detected by the psionic energy detection equipment. Apparently, the guard team on patrol also realized something wasn't right and urgently reported it to the guard team. And the guard team relayed it directly to Gongzhen. This situation was very serious. Most students in the academy would naturally only awaken with powers related to knowledge even if they were exposed to psionic energy. But ordinary residents living in the base lived in a world full of deception. Once they gained powers beyond normal limits, it could result in uncontrollable chaos. Thus, upon receiving this message, Gongzhen did not hesitate for a second. He immediately instructed his secretary, postpone the Holy Council meeting by 3 hours simultaneously, and order all base commanders and city lords to conduct immediate psionic energy tests on all humans. Record the situations thoroughly, and once anyone is found to have awakened psionic energy, transfer them for immediate containment awaiting further processing. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Gongzhen finally had time to reflect on the matter. Why could humans awaken psionic energy too? Why had this never happened before? Hold on. Gongzhen seemed to realize something. He remembered, the psionic races needed a necessary condition to awaken psionic energy, mastering psionic theory technology. Where did Blue Star get this psionic technology? No, or rather, isn't it possible that all the information aboard that spaceship regarding the psionic race was entirely psionic theory? So far, the content deciphered is less than 1% when merely compiled into textbooks. But judging by the current situation, it was already sufficient to trigger awakenings? Otherwise, how else can we explain such a high awakening rate at the Blue Star Academy? Gongzhen remembered. In order to popularize the human faction's understanding of the psionic race, the newly edited psionic textbook provided a detailed introduction to the psionic race's techniques and their power sources, the 5 major evil deity privileges. These were undoubtedly all part of the psionic theory. I let my guard down. Gongzhen looked regretful. However, a sudden phone call interrupted his train of thought. It was the internal line again. Gongzhen reluctantly answered the call. What's happened this time? Mr. Gong, the base has just arranged a full population psionic test, and just moments ago, almost every base experienced people instigating a psionic rebellion and fleeing. Upon subsequent investigation, we found out that they have been awake for some time. And after mastering psionic energy, they began trying to offer sacrifices to the evil deities and received significant strength feedbacks, causing us great difficulty during capture operations. The person reporting over the phone sounded a bit uneasy. However, to their surprise, Gongzhen simply coldly acknowledged the report, telling them to quickly apprehend everyone and continue testing. Afterward, he hung up the phone. On Gongzhen's side, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. It was fortunate that just moments ago, when he learned that some people had awakened to psionic energy, he still entertained the thought that this could potentially be a viable route for the human faction to develop in the future. How could he not be envious of the immense power of the psionic race? Now, with the means to replicate it, not trying would have been foolish. But within minutes, reality slapped him back into place. Since these, psionic theory, technologies originated from species that worshipped the evil deities, how could they avoid their fatal allure? If they truly embarked on the irreversible path of sacrificing to the evil deities, wouldn't they be no different from the psionic race that was initially seen as an archenemy? They would merely be servants of the evil deities. However, if no restrictions were placed and the circulation of the psionic race textbooks continued, it would mean that there would be a constant emergence of new psionic energy awakeners. Unless, of course, the information was suppressed again. But wasn't this contradictory to the original intent of familiarizing the humans with their adversaries' specific circumstances? Gongzhen was at his wit's end. Wasn't there any way to effectively curb the awakening of psionic energy, while also allowing the dissemination of the psionic race's knowledge? Gongzhen fell deep into thought, until, suddenly, he recalled Chu Zhang's encounter with the evil deity. Cutting off the 5 senses seemed, to a certain extent, to be able to withstand the influence of the evil deities. If so, could mechanical replacements serve as an alternative? A flicker of joy appeared on Gongzhen's face. Whether it worked or not, trying it out would be sufficient. Just then, the group who were found sacrificing to the evil deities could be used as test subjects. Without delay, Gong Jun immediately arranged for a mechanical implantation surgery. Half an hour later, Gong Jun was rewarded with good news as expected. The awakened psionic abilities of the criminals indeed disappeared, and all it took was the simple procedure of implanting a chip in their brains. This news was undoubtedly a tremendous boon for the human faction. Immediately, Gong Jun decided to implement the universal implantation of chips among the entire population. Simultaneously, it was time to reveal a part of the true nature of the mechanical modification plan to the public. With these tasks done, Gong Jun finally hurriedly initiated the Sacred Council. Chapter 65, Understanding of the Insect Hive. Andromeda Androlo Star, Dinghui Manor. Just finishing the mecha cooperation training, Chu Jiang had not even wiped his sweat when he was called to Ding Hui's study. Upon seeing him enter, Ding Hui first gestured for him to sit down, then handed over a message from the blue star that had just been printed out. What is this? Chu Jiang was utterly confused. The decision of the Sacred Council. Take a look. Ding Hui briefly explained. Chu Jiang immediately focused intently on it. Quickly, he picked up some key points. Surprisingly, he questioned in return. Could it be that humans also have a chance to awaken to spirit energy? Wouldn't that mean we humans could emulate and become a spirit energy race? Chu Jiang felt a little excited. The methods of the spirit energy races were unpredictable, and he had the deepest understanding of them. If the human faction could also master these techniques, they could directly counter magic with magic. What would there be to fear? But soon, Chu Jiang came to terms with reality. The spirit energy theory was of dubious origin, its methods wrong. No matter how cautious one might be, it still led to the wrong path. In this current universe, once reaching the end of the spirit energy sequence, one was only fit to become a servant of the evil gods. Without waiting for Ding Hui to say anything, Chu Jiang calmed down. He continued reading on. Seeing that implanting chips can effectively interfere with the use of spirit energy, as decided by the Solar Federation, starting from Blue Star, all factions under humanity are forced to implant chips. Finally, Chu Jiang showed a smile. As long as there are ways to punish spirit energy, that would suffice. But quickly, he calmed down again and looked at Ding Hui. If implanting chips was involved, why would the doves actually cooperate so well? Seeing the confusion and doubts in his eyes, Ding Hui let out an expression that seemed both amused and exasperated. The doves were initially against it, but due to the untimely capture of a few spirit energy users, they lost the population of 3 super large bases, and thus had to unwillingly cooperate. Even before Chu Jiang came to the Andromeda star system, the doves had already completely lost 2 sacred seats on Neptune due to the invasion of the Ratman race. Now, losing 3 more bases must have severely weakened them. It would be strange if they didn't cooperate. Chu Jiang chuckled knowingly. As long as the pig teammates didn't drag their feet, everything would be fine. Because you're still here in Andromeda, this time the Sacred Council won't include your vote rights. I called you over to inform you in advance. All future decisions of the council will require your confirmation. This way, you can fulfill your duties as a council member. Seeing that Chu Jiang had read enough, Ding Hui finally began explaining the reason he had called him over. While I'm at it, there's something I'd like to ask you. Hearing this, Chu Jiang was somewhat surprised and looked up. Seeing the slight embarrassment in his eyes, Chu Jiang took a moment to think and realized what was going on. At this point, what could make him worthy of being asked by Ding Hui, yet cause this level of discomfort, could be nothing else but those 2 things. However, for Chu Jiang, his identity meant more symbolically. Therefore, the result was quite evident. Ding Hui wanted to place an order for Bao Feng Qi Hong, Storm Crimson Red. Units from him. Bao Feng Qi Hong. Chu Jiang tentatively asked. Ding Hui nodded vigorously like someone pounding garlic. That's right. For the past period of time, I've heard about your cooperation and training with Zhang Long's group at the military camp. Mostly because those veteran soldiers found such an awesome mech irresistible and kept pestering me for days. I wonder if you or Mo Ran could sell dozens. No, a few Bao Feng Qi Hong units. Just a few will do. I'll check with Mo Ran. Chu Jiang did not agree immediately, but first sought Mo Ran's opinion via communicator. After all, Mo Ran was the designer of this mech. Even though the Blue Star's Dragon State military had already started mass production, it should only take until next year for Androlo Star to arrange for Bao Feng Qi Hong. He needed to consult Mo Ran beforehand. It was a gesture of respect. Soon, Mo Ran replied that everything could be arranged according to Chu Jiang's discretion. Relieved, he turned to the tense Ding Hui with a smile and said, "No problem. As long as you take care of the manufacturing costs, there's no issue. Even 100 units would be okay." That's fantastic. Ding Hui was thrilled. The cool and rugged awesomeness of Bao Feng Qi Hong was something he had observed from afar as well. Initially, he didn't expect much, only hoping to obtain a few units, but Chu Jiang readily agreed to 100. He could definitely form a Bao Feng Qi Hong company now. A few days later, the marked date of the Fubing Deputy Instance Landing by the Mercenary Association was drawing near. At the military camp, Ding Hui had already arranged for brigade-level forces to assist with the operation. 2 aircraft carriers were even dispatched. After all, with matters concerning the awakening of the evil god, there could be no room for negligence. However, Chu Jiang, Mo Ran, Zhang Long, and Shi Kai decided to act independently. After all, Team Chu was originally established separately from the military camp to accommodate Chu Jiang. In terms of action, Ding Hui also gave him full support. Thus, handling negotiations with the Mercenary Association fell upon them for. After all arrangements were made, the group departed in grand style from Andromeda Star. In one of the combat rooms aboard the aircraft carrier, Chu Jiang and his 3 companions were deep in thought as they stared at the images displayed on the screen. Of course, this was a special treatment given to Chu Jiang by Ding Hui. Footage transmitted back by reconnaissance drones from both aircraft carriers had been selectively sent their way, highlighting key areas. As such, they had a clear view of the vicinity around the deputy's instance. Interestingly, it wasn't until this operation that Chu Jiang fully grasped the specifics about the instance structure. An insect hive consisting of 4 major chambers. The perineum chamber and Baihui chamber were familiar to Chu Jiang. The perineum chamber served as the place where insect warriors returned to be broken down into pure energy to nourish the mother queen. The Baihui chamber housed the insect queen herself. In addition, there were the Juk chamber and Taichung chamber. The Juk chamber was the home for all successfully hatched insect warriors and also the largest chamber within the hive. Taichung housed the insect worker bees responsible for patrolling duties. Deputy instances were graded in 6 levels from lowest to highest: F, E, D, C, B, A. Each grade corresponded to various cosmic scales: guardian star level, minor planet level, Earth-like planet level, stellar level, and neutron star level. Notably, starting from D-grade instances which correlated with Earth-like planet scale, the Mother Queen would exhibit advanced intelligence capable of commanding insect warships. Moreover, these instances would no longer be confined to just one hive. This meant that instances rated D and above might form configurations akin to Earth-Moon systems, solar systems, or even galaxy systems. For multi-hive type instances, the rating was determined based on the highest level of any individual hive, regardless of quantity. It was entirely possible for a D-level instance to feature over 10 hives, each with D-level strength. The current mission aimed at a B-grade instance that included 2 B-grade hives, 3 D-grade hives, and 7 E-grade ones. Among the 2 B-grade hives, one harbored a stone stele related to the evil god. Based on Chu Jiang's assessment, the primary target of the Spirit Energy Union and others would likely be the 2 B-grade hives. Chapter 66, Flesh and Blood Spaceships. The Oracle of the Truth Minter. Just as Chu Jiang was lost in thought, traces of other spaceships slowly appeared in the view. The first to catch the eye were naturally the Spirit Energy race's spaceships. The hulls were covered with a large number of magic array patterns, filled with all sorts of sinister and deceitful abilities. Because this time they intended to sabotage actions against the Spirit Energy Alliance, Ding Hui had long since implanted chips in those he'd arranged to participate. Thus, several people could now face the Spirit Energy spaceship without causing any distortion infection. Moreover, Chu Jiang took great interest in observing the differences in the magic arrays on different alien ships. These might eventually become conditions to use against the Spirit Energy races in the future. However, just as Chu Jiang was deeply engrossed, more warships continued to approach. Chu Jiang looked over. His expression instantly changed. In the darkness of the void that even the light of countless stars could not dispel, there was a line of enormous things. Things that one should call neither warships nor monsters. In the picture, the surfaces of these warships were moving rhythmically. This mode was completely opposite to the magic arrays of the Spirit Energy ships, and it was more akin to breathing, contracting, and expanding. If this was all there was to it, it wouldn't be enough. Apart from some necessary armor plates on the outside, the material of the ship hulls did not belong to any kind of spacecraft metal at all. They were more like a lump of flesh and blood. And those warships were like lumps of flesh constantly being stitched together and resymbiotically combined into monsters. Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel a bit baffled. Zhang Long noticed Chu Jiang's change nearby. He explained, "These are the Gene Race's spaceships. But, continuing down the path of genetic sequences will inevitably result in this sort of form sooner or later. Why would you call them a bunch of lunatics?" Zhang Long's tone carried a bit of ridicule. Yet, Chu Jiang only looked at him curiously. Seeing his eagerness for more, Zhang Long had no choice but to continue. They have the Gene Race advocate delving into the body, controlling genes, and even mastering hereditary information as supreme power. All of their efforts are aimed at opposing the Spirit Energy race. Due to the magic arrays, the Spirit Energy race's spaceships can greatly enhance an individual's strength. To counter this, after repeated trials and refinement, the Gene Race also gained mastery over creating flesh and blood spaceships to fight against the Spirit Energy race. There's no difference between flesh and blood spaceships and our ordinary starships when divided into control rooms and modules. What's different is their method of operation through symbiotic command. As for what they call ship modules, these are carefully cultivated organic modules capable of adapting to the starry sky, able to even bring forth superhuman strength. From a certain perspective, they've transformed their own warships into monstrous beings full of flesh and blood, then mutually co-pilot them. At the end of the explanation, Zhang Long shivered involuntarily. Clearly, he strongly disapproved of such insane behavior. A mechanical creation has been given flesh. Even if it's specially genetically bred, haven't they considered the possibility of losing control? Chu Jiang fell silent. Apparently, he hadn't expected the Gene Race's spaceship to be such an anomaly. Especially, thinking about Yun Qinghan, who had already embarked on the path of genetic modification, made him realize that soon enough, Yun Qinghan's spaceship might turn into a similarly grotesque entity. He inwardly mourned for 3 seconds. While Chu Jiang and Zhang Long were still discussing the pros and cons of flesh and blood spaceships, the layer of overlapping space encircling the Fubeng star system finally shattered. Almost instantaneously, all the ships in the scene used every trick in their book, charging toward the target mother nest. Chu Jiang's expression darkened. Originally, he had estimated it would take some more time, so everyone stayed inside the aircraft carrier. Now, we've started late. Chu Jiang immediately marked an important point on the screen. We will gather at this E-class mother nest first. Let's go. With the order given, the four immediately sprang into action. Before long, streaks of light flashed on the human aircraft carrier. Ding Hui had also received Chu Jiang's notification of action. Looking at the ships that were yet to move in the footage, Ding Hui didn't look too good. As expected, these should all be reserves. They wouldn't enter lightly for now. Like him, Ding Hui also intended to stay inside the aircraft carrier. Minutes later here, Chu Jiang successfully landed at the entrance of an E-class mother nest. Afterward, Zhang Long, Shi Kai, Mo Ran, and others arrived in sequence. Glancing at the spaceships still swiftly speeding by outside, Chu Jiang decided quickly. Let's go. This time, none of the four retrieved their Storm Crimson weapons. Instead, they equipped exoskeleton armors and went light on supplies. What Chu Jiang didn't know, though, was this. The moment they entered the mother nest, in the total control room of the Spirit Energy Alliance spaceship, Sela slowly opened her cloudy eyes. But within them, flashes of particularly refined spirit energy flickered. The Truth Mentor has bestowed its oracle. The Child of Evil has entered the replica star system. Right here, Sela hesitated, then following the guidance of her spiritual intuition, quickly circled an inconspicuous E-class mother nest on the star chart in her hand. It was precisely the one Chu Jiang had entered. Sela was also a bit dazed. She hadn't expected it to be such a mother nest. However, she never doubted her intuition, or rather, the oracle of the Truth Mentor. Send people to surround that place. No need to go in. Just wait until they deal with the queen, then act. Sela handed the marked-up star chart to a bearman standing beside her, respectfully awaiting orders. Hail the goddess of life. Upon receiving the star chart from Sela, the bearman immediately summoned spaceships to encircle the designated mother nest. Watching the glowing energy ships fly away, there was a glimmer of anticipation in Sela's eyes. She hoped this would succeed in one attempt. Inside the mother nest, Chu Jiang struggled somewhat as he pulled his Dao blade out of a hornet-like creature's mouthpart. He casually wiped off the sticky and foul blood, then turned toward Zhang Long. In which chamber are we? The Juk chamber. Zhang Long's expression was a little grim. Even just since entering this small area, they'd already killed close to 10,000 insectoid warriors. Yet, looking around, the endless hordes of hornet monsters still seemed boundless. Damn! With a slash of his blade, Shi Kai cursed aloud as he effortlessly cut down another hornet rushing at him. Not only him, but Mo Ran and Chu Jiang's expressions were far from pleasant either. We need to shake these hornets off us. In reality, dealing with these insectoid warriors posed no real difficulty for them. The trouble was their sheer numbers. They simply couldn't keep up slashing through them all. I found it. The route to the Bai Wei chamber has been detected. Hurry and follow me. Finally, Zhang Long excitedly called out after fiddling with the detector. Calling to the three others urgently, he gained their attention. At the same time, they also drew the focus of more nearby insectoid warriors. Additionally, I detected some alien species within the Juk chamber. They're likely stragglers of the gene race. Let's try to avoid them. No need to create unnecessary trouble. Quickly follow me. Zhang Long whispered as a reminder before proceeding cautiously with dual blades drawn, carving a path ahead slowly. Before entering the mother nest, Chu Jiang had noticed many other individuals besides themselves were heading to this mother nest. So encountering other alien species wasn't surprising. But, remembering his own mission here, Chu Jiang suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Hastening to match Zhang Long's pace, he had to arrive at the Bai Wei chamber faster than those others. Chapter 67. Reunite with the Mercenary Guild. Chu Jiang's concerns. Soon, the Bai Wei chamber arrived. Chime. Detected that the host has reached the sign-in location of the E-class mother nest. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Chime. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the check-in reward Blue Ship Module, Orbital Electron Cannon. Chime. Under the amplification of the 10,000 times firepower enhancement aura, your Blue Ship Module S-991 Orbital Electron Cannon has successfully been upgraded to Purple S-991 Orbital Electron Cannon. Each attack requires a 10-second charge before releasing an ultra-strong electronic shockwave. The damage is off the charts. One shot is enough to blow up a small planet. The moment Chu Jiang stepped into the Bai Wei chamber, a series of system prompts rang out. What the heck? Seeing the system's introduction, Chu Jiang nearly popped his eyes out. Back on the Lizard Pirates number 3 base asteroid. If he had this orbital electron cannon back then, he wouldn't have needed to think so much. One shot would have blasted the entire asteroid. Then, he checked the manufacturing requirements. Name, Orbital Electron Cannon. Consumption, requires 10 units of energy crystals per release, with an interval of 30 seconds each time. Manufacturing requirements, 60 units of conventional ship metal, 30 units of titanium alloy. Manufacture time, 30 days. Chime. Under the amplification of the 10,000 times accelerated manufacturing halo, the production project, Electron Orbital Cannon, has been shortened to 4 minutes. Chu Jiang wore a face full of joy. He didn't expect the consumption of the purple card to be so little. With the reserves in his infinite space, it was nothing at all. However, this was one of the only 2 purple cards he had obtained so far. It will become his main means of output in the future. However, this sign-in also indirectly confirmed one thing. This mother nest should not be like the F-level dungeon he encountered the first time. It does not possess a hidden space. The Bai Wei chamber where the queen resides is the core area of the mother nest. As he basked in this thought, Chu Jiang looked around, but found the Bai Wei chamber completely empty. Not a single bug egg in sight. His expression immediately turned cold. Could it be that someone had already come to the Baihui chamber ahead of him? That would mean he might lose the chance. But soon, his expression improved. A few alien-like figures emerged from another passage nearby and shouted toward Xuanhuan. Don't worry, we've already cleared the place out ourselves. No one else has come here. It was xuanhuan. These aliens were the squad sent by the mercenary guild. Realizing no one else had interfered, Xuanhuan felt relieved immediately. Yes, the reason he brought Mo Ran and the others along was precisely to meet up with the mercenary guild. Xuanhuan immediately signaled them to approach. Upon entering, they discovered the queen lying on the ground gasping for breath. Her breathing was faint, obviously on her deathbed. And those alien-like figures, including xuanhuan, were a group of 10 sitting around a campfire roasting skewers. Among them were a few people Xuanhuan had met last time, like Huqiao. Seeing Xuanhuan's gaze fall upon the queen, xuanhuan was puzzled and explained with a smile as she approached. The mother queen is closely tied to the mother nest. Once she dies, the people outside will know instantly. We intend to delay things a bit longer, at least until the Psi Energy Union clears out the D-level dungeons sufficiently. Outside, Xuanhuan was slightly confused. That's right. As of now, there are at least 6 Psi Energy spaceships lurking outside the mother nest we're in. Once you, or more accurately, you expose yourself, they'll focus their firepower and attack immediately. So, we must choose our timing carefully when we leave. Speaking here, xuanhuan's gaze carried a trace of sympathy and relief. Never would I have thought that in such a short while since we last saw each other, you'd get yourself tangled up in such a huge mess. Facing her teasing, Xuanhuan didn't know what to say, only able to respond with a bitter laugh. He roughly guessed as well. It should be that the Psi Energy Union still harbored doubts due to the prophecy, keeping a wary eye on him. They were intent on finding every possible opportunity to take him down. Xuanhuan clearly didn't want to linger on this topic, so he changed the subject and asked xuanhuan, "What are your plans, Mercenary Guild?" The specific actions remain unknown yet. But for now, there's only one thing. Stay here and rest up, waiting until the Psi Energy Union finishes their work before going out again. xuanhuan spoke calmly. However, Xuanhuan didn't fully believe her. He stared intently into her eyes, seemingly trying to confirm if she was lying. After all, xuanhuan clearly showed more signs of alienization now. It wasn't certain how she currently viewed the human camp or familiar old acquaintances like himself and Mo Ran. xuanhuan seemed to not expect Xuanhuan to openly scrutinize her like this. Her laughter sounded somewhat uneasy. What? Haven't you ever seen a beauty as stunning as me? Or do you plan to see who can destroy more Psi Energy ships when we head out later? Silence. xuanhuan's abrupt shift in topic made the situation awkward. Seeing Xuanhuan remain silent, her expression grew increasingly unnatural. She was just about to turn and leave. At this moment, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. Fine, let's compete then. Alright, whoever loses will treat the other to a meal when we get back. xuanhuan visibly relaxed. Seeing Xuanhuan nod, she returned to the group of 9 aliens, quickly resuming her cheerful chatter. It wasn't until xuanhuan left that Zhang Long came over with a mischievous grin, slapping Xuanhuan on the shoulder and asking, "Xu team leader, didn't expect you to know such a beauty? I've heard Fox people have incredible talents in that area. What do you think?" Indeed, after genetic modification, xuanhuan had become more alluring than when she was at the academy. Her curves were even more pronounced, her limbs thinner yet powerful. Coupled with beast ears and a fox tail, she was truly attention-grabbing. However, Xuanhuan shook his head, his expression serious. She graduated from Blue Star Academy like me. The reason for this transformation is because she came to Andromeda through the Mercenary Guild's gene sequence program. Mutant? That's a one-way road. Zhang Long clearly hadn't expected such an answer, as his voice rose several decibels without him realizing. Even a few aliens nearby glanced over curiously. Fortunately, Xuanhuan clamped a hand over his mouth in time, preventing any further commotion. Xuanhuan helplessly shrugged, acknowledging Zhang Long's words. Still, it was her choice, so Xuanhuan couldn't say much. Mao Ran beside him also looked somewhat worried. Apparently, she had overheard Zhang Long's comments and noticed the changes in xuanhuan, so she instinctively looked toward Xuanhuan and softly asked, "Is there something wrong with xuanhuan?" "It's her choice." "No, what I mean is, how is her current condition?" "Earlier, I noticed your conversation with her was a bit intense." Mao Ran shook her head, indicating that she wasn't asking why xuanhuan had decided to undergo genetic alteration. In fact, she wasn't interested in that detail either. What concerned her was that Xuanhuan's expression earlier seemed off. Could something be amiss? Clearly, Xuanhuan paused at Mao Ran's question. Then he sighed and explained, "I feel like she has been with the Mercenary Guild for too long and is unknowingly being influenced. As for the Mercenary Guild, it's hard to explain right now, but I don't trust them entirely. So, if xuanhuan continues to stay there, I fear something irreversible may happen in the future. After all, she's our classmate." Chapter 68. Start the frontal assault. Mo Ran clearly hadn't expected that Xuanhuan would have so many worries about entering Tibet, and yet, she had no way to help him solve them. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Ran quietly hugged Xuanhuan. At this moment, all she could do was give Xuanhuan a hug. Apparently, Xuanhuan hadn't anticipated that Mo Ran would suddenly embrace him at such a time. After being stunned for a moment and understanding her intention as a comfort, he revealed a smile. "Don't worry, I can bear these. But next, you must be extremely careful. Be it those strange creatures or xuanhuan, anyone from the Mercenary Association." As he mentioned this later point, Xuanhuan's expression became especially serious. Mo Ran visibly paused. Before setting out, Chu Jiang had said that this operation would be a joint effort with the Mercenary Association aimed at punishing the Psionic Energy Alliance. But why now was he warning her to be cautious of people from the Mercenary Association? With numerous guesses in her mind, Mo Ran still nodded obediently on the surface. After all, Chu Jiang wouldn't harm her. Seeing her acknowledge, Chu Jiang then went to find Zhang Long and the others. It turned out that when Mo Ran hugged Chu Jiang earlier, Zhang Long had noticed clearly. To give his captain Chu some private space, he intentionally dragged Shirkai away to a distance. Now, upon hearing Chu Jiang's reminder, Zhang Long reacted exactly like Mo Ran. Thus, although the four were still within the Baihui cavity with the mercenary squad, there was still a distance of about 100 meters kept between the two groups. Such peace continued until the mercenary squad received a message. Seeing the contact communication flash on his wrist with a streak of green light, Hu Qiu's previously jovial face grew serious. The outer replica has been mostly cleared. All D-level mother nests have been wiped out, and one of the B-level mother nests is now beyond redemption. We should prepare to leave. Understood. As soon as Hu Qiu finished speaking, those who had been joking around before immediately became solemn. They respectfully acknowledged his words. Subsequently, Hu Qiu looked at xuanhuan with an amused tone. You go and make contact with them. After all, they're all acquaintances. Remember, let them wait ahead at the exit. All right. Xuanhuan wasn't surprised by this task, and promptly stood up to walk over to Chu Jiang. Seeing her reaction, the other mutant species members simultaneously looked at Hu Qiu, puzzled. Then, Hu Qiu shook his head. In reality, this time their operation, Viz had also given them a special task. Keep an eye on Xuanhuan's attitude towards the human camp, particularly towards Chu Jiang. However, judging by the previous probing, nothing useful was discerned. Hu Qiu shook his head again privately and immediately rallied the team, dragging along the semi-dead Mother Queen, ready to enter the passage leading to the exit. Obviously, the movements of the mercenary squad quickly drew Chu Jiang's attention. Seeing Xuanhuan come over, Chu Jiang looked serious. What's going on? Are you changing your minds right at this moment? Not really. We've received intelligence from outside. The Psionic Energy Alliance moved swiftly. All D-level mother nests are already dealt with, and even one of the B-level mother nests is resolved too. Only one B-level mother nest remains before we get to the stone steel. It's time for us to head out. Realizing that Xuanhuan came over to remind them to prepare to depart, Chu Jiang sighed in relief. Indicating that he understood, he immediately called Mo Ran and the others to follow closely behind Xuanhuan. After chasing for several dozen minutes, they finally found the mercenary squad, which had set off much earlier. Upon seeing Chu Jiang and the other three keeping up, noticing their cold relationship with Xuanhuan, Hu Qiu began making conjectures internally. Still, he maintained courtesy outwardly and warned Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, there's only a short distance left to the exit. I will destroy the Mother Queen in the last few seconds. At that moment, the psionic spaceship stationed outside will immediately detect the loss of vitality of the mother nest and take action. Take advantage of this interval. You and my team must immediately board the warships and catch them unprepared. Remember, it's best to resolve one of the psionic spaceships in the first instant. Otherwise, we'll be plunged into a bitter fight. By the end of his speech, Hu Qiu's tone became exceptionally serious. Chu Jiang also clearly grasped its meaning, but he didn't dare guarantee success. Hesitating a while, he replied, I'll try my best, but if they block us, I won't have any way around it. Hearing this answer, Hu Qiu gritted his teeth. He almost wanted to start a brawl with Chu Jiang right then and there. We provided both manpower and intelligence on our side, and all Chu Jiang needs to do is lend a hand to wipe out one psionic spaceship in advance. Yet here he talks so ambiguously. That's not how things are done, man. But unfortunately, it wasn't the time to be upset. Hu Qiu could only swallow this frustration. As you wish, just act according to the arrangement I just gave. After speaking, Hu Qiu signaled everyone to hurry up, while he remained at the spot preparing to finish off the Mother Queen. If they continued outward, the Mother Queen would lose its last weak connection with the mother nest and die completely. This would disrupt all their previous plans. Therefore, it had to be arranged this way. Soon, Chu Jiang and the others, along with the rest of the mercenary squad members, arrived near the mother nest's exit. They immediately prepared to board the warships. Just as they landed on their star cluster-level logistics ship, Chu Jiang noticed several flesh and blood spaceships with gaping bloody mouths already beside him. Notably, Xuanhuan's Frost-class heavy battleship had undergone significant changes from when it was on the Blue Star. For instance, visibly noticeable, the shape of the battleship resembled a giant bird even more closely. The surface of the hull no longer gleamed with a metallic luster, but instead with some eerie, ice-blue downy feathers. While Chu Jiang was lost in thought, several flesh and blood spaceships had already started their attack. The first sight was one row after another of huge plumes being shot toward the unprepared psionic energy spaceships. Subsequently, there were things like hedgehog spines and mammoth-sized teeth, all sorts of bizarre and weird objects shooting out. Then, these struck a layer of film not far from the psionic energy spaceships, causing earth-shattering explosions. Instantly, Chu Jiang's pupils reflected those intense explosion damages. However, the psionic energy spaceships remained perfectly still. Chu Jiang didn't have time to marvel at how the attacks of the flesh and blood spaceships would follow such patterns. He immediately initiated the launch. Howling nuclear weapons, kamikaze torpedoes, launch. Even the sky-based prototype ring orbit cannon he carried fired a critical strike toward the psionic energy spaceships. But no matter what, after a dissipation of smoke and clouds, the psionic energy spaceships showed no signs of damage. On the psionic energy spaceship, A bear man roared furiously at a button. What's going on? How could they suddenly appear? Isn't the mother nest conquest not over yet? Cook their run, it's over just now. Unexpectedly, the button suddenly transmitted a timid voice. Reminded by him, the bearman cook immediately looked at the screen on the spaceship and saw that the mother nest, which had originally been enveloped by a pale pink glow, suddenly turned grayish-white. Now, this was when the conquest was truly over. And Bearman Cook also noticed that an additional new flesh and blood spaceship had suddenly appeared opposite them. Chapter 69. Resolving the Ball Way of the Psionic Spaceships. Preparing for a major battle. It's Huqiu. Just after defeating the Mother Empress, Huqiu immediately joined the battle. Unfortunately, the Psionic Alliance had already reacted by this time, and even with his joining, it was helpless to change the situation. Under the protection of shields flashing wildly with psionic light, all the psionic spaceships were without a single trace of damage. Huqiu's face was ashen. He directly contacted Chu Zhang's communication channel. I remember telling you before we set off that you must destroy at least one psionic spaceship. Why wasn't it done? Do you know because of your mistake, we'll be delayed for several more hours at least. By the end of his speech, the accusation in Huqiu's words was obvious. However, Chu Zhang on the other end wore a calm expression. Finally, when Huqiu's emotions calmed down slightly, he seriously replied, "Please remember, I said try, and I didn't outright promise to follow your orders. Moreover, now that you have time to criticize me, why not think more about how to defeat the enemy earlier?" After saying that, Chu Zhang cut off the communication himself, not giving Huqiu any chance to speak further. Indeed, upon seeing the communication cut off, Huqiu looked furious. But he also knew pursuing Chu Zhang further would be futile. The priority was to first resolve the psionic spaceship's threat. That could wait. There would be ample time to settle accounts later. Huqiu angrily glared once more at Chu Zhang's distant warship, trying hard to calm himself down before directing the frequency of attacks for the mercenary squad. On Chu Zhang's side, he remained deep in thought, carefully observing the status across from the psionic spaceships. Was it just his imagination? The magical runes on the hulls of those few psionic spaceships seemed entirely different from what he had encountered in the past. If the magical runes on the psionic spaceships he had observed before were like mischievous children running around inside a small room, then right now, the magical runes on these psionic spaceships appeared like multiple rooms connected together, and those children were moving around chaotically between them. No, perhaps there was some kind of pattern. He just didn't understand it yet. Thinking about this, Chu Zhang ordered solemnly, "Emperor, analyze and detect the magical runes of the opposing psionic spaceships." Detecting. Detection complete. Based on reasoning, the runes of 5 Bear People psionic spaceships possess corresponding compatibility and may exist as interconnected sets. After big data calculations, there are 4,678 possible arrangements, of which only one is feasible. Click Continue for more details. Name, Untitled. Category, Combined Magical Array. Effect, by having multiple, undefined number, of Bear People psionic spaceships perform a joint spell, the maximum concentration of psionic energy can be achieved, granting protection by the ancestor bears. Physical attacks will be significantly reduced, and they become immune to energy-based attacks. Duration, until psionic power is exhausted. Upon seeing the analysis report given by Emperor, Chu Zhang furrowed his brows. Could it really be that victory can only come once their entire psionic energy is drained? That would be too long a delay. Chu Zhang, somewhat reluctant, asked again, "Emperor, is there any way to prematurely destroy their combined array?" Soon, Emperor provided the plan. Analysis suggests frequent and intense attacks on a single target to guide the concentration of the magical rune's psionic energy. While the defenses at other points of the magical array are weak, swiftly attack and destroy the targeted spaceship to make the array fail for 10 minutes. Upon hearing this plan, Chu Zhang visibly brightened up. Immediately contacting Mo Ran and the others, he explained the strategy. Sure enough, when they found out there was a way to deal with the siege by the psionic spaceships, everyone became quite excited. Especially Zhang Long was itching to get started. However, an unexpected voice disrupted the cheerful atmosphere of the three. Can the 4 of us alone not sufficiently attract a large concentration of the magical array's psionic energy at one spot? It was Kai. Indeed, the point raised by him was quite a problem. The smile on Chu Zhang's face instantly froze, and he quickly calmed down. After pondering for a moment, he realized Kai was indeed very reasonable. As for Zhang Long, he was unperturbed. It can't be done with just the 4 of us, but aren't there that group of mercenaries as well? At the very least, we're currently in the same camp. Helping us should not be refused. I'll give it a try. Chu Zhang was not as optimistic as Zhang Long. In particular, just moments ago, he had argued with Huqiu. Contacting him again at this moment might feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, dealing with the psionic spaceships took precedence over everything else. Everything else was minor issues. Chu Zhang immediately reconnected with Huqiu's communications. What do you want now? Clearly, Huqiu was still upset about the recent quarrel. His tone was full of displeasure. Nevertheless, at least he was willing to communicate. Chu Zhang let out a sigh of relief and quickly relayed his planned solution. Upon learning there was a way to deal with the psionic spaceships, Huqiu, who had been quite vocal before, instantly calmed down. After much deliberation, he finally agreed. I hope your method works. With that, he immediately cut off the communication without hesitation. Clearly, this was in retaliation for Chu Zhang cutting him off earlier. Chu Zhang grinned. As long as they were willing to cooperate, he did have the capacity to be accommodating. Not long after, once both parties reached an agreement, Wuxia took the lead in launching a fierce attack on one of the psionic spaceships. Countless bizarrely shaped projectiles, resembling missiles, bombarded it. In an instant, a ripple of psionic energy spread through the void. A shield emerged, firmly blocking all incoming attacks. Upon seeing the magic array revealed, Xiuxian immediately gathered the three others and targeted another psionic spaceship for intense assault. Based on Emperor's analysis, since the psionic energy in this formation was distributed as needed, he chose 2 points as far apart as possible. Under such fierce attacks, the psionic energy would inevitably split severely between the two sides. As a result, a vacuum layer would necessarily form in the middle. Seizing the opportunity, Xiuxian quickly pressed the firing button. Electronic orbital cannon, space-based orbital cannon, fire. 2 brilliant beams of light instantaneously shot out from the cannons and struck the magic array. With a sound akin to breaking glass, the magic array shattered. The attacks immediately landed on a psionic spaceship located in the center. Weakened by the effects of the magic array, the strikes still retained considerable force when they hit the psionic spaceship. The powerful recoil pushed it far away. As a result, their formation was disrupted, causing the magic array to indeed disintegrate. Without needing any instruction from Xiuxian, the mercenary squad swiftly capitalized on their victory, overwhelming the other psionic spaceships completely. In no time, they became piles of wreckage. At this very moment, Wuxia received urgent news. The Psionic Alliance had officially launched an offensive against the second B-class mother nest. They had to hurry over there, otherwise, the battle might be delayed. After informing Xiuxian, the mercenary squad immediately set course toward the B-class mother nest. Meanwhile, Xiuxian and his group scavenged the resources from a few psionic spaceships first. Congratulations. Gained 1,000 fire seed points. Congratulations. Gained 1,000 ship energy. Congratulations. Gained 100 units of rare metal. Congratulations. Gain. Congratulations. Your warship has been upgraded. Current level, 17. Name, Star Cluster Support Ship. Level 17. Ship body value 4,000/4,000. Shield value 4,000/4,000. Energy value 4,600/4,600. Ship attributes. Firepower 400, Armor 400, Shield 400, Mobility 400, Endurance 450. Ship talent. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks emitted by the ship will be amplified 10,000 times. Usage duration, permanent. Chapter 70, Battleship Upgrade. The Punished Bear Clan. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura. All manufacturing times reduced by 10,000 folds. Effect, permanent. 10,000-fold instantaneous travel aura. The starship can shift to a designated direction. Distance of shift depends on the current speed of the starship. Specific formula. Shift distance equals starship speed *10*16. 10,000-fold defensive amplification aura. Any defense mechanism released by the ship, including but not limited to energy shields, dispersal-type protective bubbles, and various types of energy domes, will be amplified 10,000 folds. Infinite space can be used for storing unlimited amounts of mineral resources. Starship module. Swarm nuclear weaponry. Fires off 100 tracking-capable swarm nuclear weapons in a single burst. Consumes 50 energy units. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Wind God torpedo. Fires a medium-strength torpedo. Consumes 20 energy units. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Nature Guardian shield. Deploys a Nature Guardian energy shield on any ecological planet. It continuously converts incoming damage into potential energy directed towards the planet until the shield is broken. Orbital base cannon. Orbiting regularly around the ship. Once fully charged, it can deliver precision strikes. Requires advanced charging. Consumes 100 energy units. Cooldown time, 40 minutes. Space leap. After setting anchor points within standard coordinate systems, enables space leaping within a distance of 10 light years, ignoring any stellar defenses. Anchor points expire after teleportation and need to be reset. Anchor points, 3/3. Cooldown time, 0/30 days, stored. 2. Intellectual combat AI, Emperor. Advanced artificial intelligence with exceptional tactical analysis and precise enemy situation estimation capabilities. Capable of assisting in operating devices that usually require multi-person coordination. Contains vast reserves of interstellar knowledge. S-991 type orbital electron cannon. Each attack requires 10 seconds of charging, consumes 100 energy units, releasing an ultra-strong electronic shockwave. Deals massive damage. One strike can blow up a small asteroid. Starship manufacturable projects. Falcon-class drones. Manufacturing requirements. 100 units of starship metal, 10 units of energy ore. Manufacturing time, 8 seconds. Mosquito reconnaissance drone. Manufacturing requirements. 120 units of starship metal, 10 units of energy ore. Manufacturing time, 20 seconds. Shield missiles. Manufacturing requirements. 100 units of starship metal, 100 units of blue crystal raw materials. Manufacturing time, 1 second per unit. Type 2 mechanical warrior. Manufacturing requirements. 150 units of warship metal, 20 units of basic ore, 1 unit of starship energy. Manufacturing time, 20 seconds. Storm Crimson. Manufacturing requirements. 300 units of titanium, 200 units of titanium alloy, 50 units of steel. Manufacturing time, 26 minutes. S-1 type Athena. Manufacturing requirements. 50 units of titanium alloy, 50 units of tungsten steel, 50 units of carbon cesium alloy, 100 units of basic Starship metal. Manufacturing time, 5 days. Looking at his current battleship data, Xuanhuan was stunned. He had no idea that the resources from these few psychic energy spaceships alone were enough for him to upgrade twice. And what's more, these weren't even all the resources he had gathered. Mo Ran and Zhonglong Shikai also collected some. These resources only showed how richly endowed the psychic energy spaceships were, rich enough to make Xuanhuan's eyes turn red. If he could just defeat a few more, would upgrading still be a worry? However, Xuanhuan quickly calmed down. At present, priority was participation in the great battle. Xuanhuan immediately contacted Mo Ran. Mo Ran, later you'll take Zhonglong and Shikai to join the mercenary squad. I have other things to do. You alright? Mo Ran hesitated for a moment, but realizing Xuanhuan wasn't one to act rashly, he stopped asking further questions and directly agreed. Thus, after Mo Ran left with Zhonglong and Shikai, Xuanhuan switched to a Vanguard craft and went through an extremely wide detour, arriving straight at the rear end of the final B-level mother nest. Then landing. Yes, his mission this time in the replica, apart from acting as liaison between the mercenary union and the human faction, also included the responsibility of stealing their base. That mysterious stone tablet absolutely must not fall into the hands of the Psychic Energy Alliance. Therefore, on the surface, Ding Hui took charge of leading the army of the human faction to cooperate with the Mercenary Association against the Psychic Alliance. But behind the scenes, after parting ways with the mercenary team, Xuanhuan took responsibility to sneak around to the rear and land at the final B-level mother nest ahead of time. Seizing the opportunity while the Mother Empress is being tied up by the forces outside, he sneaks in to steal the stone tablet. By handling both simultaneously, they would ensure the Psychic Energy Alliance cannot succeed. As expected, most of the Mother Empress' attention was absorbed by the Psychic Energy Alliance, so she didn't notice an extra human presence in the mother nest. Xuanhuan successfully infiltrated Foxman Clan's Psychic Energy spaceship deep in the rear of the Psychic Energy Alliance. Originally, Sela, who had been resting her eyes, suddenly opened them, but her pupils revealed a lack of spirit. Not until the psychic energy gathered and gradually regained its luster did she speak with a sullen face. Summon the Bear Clan shaman over. Yes, my lady. The Foxman guarding outside the rest chamber weakly responded. Soon after, he went off to deliver the message. Before long, a bear man with snow-white fur, looking somewhat aged, arrived at the rest chamber. He knocked on the door respectfully. I wonder what you need, Lady Sela. My plan for the Bear Clan to ambush the Child of Evil has failed, and your people have greatly disappointed her. Her? Hearing this honorific, the bear shaman shivered, not caring about his own endurance, and began banging his head on the ground. Please spare my life, Lady Sela. Our Bear Clan pays our utmost respect to the deity without any disloyalty. This mistake must be due to the Child of Evil being too cunning, leading to our failure. Please rest assured, I will immediately send more reinforcements, and will certainly deal with this threat once again. As he watched the shaman's white hair on his forehead turn pink from the seeping blood, Sela let out a cold laugh. Make amends? How can you make amends? The divine prophecy has lost its lock on the Child of Evil, causing the deity to lose control over him again. What do you have to eliminate this threat? Get out. You, along with all your clan members, go back and beg for punishment from the deity. In her fury, a massive psychic shockwave erupted from Sela's body, directly sweeping up the bear shaman and throwing him several meters away. If Xuanhuan were here, he would be surprised. At this moment, Sela seemed even more imposing than the rat shaman who had received the blessing of eating catastrophe. That oppressive aura compelled one to kneel in submission. The bear shaman was trembling with fear as well. However, deep down, he still sighed in relief. Sela hadn't sacrificed them as offerings to the truth guide to make up for defying the divine prophecy, which made him feel lucky already. Begging for forgiveness from the deity just meant enduring some hardships. What's so bad about that? Thus, the bear shaman was shaken and carried back to the psychic spaceship of the Bear Clan by someone else, to start seeking forgiveness from the truth guide. As for Sela, she ordered someone to tidy up the rest chamber before she finally turned to the report submitted earlier. A smirk appeared on her lips. The little rats hiding in the dark places of the Alliance couldn't resist making their move. Chapter 71, Selah's Conspiracy. Indeed, ever since the formation of the Psionic Union, Selah had already known that there were infiltrators from the Mercenary Association among the gene races. Although he didn't know their exact identities, every move made by the little rat was clear to him. And this time, the decision of the Psionic Union to subdue this B-level instance dungeon was information intentionally leaked by him. The result indeed matched his prediction. Knowing that the Psionic Union's most crucial items were in this dungeon, the little rat would definitely gather a great number of people. In this way, it perfectly fit his intentions. That's right. Selah needed a large number of people to enter this instance dungeon, especially high-quality individuals. The reason for doing so naturally was because he was about to hold a grand sacrifice ceremony. Yes, the stone tablet is not an actual object. It is through sacrificing a large population and summoning the evil god's descent that all the psionic essences from the 2 B-level mother nests will be gathered and congealed into a stone tablet. At that moment, everything within the entire instance dungeon, whether it be the human camp or the gene races, all of them will become his sacrifices. Right now, perhaps they still have no idea about this matter. Thinking of this, a proud and rampant smile appeared on Selah's face. And simultaneously, inside the B-level mother nest, Xuanhuan finally managed to successfully enter the interior of the mother nest. Looking at the empty passage, Xuanhuan quickly took out the Storm Crimson, then climbed into its cockpit. Walking in the empty passageway, Xiuxian was rather tense. He walked for nearly 2 to 3 kilometers without encountering a single insect race warrior. This couldn't help but make his expression serious. Damn it, without a map of the mother nest, proceeding blindly like this really slowed down his progress. Especially when insect race warriors hadn't appeared yet, his heart felt particularly uneasy, as if a massive threat was waiting for him. After all, this is a B-level mother nest. Even if the mother queen is foolish, she would surely dispatch some remodeled warriors to guard inside, protecting her safety. Seeing no insect race warriors charging at him, he couldn't help feeling uneasy inside, approximately moving forward another few hundred meters. Soon, the Emperor detected nearby special life signs moving. Xiuxian's demeanor became stern. Finally, they came. He quietly hid at the edge of the passage. Under the cover of darkness, if one didn't look carefully, they truly wouldn't spot his presence. Then, after waiting for just a few minutes, Xiuxian saw a team of humanoid creatures walking past. Their bodies exhibited fewer and fewer characteristics unique to the insect race, growing more similar to humans. Xiuxian was shocked upon observing them. As for the insect race, what he actually knew about them was very little. However, whether it be Zhonglong or Dinghui, both had repeatedly emphasized that the more similar the insect race becomes to humans, the stronger their capabilities are. Especially, the inherent abilities of the insect race itself are quite chaotic. Their attack methods somewhat blend psionics, genetics, and mechanical approaches from 3 different series. It's impossible to make a precise judgment. Just like, the second before it might still be a physical blow with fists, but in the next instant, a kind of attack akin to psionics could be hurled. Completely unforeseeable. Therefore, utmost caution must be exercised when dealing with insect race members resembling humans. Even though Xiuxian had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he still couldn't believe how strong the insect race within this B-level instance dungeon was. His primary task right now was to steal the stone tablet, not to fight these insect races. Hence, after seeing them, Xiuxian felt somewhat relieved, but did not rashly initiate any attacks. Waiting until this group of insect race warriors moved further away, he then continued moving along the passage. Sure enough, afterward, the frequency of encountering insect race warriors began to increase. Mistakes inevitably happen sometimes. Xiuxian had just seen off one batch of insect race warriors, and was preparing to continue advancing when unexpectedly another patrol group of insect race warriors arrived. Thus, Xiuxian directly collided face-to-face with them. Damn it, there's an intruder. Alert. Immediate alert. Inform the Mother Queen. The mother nest has been invaded by mecha. The insect race warriors reacted swiftly, immediately releasing a warning scent. Xiuxian, sitting in the cockpit, didn't notice this. But seeing the taut stance of the insect race warriors, he easily guessed what had happened. His face darkened instantly. Quickly, he manipulated the Storm Crimson, opening all thrusters and nozzles, charging straight down the channel. After checking the inner walls of the passage earlier, it was obvious that there were residual energy transfer secretions here. There shouldn't be any mistake. Ahead should be the perineal chamber. He only needed to hide in there. Since the perineal chamber serves as the place where insect race warriors return, it holds sufficient deterrent against them. Even if events take slightly longer, it'll be enough for him to relocate. Nevertheless, the pursuing insect race warriors were no pushovers. They tightly pursued Xiuxian, giving him no opportunity to escape. Meanwhile, in the distant Taichung chamber, even more patrols of insect race warriors kept rushing towards this direction. They would undoubtedly corner him. Xiuxian's expression grew increasingly grim. At this point, a pursuing insect race warrior finally caught up, firmly biting onto the propulsion unit at the bottom of the Storm Crimson's foot. The powerful bite force was such that even titanium alloy could be pierced by the sharp teeth. They were even preparing to tear it off directly. If they succeeded, Xiuxian's speed would decrease by at least a quarter. In this urgent situation, a sudden glimmer of light appeared ahead in the passage. The perineal chamber had been reached. Xiuxian scrambled inside the perineal chamber. Unexpectedly, there was a small pool of sticky liquid present, used for digesting the remnants of insect warriors. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, the insect soldier biting his foot was immediately corroded. Like a drop of water merging into the sea, it quickly dissolved and vanished. The remaining insect warriors stayed at the entrance of the passage, staring fiercely at Xiuxian and gnashing their teeth audibly. Faced with such an obvious threat, Xiuxian paid no heed. His priority was to steal the stone tablet. Nothing else mattered right now. But he didn't know where it was. How useless the mercenary association was, not even willing to share some useful information about this thing. Xiuxian was somewhat irritated. Still, since the stone tablet is related to the evil god, it should be more than just an artifact, but likely possessing immense psionic energy. Inside the mother nest, it should be as radiant as a beacon light, right? Xiuxian, thinking of this, immediately had the Emperor activate psionic energy detection. Indeed, due to the emergence of awakened psionic energy wielders on Blue Star, all human factions were required to implant chips, inevitably promoting psionic detectors. After being modified by Mo Ran, the Storm Crimson also gained the function of psionic detection. However, what Xiuxian didn't expect was this. As soon as the psionic detector was turned on, the screen was filled with dazzling red. This meant everything before him was radiating psionic energy. And what lay before him, naturally, was the internal environment of the B-level mother nest. Xiuxian's expression drastically changed. He hadn't anticipated the mother nest would have such an abundant response of psionic energy. No wonder it attracted the envy of the psionic union. Still, according to the varying depths of red on the screen, Shouldn't there be other discoveries too? Xiuxian thought this as he slowly approached the cavity wall. Indeed, he found something significant. On the cavity wall, a secret history was recorded. Chapter 72. The True Purpose of the Spirit Energy Alliance. Immediate retreat. Having been on Andraloster for a long time, Xiuxian had already learned some truths about the universe. For example, the formation of copies was caused by the insect race invasion from another universe. To differentiate, they are provisionally called the insect universe, and the one where they currently reside is the native universe. In the native universe, the 5 great evil gods worshipped by the spirit energy races actually originated from the insect universe. 1,000 years ago, they invaded the native universe. Yes, even the reason why insect copies exist in the native universe is due to the residual cracks left after these 5 evil gods tore apart the universe back then. In that insect universe, there were many more entities similar to gods. It was precisely because of the recklessness, arbitrariness, and blindness of these great beings, playing with all the life forms in the universe at their whim. This led to the great destruction of the universe. In order to survive under the fingers of the Great Ones, the forests of that universe had no choice but to evolve into insect-like creatures, surviving with the least consumption possible, and every death would lead back to the mother nest, giving birth to new lives. The destruction of the universe caused the Great Ones to start internal conflicts. These 5 evil gods, foreseeing the impending demise of the insect universe, fled early and invaded the native universe. A whole new universe, divided among only 5 of them to gain faith. Its richness can be seen clearly enough. Under their influence, it led to frequent mutations, forming the 2 factions we see today, the spirit energy races and the gene races. Naturally, with the existence of cracks, even the reconstitution discovered this universe's abundant resources. In order to repair their own universe, they crossed through the gaps repeatedly, crazily plundering, devouring all matter, life, and energy. Once returned to the mother nest, this would be the best resource for repairing and reconstructing the universe. For the native universe, these swarm-like insect races turned out to be the last resort for that universe to save itself. Xiuxian stared with widened eyes, finding it hard to absorb this shocking news. He wanted to continue reading, but the records abruptly ended here using text that could still be written by someone capable. All that remained afterwards was a faint and blurry ripple. It should be an unfinished story. Xiuxian frowned. Although he didn't know who exactly wrote these records, he could determine that they couldn't have ended just like this. Perhaps similar records existed on the walls of other chambers? Thinking of this, Xiuxian became restless. Judging by the situation outside, the insect warriors should soon encircle the Yin chamber, so he had to escape immediately while the opportunity persisted. Think and act. Xiuxian quickly found a corridor without any insect warrior guards and climbed up. After ascending, Xiuxian immediately withdrew his storm crimson. His mech suit had been exposed. To keep a low profile, he now switched to mechanical implants, lighter and better suited for fleeing. Indeed, within the corridors, insect warriors were densely patrolling everywhere. In less than 10 minutes, Xiuxian encountered at least 7 patrols of insect warriors. Fortunately, due to his smaller size and outdated intelligence on the insect's part, he managed to take a longer route, successfully arriving at the Jigui chamber, which was completely unoccupied. That's right. At this point, every insect warrior with even the slightest combat capability had been dispatched by the Mother Empress to fight at the front lines against the Spirit Energy Alliance. As the Jigui chamber, used daily for supplying rest to insect warriors, naturally remained empty. Xiuxian retrieved his spirit energy detection device again, and indeed found text inscribed by spirit energy on the wall. The content recorded inside the Jigui chamber was clearly different from what was in the Yin chamber. It mainly documented the glorious history of victories of this B-grade mother nest. How many star systems it conquered, how many enemies it defeated, and how many star systems it repaired for the insect universe, etc. The achievements stretched across more than half the document. Only until the very end did it record the origin of all mother nests within this B-grade copy. Yes, all mother nests within this B-grade copy have compatible links, especially between the 2 B-grade mother nests. They complement each other perfectly and are mutually generative and restrictive. The reason such a situation exists is because they originally were one great being that split into 2. And according to the information given by the Mercenary Association, the stone tablet the Spirit Energy Alliance has been eagerly seeking this time does not exist at all. Even if it does, it is merely a key to become a great one. The Spirit Energy Alliance deceived everyone. According to what the record said, as long as you master a super large sacrifice magic circle and simultaneously offer all the spirit energy of both required mother supers, the vast amount of spirit energy and the essence of flesh gathered will coalesce into one yin and one yang, 2 keys. When combined, they can open the door to becoming a great one. In other words, the Spirit Energy Alliance wants to create a 6th evil god. If they were truly allowed to succeed, the awakening of an evil god in 50 years would not be the only worry. It wouldn't take long before they ruled the entire universe. Xiuxian absolutely could not let this happen. Afterward, the rest of the content was entirely about the Spirit Energy sequence. The Spirit Energy sequence is divided into 2 major stages: heart superior to matter, and transcendence into sainthood. And these 2 stages are further subdivided into 4 minor ranks. Heart superior to matter consists of bronze, silver, diamond, and epic. These 4 subranks respectively correspond to the intensity and quantity of magic one can control. Ascending 1 subrank grants 3 additional spell slots. As for the 4 subranks of transcendence into sainthood, they are legendary, indescribable ones, ancient rulers, and outer gods. The legendary rank is the cornerstone of becoming a great one. Starting from the indescribable one's rank, one officially enters the ranks of the great ones, deserving to be addressed as him. They also master concept-level abilities where anything spoken will certainly come true. Absolutely, no one from the Spirit Energy Alliance must be allowed to step into the indescribable ones. He hurriedly retrieved his communicator, preparing to contact Ding Hui. The records clearly stated that once the magic circle activates, if it isn't offered enough flesh for sacrifice, the ritual will automatically fail. At that point, the caster would suffer a 1,000-fold backlash. Moreover, the range of the magic circle only covered the star systems within the copy. As long as his information reached Ding Hui, he would immediately evacuate everyone in the human faction. Then, with insufficient sacrifices, the Spirit Energy Alliance could only reap their own consequences. Beep, beep. Soon, the communication was connected, and Ding Hui's voice came from the other side. Xujiang, contacting me now, does it mean something has happened? Yes, I have already investigated the main purpose of the Spirit Energy Alliance this time. They plan to sacrifice all of us from both the human faction and the mercenary union to create an artificial evil god. In short, there's no time to elaborate. You must immediately lead everyone out of the copy. This matter is extremely serious. A single misstep, and our entire universe will be destroyed. Ding Hui had never seen Xujiang so serious in tone before. His expression immediately tightened, especially when Xujiang mentioned, our entire universe will be destroyed. The gravity of the situation meant he wouldn't dare make bold claims without sufficient intelligence. Out of trust, Ding Hui didn't ask more questions. All right, I'll gather everyone right now and prepare to retreat. Chapter 73. Is the human camp retreating? I do not allow it. Ding Hui sprang into action immediately. The order to retreat was almost instantly conveyed to all the spaceship operators. Only now did Ding Hui remember the Mercenary Association. Instinctively, he asked Xujiang, regarding the matter of retreating, do you think it is necessary to notify the Mercenary Association? After all, in name, they were still teammates. Upon hearing this suggestion from Ding Hui, Xujiang clearly hesitated for a moment. When he learned about the severity of the recorded intelligence value, he only thought of notifying Ding Hui to retreat quickly. As for how to handle the situation with the Mercenary Association, he was temporarily caught in a dilemma. Logically speaking, so far, they had maintained a nominal cooperative relationship, and notifying them would not be out of line. But if carefully considering the key points, although the two sides were cooperating, there wasn't much real sharing of intelligence between them. Even until now, it was always the Mercenary Association that held the initiative. Whatever intelligence was decided to be shared with the human camp was entirely determined by the Mercenary Association. Thinking about this, Xujiang became angry without saying anything. There's no need to say more. With the ability of the Mercenary Association, it probably wouldn't be difficult for them to uncover the truth. They might have already known. Why should they let us go up there and bear the blame? Evidently, Ding Hui didn't expect Xujiang to say such things. If what he said was true, the Mercenary Association had known the truth of the matter long ago. How could they be fighting as fiercely as they are now? Ding Hui instinctively glanced at the screen in front of him. In the footage, several Bloodmeat spaceships belonging to the Mercenary Association and Spirit Energy spaceships belonging to the Spirit Energy Alliance were fighting furiously. Judging by the looks of it, even their brains might be spilled out. This definitely didn't seem like they were planning to retreat. Still, Ding Hui didn't try to dissuade Xujiang further. Since Xujiang clearly dislikes them, then he will simply not notify them. There's no need to rush around begging for cooperation anyway. What's your plan next? I want to continue lying low. The goal of the Spirit Energy Alliance this time is not some stone monument, but a key of an artificial evil deity. I will stay and ensure their ritual fails. If it doesn't fail, I'll take the opportunity to snatch it. At this point, Xujiang realized Ding Hui was worried about his safety. Thus, he added, my starship has a purple card that can teleport within 10 light years of any marked anchor point. I can escape the replica star system anytime, don't worry. Sure enough, upon hearing this from Xujiang, Ding Hui relaxed somewhat. You must be careful. After hanging up the communication, Xujiang solemnly crawled back into the corridor. Just in that short moment, there were already a few recombinant warriors walking near the corridors close to the giant K-chamber. They must have followed him over. He needs to get rid of these nuisances as soon as possible. Outside the hive nest, the space where the insect hive nest battled the Spirit Energy Alliance, various attacks collided massively and magnificently, causing violent energy explosions. At this time, Mo Ran, Zhang Long, and Shi Kai were carefully weaving through the battlefield, occasionally harassing Spirit Energy Alliance ships. Each time after attacking, they ran off without staying long. Their main tactic was harassment. Just then, all three received an order transmitted from Ding Hui. Retreat slowly and orderly outside the replica star system, being careful not to alert either the Mercenary Association or the Spirit Energy Alliance. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Long immediately asked Mo Ran through the communication link, Deputy Captain, why did the General Commander suddenly issue an order to retreat? While asking, Zhang Long pressed the button and launched several missiles toward the Spirit Energy spacecraft. Shi Kai on the other side was equally puzzled. Actually, even Mo Ran herself didn't know what had happened. After pondering for a while, she spoke up. No matter what happens, we just need to follow orders. We can start slowing down our attack frequency and quietly withdraw from the replica. Understood. Hearing Mo Ran's arrangement, both Zhang Long and Shi Kai responded immediately. Then Zhang Long, recalling something, curiously asked, Deputy Captain, do you think it might have something to do with Team Leader Chu? Upon hearing Zhang Long's question, Mo Ran felt her heart jump. Given the current state of battle, the Spirit Energy Alliance was surrounded by 3 parties. It was impossible for them to successfully retrieve the mysterious monument under any circumstance. This meant everything was proceeding smoothly according to the original plan. At such a time to suddenly retreat without raising the attention of the Mercenary Association, it indicated they had discovered some secret information. For something like this to happen, involving Chu Jiang indeed seemed quite plausible. Nevertheless, although Mo Ran acknowledged Zhang Long's speculation internally, she did not explicitly respond. There's no need to speculate about unnecessary matters. We just need to follow orders. Oh, Zhang Long was clearly somewhat unaccustomed to Mo Ran being so distant. But considering her status as a talented mech designer, he didn't dare to raise any eyebrows. He had no choice but to shift his attention elsewhere. Unexpectedly, he noticed several other warships from the human camp recklessly darting about in the battlefield nearby. They would occasionally fire an electric cannon at their enemies. Moreover, due to their eye-catching ship colors, they were particularly noticeable. Shit, could it be that these eye-catching vessels didn't receive the order to retreat? This was exactly what Zhang Long thought and asked. Unfortunately, Mo Ran's mind was elsewhere, so she did not respond. As such, Zhang Long could only return to silence and said no more. It wasn't until the 3 warships slowly retreated to the edge of the replica star system that Zhang Long exhaled as if receiving a great relief. Thus, he suggested, "We've retreated enough. Why don't we just observe how the situation unfolds between the Mercenary Association and the Spirit Energy Alliance?" However, Mo Ran showed no interest in Zhang Long's proposal. Instead, she focused on the footage relayed by reconnaissance drones, deep in thought. After a long time, she suddenly spoke up. "Why are there still people inside who haven't come out?" Unknown, they might have overlooked the command. Zhang Long responded offhandedly. By Shirkai's side, he also nodded in agreement. Considering their showy behavior, even if they saw the command, they probably wouldn't follow it. Seasoned soldiers often defy their superiors. I've seen this in military camps plenty of times. Indeed, upon hearing this from both of them, Mo Ran appeared somewhat displeased. Before she could say anything, the Mercenary Association finally noticed the human fleet. Most of their warships had already retreated to the edge of the replica. Was looked grave. This time, to ensure the Spirit Energy Alliance failed, and also to secure that mysterious stone monument for himself. He personally came to oversee and direct the operation. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the human camp suddenly withdrew their forces. Ding Hui, what do you mean by this? Without hesitation, was opened a communication channel with Ding Hui and loudly interrogated him. However, before Ding Hui could explain, the Spirit Energy Alliance also took notice of the human camp's actions. Sarah's usual poised demeanor vanished instantly. With serious expression, she ordered, "Hurry up and activate the magic array. Absolutely do not allow the human camp to escape." As ordered, an alien immediately responded. Then, in the next moment, an immense terror descended over the entire replica star system. A pitch-black and boundless shadow covered the area, spreading at an alarming speed. There were many weird ripples writhing within. It was the magic array. Upon seeing this, Ding Hui instinctively realized something dangerous was happening, regardless of whether he fully understood the situation or not. So, without delay, he led everyone out of the replica star system. There was no time to answer Wiz's question. Thus, when they barely stepped out, those black shadows completely enveloped the entire star system behind them. Chapter 74. Suffering in silence at the Mercenary Guild. Even though they had already escaped a considerable distance, Ding Hui's heart still clenched tightly as he witnessed the magnificent spectacle before him. If only Chu Jiang hadn't given them an early warning. Perhaps at this moment, both him and most of the people in the human camp would still be trapped inside that magical formation. Back then, we would have been nothing but fat sheep, ready to be slaughtered at the will of the Spirit Energy Union. Surviving would have been nothing more than a fantasy. As Ding Hui was lost in his silent musings, a subordinate suddenly came to report. "Commander, some of our small teams are still inside there. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it." Ding Hui cut him off impatiently even before the subordinate could finish speaking. "Moreover, the retreat order was issued earlier than scheduled by me. Why didn't they manage to escape in time?" The sudden words left the subordinate choking with no response. What other reason could there be for them not escaping? It wasn't because they ignored the retreat orders, continuing their fierce battle with the Spirit Energy Union and reformed soldiers, basking in the glory of controlling the battlefield until they forgot their own selves. When the magic array descended upon them, they realized too late. By the time they attempted to flee, putting forth all their efforts, they simply couldn't keep up with the speed at which the magic array spread its cover. And now they come pleading with me? What exactly am I supposed to do? Screw them. Though Ding Hui's face looked slightly displeased. But after reflecting for a bit on the matter, considering that they were indeed the young talents of the human camp, abandoning them right away seemed somewhat inhumane. Hesitating for a while longer, just as the minister who had come to report the news was about to leave, Ding Hui slowly spoke up. "Try contacting everyone within the magic array. If you manage to contact them, tell them to go to the last B-level mother nest. If they can find Chu Jiang, the leader of the special action group, maybe there's still a slight chance for survival." Sure enough, upon hearing these words from Ding Hui, the minister's face lit up visibly with joy. "Understood. I'll contact them immediately." Seeing the minister eagerly head back, Ding Hui gave an exasperated smile. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the originally sealed magic array suddenly tore open a gap. Thereafter, several colossal flesh ships rapidly burst out. Like an unknown dark, thick mass, they were expelled like saliva being spat out. Ding Hui felt somewhat surprised. At this moment, the communication channel with Wiz, the president of the Mercenary Association, suddenly flashed. Ding Hui, what exactly is going on here? Since you managed to retreat early, you must have known something. Are you really not planning to say anything even now? Wiz on the other end of the phone looked extremely bad-tempered. Who knows, when he saw the arrival of the magical formation, how utterly stunned he had been. All this completely exceeded any intelligence he had gathered. But reality did not give him any time to think why things had turned out this way. A sudden intense burning sensation flared up instantly. The well-informed Wiz quickly reacted, realizing this magical formation also had a sacrificial effect, and the sacrifices were the members of his mercenary association. If they couldn't escape the magical formation in time, their only fate would be to become sacrifices, giving up their lives, then turning into ashes. For self-preservation, and also for saving part of the remaining strength kept in ice cabinets. With no choice, Wiz finally decided to play one of his ace cards. But even so, the number of mercenary association members he managed to rescue was few. Compared to the human camp where more than 8/10 of the personnel comfortably watched the chaos outside the instance, he was truly suffering heavy losses. Thinking of this made Wiz even angrier. Thus, upon emerging, he couldn't help but urgently question Ding Hui. However, Ding Hui was well prepared. He replied calmly. Before this, our cooperation has always been led actively by your mercenary association. Whether it was sharing any intelligence, deciding when to act, or choosing who should make contact, it was all controlled unilaterally by you. Therefore, upon learning of the Spirit Energy Union's alternate plans, we naturally assumed that this was information deliberately leaked by your mercenary association. Not seeing any action from you, we thought you had everything under control, confident in escaping from the magical formation. Looking at it now, isn't it just as expected? This statement made by Ding Hui was reasonable, but his tone was peculiar. No matter how Wiz heard it, it made him uncomfortable. Yes, he had indeed managed to escape. But what about the vast majority of the men he'd lost inside the magical formation? Why wasn't Ding Hui mentioning that? Thinking of this, Wiz almost wanted to hit Ding Hui hard. Yet rationality held him back from acting impulsively. Or rather, he shouldn't act impulsively. Given the major losses suffered by the Mercenary Association this time around, if he further angered the human camp due to his personal anger now, the position of the Mercenary Association would become increasingly precarious. Then, he would be considered a criminal to the entire association. Therefore, this bitter fruit of today's events had to be swallowed silently, until a day for revenge presented itself. Without saying much more, Wiz ceased talking. Without any hesitation, he took all the flesh and blood spaceships and left this star system. Ding Hui, this time both of our operations have failed. Letting the Spirit Energy Union obtain that mysterious stone tablet will make you regret it. Failure? That was not necessarily true. Listening to Wiz's final warning and threatening words before leaving, Ding Hui did not take him seriously at all. Don't forget Chu Jiang remained in the magic array, ready to seize the opportunity to act. At the same moment, inside the B-level mother nest, in the 100 Convergences chamber, Chu Jiang lay very leisurely on the large and soft belly of the Mother Queen, enjoying the pale pink glow emitted by the mother nest as it soothed his weary nerves. The instant the magical formation descended, a terrifying pressure covered the mother nest. In the blink of an eye, Chu Jiang found that all the insect warriors who were chasing him had turned into pools of blood. They were being absorbed slowly by the wriggling tunnels. Simultaneously, in places where he couldn't see, the pale pink glow of the mother nest was gradually being drained by the magic formation. The ritual had begun. At first, Chu Jiang was extremely tense. After all, he wasn't sure if he himself would be sacrificed by the magical formation as well. But soon, he unexpectedly discovered that the mother nest seemed to only absorb insect warriors to convert them back into energy. However, the magical formation could not detect Chu Jiang inside the mother nest. Thus, he narrowly avoided becoming a sacrifice. So, Chu Jiang went to the 100 Convergences chamber, observing whether there were any secrets he might have missed, while also checking on the condition of the mother nest. According to the recorded process of the ritual, only after extracting the pure essence of the 2B-level mother nests and sacrificing copious amounts of flesh and blood, could one forge a pair of keys, representing yin and yang. If one wanted to observe the energy depletion of the mother nest, naturally the most direct way was through the 100 Convergences chamber. To ensure he could see what was happening outside, he specially dispatched several unmanned reconnaissance drones. Hence, Chu Jiang settled down comfortably, silently waiting for the ritual to conclude. Just at that moment, an alarm suddenly sounded from the reconnaissance drone. Someone was approaching. Chu Jiang quickly stood up to check. Surprisingly, there were still people who hadn't managed to escape. Chu Jiang looked puzzled. He remembered there should have been enough time from informing Ding Hui to when the magical formation descended to retreat. Why were there still people who hadn't escaped? Although Chu Jiang was curious, he still sent out drones to guide them over. Once they entered his warship ahead of time, they could transmit together and leave. Meanwhile, in the Spirit Energy spaceship, Sela was furious and smashing things madly. Chapter 75, The Substitute Sacrifice, The Final Rites. Who is it that dares to defy the instructions of the divine and leak such critical intelligence? Fool. Sarah's brow twitched violently, his eyes bloodshot, with uncontainable flames of anger flickering beneath. At his feet lay the shattered remains of delicate artifacts. Now, everything within reach that could be smashed had been utterly destroyed by him. Even so, it wasn't enough. His chest burned with rage, an urge to find an outlet growing more desperate by the second. Naturally, no one dared approach him at this moment. Just moments ago, the guidance of the Truth Minter was transmitted via spiritual energy. The magical array had successfully manifested, and the B-class Mother Nest's energy was condensing systematically into 2 keys. Yet, precisely during this critical juncture, the sacrifices in the magical array were far fewer than originally expected. According to the original plan, sufficient flesh and blood sacrifices were necessary to purify the energies from the 2 Mother Nests into the 2 keys. If the number of flesh and blood sacrifices proved insufficient and delays continued, the magical array would fail, leading to total defeat with no chance for recovery. This was the reason behind Sarah's uncontrollable fury. For the human faction to have withdrawn from the replica star system so promptly, escaping the range covered by the magical array, clearly indicated they had somehow known in advance the true nature of the task undertaken by the Psionic Union. This was what angered Sarah most of all. Even the Mercenaries Association established by the gene races, which was closely related to the psionic species and wherein Chong served as a mole for the Psionic Union, he had complete knowledge of their operations. Yet, the human faction remained elusive, revealing their awareness of everything only after events unfolded. Such enigmatic tactics stirred even greater unease within Sarah. Gazing down at the silent creatures prostrating before him, Sarah's mood finally began to calm. Indeed, if he couldn't foresee what happened, how much less these fools. Relay my order. Conduct a thorough investigation within the Union. As soon as the mole from the human faction is identified, exterminate them instantly. Upon hearing Sarah speak again, those kneeling creatures below him let out a collective sigh of relief. Sarah's willingness to speak meant this matter would be temporarily set aside. Moreover, his sanity gradually returned, preventing him from committing other terrifying acts. Soon after receiving Sarah's command, they quickly left to begin arrangements. Within moments, the lounge was left deserted except for Sarah. At this crucial stage of the ritual, there could be absolutely no interruption. Hence, what Sarah needed most urgently was a solution to replenish the lack of blood sacrifices required for the ceremony. Besides sacrificing these very creatures before him, there existed another method. That was transferring the covenant to a race, forcing them to sacrifice a planetary homeworld filled with life akin to their own kind. Ordinarily, this method would be unacceptable. However, these were extraordinary times. This operation was directly under the observation of the Truth Minter. Under his gaze, redirecting the sacrificial link came at a cost for Sarah, but it was still feasible. As for which race should bear the sacrifice, does it need further explanation? Though other captives had yet to be apprehended, there was one readily available. The Bear People race. Sarah donned a fresh, solemn ceremonial robe, and alone he arrived at the Fox People's psychic spaceship. Floating lightly into the eye of the magic circle, he then began praying earnestly. Omniscient ruler over souls and ethics, great Truth Minter, exalted void word, your humble believer and servant humbly requests absolution. I am willing to sacrifice both my eyes in order to transfer the burden of the sacrificial link. Suddenly, a nameless oppressive force appeared in the replica star system. It clutched at the heart, as though momentarily stopping one's breath. Sarah hesitated for a second, then his spirit wildly fluctuated until receiving the answer from the Truth Minter. Granted. Sacrifices, from the Bear People's planetary homeworld. At the precise moment when Sarah received the response from the Truth Minter, he immediately shouted with all his strength, proclaiming the new target for the sacrificed object. In the next instant, a mysterious wave of energy rushed off toward the distant star system inhabited by the Bear People. Not long after, the ceremony resumed. The blood and flesh offerings reached the required quota. With the prayer completed, Sarah collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily in exhaustion. Even for that short moment facing the Truth Minter directly, strong as he was, he could only feel overwhelming terror. Thus, the moment the gaze of the Truth Minter withdrew, Sarah allowed himself to relax without regard for dignity. No one can face the gaze of a deity directly. Still, truly witnessing divine power firsthand made Sarah more determined to see this ceremony come to flawless fruition. He was the chosen one of the Truth Minter. Once the ceremony was complete and he successfully secured the 2 keys, within 5 years, he would break through his current limitations. No longer confined by mortal limits, forced to remain stagnant at the mind-over-matter plateau, he would enter the realm of transcendence into sanctity. Even just the first rank of legendhood would endow him with exceptional might. At that moment, he would truly become the spokesperson of God. Meanwhile, inside the B-class Mother Nest, Xuanhuan and his group were solemnly watching the footage transmitted back by the reconnaissance drone. Indeed, because Xuanhuan had sent out several unmanned reconnaissance drones earlier, every move Sarah made was captured on camera and transmitted to Xuanhuan. Naturally, those in the camp seeking a final glimmer of hope also witnessed everything. A flash of despair crossed their eyes. After doing so much, they still couldn't stop the Psionic Union from obtaining that mysterious stone tablet? Wouldn't it mean watching helplessly as this universe turned into hell? This cannot happen. Leader Chu, since we will remain here anyway due to our disobedience of military orders, why don't you let us return, fight once more against the Psionic Union 7 times in and out, and prevent them from taking that mysterious stone tablet? Suddenly, a voice arose from the crowd, advising Xuanhuan. And with that beginning, others quickly chimed in, realizing the same idea. That's right, Leader Chu. Anyway, our chances of survival are slim. We might as well make one last contribution to the human faction. Leader Chu, just trust us completely. We will surely stop the Psionic Union. The chaotic voices irritated Xuanhuan greatly. That's enough from all of you. Whether or not we can leave depends on me, not your random talk. Besides, I've never had the rule of abandoning my teammates. So if you came looking for me, then I'm determined to bring every single one of you out safe and sound. As for handling this situation, I already have a plan. You should first board my battleship." As the ritual progressed on the screen, the Mother Nest's energy source was clearly almost drained. Only then did Xuanhuan issue an order. Hearing that Xuanhuan wanted them to board the Starship, the group became instantly reluctant. But before they could say anything, Xuanhuan, having foreseen their resistance, had already prepared a team of Type 2 warriors waiting for them. In the next moment, the entire group was knocked unconscious and transported aboard the Starship. It was at this time that the ritual finally entered its last step, refinement. With all its resources depleted, the Mother Nest began collapsing rapidly. Xuanhuan was left no choice but to board the warship. But just then, he noticed a striking purple light emanating from the original site of the Mother Nest. A quick scan with the psionic detection equipment revealed terrifying psionic fluctuations across the sky. Surely, that must be one of the keys. Chapter 76, Divinity. Return to Androstar. At the moment Xuanhuan's thoughts were racing, a purple light quickly coalesced. It formed an object resembling the letter L. Under the glow of the purple light, it shifted between reality and illusion, dazzling to behold. And in that instant, Xuanhuan experienced a sudden insight. He instantly understood what this object was. By his past understanding, it was divinity, or one could also call it a divine rank. Through it, greatness could be achieved. Such a powerful treasure must not fall into the hands of the Psionics Alliance. Xuanhuan thought instinctively. Thus, he directly released a beam of light, immediately capturing the half-piece of divine rank. The very second it was stored on the battleship, Spacefold activated. Sarah looked at the deep blue divine rank before him with a trace of obsession. Even with just half a piece, the pure psi energy fluctuations contained within had already captivated Sarah. If only the two pieces could be merged, he would be able to break through, extraordinary, into sacred. Sarah had even envisioned how glorious his future would be. But right at that moment, the divine rank, originally emanating vast psi energy fluctuations, started to tremble violently. Then, when Sarah attempted to touch it, the intricate fluctuations suddenly subsided against all expectations. The brilliant deep blue light quickly dimmed inward, turning the previously fascinating divine rank into a gray-white stone carving. It looked like a pebble picked up randomly from the roadside. The joy that had spread across Sarah's face vanished instantly. What is going on? He hurriedly picked up the divine rank, but no matter how he probed with psi energy injection, he couldn't trigger even a hint of its power. Suddenly, he considered a possibility. The divine rank had been split in two, and without merging, it was expected that divine objects become obscure. He immediately shouted sharply, "Why hasn't the other sacred relic been presented yet? What are you lot good for?" Indeed, even within the Psionics Alliance, few knew the true purpose of Sarah's journey. They only knew it was a divine decree from the Truth Minter, instructing Sarah to fetch two sacred relics. Few realized these were actually fragments of the divine rank. This was the favor shown by the Truth Minter toward Sarah. However, Sarah's mission was destined to end in vain. Soon, a foxman stepped forward trembling to report. "Adult sir, we've already checked the other brood nest this time. There's no sign of the sacred relic. How can that be?" Upon hearing the news that the other half of the divine rank had disappeared, Sarah's complexion darkened as he instinctively denied it. He couldn't believe it. After all, didn't he have the favor of the Truth Minter? How could something go awry? Obviously, it was the incompetence of these fools wanting to hide his divine rank. A flicker of shadow passed through Sarah's eyes. Consequently, his view towards his own kind became tinged with resentment. Subsequently, he wouldn't give that individual any chance to explain, sweeping his hand outward, releasing a colossal wave of psi energy. The man barely managed to let out a scream before collapsing into a pile of flesh and blood. Upon seeing this, Sarah merely snorted coldly. Worthless worms, did they deserve to compete with him for the favor of divinity? This time, he would retrieve it personally. Sarah summoned the burgeoning psi energy within him, returned to the psionic spacecraft, and headed straight for another B-class brood nest. But soon, he felt something wasn't right. Since the energy source had already been entirely drained by a magical array, the brood nest now lay in ruins. Still, he failed to detect any traces of the divine rank's presence. The divine rank was truly gone. Drawing this conclusion left Sarah struggling to accept it. Just then, however, the half-piece of divine rank that had always lain quietly in his palm began jumping furiously. In his mind, his innate spirituality cried out. Chaotic whispers, disordered and incomprehensible, assailed Sarah, causing severe headaches. As if his brain was being torn apart by countless giant hands and then mashed back together. But amidst the chaotic murmurs, he still managed to hear the message the Truth Minter wished to convey to him. The other half of the divine rank was no longer within the duplicate star system. It was taken away by the child of evil. Furthermore, due to the two divine ranks being of the same origin, they would subconsciously attract and bind each other as long as they remained within the same universe. And Sarah, as his chosen one, with vast psi energy, could discern the desperate wishes of the divine rank amid endless chaotic whispers. Merge. Merge. Hurry and merge with me. Where are you? Over here, or over here? No, no, none of these are correct. You're over there. Enduring the pain, Sarah stared at the restless divine rank in his hand until it pointed firmly toward Androstar. So that's it. Almost instantly, Sarah grasped the meaning of this phenomenon. This indicated the direction of the other half of the divine rank. And right now, the other half was in the possession of Xuanhuan. Thinking about this made Sarah feel extremely frustrated. Never would he have thought that once again, It was him who disrupted so many of his plans. Truly a fateful adversary. But at the same time, having the divine rank in hand would also facilitate his future search for Xujiang. With the divine rank in hand, he was no longer in a hurry to deal with that child of evil. Sarah flashed an evil smile and mocked Xujiang's direction towards Androstar from afar. Then you'd better take good care of that half-piece of divine rank for me. Child of evil. Androstar, Ding Hui's estate. As Ding Hui poured the 7th cup of tea, Wei Quan couldn't help but urge. Ding Captain, if you're anxious, then send someone out to make contact. What's the point of just drinking tea? Yang Ji and Mo Ran beside him exchanged a look. Though they didn't speak, their thoughts were aligned with Wei Quan's. Ding Hui gently smiled and shook his head. Xujiang had given him a guarantee. Thus, he wouldn't rashly send people out. He intended to personally wait here for Xujiang's return. Before Wei Quan could say more, there was suddenly a loud commotion outside the estate. Wei Quan quickly ran out to check in 3 long strides. He saw a warship hovering above the estate, slowly landing. Fortunately, Ding Hui's estate was large enough that even without being a port, it could accommodate a warship. Then, Xujiang appeared descending with a group of officers from the gravity elevator. Seeing Xujiang truly emerge, everyone exhaled in relief. Even the ever-composed Ding Hui visibly relaxed. As for Xujiang, he didn't notice these details. No sooner had he arrived than Mo Ran threw herself into his arms tightly. Feeling the moisture from Mo Ran pressing against his chest, Xujiang realized then that she had been crying. Instinctively, he patted her head. What are you crying about? Were you worried I wouldn't come back? I knew you would come back, Mo Ran muttered. And I wasn't crying, she added. I just got some sand in my eyes. As the two of them began exchanging tender banter right before everyone, Ding Hui finally turned serious and glared behind him, barking at his subordinates. Disobeying military orders on the battlefield. Do you know what your punishment should be? We know. The moment everyone landed at Ding Hui's estate, they were already cowering in fear like dogs. Now, hearing Ding Hui's stern words, they dared not move or utter a word. Seeing their trembling demeanor, where was the arrogance of disregarding orders on the battlefield now? Thus, Ding Hui let out a cold snort. If so, aren't you wasting time here? Get back, write reports, and accept your punishments immediately. Chapter 77. A monumental discovery in human history. After waiting for everyone to leave, and a while passed, Mo Ran seemed to have just realized there were still 3 big third wheels nearby. Her face turned red with embarrassment immediately, struggling to get out of Xujiang's embrace. In order to change the subject, Mo Ran suddenly spoke up. Xujiang, what exactly is the Psionic League plotting this time? Why did they suddenly activate the magic array to sacrifice to the evil god? It's not about sacrificing to the evil god. Xujiang shook his head, correcting her statement. It's a long story, let's go inside and talk. Seeing that Xujiang was willing to explain the truth, they then went to Ding Hui's study. Just as they sat down, Mo Ran, fearing that Wei Quan might tease her, asked again. What exactly happened? This matter has a long backstory. If we really start from the beginning, it might even trace back to why the replicas formed. Hearing this from Xujiang, Ding Hui thoughtfully chimed in. According to the mainstream view of our human faction, the appearance of alien species and replica void realms in the starry sky may be related to the descent of the evil gods 1,000 years ago. It can also be said like this. To be precise, after the evil gods tore through the cosmic barrier from the insect race universe to our native universe, they came following the fissures. The insect race plundered all substances in an attempt to repair their universe, which had been wrecked by the evil gods. In their universe, the number of evil gods is countless. This time, the goal of the Psionic League is one of the godhoods split into 2 parts from an already fallen evil god in the insect race universe. At this point, Xujiang immediately showed the half-godhood he had retrieved. However, Ding Hui didn't pay attention to any of this at all. He was completely immersed in those few words Xujiang had spoken earlier. Evil gods actually invaded from the universe of the insects. This was an unprecedented major discovery. And the discoverer was Xujiang. It seemed that, helping the human faction establish the correct understanding of the psionic races, also contributed by Xujiang. Ding Hui's expression was somewhat complicated. Meanwhile, the other few people were looking curiously at the so-called godhood Xujiang was talking about, and hadn't noticed Ding Hui's strangeness. Because it wasn't complete, the godhood had now withdrawn its psionic energies and looked just like an ordinary stone carving. Nevertheless, its shape was somewhat peculiar. Mo Ran instinctively asked, why is the shape of this thing so strange? Because it's only half of it. According to my guess, the full form should resemble something like an inverted sheet character, forming a gate-like shape. Mo Ran fiddled with it a bit, and found it was indeed as Xujiang said. But, such a lofty-sounding thing seemed quite ordinary upon seeing its actual form, inevitably leading to some disappointment. Mo Ran casually handed over the godhood to Wei Quan. But right at that moment, the godhood zoomed away from Mo Ran's hands and directly drilled into Xujiang's. What's going on? Mo Ran's eyes widened instantly. Xujiang sighed helplessly. I learned this during previous experiments. It seems that because I made first contact, he recognized me as the master. No outsiders are allowed to touch it. Actually, when you touched it just now, I thought something bad would happen. Naturally, the last sentence was directed at Mo Ran. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran pulled back her hand, not daring to touch the godhood again. Only at that moment did a heavy cough come from beside them, drawing their attention to Ding Hui, who had remained silent all this time. Noticing everyone's attention was now on him, Ding Hui solemnly looked at Xujiang. Xujiang, regarding the records you've seen, Please write them all into a detailed report. Then send it to Blue Star as soon as possible. This intelligence is extremely important, at least enough to establish how our human faction should deal with the evil gods. Seeing Ding Hui's serious expression, everyone was similarly affected. Chu Jiang replied very earnestly. Understood. Half a month later. Andromeda, main district military base. Right after today's training session ended, Chu Jiang called it quits and lazily basked under the artificial sunlight overhead, slightly bored. Seeing his state, Mo Ran approached in concern. What's wrong? Are you already exhausted today? Not really. It's just feeling a little monotonous. Chu Jiang denied it. Ever since returning from the B-class replica last time, due to Chu Jiang failing to promptly inform the Mercenary Guild of the intelligence, it led to massive casualties within the Mercenary Guild. Since then, it had been unusually quiet, with no one contacting Chu Jiang. As for the Psionic League, they were jumping around desperately due to the loss of half the godhood, and didn't have the time to bother them either. Or at least, in Chu Jiang's view, that's how it was. Thus, the Andromeda domain battlefield experienced an unusual peace and harmony. Last time, after Chu Jiang sent the information related to the evil gods back to Blue Star, it was said another Holy Council of the Solar Federation was convened. The specific content of the meeting he couldn't know. However, the situation regarding the universal chip implantation had become a bit more serious. This was the only effective way they could think of to stop the use of spirit energy. Thus, being too idle for too long made Chu Jiang particularly uncomfortable. He always wanted to find something to do to pass the time. Evidently, Mo Ran saw through Chu Jiang's intentions. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. Otherwise, would you like to accompany me later and go shopping in the main district? Come to think of it, we've been on Andromeda for quite some time. Except for the first time when Big Brother Wei let us around briefly, we really don't know much about the local customs. Why not take advantage of this free time to take a look? Shopping. Hearing Mo Ran's suggestion, Chu Jiang instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing the anticipation flashing in her eyes, the words already on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. All right. Seeing his agreement, the visible joy on Mo Ran's face caused her to immediately get up and prepare to change clothes. Then, they set off to go shopping. On the main street of Andromeda, Chu Jiang helplessly carried several large bags as he followed Mo Ran, who was brimming with excitement. It should be said that he originally thought Mo Ran, with such a cool and detached demeanor, wouldn't buy too many things. But he had clearly underestimated a woman's purchasing desire. In such a short period of time, he already had so many bags in his hands. They hadn't even gone through half of the entire main street yet. Just as Mo Ran exited another shop, handing over 2 more bags to him, Chu Jiang opened his mouth, preparing to ask for a break. At that moment, a subtle aura of killing intent came from behind him. Chu Jiang's whole body stiffened. The words ready to be spoken turned around completely. Be careful, I think someone is following us. Chu Jiang lowered his voice and whispered this to Mo Ran, whose arm was linked with his. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran instinctively held his arm tighter. Ever since that half-piece of God had bound itself to him, Chu Jiang found that his ability to perceive emotions had increased dramatically. So, he did not doubt for a moment whether the hidden aura of killing intent behind him was a figment of his imagination. Who could it be? The Mercenary Guild or the Psionic League? No, the other party's strength seemed extremely weak. If it wasn't either of those groups, could it be an ordinary passerby? Chu Jiang subconsciously glanced at the dozens of bags he was carrying in his hand. Was it possible that because Mo Ran bought so much, he had been mistaken for a rich target and was about to be robbed? Wouldn't that be too ridiculous? Chapter 78, Black Shark Gang. In order to test his hypothesis, Chu Jiang quietly consulted with Mo Ran and decisively changed their path. Mo Ran had originally planned that they should continue along the main street and then head to the largest entertainment area in the downtown area. But now things had changed. They were walking towards a small alley. On the other side was the largest food street in the Andalo downtown area, where many peculiar cuisines between different species could be found. It was only separated from the main street by a narrow alley. So, at this moment, when the two turned into the alley, outsiders would obviously think it was because the couple had tired themselves out from shopping and decided to have something to eat earlier. Behind them, 3 men dressed shabbily and unkempt glanced at each other, an evil smirk flashing through their eyes. Originally, they had finally managed to keep track of such big targets, and were just thinking about where to strike. Unexpectedly, the targets actually walked right into their trap. Indeed, Andalo's main street and the food street were only separated by one small alleyway. But usually, no one would take the shortcut. Instead, they would follow the main road and pass through a square formed by several converging streets. There's no other reason. The downtown of the base was full of mixed elements, especially in such dark alleys. Who knows if you might bump into a gang shootout? Even worse, if someone has targeted you, escaping would be quite difficult. A wise man does not stand under a precarious wall. And now, these 2 fish actually walk there willingly. How reckless. They must be fresh out of Lone Star and haven't been in Andalo for long. What fools. Among the 3 men, the one wearing a black leather jacket with a few small holes was the first to speak. Lowering his voice, he spoke to the other 2 beside him. 4th brother, 6th brother, you go around from behind. I'll block the front. 2nd brother, don't worry about it. The other 2 quickly agreed. Then, it was seen that the 2nd brother grabbed with all 4 limbs and climbed up the alley wall like a gecko. As for 4th brother and 6th brother left on the spot, they stretched their muscles and shouted towards Chu Jiang and Mo Ran, who had almost reached the halfway point of the alley. Hey, do you 2 know this is our Black Shark Gang's territory? Hearing the sound from behind, Chu Jiang was secretly overjoyed. They were finally getting ready to make a move. However, Appearances must still be maintained. After exchanging a glance with Mo Ran, Jiang immediately feigned panic, pulling her into his arms as he hesitantly turned around. With a threatening and ominous tone, the fourth brother and sixth brother said, "Big brothers, we just arrived from Blue Star, unaware this is your sacred place. Do us a favor and let us go." "Let you go? Our Black Shark gang has never had such rules. Would we be stupid enough to miss duck already within reach? Go ahead and attack." The fourth brother's face was filled with mockery. Especially upon seeing Jiang's servile demeanor, they became even more certain these were newcomers straight from Blue Star who knew nothing, probably fresh out of the academy. It was high time the group gave them a proper lesson on entering society. Without wasting another second, fourth brother and sixth brother charged forward like tigers. Jiang held Mo Ran tightly, acting scared, and prepared to turn and run. However, the second brother was waiting for them from behind, seeing them turn with a sneer on his face. "How can you think of running? Where do you think you can run to?" At this, Jiang's expression grew increasingly fearful. "Really, there's truly no way to spare us, huh? Dream on." The second brother coldly rebuked him. Without giving Jiang any further chance to speak, he immediately launched an attack alongside fourth and sixth brothers. Only then did Jiang change his expression completely. Each movement of his was brimming with overwhelming confidence. "Since that's the case, I'll reluctantly snap you back to reality before we can talk properly." Seeing such a drastic change in Jiang, alarm bells rang in the second brother's mind. He felt something was off. By this time, however, it was too late for him to withdraw, while fourth and sixth brothers were clueless as ever. Upon witnessing Jiang's transformation, they thought he was trying to show off bravado before dying in front of his girlfriend. "Don't waste words," sixth brother roared. Immediately after, Jiang swung his right fist toward them. At the same time, the second brother sneaking up from behind also didn't escape punishment. A leg directly kicked into his chest, instantly sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Don't forget, his legs were mechanically enhanced, and even flying just 7 or 8 meters was due to Jiang's utmost restraint. Had it been his right leg, second brother would have likely been kicked to death by now. Meanwhile, how could fourth and sixth brothers have ever imagined witnessing such an astonishing scene? Stunned momentarily, they were rooted to the spot. Jiang didn't give them any chances, quickly subduing both men. Thus, by the time they came to their senses, they were firmly underfoot of Jiang, unable to break free. Jiang opened his mouth coldly. "Now that you've seen the situation, can we have a proper conversation? Tell me, who sent you?" As he spoke, Jiang applied more force with his foot, causing the sixth brother to scream in agony on the spot. Don't kill me, I'll tell you whatever you ask." Sixth brother, fourth brother tried to intervene, but Jiang had him firmly restrained. The pressure was so great that fourth brother couldn't utter a single word. His face was filled with pain. Seeing his twisted and painful expression, sixth brother shivered with fear as he looked at Jiang. "We are members of the Black Shark gang. Lately, things have been tense within the gang, and our boss sent us out to keep an eye on things. We didn't expect to run into you and your girlfriend on the street, thinking you might be big fish, so we entertained some evil thoughts. Whatever beating or scolding you want to give, we'll accept it. Please, don't kill us." By the end of his plea, sixth brother seemed fearful and quickly bowed to Jiang, begging for his forgiveness. As for Jiang, his expression remained solemn. Just an ordinary gang force? He didn't believe it. Though he had easily subdued the 3 earlier, based on their fighting skills, these men were clearly competent. This was not the caliber associated with just any ordinary gang. At this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Jiang's eyes. With increased pressure from his foot, he forced fourth brother to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Speak. Besides this, what else do you know? Best tell me everything. Otherwise, your lives aren't guaranteed." Upon seeing fourth brother spitting blood, sixth brother instantly panicked. He wanted to help, but remembering Jiang's ferocity, he reluctantly stepped back. Faced with Jiang's probing questions, tears welled up in his eyes. What else could he possibly know? The Black Shark gang was only one of the more common gangs in the main urban area. He'd only joined 2 or 3 months ago. Where would he know any true inside information? Right at this moment, he suddenly remembered some rumors within the gang. Looking at fourth brother's fading breath and second brother lying unconscious, he bit his lip and suddenly blurted out, "If you insist on knowing anything substantial about us, perhaps it has something to do with mercenary groups. I've also heard them say that the original founder of the Black Shark gang was once retired from a mercenary group. Even though the gang leader has changed several times, they've always been recruiting retired members of mercenary groups." Chapter 79. The leader of Black Shark gang, Huang Song. As expected, upon hearing his claim of a connection to the mercenary group, Jiang's expression changed slightly, and Lao Lu, who had been observing him all along, finally sighed in relief at this sight. This was evidence. Would he be able to survive after all? At this moment, Jiang was silently contemplating within himself. Judging from Lao Lu's change in demeanor just now, it seemed like he should be an utterly clueless waste of a man. But coincidentally meeting them while being out shopping with Mo Ran, only to run into someone getting robbed by a triad, wasn't exactly normal. Moreover, since Lao Lu had claimed a relation to the mercenaries, could it be that the harassment they had experienced was also somehow linked to the mercenary association? After all, when Jiang first met Wei Zi, he found out just how deep his influence was over the base. Back then, he merely thought it was the military camp that was infiltrated. Now reconsidering, it was likely the triads also had his deployment of power. Therefore, Jiang's speculation that this mugging had some connection with Wei Zi wasn't an unreasonable association. He must find out for sure. Besides, staying cooped up in the training camp for such a long time already made him feel somewhat stagnant. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to get active and loosen up? In the blink of an eye, Chu Jiang had considered much. When he glanced at Lao Lu again, the cruel glint in his eyes diminished. He conveniently spared Lao Si sprawled on the ground, and Lao Air unconscious nearby as well. If that's the case, then lead the way. Bring me to see your Black Shark Gang headquarters. Is that alright? No problem. Of course there's no problem. Upon hearing Chu Jiang willing to visit the Black Shark Gang's headquarters, Lao Lu trembled with fright and let loose a dribbling puddle of yellow liquid down his pants. Nevertheless, he responded quickly enough. Otherwise, if he angered this devil, he wouldn't even know how he'd die. With a sorrowful face, Lao Lu cautiously took another look at Chu Jiang, then gently helped Lao Si up and proceeded to wake Lao Air. Afterwards, recounting everything that had happened in a few words, Lao Air could do nothing but reluctantly accept the reality. Being half supported by Lao Lu and shoulder to shoulder with Lao Si, they led the way ahead. Chu Jiang and Mo Ran followed behind. Mo Ran stole a glance at Chu Jiang with a hint of anxiety. Chu Jiang, don't stir up unnecessary trouble. Or else, let's not go to the Black Shark Gang, okay? Mo Ran had some confusion in her gaze. She didn't understand why Chu Jiang would suddenly take interest in the Black Shark Gang. Observing the 3 members of the Black Shark Gang leading the way up ahead, Chu Jiang finally explained quietly to her. I suspect their coming to rob us has something to do with the Mercenary Association. Since Mo Ran wasn't present during their previous trip to the Western District branch of the Mercenary Association, she did not know the extent of Wei Zi's abilities. However, upon hearing Chu Jiang say so, she knew very well Chu Jiang wouldn't make things up carelessly. So, without further persuasion, she followed closely forward. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the main city. Moving forward, one would soon enter the area beyond the main district. Those areas were filled with factories built by the lower ranks in order to maintain this underground world. Just later remodels caused some places to be abandoned. These regions were already considered the suburbs of the main city. Lao Lu had been paying attention to the 2 people behind all along. Noticing Chu Jiang's hesitancy, quickly provided an explanation. Ever since these factories became abandoned, the base has never replanned them. Later, they gradually turned into our Triad's territory. Our Black Shark Gang is relatively a major force. Our den is about a kilometer away from the main city. Hearing Lao Lu's explanation, Chu Jiang exhaled in relief. Then, after following another kilometer or so, they indeed came across an abandoned factory. Inside, however, there were no old machines left, leaving it quite spacious. Simultaneously, several groups of people, certainly numbering at least dozens, were leisurely chatting and playing around inside. Chu Jiang's eyes flickered. At the same time, those people inside also noticed Lao Lu's situation. Before they could inquire what happened, they caught sight of Chu Jiang trailing behind. A gleam of cruelty crossed their eyes. Even before they managed to speak a single word, everyone drew out a large cleaver, rushing directly toward Chu Jiang. Given the severity of Lao Si and Lao Air's wounds, and especially at this moment with a completely unknown stranger right behind them, it was clear they had all been injured by him. Thus, for revenge for their brothers, they were confident that their dozen or so men would easily chop down this foolish person. Seeing this group pulling knives and attacking without discussion, Chu Jiang helplessly shook his head, passing the bag in his hands to Mo Ran. You wait for me a moment. After saying that, he pushed off forcefully with his foot and immediately charged into the crowd. For the past period of time, to train the Crimson Storm as thoroughly as possible, he had always practiced Dragon State Kung Fu rigorously. A handful of Tai Chi converted rigidity into suppleness. Among dozens of blades, none could come close enough to touch Chu Jiang's collar. Every time the knives almost hit, at the crucial moment, Chu Jiang would use another blade's momentum to block. Of course, this alone wasn't sufficient. His right leg, which had received special training, swept downward, causing a cascade of kicks that toppled a large group. None of them were in any condition to fight. Seeing Chu Jiang stroll as if he were on a leisurely walk, the group immediately became intimidated. As one after another hesitated to step forward, Chu Jiang was about to taunt them when suddenly, from outside came the roaring sound of an engine. It was the leader of Black Shark Gang coming back. Chu Jiang guessed. Just earlier, seeing how empty the factory was, it was clear none of these guys had access to a vehicle. Now, with a car pulling up outside, the driver's identity left no room for doubt. The moment Kwang Song stepped out of the car, he sensed something wasn't right. Why didn't his boys come out to greet him today? Just as he prepared to yell a scolding, all of a sudden, the spiritual awareness within his mind began jumping fiercely. Danger! Attempting to turn and retreat into the car, that was when Chu Jiang emerged slowly from inside the abandoned factory. You're the boss of Black Shark Gang? I heard there's some complex relationship between you and the Mercenary Association. Where did you sprout from, punk? Kwang Song frowned, his voice gruff. Yet, his body radiated extreme caution towards Chu Jiang. This kid, who looked like he could be killed with just a punch, had somehow set off his spiritual alarms warning of certain death. Kwang Song almost snorted with laughter at the absurdity. Still, not daring to underestimate the threat for a second. Spiritual warnings never lied. Something about this kid didn't add up. So Kwang Song kept himself ready to flee at any moment. Chu Jiang remained oblivious to Kwang Song's hidden thoughts. Instead, he strolled closer at a relaxed pace. Nothing much. I had a minor tiff with the Mercenary Association earlier. Today, while out shopping, I happened to be robbed by a few of your subordinates. They mentioned there's some sort of connection between Black Shark Gang and the Mercenary Association. So, I just wanted to meet you, to find out if this is really true. So what if it is? Huang Song's impatience showed all over his face. He remained fixated on staring at Chu Jiang, hardly paying attention to the words exchanged, replying instinctively. Then he saw Chu Jiang shake his head slightly. Nothing. I just want to beat you up and then force out of you who exactly is collaborating with you. Before Huang Song even registered the end of his sentence, Chu Jiang moved with blinding speed, appearing ghost-like before Huang Song and hurling a direct punch at his nose bridge. However, the very instant Chu Jiang made his move, so did Huang Song. But instead of engaging in combat with Chu Jiang, Huang Song darted away. Agile as a wild cat, he leapt into the still unlocked convertible pickup truck nearby and instantly gunned the engine, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Foolish idiots fight you. I'm long gone. Chapter 80. Chu Jiang's powerlessness and the Stinky Alley's mad song. Chu Jiang, should we continue chasing them? Mo Ran, who had been observing everything from the sidelines until now, approached to inquire. But when she looked at Chu Jiang, she only saw his solemn expression. First, contact Brother Ding and let him conduct a citywide manhunt. That's more reliable than us running after a car with just our legs. Besides, all these gang members must be taken back for questioning. Chu Jiang's tone was somewhat serious, and Mo Ran could feel some of that seriousness. However, she was a little puzzled as to why Chu Jiang suddenly became so proper. Could it be that he really discovered something fishy? As a matter of fact, Chu Jiang did indeed find something, just that it has little to do with the Mercenary Association. On Mad Song, he felt the presence of spirit energy. It was an intensified feeling due to the half-divine core on his body amplifying the sensation. What's more troubling is that he was quite sure that Mad Song is purely and truly human. That is to say, Mad Song is a human spirit energy awakener. This implies two possible situations. 1. On the outer domain battlefield, there have already been individuals in the human camp that have come into contact with this spirit energy theory, technology, and learned that humans can awaken spirit energy too. Don't think that the human faction seems to hate the spirit energy union to the core right now. It's merely because the power isn't controlled by themselves. If given a chance, they would seize that same powerful strength regardless of its origin or how wicked it might be, and consider becoming strong worth any sacrifice. The second situation is that the lockdown on Earth has failed, causing spirit energy awakeners to escape to the outer domain battlefield, lurking in various dark corners, slowly amassing strength. If this continues unchecked, who knows how many sacrifices will be made. These sacrificed individuals are all part of the human camp's fighting force against the evil gods in the future. They cannot afford to lose them. Under either circumstance, Chu Jiang cannot let this go easily. He immediately called Ding Hui and told him everything that happened here, including his speculations. After receiving Chu Jiang's warning, Ding Hui quickly initiated a citywide manhunt for Mad Song. Meanwhile, during this period, security checks for newcomers were significantly increased. What Chu Jiang didn't say was that if Mad Song really smuggled himself from Earth, he probably didn't use normal channels to get here. For instance, like xuanhuan did, through the Mercenary Association. If this is true, it remains unclear whether the Mercenary Association has already found out that the human camp also possesses spirit energy theory technology. After all, he clearly remembers the desire of Wiz to become a spirit energy race. It's definitely one of his deepest obsessions. If they really knew, the Mercenary Association absolutely couldn't cooperate anymore. It might even result in outright conflict. Just thinking about all this gave Chu Jiang a headache. After returning to the estate, Chu Jiang had just sent all the things Mo Ran bought today back to her room when he noticed a cybernetic female servant waiting outside for him. Seeing him coming out, the android servant hurriedly spoke up. Mr. Chu, Mr. Ding requests your presence in his study. I understand. A few minutes later, as soon as Chu Jiang arrived at Ding Hui's study, he noticed the gravity in his expression. Take a look. These are the materials from interrogating those black gangsters earlier. All they needed was a little threatening, and they spilled everything. Hearing that all the information was extracted effortlessly, Chu Jiang visibly relaxed a great deal. Then he quickly skimmed through the documents. Indeed, as he had suspected, those three young hooligans targeting him this time had much to do with the Mercenary Association. Only, it had nothing to do with the gang leader, Mad Song. The Mercenary Association contacted an official within the Black Shark gang. They only provided the time and location of his and Mo Ran's outing today, requesting some trouble to be stirred up. In return, they offered a novel gene serum. When it was merely about causing disturbances, the official happily accepted the serum without question. However, he didn't want to share it, so he specially dispatched the three idiots, older brother 2, 4, and 6, to patrol the territory. Based on his understanding of these three individuals, upon seeing Mo Ran with extravagant purchases, they would surely seek out trouble on their own initiative, requiring no additional instructions from him. The facts proved exactly this way. Confirming that it was indeed the Mercenary Association creating problems for him, Chu Jiang quietly noted this matter down, then looked through the intelligence concerning Mad Song. According to all the Black Shark gang members' testimonies, Mad Song also joined the Black Shark gang just half a month ago, and through sheer brute force, he instantly took down the original leader, intimidating the whole gang. So their intelligence on him was extremely limited. Nevertheless, there were some guesses. Recalling several encounters, several people recalled noticing that Mad Song seemed particularly unfamiliar with the main area of Andril City. Among them, they only assumed it was some fierce newcomer from another sub-city, and thus his unfamiliarity with the main area wasn't surprising. However, in Chu Jiang's view, this was actually a very favorable piece of evidence. If there was no mistake, that Mad Song must have just escaped from the all-out search on Nanshan not long ago. Was he alone, or were there many more? Chu Jiang couldn't afford to gamble. He immediately looked up at Ding Hui. Has Lan Xing verified how many people have escaped? Unable to verify. Ding Hui shook his head. Lan Xing had a large population, and when they began implanting chips for everyone and carrying out a full-scale extermination of spirit energy awakeners, some people had already reacted early and hid themselves. Later, it became harder but not impossible for them to escape from Lan Xing using various means. This meant no one could be certain how many human spirit energy awakeners had escaped. So what should we do? There is no way. We've already informed other bases on major outer domain battlefields to strictly enforce spirit energy detection control. Once any signs are discovered, or if a sacrifice ritual occurs within their territory, they will use all their strength to conduct a search. Try to minimize the impact as much as possible. Faced with Ding Hui's words, Chu Jiang opened his mouth as if to say something. Clearly he hadn't expected that they would only be able to passively respond like this. There was no way. Human spirit energy awakeners did not have the striking physical differences like spirit energy races, so they couldn't always be found instantly and then driven away. But these people, indistinguishable from ordinary people, hiding among them, gave them flexible activity space for sacrifices. Even after the sacrificial ritual, they could still appear frightened just like normal people. For the extermination operation, it was indeed difficult, but all they could do was this. Otherwise, they would lose even more people. Chu Jiang subconsciously clenched the divine core on his body. If only he could strengthen his perception of spirit energy through this thing further, being able to tell who was a spirit energy awakener at a glance would be great. Chu Jiang thought, somewhat troubled. The smelly sewer in Stinky Alley had dried up for several days. Dust flew around in the alley. No one knew how many viruses were present inside. Those who lived here were nothing but poor people. This was truly a slum. And over these few days, Stinky Alley got a new neighbor. Mad Song squeezed into this narrow space that wasn't even 2 square meters big with a ragged appearance. It was his first day here, and he had taken over this territory from one of the leaders of Stinky Alley. Compared to outside where he could only share his living space with snakes, rats, bugs, and ants, his current condition was much better already. But now, his complexion was pale, his lower lip tightly clenched, seeping out traces of blood, his pupils an alarming red. Chapter 81. The Shadow Figure and the Sacrifice to the Goddess of Life. Damn it, here it comes again. Huang Song alternated between moments of clarity and wild agitation. In a state of manic despair, he clutched his head as if countless electric drills were boring into his brain. The agony was unbearable. It had been 3 days since his last sacrifice. However, at this point, on the streets outside, there was a 5-person patrol team stationed every 100 meters. All of them were patrolling with spiritual energy detection devices. Moreover, it wasn't just this area, the entire city was under such surveillance. In just a few days, Huang Song had already hidden in every slum of Andro's main urban area that could offer cover, yet he could never escape the searches of these patrol teams. Facing the sudden increase in search squads, Huang Song didn't realize it was due to his exposure in front of Chu Jiang. He only knew that if things kept going like this, he would eventually go mad. But he couldn't hold out any longer. The spirit energy inside him grew increasingly restless. He couldn't be sure how much longer he could maintain his sanity. Just then, he seemed to detect a faint trace of an ethereal aroma. This aroma wasn't something one could perceive objectively. This scent rather resembled bait targeting the spirit energy within him, wildly tempting him to make another sacrifice. With great difficulty, he mustered the strength to rise and peek outside to see what it was. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a half-lifeless body lying outside. Her breaths were shallow and labored, as though she could pass away at any moment. She was a native of the slums, a sign that she was near starvation. Impulsively, Huang Song stepped forward, reaching out to drag her inside. But before he could touch her, his rationality snapped back into place. No, he couldn't sacrifice this woman on the verge of death. Otherwise, the fluctuation in spirit energy during the sacrifice would surely attract nearby patrol teams conducting searches. If not, all the efforts he'd taken to evade detection would have been for nothing. Yet he truly couldn't guarantee how long his sanity would last. As he wavered between reason and madness, suddenly, a ghostly voice whispered into his ear. How about it? Don't you want to present your offering to the Great One, in exchange for greater power? I do. Of course I do. Huang Song strained to suppress his voice, attempting to justify himself. But soon after, he realized something wasn't right. That voice wasn't the chaotic whispering that appeared during his sacrifice with the Truth Minter. There really was someone beside him. Huang Song's body immediately tensed up as he carefully scanned his surroundings. Only then did he notice that it was the woman on the ground whom he'd intended as his offering who was speaking. Had she discovered his true identity? No, not her. Huang Song let out a cold snort, trying hard to control the fluctuations in his spirit energy so they wouldn't reach the entire foul-smelling alley. At least, not enough to draw attention from those spirit energy detectors. Incidentally, this broke the illusion. The woman had completely died, and what truly spoke to him was a ghostly shadow lurking behind in the shade nearby. Huang Song watched the other person solemnly. His intuition was warning him. The individual's strength surpassed his own, and by a considerable margin. Straining to appear more formidable than he felt, Huang Song asked, "What do you want?" "What do I want? Why, to strike a deal with you." After hearing this, the other party laughed, their tone rising and falling unpredictably, giving off an impression of lunacy. Even as Huang Song remained extremely cautious, the other party casually produced a scepter from somewhere and tapped the ground lightly. Instantly, a magical circle enveloped the 5-meter radius around the foul-smelling alley. From the outside looking in, All one could see was a mass of shadows. Seeing this, Huang Song became even more guarded. Magical circle, something not even he had mastered yet. And indeed, the other party was also an awakened user of spiritual energy. Rest assured, this magical circle suppresses all spirit energy fluctuations within the banishing array. I've created it to conceal the commotion your sacrifices cause. As for what you need to give in return, it's simple. After we're done, do me a favor, and that's all. Is that all? Huang Song was skeptical. He guessed that this supposed favor would likely be exceedingly perilous. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought him out. However, Huang Song wasn't overly concerned. Once the other party explained the effect of the magic circle, Huang Song had already made up his mind. No matter what the cost, he needed to perform the sacrifice. His sanity had dwindled down to its last shred. A sacrifice must happen. As for the price, well, whatever it may be, that was a matter for later discussion. Right now, maintaining this attitude was simply a tactic to bargain with the other party. Perhaps he could gain additional knowledge, like learning magic circles or acquiring magic items. He was certain that the scepter in the other person's hand was itself a magic item. Where there is profit, why not take action? It's really that simple. So stop daydreaming about other stuff, the shadow replied. The other party gave a light chuckle, as if reading Huang Song's every thought. A very thorough refusal. But soon, the tone shifted. However, if you do a good job and are willing to continue our cooperation in the future, then perhaps there might be other things for you to consider. Clearly, the other party was dangling the bait, intentionally leaving an opening. Huang Song instantly understood. But on the surface, he played along by nodding, then hurriedly began inscribing the ritual for the sacrifice. Great goddess of life, eternal mother of all beings, keeper of desire and propagation, weaver of everlasting life. I humbly entreat you to pity this blind believer and grant me one of your diligent offspring. I offer my flesh as an offering. The prayer was repeated over and over again. The chest of the corpse lying at the center of the ritual, which had been dead, seemed to rise and fall once more, as though coming back to life. But that wasn't all. Her abdomen swelled up like a balloon being filled with air. In an instant, it transformed into the belly of a woman 9 months pregnant. Yet combined with her earlier emaciated limbs from starvation, it looked bizarrely mismatched. It resembled a watermelon propped up with 4 toothpicks to look human. Under Huang Song's white-knuckled anticipation, the spiritual energy inside the corpse's belly began frenzied cultivation. Then, a blood-red glow of spirit energy slid down her birth canal, slipping out of the womb and being reverently offered into Huang Song's mouth by his obedient expression. He immediately began chewing greedily. At this moment, Huang Song seemed to be savoring the most delicious food in the world, his entire being soothed to the fullest extent by the spirit energy. Even the best spa treatments repeated 100 times couldn't compare to this sensation. His enthusiasm grew stronger, and faint specks of blood could be seen splashing from his mouth. The shadow nearby watched with revulsion. Believers of the goddess of life were indeed vulgar. He thought to himself, their sacrificial rites were so crude, they even dared to taste the goddess's children. Ugh. Several minutes later, all of Huang Song's negative effects were cleansed, leaving him fully energized and radiant. Only then did the shadow speak. I need you to promote the doctrines of the goddess of life in the main urban area. Promote the goddess? Huang Song arched an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this to be the other party's request. As he prepared to agree, something occurred to him. He cautiously released a strand of spirit energy to sense the other party's strength. To his surprise, it was less than half of his own. It must have been due to his prolonged absence of sacrifices, leaving him quite weak and misjudging the other's strength. Had he not retested, he would have been tricked. How dare someone weaker command master me? Nonsense. Huang Song's face wore a smile as he naturally nodded in agreement. If this is the only task, I certainly don't have a problem. However, may I ask why you wish for this to be done? After all, promoting doctrines of an evil god in the Andro base isn't strictly forbidden, but it will definitely stir up considerable unrest. My position itself is already precarious. Huang Song's words were reasonable. They wouldn't raise suspicion among anyone. Meanwhile, he had already edged closer to the shadow figure, now standing mere meters away. The shadow figure appeared completely unaware of Huang Song's movements. Prepared to explain further, Huang Song struck. A swift knife-hand strike landed directly on the shadow figure's neck, releasing an immense amount of spirit energy which surged straight into the shadow figure's body, frenziedly drawing from the other's power. In the blink of an eye, the shadow figure was drained into a shriveled corpse. Feeling the surge of abundant spirit energy coursing through him, Huang Song grinned smugly, snatching the scepter originally held by the shadow. He then carelessly tossed the desiccated corpse aside in the corner, his tone tinged with mockery. How pitiful. To dare act tough in front of me when you lack the power. It's just unfortunate you didn't reveal anything useful before dying. But before his last word faded, a sinister voice echoed from all directions. Oh really? And I wonder, what else might you desire? Chapter 82. Traces found. Upon hearing a familiar voice from behind, Huang Song's expression immediately froze on his face. Incredulously, he turned around and saw the dark figure standing intact in the corner, with a gaunt corpse lying at his feet. It was the woman he had sacrificed. Huang Song looked at the shadowed person with terror. Though it was pitch black, it seemed as if he saw a flicker of mockery. How is this possible? Was it the magic array, or an illusion? I clearly already. Huang Song stared incredulously at his own hands. He was certain there was no mistake about the sensation earlier. He had drained all of the shadowed person's spiritual energy. How could he still be alive? How could he? Fool. With such paltry tricks, you dare to betray. The shadowed figure had no intention of explaining anything to Kwang Song, instead looking at him with full of mockery, stepping closer bit by bit. As he approached, an indescribable oppressive aura enveloped Kwang Song completely. Kwang Song went stiff on the spot, unable to move an inch. And just like that, he helplessly watched the shadowed person extend a hand, effortlessly piercing through his chest. Ugh! An enormous tearing sensation surged continuously from the chest cavity into his brain. The spiritual essence surged, making the pain even more evident. A noticeable sense of foreign intrusion continuously pulled at his internal organs, especially when the shadowed person slowly withdrew his hand from his chest cavity with a mocking look on his face. During this process, the scratching of his shirt over the heart caused excruciating pain, persisting and deeply cutting through his soul. Finally, the shadowed person held his liver in his hand and coldly threw it underfoot. Due to being freshly removed, the nerves were still quite active, leaping vividly and pulsating strongly. Then, the shadowed person stomped on it with his foot, bursting it completely. A large amount of blood spurted everywhere instantly. At this point, the oppressive force enveloping Kwang Song slowly dissipated. Just as he regained strength, Kwang Song collapsed to the ground with a thud. Seeing his pathetic state, the slow trickle of blood, the shadowed person showed no change in expression. When he attacked just now, he still couldn't control his emotions well, leaking a trace of spiritual energy. It should have been captured by the patrol team. He needed to leave quickly. Before leaving, he leaned down towards Kwang Song and whispered, "I remember your faith is in the goddess of life with abnormal healing power. So losing a liver shouldn't be an issue, right? If there's no problem, we continue the plan. The patrol squad is almost here. Let me remind you one more thing. Before you're powerful enough, learn to behave and don't think about committing murder and plunder. This matter, little buddy, you can't handle." After saying this, the shadowed person prepared to quietly leave. However, Kwang Song, at this moment, stared in shock at the retreating back of the shadowed person. Just then, when the shadowed person bent down, he finally saw the other's appearance amidst the darkness. Even though it was still enveloped in shadows, the outline was very clear. That was a pair of ears entirely unlike those of a human. They belonged to a beast. Was he another species? No, he was a spiritual energy race. Could the spiritual energy race really infiltrate the base without a sound? When had they gained such abilities? Up until now, the Beak-Andulo base has seen harmonious coexistence between humans and genetic races. But regarding the invasion by the spiritual energy race, it had always been strictly guarded against. There hadn't been any successful invasions by the spiritual energy race before. All because the spiritual energy race had been immersed in spiritual energy since birth. Their presence was distinct even without using any techniques, making them easily distinguishable from genetic races. But now, everything had changed. The spiritual energy race had mastered the art of infiltration. Unless he truly had to honor the previous agreement? Kwang Song felt the pang of loss on his face. Originally, he had only intended to freeload on a single sacrifice, never expecting to get himself into this mess. But right at this moment, he heard the voice of the shadowed person again in his ear. "The patrol team has reached the outskirts of the slums. Don't you plan to leave yet? Moreover, your shocked expression seems surprised at my identity. However, that will disappoint you because I am not of the spiritual energy race. I am just like you, coming from planet Blue Star." Several days later, in a certain office within the military zone, Chu Zhang's expression was solemn as he put down the report file delivered to him. 7 days had passed since his return from the Black Shark Gang. Yet up till now, there wasn't even a trace of Kwang Song. To swiftly conclude this operation and ensure the base's stability, Chu Zhang hadn't returned to his mansion for days, staying tirelessly in the military zone. Still, there wasn't a speck of good news. It was as if Kwang Song had vanished from planet Andulo. Just at this time, a knock on the door outside echoed. "Chu Zhang, I made some lunch. Even if you're busy, eat a few bites." Mo Rant's expression was slightly worried, indicating the food box in her hands. These past few days, Chu Zhang had been preoccupied with tracking Kwang Song, often missing meal times and eating erratically. Mo Ran could bear it no longer and decided to specially prepare some food and bring it over today. As expected, when Mo Ran personally served the food, Chu Zhang didn't dare to refuse this time and quickly took the lunchbox from her hands, starting to eat. "How's it going?" "Still no progress at all. Alas, there's still no news." Chu Zhang sighed. But recently, the base has significantly increased its search efforts in the slums. Quite a few people without implanted chips have been caught and reorganized. This is the only good news we've had in these few days. Indeed, without such extensive screening, Chu Zhang would never have imagined that among the 5.7 billion ranked humans in the main urban area of Andulo base, 200 million slum residents had never undergone chip implantation. All of them were blacklisted, without even a registered rank. No one knew when they entered the city or how they got in. Most of them were gang members. It was precisely because of these individuals that Kwang Song had been able to smuggle his way into Andulo Star and hide for so long. Had Chu Zhang not happened upon him, Kwang Song could have remained hidden within the Andulo base. Yet, recently, there had been no sign of any movement. It was as if Kwang Song had already died in some obscure corner. But Chu Zhang did not believe it. The most likely scenario now was that Kwang Song had fled the Andulo base. Still, just to be sure, every place in the base needed another thorough check. Just then, Chu Zhang's phone by his side suddenly rang. There was urgent intelligence. As soon as he picked up, Shirkai's anxious voice came through. "Captain Chu, we just received news from the Southern District. At least 6 sites of residual sacrifice rituals have been discovered in the slums. The situation is somewhat complicated. The scene has just been secured, and we're waiting for instructions from the base commander on how to proceed. Upon hearing that 6 sites of sacrifice rituals had been found, Chu Jiang immediately understood. He had been searching throughout the main district, but found nothing, only to discover Kuang Song had fled to the southern district. I'll request immediate instructions from the base commander. You first ensure that the southern district's responsible personnel continue to thoroughly search all slums. Make sure no one unknowingly enters these areas, and wait for our instructions. Understood. After hanging up, Chu Jiang immediately dialed Ding Hui. As soon as the line connected, Chu Jiang hastily spoke. Ding brother, we've located Kuang Song's trail. It's in the southern district. However, the situation is severe, and we're awaiting your instructions on how to proceed. I'm still tied up dealing with several interstellar battlefields, and can't make it. Ding Hui replied with a wry laugh. The escape of a spiritual energy awakened individual from Blue Star was a serious matter that had shocked the entire human coalition, not just the Andromeda Galaxy, but also several other interstellar battlefronts undergoing strict investigations. Then, as if remembering something, he suggested to Chu Jiang, I can't make it. Why don't you and Mo Ran go in my stead? After all, you're the most familiar with Kuang Song's methods. What do you say? Chapter 83, Soaring Spiritual Energy. Apple's Discovery. Andal Nano South City District. The moment Chu Jiang and Mo Ran stepped off the train, a group of neatly dressed and solemn-looking law enforcement officers approached them. The leader among them spoke up first. Greetings, both of you. I am Xiao Jingxing, the main person in charge of this mission in the South City District. I will be leading your activities here in the South City District. Despite dark circles under his eyes, he still introduced himself with seriousness. Chu Jiang glanced at Mo Ran. Clearly, she too had sensed that subtle hidden hostility and responded with a puzzled expression. Then we will bother you more. With the situation being urgent, could you perhaps take us to the scene first? Of course. Upon hearing Chu Jiang volunteer to head straight for the scene, Xiao Jingxing's face revealed a flicker of surprise. Initially, upon learning that the main city district only sent over 2 young people, Xiao Jingxing thought that Ding Hui wasn't taking this matter seriously. His heart was brimming with grievance. However, his good upbringing kept him from showing it. Still, even though these 2 arrived and immediately wanted to visit the scene, Xiao Jingxing did not believe they would amount to anything useful. They were no more than lucky charms sent by Ding Hui. As Xiao Jingxing thought this, he immediately issued orders to drive to the nearest slum. A total of 6 ritual sacrifice sites were discovered in the South City District, quite coincidentally, all in slums. Clearly, the military's insufficient supervision of the slums allowed Kuang Song to keep targeting them. After about a few minutes, a military armored vehicle wove through bustling streets until it made a turn into an expanse of desolation, like a wasteland. This slum borders the outskirts of the city. Black market forces often congregate here, so it became the first place where the sacrificial ritual site was discovered. We've temporarily marked it as location number 1. In the car, Xiao Jingxing briefly explained to the duo. Chu Jiang didn't say much. Once the car stopped steadily, he got out personally to inspect the nearby area around the sacrificial trap. Indeed, as Xiao Jingxing had said, the complex black market forces had caused some movements around after the ritual was discovered, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Similarly, these covered up any traces originally left by Kuang Song. Chu Jiang furrowed his brows, clearly surprised at how challenging things would become. Mo Ran beside him also carefully examined the surrounding area attentively. Just then, Chu Jiang had an idea. Since this was a sacrificial ritual, it should have left behind intense spiritual energy fluctuations. With half a divine core on his person, he was especially sensitive to such fluctuations. Perhaps, he might find a faint trace of Kuang Song's lingering spiritual energy. Acting on the thought, Chu Jiang instinctively gripped the half-divine core he carried, closed his eyes, and enhanced his spirit. He meticulously perceived the spiritual energy fluctuations left behind by the ritual. Sure enough, in a corner unnoticed by everyone else, a flash of light shone through the divine core. Instantly, Chu Jiang's spirit perception amplified dozens of times. An ordinary-seeming sacrificial ritual suddenly burst forth with overwhelming spiritual energy vibrations, soaring towards the heavens. Startled momentarily by the surging purple spiritual energy lighting up the sky, Chu Jiang's vision quickly adjusted. 2 lines of bloody tears trickled down from his eyes. However, there were indeed some findings. A thread of incredibly faint spiritual energy wafted away in one direction. If everything goes as planned, it must be the direction Kuang Song took when leaving. Unfortunately, due to time, this strand of spiritual energy has dissipated almost completely. Nonetheless, Chu Jiang remained undiscouraged. This was just the first sacrificial site. 5 other locations in the South City District awaited exploration. Sooner or later, he would find Kuang Song's tracks. Xiao Captain, please lead us to the other locations. After obtaining the intelligence he needed, Apple did not linger, instead promptly requested to leave. Strawberry still stood by idly without any clues. Seeing his demeanor, Strawberry instantly realized that Apple must have found something. Naturally, he followed suit and agreed. As for the captain Xuanhuan, when he saw that the pair just wanted to circle around and leave right away, his fleeting fantasy of their competence was immediately shattered. Darkened face, cold voice. Both of you, please get back on the car. Huh. Apple looked somewhat perplexed at Mo Ran. From earlier, he wished to inquire why Captain Xuanhuan's attitude toward him always seemed impatient. Yet, Mo Ran clearly couldn't explain either. Thus, both quietly boarded the vehicle and silently complied, circling each location as Captain Xuanhuan wished. When reaching the 6th location, Captain Unhueguo checked his watch and finally reopened the conversation before they got off. It's already late. Quickly finish viewing, then return to the military camp right away. Apple attempted to justify himself, but seeing Captain Unhueguo's refusal to engage in any further communication, Apple didn't know how to proceed. With the previous 5 sacrificial rituals as a foundation, Apple was already well versed. After getting out of the car, he only needed to glance around, confirm his thoughts, and then return to the vehicle. This time, even Mo Ran didn't have time to disembark before Apple told the driver, "I'm done. Captain Xiao is in a rush, so let's head back to the military camp immediately." Upon hearing this, the driver instinctively looked towards Unhueguo. Unhueguo obviously picked up on the sarcasm in Apple's words. The previously stern expression showed a crack. Frowning slightly, just as he prepared to scold Apple, he quickly remembered that Apple was sent by Ding Hui. He could only nod at the driver. Do as he says, back to the camp. In any case, all it took was to keep these 2 gentlemen happy, so he needed to hurry and handle other matters. Having received the approval, the car sped swiftly toward the military camp. Before long, they arrived at the camp. Unhueguo subconsciously glanced at Apple next to him. Reflecting for a moment, he finally spoke. "I have much official business on my hands and fear I won't have the time to accompany you both while sightseeing around South City. If you don't mind, I'll leave one of my subordinates to guide you instead. With that, I take my leave." After finishing, Unhueguo directly exited the car and hastily stepped into his office. On the other hand, Apple was left awkwardly standing in place with Mo Ran, until an amiable voice sounded outside the car. "Both officials, my name is Xiaoli. From now on, I will lead both of you and help you familiarize yourselves, shall we?" Unfortunately, Apple was not what Unhueguo had anticipated, a mere poser who enjoyed playing hard to get. Apple did not engage Xiaoli in pleasantries, but gave direct and unfriendly orders. "First, take us to our assigned rooms. Then go fetch 2 detailed maps of South City. If possible, highlight areas belonging to mercenary groups or black market factions." Apple's plan was simple, though he wasn't sure why Kwang Song, despite being capable, chose to provoke within South City. He deduced that if Kwang Song wanted stability and flexibility, the only option would be the territories controlled by black market factions. By following this line of inquiry, perhaps there might be some unexpected discoveries. Of course, those weren't the most crucial points. The most important thing was that Apple had detected overwhelming spiritual energy at all 6 ritual sites. Under his spiritual perception, the concentration of spiritual energy varied at each site. Based on this observation, Apple boldly hypothesized that perhaps Monghua, the main culprit, hadn't acted simultaneously, thus causing different rates of spiritual energy dissipation. This led to some sites having strong energy fluctuations, whereas others were incredibly weak. Should all these variations be mapped accordingly, it wouldn't be difficult to determine Kwang Song's path of action. Chapter 84. The 7th Sacrificial Ritual. Soon, a knock at the door sounded. The map of the southern district that Chu Jiang had requested was delivered over. Upon receiving the map, Chu Jiang didn't even bother with polite words, closing the door to start detailing the action routes of Kwang Song. Number 76 on the northeast Dijing, Zijin, Flower Street. Number 45 on the east Changwei, Xiangwei, Street. Number 88 on the southeast Yinshang, Yujingxiang, Street. Number 33 on the western Yer Street. As the 6 locations were circled one by one, a series of curves appeared on the map, taking up a large portion of the southern district's board. Chu Jiang suddenly saw the light. If there were no unexpected incidents, Kwang Song's next action route should be in the remaining uncovered area, the slums. Among them, only 3 slums remained. Number 21 on Kirin Street, number 98 on Guankaran Street, and number 41 on Bent Street. All 3 slums were located in the west direction of the southern district. Excitedly, Chu Jiang heavily marked these 3 spots, and then prepared enthusiastically to go out and find Xiao Jingxing to discuss this matter. As long as they could seize the opportunity and arrange their defense in time, they would ambush Kwang Song before he realized it, trapping him like fish in a jar. However, just as he opened the door, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened unnoticed. Looking at the time, it was already midnight. A proper meal was placed outside his door. He must have been too busy marking the positions on the map earlier, completely failing to notice when someone called for him to have dinner. At this point, even if he found Xiao Jingxing, he might be resting. Forcing soldiers into position for an ambush could leave them exhausted, resulting in adverse effects instead. So, after a brief hesitation, Chu Jiang dismissed the thought. He had waited 6 days straight, so why worry about waiting a few more hours? Just wait until tomorrow morning to speak with Xiao Jingxing. Even if Kwang Song possessed extraordinary abilities, he'd still not escape from his grasp. The next morning, Chu Jiang opened his eyes and immediately retrieved the map he had marked the night before, heading toward Xiao Jingxing's office. Unexpectedly, on the way, he encountered Mo Ran, who was also up early. Seeing Chu Jiang's disheveled face, Mo Ran was startled. "You couldn't possibly have stayed awake all night last night, right? Did you eat the food I sent?" There was a subtle concern in Mo Ran's eyes. These past few days, while at the military camp, she had personally witnessed Chu Jiang searching tirelessly for Kwang Song without rest. Now, in the southern district, they finally discovered some clues, so it was likely that Chu Jiang, unable to suppress his excitement, spent the entire night looking for evidence. When Chu Jiang met Mo Ran's gaze, he naturally saw the worry in her eyes. He hurried to explain with a smile. "Rest assured, I've already located Kwang Song's next move. As long as Xiao Jingxing agrees, we can dispatch troops immediately and launch an ambush." Hearing Chu Jiang's confident tone, Mo Ran sighed in relief. It's good that they found a way to track Kuang Song. But before the two could reach Xiao Jingxing's office, a violent noise came from within. They looked at each other, then rushed inside, breaking down the door. Afterwards, what they didn't expect was to see Xiao Jingxing, his stern face showing a hint of surprise, holding a phone and staring at the two of them. And on the floor lay shattered glass pieces. Xu Jiang finally realized that the sound he heard earlier wasn't due to an intrusion, but because the glass had been smashed. Awkwardly, he explained why he burst in so abruptly. Xiao Jingxing didn't overly question this event. Instead, he rose from his seat on his own. Just now, I received a report. The 7th sacrificial ritual has been discovered. We almost caught up with Kuang Song too. I was just about to head over to check it out. Since both of you are here, let's go together. Upon hearing Xiao Jingxing say this, Xu Jiang looked astonished and quickly asked, "Where is it? Is it on Kirin, Guankarin, or Bent Street?" At Xu Jiang's definitive mention of the 3 streets in the southern district, Xiao Jingxing instantly shot him a sharp look. He scrutinized Xu Jiang closely, as if trying to burn a hole through him. "It's number 98 on Guankarin Street. But how do you know that?" While speaking, Xiao Jingxing quietly rested his hand over the weapon at his waist. If Xu Jiang gave the wrong answer, he would raise his gun and shoot immediately. From the discovery of the 7th sacrificial ritual, the team had enforced a complete lockdown. During the period until the report reached Xiao Jingxing, absolutely no more than 10 people knew about it. So apart from the intelligence gathered by Xiao Jingxing's team, the only way Xu Jiang could know would be if Kuang Song had personally told him. Unfortunately, Xu Jiang failed to notice any changes in Xiao Jingxing's attitude. He was inwardly exhilarated. All those previous speculations had been correct. Xu Jiang hastily took out the map he brought along, spreading it open before Xiao Jingxing. With excitement, he explained to him, "After visiting the 6 sacrificial sites yesterday, I noticed that the energy fluctuations near each site were slightly different. Once I returned, I began to suspect that it was related to the time interval. Thus, he arranged the 6 sites in order according to the intensity of the spiritual energy fluctuations. This preliminary revealed Kuang Song's movement path during the sacrificial rituals. Following this discovery, I boldly made a prediction and screened the uncovered areas, thus identifying these 3 slums. Last night, I intended to come and tell you, but it was too late, so I waited until this morning. Unfortunately, we were still a step behind." Xu Jiang's tone carried a hint of regret at the end. According to what Xiao Jingxing had just said, when the 7th ritual was discovered, quite a few traces of Kuang Song were found. This clearly indicated that Kuang Song hadn't managed to erase all evidence before being discovered. Had Xu Jiang informed Xiao Jingxing about this discovery last night, they might have been able to set up defenses ahead of time in those 3 slums and capture Kuang Song on the spot. However, Xiao Jingxing didn't dwell on this. Instead, he examined the map Xu Jiang handed over with great seriousness. Looking at the red circles marking various locations, Xiao Jingxing became so excited that his hands trembled slightly. "It's not late. Even if we had set up defenses last night, it wouldn't have succeeded. We would have only alerted him, causing him to go into hiding again. But now it's different. We have ample time to deploy defenses at the other 2 streets. When Kuang Song comes to scout next, we'll catch him off guard and take him down." As he finished speaking, Xiao Jingxing grew increasingly excited. Kuang Song's actions couldn't possibly be random selections of slums for conducting the rituals. Reconnaissance missions and understanding the patrol squad shift change times are indispensable preparations. For one ritual, at least a day's reconnaissance is required beforehand. Therefore, even if they had rushed to deploy defenses last night on the street where the 7th ritual took place, they would have only collided with Kuang Song on the spot. At that moment, Kuang Song would have prematurely ended the ritual and retreated into hiding again. And due to incomplete deployments, they would have helplessly watched Kuang Song leave once more. "I'll send people to ambush the other 2 locations right now." Xiao Jingxing looked at Xu Jiang with excitement. In just one night, he overturned his previous perception of Xu Jiang. Xiao Jingxing felt somewhat ashamed of his prior attitude. Unfortunately, Xu Jiang wasn't aware of this. Upon seeing his order, Xu Jiang naturally agreed. Then, Xiao Jingxing tightly gripped the map and quickly left. Seeing this, Mo Ran nearby let out a sigh of relief. "With only the final capture work remaining, there's no need for you to worry about it. You should rest properly for a while." Xu Jiang nodded helplessly, preparing to join Mo Ran for a meal at the military camp cafeteria when suddenly his mind tensed. His spiritual sense surged intensely. Trouble. Chapter 85. One move too late. Xu Jiang falls deep into the magic array. Xu Jiang's face was visibly pale. By his side, Mo Ran jumped in fright and immediately moved forward with concern to diagnose his condition, while gently patting his back and asking about his status. "Xu Jiang, what's wrong? Are you alright? Does it look like hypoglycemia or—" "It's not hypoglycemia, it's my spirit being wildly active." Xu Jiang weakly waved his hand, negating Mo Ran's guess. Ever since Xu Jiang gained that half-piece of divinity, he had an extraordinary perception of spiritual energy fluctuations. Naturally, this also led to the premonitions only those with spiritual abilities possessed. However, after various checks, it was very clear that there was no spiritual energy present in Xu Jiang's body. At least, there was no need to worry about him being infected by some evil deity one day. So, everyone didn't spend much more time on this. They just assumed Xu Jiang suddenly acquired a super-accurate 6th sense for free. But now, Xu Jiang's reaction was so intense that Mo Ran suddenly felt a bit worried. However, Xu Jiang did not notice Mo Ran's concerns. Instead, he was trying hard to recall several images the spirit had given him moments ago. A few frames froze at a certain point, constantly flashing back in his mind. Not until the blood and energy surged upward and his complexion gradually became ruddy did Chu Jiang feel slightly better. Thus, he immediately said to Mo Ran beside him, "Hurry up and catch up with Xiao Jingxing. Tell him to withdraw the control setup." Based on the spirituality situation, there are likely measures already arranged by Song in advance at those two streets. All of this is his conspiracy. He intentionally left these clues. His purpose was to entice us to go set up controls on those two streets early, but he has long been prepared for ambushes, ready to catch us all. The last few sentences were yelled out by Chu Jiang through gritted teeth. As soon as the words were spoken, a mouthful of foul-smelling blood spewed out. This was the punishment from the spirit. It disallowed him from revealing this information prematurely. Yet if he did not speak, he would have to helplessly watch Xiao Jingxing leave and never return, potentially suffering significant losses for the South District's alert force. Once the South District falls, the entire Androlo base will be in imminent danger. Even the human faction of the Andromeda Galaxy battlefield could face a great calamity. He absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Mo Ran was startled by the mouthful of blood Chu Jiang spat out. Her expression still showed concern, but once she realized the significance of Chu Jiang's words, she anxiously asked again, "Are you sure everything's all right?" This time, Chu Jiang had no strength left to open his mouth, only managing to weakly nod. However, with the response finally received, Mo Ran knew that even though she was still worried, he would not feign strength unnecessarily. Therefore, she immediately acted according to his instructions and rushed off to intercept Xiao Jingxing. Even so, the spirit remained active in Chu Jiang's mind. Before too long, Mo Ran returned with a solemn expression. "I just want to find Xiao Jingxing's secretary," and according to him, Xiao Jingxing has already deployed most of the personnel from the military camp to set up controls. Currently, we don't have permission to contact them. No permission? Chu Jiang obviously laughed wryly at this answer. With his chest rising and falling unevenly, his face turned unusually flushed, far from healthy. Mo Ran watched him with some worry. But Chu Jiang paid no heed to that, as the priority was ensuring these people didn't fall into Song's trap. "If there's no permission, then call someone to send a car over here. We'll chase them down and must prevent their actions before they reach the street." Chu Jiang struggled to push aside the discomfort in his head, straightening himself and speaking to Mo Ran. Mo Ran had intended to help support him, understanding Chu Jiang's determination, so she said no more and quickly went to call for the car. When the vehicle arrived, both immediately got in and raced towards Bent Street. Compared to Keeley Street, Bent Street was closer to the military camp. According to logic, Xiao Jingxing should have reached here first to begin the control setup. As each second ticked by, sweat poured continuously from Mo Ran's forehead while she sat at the steering wheel. Fortunately, the compact size of this vehicle allowed squeezing through numerous alleys. And thanks to Chu Jiang studying the map of the Southern District extensively last night, he was familiar with every inch around. Guided by Chu Jiang giving directions and Mo Ran driving, they actually made it to the vicinity of Bent Street ahead of Xiao Jingxing. Looking at the military convoy slowly approaching, Chu Jiang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Immediately, he instructed Mo Ran to drive across the center of the road to block it. During this period, news spread throughout the Southern District of an ongoing ritual sacrifice to an evil deity, causing panic among the residents. Now, there weren't many people left on the streets, which indeed facilitated Chu Jiang's actions. Soon enough, Xiao Jingxing, leading a group of men, arrived in front of the duo. Seeing the car blocking the road, his expression turned displeased, intending to send someone to negotiate the removal of the car. Then, he noticed that the car bore the insignia of their military camp. "What's going on? Is that our car?" Xiao Jingxing instinctively asked his deputy, Kurt, standing beside him. But the deputy was clearly just as confused by the situation. At Xiao Jingxing's indication, he stepped out of the vehicle and approached to negotiate the removal of the obstruction. To his surprise, it turned out to be Chu Jiang and Mo Ran inside. Kurt had been present yesterday when they picked up Chu Jiang, so naturally recognized the two. With a puzzled expression, he quickly inquired, "Mr. Chu, may I ask what you're doing?" Before this, Xiao Jingxing had explained to Kurt the reason for their current mission. It was common knowledge that all these discoveries were Chu Jiang's. So why was he now trying to intercept them? Tell Xiao Jingxing to immediately order everyone to evacuate. This is Wild Song's trap. If we go further, countless dangers probably await us. Chu Jiang's voice sounded extremely weak, and Kurt noticed it too. Kurt opened his mouth to question but quickly realized how stunning the news Chu Jiang gave was. Thus, without delaying, he promptly returned and relayed every word from Chu Jiang to Xiao Jingxing, including Chu Jiang's current state. After hearing this, Xiao Jingxing's expression tensed slightly. Before setting out, he knew the condition of Chu Jiang's body. How could it suddenly weaken like this? Could it be an attack on the military camp? Still, he cared more about the details of the trap Chu Jiang mentioned. Just relying on Kurt's retelling might not clarify everything. Preparing to step out of the car himself to ask directly, suddenly, a strange black light flashed across everyone's heads. Xiao Jingxing looked up reflexively. Then, he saw a black light curtain unfold over Bent Street, slowly covering a 1-kilometer radius. Unfortunately, the edge of the light curtain exactly encompassed Xiao Jingxing's car. Even if Xiao Jingxing were incredibly foolish at this point, he would understand what had happened. This was the Spirit Energy Alliance's magic array. Sure enough, this was a trap. Chu Jiang's face didn't look much better either. He'd meticulously calculated and made sure to stop people far from Bent Street. Even so, they still fell into their ambush. Fortunately, only a few were included within the curtain. Even if they all perished, it wouldn't shake the Androlo base. Despite this gloomy thought, Chu Jiang tried to find solace. Just then, a strange and sinister laugh echoed from Bent Street. As a shadowy figure gradually approached. Looks like that little brat guessed correctly. Who would have thought you'd really choose to come here to set up your ambush? It's such a pity. If it weren't for those pesky bugs, everyone would have been surrounded by my magic array. The shadowy figure casually came to Chu Jiang's car door, addressing Chu Jiang through the glass, who lay helplessly inside. Though enveloped in pitch darkness, Chu Jiang sharply sensed the malicious and taunting sentiment from the other side. Chapter 86, Cat and Mouse, Secret Revelations. Just 2 days ago, He Ren was still lying in wait among the crowds at the base, eagerly awaiting good news from Kuang Song. Suddenly, he received word that Kuang Song wanted to see him. Since their arrival in the southern district, Kuang Song had agreed on some secret signals with He Ren. Therefore, He Ren promptly responded to the summons. Although Kuang Song was initially difficult to manage, once fully under control, he proved to be quite aware of his place. As such, He Ren's attitude towards him remained fairly positive. The moment they met, Kuang Song earnestly said to him, "Master, I suspect someone in the military camp has caught wind of our moves. Perhaps in a couple of days, they will set an ambush for us." Indeed, the streets of the southern district were equally filled with patrol squads and spiritual energy detection equipment. Even the magic array he specially provided Kuang Song could fail someday. Moreover, with so many limitations, they could only operate within the slums. It was only a matter of time before someone noticed this pattern. If they continued like this, they would inevitably fall into a trap. But as things stood, they were barely 1/10 finished with the mission given by Madame Sela. Stopping now was simply out of the question. Before He Ren could refuse, Chu Jiang proactively suggested, "Master, since they can ambush us, why don't we counter-ambush them? Following our previous actions, it's natural they'd sense our movements. If tomorrow I deliberately leave a few clues, the other side is sure to take the bait." At this point, Kuang Song's expression was utterly obsequious. He Ren, however, remained unmoved. After carefully considering the suggestion and determining there were no issues, he agreed. Even more so, in order to further win over Kuang Song, he specifically revealed the reason for his rapid advancement. Within the Spiritual Energy Union, the technique of spiritual energy coronation had already reached preliminary maturity. All of his own spiritual energy had come from this coronation. Kuang Song and He Ren both had awoken on Earth just half a year ago, and currently were barely touching the threshold of the bronze rank in the heart prevails over matter realm. But after undergoing coronation, He Ren had already achieved the official rank of Silver Priest. This made him on par with the rat shaman who originally invaded Earth, at least enough to serve as a shaman for a minor spiritual energy race. A man whose words are absolute. As for his resemblance to alien species, it stemmed from another secret. The evil god favors aliens more. For the sake of the coronation ceremony, he underwent spiritual energy modification, achieving a gene sequence effect similar to aliens, hence his alien-like appearance. Sure enough, upon learning these secrets, Kuang Song became increasingly loyal to him. Now, as he silently waited on Bent Street, Kuang Song was stationed on Jili Street. No matter which path they chose, they would inevitably fall into a trap. He Ren pulled himself from his reminiscence, growing more satisfied with Kuang Song. Not only was his power commendable, but also his methods and strategies were not inferior. Having such a subordinate certainly saved a lot of trouble. At this very moment, Chu Jiang wore a grave expression. Through the car window, he watched He Ren guardedly. With his current strength, he wasn't a match for him. What should he do? What could possibly be done? Chu Jiang's mind raced frantically. On the side, Mo Ran subtly handed him a syringe. Just moments before, Mo Ran had covertly searched the car and found an unopened first aid kit tucked away in a corner. She cautiously opened it and sifted through its contents. Sure enough, she found a vial of adrenaline. A single dose of adrenaline would be sufficient to temporarily mask Chu Jiang's current weakness. This was the perfect opportunity. Acting quickly together, they could eliminate He Ren outside. Sure enough, when Chu Jiang saw what Mo Ran was handing him, his face lit up with an obvious smile. With this vial of adrenaline, all problems could be solved easily. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang plunged the needle into his arm. A few minutes later, the original weakness dissipated instantly. Simultaneously, Xiao Jinghang had begun organizing the people around, directing a combined assault of firepower towards the shadow figure. Thanks to Xiao Jinghang's assistance, He Ren's attention momentarily shifted from Chu Jiang and Mo Ran. Seizing this chance, Chu Jiang exchanged a glance with Mo Ran, and they both jumped out of the car, logging into the Storm Crimson. 100-meter-tall Crimson mech suddenly appeared, instantly drawing the attention of many. However, Chu Jiang soon realized something was amiss. Damn it, this is the city center, full of high-rise buildings everywhere. Clearly, Mo Ran had also noticed the issue, her expression turning slightly grim as she voiced her concern. Even with the Emperor's auxiliary scanning, through various windows, he could see the terrified expressions of the people inside. There were hundreds of people in each building at the very least. If they were to fight the shadow figure without restraint, all these people would undoubtedly die. Chu Jiang and Mo Ran both thought in unison. And on the shadow figure's side, he also noticed the very conspicuous Storm Crimson, and naturally guessed his concern. A flurry of black light flashed, and the shadow figure who was just tangled up with Xiao Jinghang and his group instantly disappeared, reappearing on the rooftop of a residential building. He shouted at the Storm Crimson, "I'll just stand here still. Why don't you come and hit me?" Shit. Xiao Jinghang also noticed the shameless tactics of the shadow figure. Originally, they were delighted when Chu Jiang took out such a prominent mech. With the mech, fighting the shadow figure would be much easier. But seeing the shadow figure's behavior, they instantly understood Chujiang's concerns. The reminder was too big, instead becoming everyone's worry. Helplessly, Huangsong could only shout loudly at Chujiang. You delay for a while first. I will immediately organize people to notify the residents in the building to evacuate. Chujiang, upon receiving Xiao Jinghang's message, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he begin tiptoeing around to catch the shadow figure. Now, the controlled nuclear fusion electromagnetic cannon couldn't be used, and the spiral blade caused too much damage. Chujiang could only choose the claw form and employ various Longzhou martial arts. The crane claw from the intention shape boxing, Mount Song shadowless hands, blood congealing divine claw, eagle claw seizing hand. However, every time Chujiang launched a sudden attack, the shadow figure seemed to have a third eye, always managing to teleport away just as the attack came. In just a few short minutes, they had exchanged blows for no less than 300 rounds. Chujiang's face turned somber as he fixed his eyes on the shadow figure. Although he couldn't see the other's expression clearly, from its demeanor, it was obviously composed. Shit, could it be that he really wasn't a match for them? Just at this moment, Mo Ran spoke. Chujiang, the Emperor has analyzed the mechanism of the opponent's teleportation. It should be the effect of this magic array. But teleportation is not without limits. The interval between each teleport must not exceed 10 seconds. As long as we can predict one of the opponent's teleport positions in advance, we can directly take him down. Hearing Mo Ran's slightly excited voice, Chujiang felt a bit of joy in his heart. Just now, his exchange of blows with the shadow figure was not useless. He had collected quite a few instinctive movements made by the shadow figure during teleportation. For some unknown reason, every time the shadow figure teleported, it was right at the point where he could move, but was a bit short of distance. It was evidently playing a game of cat and mouse with him. To counter this, all he needed to do was to disguise himself and sell a flaw. Chujiang focused his mind and pretended to strike, lunging forward in a swift leap towards the shadow figure. Sure enough, the shadow figure teleported away again. But this time, Chujiang's double right arms strangely turned left, suddenly grabbing towards a corner. Indeed, this time he did not grab empty air, successfully capturing the shadow figure in his palm. Chapter 87. The Means of the Lurking Base? In the next second, with a forceful slap, a splash of blood instantly blossomed. The black shadow figure's unexpected move left Chujiang no chance to let him escape again. Since he had already been caught, it would surely be a fatal strike. Indeed, this time, the shadow figure was not teleported away. Trickles of blood fell from the crimson mechanical palm of Storm Scarlet. Chujiang looked over and saw the black shadow man's limbs dangling lifelessly, dead as could be. At the sight, Chujiang finally exhaled in relief. With the death of the black shadow man, there was seemingly no more danger within the magic array. However, getting out would probably still take some effort. After leaving Storm Scarlet, Chujiang found Mo Ran and Xiao Jinghang. How's the situation check going? Any way to break through the magic array? Not yet fully analyzed. Xiao Jinghang helplessly shook his head. Clearly, this result was unsatisfactory to Chujiang. His brows furrowed tightly, and he was just about to say something when, suddenly, a pain surged in his mind. His sixth sense started acting up again. Shit, the adrenaline hadn't worn off yet. So why was it happening so quickly? Chujiang's face immediately paled. Mo Ran, standing nearby, noticed his condition and quickly approached with concern. Chujiang, are you alright? We have another adrenaline dose in the vehicle. No, not right. It's not over. Quickly get back to Storm Scarlet's cockpit. A few images flashed in his mind again. Despite his weakness, Chujiang spoke anew. Upon hearing Chujiang's words, Mo Ran paused. Hadn't the Black Shadow Man already been dealt with? Why were they returning to Storm Scarlet? But she soon snapped into action and helped prop Chujiang up, heading back to the cockpit of Storm Scarlet. She believed in Chujiang's decision without hesitation, for whatever reason it may be. Unfortunately, due to Chujiang's weakened state, Mo Ran struggled to drag him along, entering the cockpit at only half their usual speed. Just as they were about to open the cockpit door, a mocking voice rang out from a rooftop in the distance. Gentlemen, my body hasn't even cooled yet, and you're already figuring out how to break the array? Isn't that a little disrespectful towards the dead? Mo Ran instinctively looked, only to see the Black Shadow Man casually sitting on the edge of the wall, completely unprotected. Even a light push from behind would send him plummeting from such a height. To place himself in such a perilous situation showed just how bold the Black Shadow Man truly was. Mo Ran reflexively glanced back at Storm Scarlet's mechanical palm. There lay a gaunt corpse where the Black Shadow Man's body had once been. As for the blood previously dripping down, it had now turned to ash. Could the Black Shadow Man possess some form of body-switching technique? He had clearly witnessed the ghastly state of the Black Shadow Man's death with his own eyes. How could he revive like this now? This was wrong. Mo Ran couldn't help but feel incredulous. And over there, it wasn't just Mo Ran who noticed. Xiao Jinghang also became aware of the Black Shadow Man's smug posture. Their faces simultaneously turned pale. Before, all of them had personally experienced the Black Shadow Man's formidable strength. Now that he had resurrected, didn't that mean everything they did to fight him before was futile? Amidst everyone exchanging glances in silence, Mo Ran successfully opened the cockpit door. Chujiang, you go in first, I'll follow. She pushed Chujiang toward the entrance, trying to send him inside first. But before she finished speaking, an odd, exaggerated voice sounded from behind. Hurry what? Need my help? This time, not just Mo Ran but even Chujiang instinctively turned around. Right there, They saw the Black Shadow Man's face, inches close, his eyes wide, pretending to act cute. But his tone was infuriating beyond words. Impossible. A second ago, wasn't he still on the roof? How? Mo Ran's face showed shock, but she quickly remembered. The Black Shadow Man possessed some kind of teleportation ability. If he appeared suddenly, does that mean he wants to engage in physical combat? Mo Ran glanced at the weak Chu Jiang, preparing to push him behind her for protection. However, when she shoved him, Chu Jiang remained immobile. Looking closely, Chu Jiang's right arm was firmly gripped by the Black Shadow Man. Why hurry? Why not visit me first? I actually welcome him. The Black Shadow Man sneered, sweeping his gaze over Mo Ran while his eyes fixated on the weakened Chu Jiang, filled with amusement. Then, with a flash of black light, Mo Ran felt a sudden emptiness behind her. Rushing to look, she realized Chu Jiang had vanished instantly. Instinctively, Mo Ran gazed towards the rooftop where the Black Shadow Man had been earlier. Sure enough, she spotted him. And beside him stood another person, Chu Jiang. The Black Shadow Man had taken Chu Jiang away. Mo Ran's eyes reddened as she hastily entered Storm Scarlet. This time, however, she chose to control its bodily movements. The cerebral position was managed by Emperor. She was going to rescue Chu Jiang. Storm Scarlet moved again, and the Black Shadow Man naturally noticed the slight commotion. With a somewhat helpless glance, as if seeing through layers of mech armor straight into Mo Ran in the cockpit, he spoke. Why bother? Then, with a light sigh, a very ornate staff appeared in his palm. He began muttering an arcane incantation, and at the same time, the magic array surged with a great deal of spiritual energy fluctuations. The massive spiritual energy caused intense changes instantaneously. Most noticeably, the originally pitch-black sky turned instantly into a kaleidoscope of colors. The air grew sticky and greasy, making breathing gradually feel weaker. This resulted in Mo Ran, who was already struggling to pilot Storm Scarlet's body, slowing down even more. She moved like a child just learning to walk. Seeing this, with no more interruptions, the Black Shadow Man finally let out a breath of relief and focused his attention fully on Chu Jiang. To think this is your first meeting me, but I've heard much about you. The Black Shadow Man scrutinized Chu Jiang up and down with an extremely curious gaze. Despite being tortured by the chaotic spirit energies, Chu Jiang, who couldn't resist in any way, had an exceptionally active mind. Hearing those words, he keenly sensed something amiss. Sure enough, the next second, the Black Shadow Man exploded the truck. Though merely an ordinary human, you topped the Spiritual Energy Alliance's assassination list. I am genuinely curious. What exactly did you do to make them hate you so deeply? Spiritual Energy Alliance. The Black Shadow Man was from the Spiritual Energy Alliance. Chu Jiang subconsciously wanted to fight back, but his overwhelming weakness made even moving a finger difficult. Realizing this, he could only accept reality. Instead, he started furiously contemplating. Did this mean the Spiritual Energy Alliance had also discovered a way to infiltrate the base? After all, Andro Base wasn't like any other. It was among the best super-large bases in this sector of the Andromeda Galaxy battlefield. Every possible method had been employed against Spiritual Energy Alliance infiltration. Even under such conditions, if the Black Shadow Man managed to succeed, didn't this imply the base would never be as safe as before? However, the Black Shadow Man seemed unaware of what Chu Jiang was thinking and continued mumbling to himself. They say that on you there's a treasure even Lord Viz greatly covets. And now, it seems I'll be the lucky one to claim it. But if you don't want to hand it over, it doesn't matter since I don't plan to interrogate you. How could the Black Shadow Man be so accommodating? Just as Chu Jiang was puzzled, he felt the chilling hand of the Black Shadow Man pressed directly onto his forehead. Therefore, out of pure kindness, I will turn you into one of my puppets. Then, you shall share my fate. So, it's not too much to ask for a bit of your memory, is it? Although the Black Shadow Man's tone was gentle, his intention couldn't be clearer. What he called a puppet was probably just a disposable tool like the one used earlier. And as for offering up memories, it was simply brainwashing. Shit, he's truly committed to every evil deed. Chapter 88, Suddenly Dead. Could a divine rank actually protect its master? However, in this brief moment, a cold and sinister aura suddenly arose. Chu Jiang instinctively shivered. No good. Just now, he had been so shocked that the shadow figure belonged to the Psionic Alliance that he forgot to defend himself. With the shadow figure's peculiar abilities, it would likely only take this brief mistake for them to invade his mind. As Chu Jiang was about to respond, the next second brought an unexpected twist. Only this time, it wasn't him who changed, it was the shadow figure. The shadow figure let out a cry of anguish and instantly withdrew the hand that had been pressed against his forehead. Without contact, the icy, suffocating sensation within him disappeared instantly. Chu Jiang let out a breath of relief. After a moment, he realized what was happening and looked somewhat confused at the shadow figure rolling on the ground clutching their head. What's going on? Just a moment ago, they were smugly attempting to turn him into a puppet. What could have caused such a dramatic change? Chu Jiang felt increasingly strange. It was at this point he noticed the originally wildly fluctuating spiritual energy had become quiet at some unknown time. His strength rapidly recovered. Chu Jiang finally managed to support himself and carefully examined the condition of the shadow figure. By then, after a series of painful cries, the shadow figure collapsed motionless on the ground, not moving an inch. Was he dead? Chu Jiang was startled by this string of unexpected events. But recalling the shadow figure's sudden revival earlier, Chu Jiang suspected there might still be more tricks hidden somewhere beyond his knowledge. He cautiously probed, while also ensuring that the person before him was indeed deceased. After a while, seeing no movement from the shadow figure, Chu Jiang began to suspect he really might be dead. But why? Chu Jiang couldn't make sense of it. Just as Chu Jiang was puzzled and found no solution, a wave of intense burning pain coursed through him. Shit, the divine rank. Chu Jiang hastily pulled out the strange object and saw the previously unremarkable divine rank emitting a faint purple glow. Simultaneously, within the magic array, a powerful psionic fluctuation surged forth. If Chu Jiang still hadn't grasped the situation by now, all these years of life would have been wasted. The abrupt change in the shadow figure must have something to do with this half of the divine rank he possessed. Could it be because the shadow figure harbored ill intentions towards him, thus triggering the divine rank's counterattack? Despite all his efforts, Chu Jiang couldn't discern the reason. Since acquiring this half of the divine rank, he gradually figured out its functions bit by bit without any manual. At that moment, sounds of movement echoed from the stairwell not far from the rooftop. Then, Mo Ran and Xiao Jingxing, along with others, rushed over anxiously. Chu Jiang, are you okay? Mo Ran's tone carried urgency, but once she got a clear look at the rooftop situation, her words abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Confusion spread across her face. Hadn't mere minutes passed? How could it feel like several years? Otherwise, why did they see Chu Jiang, originally weak, standing tall and steady right now? And as for the shadow figure, who had earlier seemed full of arrogance, now lay lifelessly on the ground. Upon noticing the newcomers, Chu Jiang spoke with a neutral tone. You've arrived just in time. The shadow figure is likely already thoroughly dead and cannot revive again. Captain Xiao, you'll need to check if he has anything important on him. Just now, I forced information out of him, and it seems he has deep ties with the Psionic Alliance. What this means, I believe you already understand. Initially, when Xiao Jingxing heard another task assigned to him, he obviously wasn't pleased. Why should the leader of the Southern District handle body searches personally? But upon hearing Chu Jiang's last statement, his expression darkened slightly. If this matter involved the Psionic Alliance, it truly couldn't be entrusted to others. Especially the speculation Chu Jiang proposed, it was terrifying. If this shadow figure truly belonged to the Psionic Alliance, that would mean they had also mastered the means to infiltrate the bases. Wouldn't Androlo base then become a sieve anyone can breach? This was a matter of utmost importance concerning the entire human faction. Xiao Jingxing responded with unusual seriousness. I understand. Having said that, he voluntarily moved closer to the shadow figure and quietly started the search. As for the rest, they exchanged glances, clearly wanting to help. But without Chu Jiang's orders, they didn't dare act. Soon, the search concluded. Sure enough, a lot of useful items were uncovered. Chu Jiang glanced briefly at them and instructed Xiao Jingxing to pass them on to Ding Hui later. Right at this time, the psionic fluctuations from the divine rank also gradually subsided. Once again, it returned to its simple, unremarkable appearance. With the final trace of psionic fluctuations dissipating, a crack appeared in the nearby magic array, drawing everyone's attention. Boss, the magic array is broken. Someone beside him opened their mouth with exceptional excitement. Xiao Jingxing was just calculating how to solve this magic array when he realized how much heaven favored them. His tone even carried a bit more relief. Return to the vehicle immediately and follow me out. They had forgotten that the main goal of this operation was still to capture Mad Song, and the shadow figure was merely one of Mad Song's reinforcements. Soon, as they returned to the car and left the magic array behind, the army originally blocked outside sighed in relief. Boss, you have finally come out. Not long ago, another street also saw a giant magic array. We suspect this is a trap deliberately set by Mad Song. Therefore, we split into two groups, first breaking the relatively fragile magic array over there. Mad Song has already been subdued. Boss, punish me. Kute was somewhat excited while reporting to Xiao Jingxing. At the time, he helplessly watched as Xiao Jingxing and his group were suddenly surrounded by the magic array, causing him great panic. But after calming down, he learned that another street had also suffered an incident and quickly figured out what happened. Without hesitation, taking on Xiao Jingxing's role, he issued commands and made various responses. Having reported all this, it was now time for him to take responsibility for overstepping his authority. However, at this moment, Xiao Jingxing glanced at him strangely. You've already established merit. Why should there be punishment? With Mad Song subdued, let's put this matter aside. We will discuss what happens next later. For now, go notify everyone. Patrols must not slack off. I have something else. I need to follow Chu Jiang and others to the main urban area. After hurriedly giving these instructions, Xiao Jingxing brought the shadow figure's corpse and the things gathered from his body to Chu Jiang. His meaning was self-evident. With such a huge upheaval occurring in the Southern District, he had to personally meet Ding Hui and report on this matter. Even though all the additional actions he took afterward proved effective, they couldn't disguise the fact that his mistake caused the continuous failure to capture Mad Song. Especially the unexpected emergence of the shadow figure suspected of being from the Psionic Alliance. Perhaps with Chu Jiang's introduction, some punishment could be avoided. With this thought, there was a touch more flattery in his eyes. Chapter 89. Confirming the identity of the Black Shadow. Wei Zi's visit. A few hours later. Main study room in the main urban area of Andro Base. Ding Hui glared at Xiao Jingxing, repeating, So, you're saying that right under our noses, there is someone hiding who belongs to the Psi Energy Alliance? Xiao Jingxing's face was bitter, while Chu Jiang seriously corrected him. As of now, it's only suspected. We will need a definitive report before we can confirm anything. However, I do have some doubts. This Black Shadow feels exactly the same as Kwang Song. It's like he's from Blue Star. As he continued, Chu Jiang's tone became slightly uncertain. This was the intuitive feeling given by his spiritual insight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxing furrowed his brows and disagreed somewhat. But I personally searched that black shadow, and his physical characteristics are undeniably identical to those of other alien species. Although he didn't elaborate, his words clearly showed he did not agree with Chu Jiang's inference. Ding Hui helplessly glanced at Xiao Jingxing. Even if he himself wasn't sure, Ding Hui knew very well that since Chu Jiang obtained the divine status, his intuition has been 100% accurate. If he says his intuition tells him the black shadow is from Blue Star, then it is almost certainly true. Still, Ding Hui did not plan to explain this point to Xiao Jingxing. Instead, he gave Xiao Jingxing a very serious reminder. Regardless of the specific identity of the black shadow, they are undoubtedly somehow colluding with the Psi Energy Alliance. During this time, you must inform the other major districts to strengthen detection and prevention measures against Psi Energy. Absolutely no more infiltration from members of the Psi Energy Alliance should be allowed. Also, increase security at entry points, especially towards mercenary associations. Understood. Xiao Jingxing had just acknowledged when Ding Hui fell silent, clearly finished with business and intending to return to South District. Just then, a sudden knock on the door reminded them. The base leader, the report is here. At the door stood a female bionic servant from the estate, her task being to deliver the detection report concerning the Black Shadow. Hearing this, Chu Jiang quickly opened the door, took the report from her hands, and skimmed through it rapidly. Subsequently, with a very grave expression, he handed the report over to Xiao Jingxing. Here's the detection report. Take a look yourself. Seeing such a strange expression on Chu Jiang's face, Xiao Jingxing felt an internal jolt. Could it really be, as Chu Jiang said, that the Black Shadow also comes from Blue Star? He has first-hand knowledge of the Black Shadow's strength. If indeed proven that the Black Shadow originates from Blue Star, wouldn't that mean that within just over a month, from first contacting Psi Energy Theory, the Black Shadow achieved silver rank strength? In the Psi races, that is the level capable of serving as a tribal priest. Isn't that equivalent to the Psi Energy Alliance having mastered the technology to mass-produce silver-ranked human Psi Awakeners? And if given more time, what if the Psi Energy Alliance establishes a powerful silver-rank army? Then, how would the human camp deal with it? Xiao Jingxing found it truly hard to believe. But after reading the report carefully, silence was the only option left for him. The Black Shadow really does come from Blue Star. He is a genuine human. There are many signs in his body that match normal human growth indicators. Later, changes seem to have occurred, likely genetic modification or similar methods, that caused his bones to grow again. Specifically parts like feet, hands, thighs, and arms. Normal areas such as the skull and ribs show no significant changes. That means the Psi Energy Alliance has genuinely mastered a method to quickly create silver-ranked human Psi Awakeners. How terrifying. Subconsciously, Xiao Jingxing looked up at Ding Hui. Base leader, how should we respond? The Psi Energy Alliance is truly. Towards the end, Xiao Jingxing couldn't continue. He felt a profound sense of powerlessness. Compared to the Psi Energy Alliance, the human camp is currently far too weak. So weak that even just seeing part of the truth makes one feel powerless, leaving no room for resistance. Clearly, Chu Jiang next to him also noticed Xiao Jingxing's worry and lightly laughed as he explained. Captain Xiao, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Yes, it's true that the Psi Energy Alliance has mastered rapid ways to cultivate human Psi Awakeners, but that doesn't mean they have endless resources to carry out such cultivation. Even with Dark God support, they cannot recklessly train people endlessly. Otherwise, instead of just sending Black Shadow alone to infiltrate the base, they'd have already sent a full-scale invasion. Chu Jiang's words struck deep into the heart, and Xiao Jingxing instantly reacted. Of course, why should he be so pessimistic? If the Psi Energy Alliance were truly as terrible as he imagined, by now, they'd have enslaved all of humanity long ago. Why bother living peacefully as they are now? Thank you. Realizing this, Xiao Jingxing thanked Chu Jiang. Following Ding Hui's instructions, he returned to South District. The research on the Black Shadow's identity has been completed, but the items collected from his person still require further analysis. Thus, Chu Jiang once again found himself with some free time. This day, as he was instructing others in the military camp on how to pilot the Storm Crimson, he suddenly received a report that someone was looking for him. It had been half a year since Chu Jiang arrived at the Andro base, and most of that time was spent either in the military camp or at Ding Hui's estate. He had basically no time to go out, let alone make friends. So who could it be that suddenly came looking for him? For some reason, he thought of the mercenary association that had been unusually quiet recently. Could it be them? With a peculiar feeling in his heart, Chu Jiang followed the messenger outside the camp, where he saw a weathered-looking, seemingly honest individual standing there. Are you Chu Jiang, Mr. Chu? Seeing Chu Jiang, the individual quickly approached, somewhat nervously asking. Although puzzled inside, Chu Jiang showed no signs of it on his face and gave a casual nod. Yes, I am. Who are you, and what business do you have with me? I was commissioned by Wei Zi, the president of the Mercenary Association, to deliver this letter to you. He says he has important matters and would like to invite you to the Mercenary Association. Upon receiving Chu Jiang's confirmation, the honest-looking alien clearly relaxed and promptly pulled out a crumpled envelope from his bag. Then, very solemnly handed it over to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang had just taken it and hadn't even had the chance to ask if there were any other instructions from Wei Zi when the man ran off like lightning. Chu Jiang was a bit startled. Am I really that scary? Puzzled, Chu Jiang took out the envelope and skimmed through its contents quickly. He roughly understood Wei Zi's intention. Under the pretext of the recent unrest in the base, Wei Zi wanted to know if there was anything the Mercenary Association could assist with, although they were mostly keen on gathering intelligence. However, These were turbulent times, and Chu Jiang would not put his safety in anyone else's hands, especially not those of the Mercenary Association. After doing this, Chu Jiang then turned to look at the soldier guarding the gate of the military camp. If there are any more aliens coming to find me, regardless of their reasons, you will directly refuse them. Tell them that if they want to meet me, they can do so at the coffee shop across the street. Understood. Having finished these arrangements, Chu Jiang returned to the military camp once more. Chapter 90. Meeting with Wiz, the plot of the genetic race. Sure enough, early the next morning, Chu Jiang received news again that an exotic being wished to meet with him. Moreover, the visitor had already informed him that Wiz, the president of the Mercenary Association, was waiting at the agreed-upon cafe. The courtesy was complete, and the sincerity abundant. Anyone who heard this would have to admire Wiz. However, Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel somewhat amused and annoyed. He originally thought that after declining their last meeting, Wiz should understand his meaning clearly. Yet here they were again, seeking an audience. It seemed there must be more than just the desire to inquire about the recent unrest in the base. What else could it be? After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Jiang soon put it out of mind. Rather than speculating aimlessly by himself, it would be better to meet in person. Anyway, Wiz was already waiting at the cafe as requested before. No more than 100 meters from the military camp. Any commotion could alert the base simply with a shout. So, regarding his safety, Chu Jiang was at ease. Thus, he kept Wiz waiting for an hour or two before leisurely leaving the military camp and entering the cafe. Upon entering, he noticed what was usually a lively cafe was now eerily quiet. The large front hall was entirely empty except for some staff moving around. Only 2 customers remained. It was Wiz, and beside him, xuanhuan. Chu Jiang's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Wiz to bring xuanhuan along for the meeting. It appeared Wiz had already understood the connection between him and xuanhuan beforehand. But was this information obtained through direct dialogue with xuanhuan or post-facto investigation by Wiz? For now, it didn't matter much. Suppressing the discomfort inside him, Chu Jiang approached Wiz with a smile on his face. Really, my apologies, President Wiz. The recent days have been extremely busy with biological matters within the base, and the headmaster is handling exchanges with other human bases. Thus, I've borne some of the heavier responsibilities, resulting in my tardiness. When Chu Jiang entered earlier in the morning, Wiz had already turned his attention towards him. Hearing Chu Jiang speak now, Wiz smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. No need to apologize. Anyway, things are quite idle recently at the Mercenary Association, so it's like taking a short relaxation period here. Waiting is not an issue. Speaking of which, the coffee here does have quite a distinctive taste. As he spoke, Wiz dramatically lifted his coffee cup in front of him, took a sip, and revealed an expression of satisfaction. However, Chu Jiang looked rather perplexed. He remembered canine-type creatures having an intolerance to coffee. Wouldn't this apply to Wiz, a member of the fox people race? Of course, though he internally doubted it, Chu Jiang maintained composure outwardly. May I ask, President Wiz, what is the important matter you wish to discuss with me this time? Seeing Wiz hesitating without speaking up, Chu Jiang directly cut to the chase. The polite chatter from before wasn't an act. There indeed were many things awaiting his attention back at the military camp, so he had no time to waste on useless chit-chat with Wiz. Wiz seemed to have anticipated Chu Jiang opening the topic, and immediately explained with a smile. It's nothing serious. As mentioned in the letter, recently the base has been unstable, and I am merely concerned. I've heard rumors that it's not just the West District. The South District, East District, even the main district have seen numerous incidents. They seem related to spiritual energy rituals. Whether true or false, I don't know yet. At the end of his words, Wiz's eyes suddenly gleamed with a sharp insight. What truly caught his interest was anything related to the Spirit Energy Alliance. In fact, everything happening within the entire Andro base was already well known to him. From the sudden unrest caused by human Spirit Energy Awakeners to the appearance of suspected infiltrators sent by the Spirit Energy Alliance, all the way down to Spirit Energy Awakeners arriving via the Mercenary Association channels, he was fully aware. Just a few days ago, he had already dispatched people from the Mercenary Association to discreetly gather intelligence on the Blue Star. Indeed, a considerable amount of information was collected, including materials intercepted from Rat-Person spacecrafts. He also gained insights into numerous spiritual energy theories, leading to the rise of several human Spirit Energy Awakeners among the ranks of humans. Consequently, higher-ups made a firm decision to promote mechanical enhancements as a response to spiritual energy intrusions. Even Chu Jiang obtaining half a god core had been noted. With such details, was fully informed. Truthfully, when he first learned of spirit energy awakening happening amongst humans, his initial reaction was disbelief. There was no other reason. It had been the pursuit of genetic races for centuries, to the point where they stole numerous spirit energy technologies from spirit energy races. Yet amid feelings of jealousy, inappropriate thoughts arose concerning that half-god core. Especially according to reports, this very god core might be the steel Chu Jiang had seized during the previous B-level dungeon from the Spirit Energy Alliance. Although, even he didn't know what sort of dog's luck Chu Jiang had stumbled upon to get such a good thing. But this did not stop him from harboring intentions and wanting to take it away. Perhaps, that half-god core could change the centuries-long inability of the genetic race to awaken spiritual energy through the mastery of spirit energy technology. This was the regret of their entire race. Thus, after much scheming on his part, there came this invitation for Chu Jiang to meet. Wiz's expression was as calm and composed as ever, offering Chu Jiang no useful intelligence. Chu Jiang simply furrowed his brows, carefully scrutinizing Wiz. In his heart, He confirmed that this was indeed about the Spirit Energy Alliance. His tone carried an undertone of annoyance as he said, "So what do you mean by this, President? Are you implying disdain for us in the military camp? Since when does our military camp need your mercenary association telling us what to do? Don't forget, Andro base is a human faction base. Your mercenary association is nothing more than a leech feeding off the human faction." Chu Zhang's words were completely unreasonable, amounting to nothing but scolding whizzed to his face. However, he wasn't some brainless fool. The reason for his arrogance was mainly to test the purpose behind Wiz's visit this time. If this meeting was over something insignificant, Wiz would absolutely leave in anger at such provocation. On the contrary, if it were important, it meant Wiz's request was momentous, even to the extent that abandoning the mercenary association would be worthwhile for the benefit of the genetic race. If so, then he must figure out exactly what Wiz was seeking. Otherwise, he would have no peace of mind. While Chu Zhang meticulously weighed these thoughts, he noticed Wiz's expression flicker with a trace of displeasure across from him. Yet, this brief annoyance was quickly suppressed, leaving the same serene demeanor on his face. "Chu Zhang, I don't quite understand what you mean. I believed our relationship was fairly good, but your words are hurtful. At no point am I interfering with the actions of your military zone. I only wanted to express concern out of friendship. That's all." Chapter 91. Chu Zhang's thoughts. Yun Qinghan's letter. Subsequently, a trace of heartache flickered across Viz's face. "Speaking of which, apart from these concerns this time, I have another incredible piece of good news to share with you. The Mercenary Association has discovered an extremely hidden A-grade instance. So far, there hasn't been any other discovery yet. The resources and energy it contains are immeasurable. I thought that if you're free recently, you might as well join our Mercenary Association in conquering it. After all, my beloved disciple, Yun Qinghan, is at least your former classmate and today's close friend." By the end of his speech, Viz even held his chest, resembling a deeply grieving woman whose heart had been broken. As for Viz, he was utterly stunned by these words. For a moment, he didn't know whether he should be shocked that Viz had come merely to invite him to participate in the conquest of an A-grade instance, or that Yun Qinghan had actually become Viz's disciple. Chu Zhang instinctively looked at Yun Qinghan, who remained standing beside Viz without ever getting into a vehicle. His eyes were full of questioning intent. Then he saw Yun Qinghan nodding very coolly, clearly confirming what Viz had said. As for participating in the expedition to conquer the A-grade instance, he didn't dare to think about it. This wasn't just a small-scale skirmish. An A-grade instance, in simpler terms, meant that the instant star system was at least as large as the Milky Way. Given the current state of the human faction, a normal expedition would likely last for several years. Yet judging by Viz's words, it seemed they intended to pull off a one-time big score. Could they really achieve this on their own? It wasn't that he didn't trust the Mercenary Association. It was simply that A-grade instances weren't something just anyone could conquer. However, Chu Zhang didn't outright reject the offer. Instead, he displayed a hint of interest. Now, it had been almost half a year since he arrived at the Andro base, but his strength growth had been somewhat slow, especially during the previous B-grade instance, where his main focus was on strategizing against the Psionic League, resulting in him acquiring an incredibly small amount of actual resources from the expedition. If he were truly able to join the Mercenary Association in this A-grade instance expedition, even if it wouldn't grant him instant power, it would still be enough to double or triple his strength. Why refuse outright? Sure enough, Viz noticed Chu Zhang's hesitant expression and understood that the purpose of this visit had been achieved. Thus, he wisely refrained from discussing other topics and stood up to take his leave. Seeing Viz so considerate, Chu Zhang harbored no doubts. He calmly saw him off before returning to the estate to meet Ding Hui. Collaborating with the Mercenary Association to conquer an A-grade instance didn't concern him much regarding others' opinions, but Ding Hui's advice was crucial. At this point, Ding Hui was busy worrying over the League's invasion of human bases. Suddenly hearing that Chu Zhang wanted to see him, he looked puzzled. So, the moment Chu Zhang entered the study, he curiously asked, "What happened? Why did you come to see me so urgently?" "Not a big deal, but the president of the Mercenary Association, Viz, came to find me yesterday and today to inquire about the base situation. Also, he mentioned that the Mercenary Association had recently found a very hidden A-grade instance, asking whether I'd be interested in collaborating with them to conquer it." "What? You want to go with the Mercenary Association to participate in conquering the A-grade instance? Are you crazy?" Ding Hui stared at Chu Zhang incredulously, unable to understand why he would make such a foolish decision, to the extent that he hardly cared about Viz's sudden visit. After all, with such large-scale movements within the base, Ding Hui had no intention of concealing anything, so he had already expected that Viz might come to gather information. Therefore, he paid more attention to Chu Zhang's plan to conquer the A-grade instance. "Did you agree?" "Not yet, but I want to go," Chu Zhang answered sincerely. But Ding Hui appeared baffled. "Why? It's a bit boring at the base. Besides, I also want to participate in conquering the instance." Mentioning this, Chu Zhang clearly sounded displeased. Sensing his resentment, Ding Hui nervously wiped away non-existent sweat. Indeed, this matter was entirely his fault. Although initially, he had promised Chu Zhang that he would only join the camp training as a special arrangement, normally participating in instance expeditions. Later, however, with the arrival of issues involving the Mercenary Association and the Psionic League, especially Kong Song's flagrant disregard for law within the base, instigating sacrifices on a large scale, he became even more uneasy after learning Chu Zhang's status within the Psionic League. Thus, he specially postponed the instance expedition tasks, assigning them to others. while instead arranging for Chu Jiang to train elite soldiers in driving the Storm Crimson. Along with this, Mo Ran was tasked with designing new innovations for mech suits. Consequently, the present situation arose. Chu Jiang was extremely dissatisfied with the current state of affairs and wanted to run off with someone else. Let's talk about this later. The situation of the A-grade instance is very complicated. Don't think that since the B-grade instance expedition was easy last time, the A-grade one will be no big deal. Given our human faction strength, if we want to conquer an A-grade instance with a single group's power, it would take at least 3 years. By the end of his speech, Ding Hui's expression turned very serious. He was earnestly warning Chu Jiang. With the Mercenary Association's current strength, unless all the mercenary groups from the Andral base were mobilized, there's no way they could conquer an A-grade instance in a short period. However, he greatly underestimated Chu Jiang's determination. Despite all his words, Chu Jiang remained unmoved. I understand everything you've said, and I'm not a fool either. I just have a hunch that I'll encounter some good stuff this time, which is why I want to cooperate with the Mercenary Association. As for your concerns, I can understand them too. If you're really worried, then why not send a few more people with me? Since Viz has so enthusiastically invited me, even deliberately exaggerating the richness of the A-grade instance to attract me, as long as I don't refuse to go, having a few more people along shouldn't be a problem. Chu Jiang made his point clearly and logically. Ding Hui listened in amazement. He feared that if he allowed Chu Jiang to continue talking, he might truly be convinced. He opened his mouth to retort, but at that very moment, Chu Jiang's calm face suddenly turned serious. His spiritual intuition flared up again. Was it another sudden attack from the Psionic League? Chu Jiang instinctively thought. But in the next second, his communication device started flashing with a red light. A message had arrived. Slowly, he tapped the holographic screen and saw that xuanhuan had sent him a private message. Additionally, the information was specially encrypted and couldn't be traced back to its source. Chu Jiang's expression grew solemn. Not long after their last meeting, xuanhuan had already sent him a message. What was going on? Moreover, Chu Jiang remembered the strange atmosphere when he met xuanhuan in the cafe earlier. On the surface, there hadn't been anything particularly unusual, but everything seemed oddly eerie upon reflection. Now thinking about it, his instincts fell off more than ever. Then, Chu Jiang opened the message and was shocked by its contents. Chu Jiang, the Mercenary Association wants to kill you. Chapter 92, The Ambition of the Genetic Race. The impure intentions of the Mercenary Association towards him were something Chu Jiang had already anticipated. Therefore, when xuanhuan suddenly sent a message to warn him, he was not surprised. However, what concerned him more was why xuanhuan would send such a sudden message. After some thought, he quickly replied, "Why do you want to kill me? I want to know the reason. It would be best if we could meet and talk." "Impossible. We can't meet." What Chu Jiang didn't expect was that shortly after sending the message, he immediately received a reply from xuanhuan. Apparently, the other side had been keeping an eye on the situation, waiting for his message. What confused him even more was why xuanhuan refused so decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Another message followed. "The Mercenary Association is full of wiz's informants, and I have been under surveillance all along. I'm taking advantage of a break to send you this message. If you really want to see me, in 3 days, I will go into an E-level instance dungeon. At that time, I will send you the galactic coordinates, and you can meet me there. Remember, under no circumstances should anyone know about your actions. Andrello base is now completely under Wiz's watchful eye." A series of messages bombarded Chu Jiang, making his face change drastically. Especially the last sentence left Chu Jiang extremely tense. Andrello base was one of the important defenses of the human faction in the Andromeda Galaxy, and it could not allow any accidents to happen. Suddenly discovering a suspected latent member of the Psionic Alliance was one thing, but how did the Mercenary Association also show ominous signs? By the time he wanted to ask xuanhuan what those words meant, she had already logged off at lightning speed. His messages were like stones sinking into the sea, with no response. Only then did he look at Ding Hui, who was sitting across from him with a worried expression. "xuanhuan suddenly sent me a message warning me that the Mercenary Association plans to kill me. It should be within that A-level instance dungeon. Moreover, she claims to be under surveillance. Not just her, but the entire Andrello base is under Wiz's control." Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Ding Hui's face also turned pale. When it came to matters of the base, one could not afford to be careless. He stared very seriously at Chu Jiang. "Since our last cooperation with the Mercenary Association, after you mentioned it once upon returning, the base had already conducted a thorough check. During that period, nothing out of the ordinary was found. So why would xuanhuan say such things?" Ding Hui's tone was somewhat urgent, as this was a matter concerning the entire human faction, and he needed to get to the bottom of it as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, Chu Jiang helplessly shook his head. "This question I cannot answer for you. She has already logged off, and messages cannot be sent." According to her statement, it seems she happened to be idle, and then was forced back under supervision. Though Chu Jiang felt helpless, his expression was very irate. The Mercenary Association's influence over the Andrello base was not something that could have been achieved overnight, proving that the genetic race was far from as benevolent as it appeared on the surface. Underneath it all, they must be hiding some sinister ambitions. Even though Ding Hui was anxious, he too realized this, and his expression became quite unpleasant. Could it be that the group that always advocates peaceful coexistence with aliens is the problem? Or are they traitors to humanity? Ding Hui muttered to himself. From its establishment until now, Andrello base already has a history of several hundred years. It wasn't since the beginning that the human faction coexisted harmoniously with the genetic race as it does today. Initially, every kind, regardless of species, was an enemy of the human faction. It was only later that the human faction gradually distinguished between the psionic and genetic races. They understood that although the genetic race looks different from humans, there are many benevolent individuals, thus gradually establishing a cooperative relationship. This was achieved largely thanks to certain individuals tirelessly mediating within the human faction, leading to the current harmonious coexistence. Perhaps, the Mercenary Association had been infiltrating the human faction from the very start. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang's expression also darkened. In the message, xuanhuan mentioned that in 3 days, she will go into an E-level instance dungeon where I can meet her. Perhaps, I can uncover the truth. Seeing Chu Jiang speak up suddenly, especially knowing that he planned to take a risky adventure alone, Ding Hui slightly disapproved. However, before he could voice his disagreement, Chu Jiang cut him off. Big brother Ding. Right now, the enemy is in the shadows while we are in the open. We don't even know the specifics of their strength. If a conflict arises and turns into battle, how much disadvantage would we be at? Information's wars rely on surprise attacks. This time, no matter what, I must go. Perhaps due to Chu Jiang's resolute tone, Ding Hui remained silent for a long while, staring intently at Chu Jiang without speaking. After a long moment, he nodded silently. Be careful above all else. 3 days later, inside a certain E-level instance dungeon, Chu Jiang cautiously made his way through the passageway and entered the Baihui cavity. Ring. Detected host at E465 Mother Nest check-in location. Would you like to check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SP-51 Type Saint Fighter blueprint. Chu Jiang had just completed the check-in absent-mindedly, even before he could fully comprehend the reward, when a dark shadow swiftly approached him. In a blink of an eye, it grabbed him and pulled him into a pitch-black area. Behind them, voices of other adventurers from the dungeon could still be heard faintly. Hush! A gentle breeze brushed past his ear, and Chu Jiang quickly realized it was xuanhuan who had dragged him there. His hand, originally reaching for his weapon, slowly retracted. Once the others left, she finally released Chu Jiang's hand. Now having the chance, Chu Jiang spoke up with a hint of irritation. If we were meeting, why drag me here suddenly? Someone might think we're up to no good. But xuanhuan completely disregarded the annoyance in Chu Jiang's tone. Instead, she lay back lazily as if unburdened, looking extremely relieved and content. Seeing that she remained silent, Chu Jiang urged her. Aren't we supposed to discuss important matters? Hurry up, you heartless brute. I take such great risks to warn you, yet you don't even give me a moment to relax. Truly as unpleasant as ever. xuanhuan shot a glare at Chu Jiang with some irritation, but also revealed a nostalgic expression on her face. Noticing these changes within herself, however, she soon appeared somewhat lost. Upon seeing this, Chu Jiang stopped pressing further, deciding to wait until she had regained her composure to proceed to the real issue. I only summoned you here because I have no choice. The current Andrello base is filled with Wiz's spies. The moment I make contact with you, I would be dead within an hour. I value my life too much, so this is the only place where we can meet. So serious? After I returned from the Mercenary Association the first time, I already asked Brother Ding to conduct a thorough internal investigation of the base. Why are there still leaks? Investigation? Hearing Chu Jiang's words, xuanhuan replied with disdainful sarcasm. As for the Brother Ding Chu Jiang mentioned, she certainly knew who he was. The military camp in the entire Andrello base has been most thoroughly infiltrated. Perhaps you're unaware, but the internal parameters of the Storm Crimson system were delivered into Wiz's hands long ago. They've been studying ways to counteract it for more than a month now. Now, do you still believe that an internal investigation of the base serves any purpose? Chapter 93. The urgency of the genetic race, inside and outside collaboration? Why? Chu Jiang was somewhat confused. At first, xuanhuan didn't understand what he meant, but after a moment, she scoffed with a mocking laugh. There are always some people who can't accept the idea of cold steel being added to their bodies, yet they want to live longer. Out of desperation, they have no choice but to turn to the Mercenary Association. In addition to that, there's nothing more than inducements of interest and holding others' weaknesses over them. With this combination of tactics, many high-ranking officers in the military camp have already been forced to become Wiz's informants. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang's pupils shrank. He then realized that the chip implantation recently decided for comprehensive implementation on Blue Star might further provoke the diehard faction to join the Mercenary Association. No wonder. Otherwise, how could Ding Hui at the Andro base fall into his current predicament, like an isolated island, issuing orders only to be superficially obeyed while secretly disobeyed? Seeing the expression of sudden realization on Chu Jiang's face, xuanhuan knew he understood the implication of her words, so she didn't dwell further on the topic. Anyway, all you need to remember is that the Mercenary Association found out long ago about the emergence of psychic awakened individuals on Blue Star. They sent numerous personnel to infiltrate Blue Star and collect information. The reason why Wiz is interested in you is because they know you possess half a divine rank. As I speculate, he likely wants to use this half-divine rank within you to solve the millennia-old troubles of the genetic race. Troubles. Chu Jiang, originally deep in thought, planning to remind Ding Hui to recheck the management team after returning, suddenly heard xuanhuan's words and froze in surprise. He had anticipated that the news about him having half a divine rank would leak eventually. After all, even the entire Andro base was under Wiz's surveillance, so hiding such information was almost impossible. What he was more concerned about was the great problem troubling the genetic race hinted at in xuanhuan's earlier statement. Do you know that the awakening of psychic energy requires mastery of the psychic energy theory technology? Of course, the human camp learned this information thanks to the data retrieved from the Ratman spacecraft. As one of the main participants, how could he not know? Xuanhuan smiled mysteriously. Our human camp hasn't had much contact with the psychic energy race over the millennia. Yet we managed to obtain part of the psychic energy theory, and have seen psychic energy awakeners emerge. But why has the genetic race, despite infiltrating so many spies within the psychic energy race, never produced any psychic energy awakeners? Is it because they've never obtained even a fragment of psychic energy theory? Clearly not. Indeed, Xujiang, who had been somewhat distracted, became increasingly solemn upon hearing Xuanhuan's words. Previously, during interactions with the Mercenary Association, he had momentarily overlooked this issue. He was more focused on how the genetic race devised ways to steal psychic energy theory from the human camp. He never considered whether they might already have had some alternative form of psychic energy theory. If they had, and still hadn't seen a single psychic energy awakener, wouldn't that contradict the information currently known? Xujiang subconsciously glanced at Xuanhuan. Seeing her smiling contentedly, he hurriedly pursued the matter. What exactly is going on? The reason the genetic race is stuck on only following the path of physical modifications boils down to the effect of the Dark God's domination. They have been utterly cut off from psychic abilities by the Dark God. So regardless of how much psychic energy theory the genetic race collects, they will never produce a psychic energy awakener. And to change this situation, they must take action directly against the Dark God. But now, they've fallen out of favor with the Dark God and have no leads whatsoever. In such a situation, upon learning that the human camp possesses half a divine rank, don't you think they'd lose their minds? Xuanhuan asked in return. Xujiang remained silent. The reason psychic energy races are topmost resisted by the human camp is fundamentally because in today's universe, all psychic ability sequences have been monopolized by the Dark God at the source. To step into the psychic ability sequence, one can only offer sacrifices and venerate the Dark God by any means necessary. Prolonged exposure twists and alters one's thoughts, turning them into raving lunatics. Then, the entire universe will face enormous disasters. The insectoid universe serves as a cautionary tale. Perhaps initially, the human camp didn't know about this detail, but with their highly forward-looking vision, they started taking preventive measures early on. This led to the current state of affairs. The genetic race evidently intended to recreate through Xujiang's half-divine rank a god of the genetic race. At that point, another viable path would open, breaking the monopoly of psychic ability sequences by the psychic race. For Xujiang, they had no choice but to eliminate him. As expected, understanding the cause and effect, Xujiang gained a deeper comprehension. Beside him, Xuanhuan, seeing that he knew the truth, earnestly explained. Now do you see why I took such huge risks to warn you to be extremely cautious? That half-divine rank absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the genetic race. Otherwise, it will be a great disaster for the human camp. You must not go to the class Afubun under any circumstances. No. To Xuanhuan's surprise, despite her heartfelt explanation, Xujiang still refused. I'm still going back to the class Afubun. Moreover, thank you for answering all my questions. Why? Seeing Xujiang's very determined look, Xuanhuan was puzzled. Didn't I make it clear enough? Whether from the perspective of justice or selfishness, you should not agree to Wiz's request to enter this class Afubun. Why do you refuse? Seeing Xuanhuan's somewhat exasperated face, Xujiang suddenly felt like teasing her. The resources in the class Afubun are abundant, and these are resources exclusively belonging to the Mercenary Association. Even if it is just for a single coordinate, I will go. What do you think about this reason? Idiot. If you really want coordinates, can I just give them to you? Do you have to risk your life? Xuanhuan was frustrated at his stubbornness, speaking even louder. Xujiang paid no heed to her tone. Well, I was just joking with you. I truly intend to participate in this class Afubun. However, you have explained the advantages and disadvantages so clearly. Why should I refuse helplessly? Do you think they won't target me just because this attempt fails? As long as this half-divine rank remains in my possession, they won't stop. So, I might as well give them a chance. Moreover, with you as an inside collaborator now, why shouldn't I seize this opportunity? Take them by surprise from two angles. Xujiang spoke very sincerely, leaving Xuanhuan silent after hearing him out. Indeed, she had only thought about Xujiang's safety and hadn't fully considered the urgency of the genetic race. If this attempt fails, there will always be another time, and then another. Besides, the genetic race has decided to lure Xujiang out before making a move, taking into consideration the attitude of the human camp. For now, they do not intend to openly break ties with the human camp. However, prolonged rejection from Xujiang may force the genetic race to directly act against the Andro base. Currently, the Andro base is essentially ruled by Wiz's word alone. Once they start acting, Xujiang will surely fall prey to Wiz's schemes. Then, that would be real passivity. On the contrary, it might be better as Xujiang suggested. While the Mercenary Association operates openly, the hidden collaboration between us could lead to unexpected victories. Chapter 94. Is the Psionic Union planning to start a war? After a long silence, Xuanhuan finally spoke hoarsely. What do you plan to do? Of course we should wait and respond calmly, remaining steady in the face of change. Specifically speaking, it's time for everyone to return where they belong. Then deal with the situation when the A-level dungeon appears. Xujiang's tone was very casual. Xuanhuan was momentarily at a loss. She glared at him with a tinge of anger, wanting to scold him, but found nothing appropriate to say. In the end, her myriad emotions coalesced into a cold huff, after which she gave him a harsh look and stormed off. Chu Jiang didn't seem to care much. With xuanhuan overseeing matters at the mercenary guild, there would be no major mishaps. He then thought back to the matter of the shadow figure from before. So far, the base had only temporarily confirmed that the shadow figure was a new human from Blue Star. Beyond that, his mysterious features hadn't been decoded yet, so Chu Jiang wondered if there were any results yet. With this on his mind, Chu Jiang didn't stay long in the dungeon and decided to return directly to the mansion. As for replying to Vi's, he wasn't particularly anxious about it. The moment he returned to the mansion, Chu Jiang went straight to Ding Hui's study room. Upon seeing him enter, Ding Hui, who was just preparing to go out, was momentarily surprised, but quickly settled back down. I was wondering who was visiting. It's good that you've come, since I was just about to look for you anyway, sparing me the trouble of moving around. Ding Hui, while saying this, handed over the already prepared documents to Chu Jiang. Take a look. This is... Chu Jiang accepted them, looking puzzled. Taking advantage of the pause while Chu Jiang was carefully examining the files, Ding Hui explained seriously. The items found on the shadow figure have all been mostly analyzed. The report you're holding now is a detailed analysis. At this point, Ding Hui sighed deeply. Before this, he had reviewed the contents of the file himself. Therefore, he fully understood what the intelligence inside meant for humanity's current position. Noticing his attitude, Chu Jiang felt an internal jolt. He sped up his reading pace, finishing within minutes. Then, unable to believe it, he looked at Ding Hui for confirmation. The Psionic Union will soon launch an attack against our human faction. The information has been verified. As expected, it's a matter that will happen within the next few years. Ding Hui's tone carried a trace of weariness. In fact, the timeline he mentioned was clearly a conservative estimate. Given the urgency with which the Gene race pursued divinity, with the Psionic Union already possessing half of the divine essence, how could they not understand its greatness? If so, knowing that the other half was in the hands of the human faction, or rather, Chu Jiang, what possible reason could they have for not coming to retrieve it? Once the two halves are merged, a sixth deity would emerge in the native universe outside the 5 great evil gods. It heralds unknown changes and signifies a whole new future, an unprecedented miracle under all existing constraints. They have no justification to delay further, as doing so would only invite more uncertainties. Evidently, Chu Jiang also understood these reasons. His expression turned serious. There was even more uncovered from the shadow figure. Mostly, they were special materials for magic arrays and spirit weapons. All of them required psionic activation, making them samples that needed to be stored and studied for humanity's benefit. Furthermore, the collected intelligence mainly regarded the Psionic Union's attitude toward the human faction, or perhaps Chu Jiang personally. Brother Ding, is this limited to the Andromeda Galaxy, or? Chu Jiang suddenly asked with a hint of hope. However, Ding Hui looked bitter. Do you think that once the Psionic Union makes this decision, they will solely focus on one battlefront, the Andromeda battlefield? Even though Ding Hui didn't state it outright, his attitude made everything clear. Indeed, the Psionic Union has already decided to launch a full-scale offensive against the human faction, so they certainly won't be limiting their efforts to just one outer battlefield. What about on Blue Star? We're still waiting for the outcome of the Humanity Council, but basically, there are a few scenarios. Raiding dungeon resources quickly to reduce the risk of Psionic Union invasion is key. Also, the defense system against psionics must be strengthened. Further research. Currently, our means to counter the Psionic Union remain quite inadequate. With every sentence from Ding Hui, Chu Jiang grew more disheartened. After all, humanity's camp lags behind by such a wide margin in psionic technology. Given the current technological means of humanity, dealing with silver-tier strength is slightly challenging already. However, against mass-manufactured silver-tier fighters, there is absolutely no chance of victory. Therefore, greater investment in psionic technology, even merely for defensive purposes, is essential. Otherwise, without any response mechanism, isn't that equivalent to being completely exposed and vulnerable? However, as for the R&D aspect, Chu Jiang didn't have much to contribute. Though he was familiar with this domain, devising a response component was far from possible. Just when Chu Jiang was racking his brain and couldn't find a solution, he suddenly remembered a blueprint he had signed in one of the previous instances. He quickly rechecked it. Name, SP-51 Type Saint Fighter. Category Advanced Mechanical Warrior. Introduction. One model of Athena's army series of Saint Fighters, powered by controlled nuclear fusion, equipped with mid-level intelligence, capable of communicating and fighting alongside humans through programming, giving a realistic sensory experience indistinguishable from normal people. Equipped with cutting-edge weapons of the native universe, it even has some immunity to psychic attacks. It is an excellent division of Athena's army. Required materials: 10 units of titanium alloy, 15 units of carbon cesium alloy, 5 units of energy crystal. Manufacturing time, 24 hours. Ding. Under the influence of 10,000 times faster manufacturing halo, the production time for SP-51 Type Saint Fighter shortens to just 9 seconds. Chu Jiang's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, this blueprint was part of the same series as that Athena-related one he had discovered before. He remembered how, upon first obtaining the Athena blueprint, he felt regret that it was merely for an Athena commander. Its full potential could not be fully unleashed. And now, after so little time had passed, he'd been rewarded with the Saint Fighter's blueprint, forming a perfect set. More importantly, according to the system's description, these Saint fighters actually possessed partial immunity to psionic attacks. It was like having a pillow appear just when you were feeling sleepy. Now that the psionic union posed such a great threat, the inclusion of these Saint fighters would at least give humanity's faction a chance to catch their breath. Although, the system only described them as possessing partial immunity. That was still effective enough. Xuanhuan immediately took out the blueprints. Brother Ding, these are diagrams I collected in the dungeon. Based on the description, they possess partial immunity to psychic attacks. If other human factions mass-produce these mechanical warriors, even if the psionic union launches a full-scale assault, we won't be overly disadvantaged. Moreover, there are accompanying Athena Commander Series blueprints. Combining them will definitely buy us more time for our human faction. As he spoke, Xuanhuan handed over the blueprints to Ding Hui. He'd already made up his mind. Despite having the ship talent to accelerate production 10,000 times, which makes creating a Saint fighter take only 9 seconds, seemingly very fast. This speed wouldn't suffice to support the entirety of humanity across the native universe. Even producing millions within about 3 years wouldn't last half a year under full assault. So, the most convenient method was to submit the blueprints and mobilize all extraterrestrial battlefields, allowing each base to build their own troops. For any shortage in materials, they could collect from dungeons themselves. This would ensure all bases had ample power to resist the invasion of the psionic union. This was the most effective way, no doubt. Upon hearing Xuanhuan's words, Ding Hui, who was previously filled with bitter frustration, brightened up instantly. Chapter 95, Arrival at the A-Class Instance. Ding Hui hastily took the blueprint from Xuanhuan's hands and began examining it closely. Especially when he saw the detailed functions marked on the blueprint, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. But soon, he seemed to realize something. His expression hesitated as he looked back at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, this blueprint belongs to you. Do you really intend to hand it over just like that? If you were to authorize a factory to manufacture it yourself, and have other interdimensional battlefields purchased from you, this would amount to an astronomical fortune. By the end of his words, Ding Hui's tone carried a hint of excitement. Though doing so might carry an accusation of profiteering during wartime, for Xuanhuan, it could rapidly accumulate massive resources. In this way, even if the Psionic Energy Alliance sent others to assassinate Xuanhuan, he would be able to ensure ample safety precautions. Xuanhuan couldn't possibly fail to see these benefits. Yet, he still made such a request, prompting Ding Hui's inquiry. Upon seeing how Ding Hui was looking at him, Xuanhuan understood immediately and smiled faintly. I've already thought it through. I'll go ahead and submit it. Even though, as you said, I indeed could acquire rich resources to strengthen myself. For some more difficult battlefields, it does have the suspicion of taking advantage during tough times. The most urgent priority now is maximizing each human camp's base potential. Personal gains and losses mean nothing. Xuanhuan spoke very calmly. Yet, Ding Hui listened on, his admiration for Xuanhuan evident in his gaze, even tinged with respect. Were their situations reversed, and if he were in Xuanhuan's position, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to let go and make such a decision. Nevertheless, since Xuanhuan had this wish, he didn't want to hold him back. Alright, I will report according to your wishes to the Sun Federation and then distribute it uniformly to all interdimensional battlefields. Of course, I will also strive to secure sufficient benefits for you. In that case, thank you, Brother Ding. Seeing Ding Hui going to such lengths, Xuanhuan couldn't refuse. He smiled modestly and agreed. A few days later, somewhere within the Andromeda Galaxy supercluster, inside the control room of the warship, Zhonglong's slightly complaining voice came from the communicator. Captain Chu, we've been following this mercenary group out here for almost half a month now. Why haven't we seen any signs of the A-Class instance yet? Could they be deceiving us? Zhonglong's tone was filled with grievances, and he couldn't help but bitterly complain. In reality, from the third day after departure, Zhonglong had already begun continuously complaining to Xuanhuan. At first, it was just occasional complaints, but recently, they became increasingly frequent. Even Mo Ran and Shi Kai started feeling nervous, occasionally asking about the situation. Indeed, for this raid on the A-Class instance, Xuanhuan had only brought Mo Ran, Zhonglong, and Shi Kai. From the Mercenaries Guild, 3 teams of 100 mercenaries each were dispatched. Notably, Weath himself seemed not to have come along. However, during this time, he did meet a few acquaintances from before, such as Wuxia. As for the exact location of the A-Class instance, the mercenary group remained tight-lipped, only telling them to stay close to the team. If it weren't for the informant Yunxinghan ensuring that the A-Class instance definitely existed, and given the mercenaries' plan to take action once inside the instance system, he wouldn't follow blindly like a fool. He was just about to speak up to Council Zhonglong and intended to re-ask the mercenaries about their progress when unexpectedly, they contacted him first. Xuanhuan, our current position is less than 10 billion kilometers away from the A-Class instance, and we're expected to arrive today. Please adjust your state, along with your teammates, in preparation for the exploration of the instance. Through the communication channel dedicated to contact with the mercenary group, Yunxinghan's indifferent voice rang out. Xuanhuan momentarily paused, then quickly responded affirmatively. Once he received the message, Yunxinghan at the other end decisively stopped speaking. Yes, the intermediary between the mercenary group and Xuanhuan was none other than Yunxinghan. Perhaps it was the mercenary guild testing Yunxinghan's loyalty, offering an enticement to show their sincerity to Xuanhuan, calming him down so no unforeseen incidents happened mid-journey. Anyway, the matter was decided thus. And on Yunxinghan's side, naturally, there were undoubtedly other alien species monitoring her. However, So far, no significant troubles had occurred. Chu Jiang hurriedly relayed this news to Zhang Long and Shi Kai. Hearing they were about to enter the instance, the two greatly breathed a sigh of relief while simultaneously rubbing their fists, eager for battle. After all, this was an A-class instance. Since joining the Andra base, they must have participated in dozens of instances, if not hundreds. The highest level being that B-class instance they raided when obstructing the plans of the Psionic Energy Alliance. And that was the only one. Now, right before their eyes was an A-class instance. How could they not be excited? Even though they clearly knew that this A-class instance would probably not be as peaceful as usual, at least they had entered it. There would be plenty of bragging rights after returning. Captain Chu, you just rest assured. No matter what, Shi Kai and I will absolutely prioritize protecting you and Deputy Captain Mo. Yes, to ensure that there were no mistakes during the instance expedition. So, before setting off, after Chu Jiang and Ding Hui carefully considered, they still decided to reveal the truth to the two of them clearly. From Chu Jiang's current importance to the human faction, to the ambitions of the genetic races behind the Mercenaries Guild, everything was analyzed clearly. It took the two a long time to accept reality and take on the commission from Ding Hui, to ensure Chu Jiang's safety within the instance. For this reason, Ding Hui even gave the two some secret weapons. Naturally, Chu Jiang and Mo Ran also had them, just not the same ones. I don't need your protection. As long as you don't drag me down, I'll be fine. Upon hearing Zhang Long's slightly annoying voice, Chu Jiang couldn't help but curse laughingly in response. What he said sounded like cursing this mission to fail for sure, as if he and Mo Ran were bound to encounter something bad. Isn't that ominous? Soon, half a day later, a vast star system shrouded by a silver film appeared on the reconnaissance probe's footage. The expansive scale was even broader than the Milky Way by about half. In the midst of it all, there was a particularly glaringly bright star shining, with countless smaller stars orbiting around it. That was the core of the entire star system. Coincidentally, as they just approached, the overlapping space of the instance began to collapse and dissipate. There was no need to wait further. They directly entered it. Here, Chu Jiang was once again contacted by the mercenary group. Qing K's captain wants to know if you plan to cooperate with our main mercenary army to head straight to those C-class mother nests or act independently. Yun Qinghan's tone remained aloof. By Qing K, she referred to the name of one of the three mercenary groups. The other two were called He Hu, Black Tiger, and Tai Lu, Iron Deer. And Yun Qinghan herself was precisely a member of the Qing K mercenary group. Chapter 96, absolutely cannot disappoint. Let's act alone. After all, I'm not close enough to your mercenary group to trust each other's backs. When Chu Jiang said these words, he didn't give Yun Qinghan much face at all. In fact, this was the scene those people in the mercenary group wanted to see. After all, only in this way could it prove that there was no longer the previous friendship between Yun Qinghan and Chu Jiang back at Blue Star Academy. Although Yun Qinghan voluntarily joined the mercenary group and passed through the various reviews of their mercenary association with no issues, encountering her old friend again at the Andro base might cause her to have other thoughts. This was the point that the entire mercenary association worried about the most, including the previous wits who thought the same. So, wits went to the trouble of taking Yun Qinghan as an apprentice and keeping her close by, watching her every move and testing her multiple times. Since that's the case, good luck to you. Yun Qinghan didn't say more, cutting off communication directly. She then turned around and spoke to the people originally behind her. He said he won't act with us. That's good, that's good. Upon getting Yun Qinghan's definitive answer, several hybrid species let out a sigh of relief. Among them were Chu Jiang's oldest acquaintance Hu Qiu, and the leader of the Qing K group mentioned earlier, Filier. Filier belonged to the elephant people race. However, he had integrated more special genes from other races, so his features of the elephant people weren't prominent. On the contrary, he was more like an ordinary human, except for a mouthful of teeth white as jade. Thanks to you, Qinghan. Filier smiled and nodded at Yun Qinghan. Otherwise, if they followed behind us, we'd have to figure out how to get rid of them before continuing our next action. At this, a look of relief flashed across everyone's faces around them. As for Yun Qinghan, her expression didn't change at all. She remained very calm while waiting for their next instructions. Regarding Yun Qinghan's attitude, Filier seemed to have gotten used to it long ago, without any changes in his own expression. Turning towards the others. The next step is to carefully select an appropriate mother nest for them, as their tomb. That's right, before coming here, the three mercenary groups had already agreed on how to deal with Chu Jiang within the instance dungeon. If they acted directly, they might alert Chu Jiang. After all, up to this point, they still did not understand what method Chu Jiang used previously. He somehow escaped from the B-level instance star system, even though it was sealed by the magic array of the Mana Union at that time. To prevent Chu Jiang from escaping using the same method again, they decided on a roundabout plan, setting an ambush in a sufficiently dangerous mother nest, luring Chu Jiang into risking himself willingly. Then, once Chu Jiang exhausted all his means, it would be their time to sit back and enjoy the benefits. Moreover, in this way, all the scars left on Chu Jiang's body would appear to be inflicted by the insect race. Even if the human faction found Chu Jiang's remains and decided to take revenge for him in the end, their focus would inevitably shift to the insect race from another universe. Even if they harbored suspicions against the Mercenary Association, without solid evidence, the human faction wouldn't dare risk a direct confrontation. Knowing full well that the awakening of the evil god was imminent, should the human faction and gene races lack unity, then only the Mana Union would gain any advantage. Thus, for the greater good, the human faction cannot act rashly against them. For the sake of righteousness, This is the reason all factions under the human banner must bear, and no matter how many times they use it, its effectiveness always surpasses expectations. After successfully entering the A-level instant star system, Chu Jiang discussed things thoroughly with Mo Ran. They decided to prioritize starting from a D-level mother nest. Although, their main purpose for coming to the A-level instance was to serve as bait, luring the mercenary group to make their move. Engaging in the instance dungeons was also indispensable. Their last journey through the B-level instance resulted in continuously holding back, yielding a meager amount of resources gained. Since they've come to the A-level instance this time, returning empty-handed again would truly be unacceptable by heaven and earth. But given their current strength, recklessly heading to a C-level or even B-level mother nest would be akin to smashing an egg against a stone, overestimating themselves. Therefore, the D-level instance dungeon was their optimal choice for now. After determining the goal, the few individuals reviewed all the status reports regarding the D-grade level mother nests within the instant star system. Ultimately, Chu Jiang made the final decision. Near a B-grade mother nest, there were a few surrounding D-grade mother nests. One among them became their target. At the same time, the mercenary group had also confirmed their respective objectives for raiding the mother nests. Chu Jiang briefly observed and noted that they had all chosen B-grade mother nests. However, no matter how many there were, his reconnaissance drone couldn't see them. What could he do? The distance was simply too far. Next, it would be up to xuanhuan. Chu Jiang thought secretly. Then, he immediately called for Mo Ran and the other two to land. It was time to officially start the mother nest campaign. Just upon entering the entrance, Chu Jiang's mechanical eye picked up a thermal image alert. Instinctively, Chu Jiang blocked the three beside him, hiding behind a cover. Then he carefully waited for the Emperor's analysis and detection. A while later, the results came. There is only one kind of insect race warrior in this mother nest, the mantis type. However, there are many branches within this category. Mostly close combat types. Their double-bladed arms are pretty strong, so be extremely careful. Chu Jiang cautiously reminded the three. Upon hearing Chu Jiang's words, Zhang Long let out a sigh of relief. He had thought it would be something major. Turns out, it was just a group of mantis-type insect warriors. He'd encountered many kinds of these before. He knew this thing inside and out. Without hesitation, he patted Chu Jiang's shoulder and said boastfully, "Captain Chu, you can rest assured. I've dealt with numerous types of mantis insect warriors before. I know this thing like the back of my hand. How about letting me take charge of this instance dungeon campaign?" This wasn't because Chu Jiang looked down on Zhang Long. The fact was, Zhang Long didn't look at all trustworthy in terms of making people feel secure. After thinking for a moment, Chu Jiang hesitated and then nodded. "Fine, let you take command. In the worst case, we still have the Emperor for detection. Just don't act blindly arrogant, and everything should be fine." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long's face lit up with joy. Overwhelmed with excitement, he promptly gave a military salute. Understood. Come to think of it, it was only during that initial period when Chu Jiang first got involved in dungeon campaigns, lacking much knowledge, that he left command to Zhang Long. After Chu Jiang became familiar with the campaign strategies, he no longer entrusted such matters to others. Even when Chu Jiang was absent, Deputy Captain Mo Ran took over the role of commander. Thus, today marked the long-awaited return of Zhang Long as commander since joining the school team. He was determined to spare no effort and absolutely not allow Chu Jiang to feel even a shred of disappointment. He, Zhang Long, meant every word he said. Chapter 97. The mercenary group begins its action. After passing through a dark and narrow corridor, the area ahead gradually widened. Before they could walk much further, faint noises were heard from within. Zhang Long quickly stopped them and began to listen carefully. The footsteps were heavy and powerful, with a regular interval. It was clearly a mantis warrior armed with dual heavy blades. This kind of mantis warrior wielded twin blades that were extremely hard, comparable to carbon alloy hardness. There could be no direct confrontation. However, their weaknesses were also very obvious. Their movements were slow. As long as they didn't get close, they were essentially punching bags waiting to be hit. Zhang Long immediately informed Chu Jiang of his suspicions. Seeing how sure Zhang Long was, Chu Jiang didn't hesitate any longer and ordered everyone to retrieve the weapons support issued by Ding Hui, the P-442 heat-resistant plasma submachine gun. Compared to the original version of the standard plasma submachine gun, the P-442 improved magazine heat resistance while combining two modes, plasma and energy crystal ammunition. It was especially suitable for indoor cleaning operations like this one against the Queen's Lair. With two guns in hand, Zhang Long felt fully satisfied and charged forward first, directly firing at the noise appearing at the end of the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. SSS. In the distance, a series of collision sounds akin to plasma beams hitting alloy walls resounded. A piercing scream then followed, wailing in anger. The mantis warriors rushed out crazily. However, faced with Zhang Long's overwhelming firepower, they couldn't take even half a step forward. Even worse, they were being pushed back relentlessly. In no time, quite a few mantis warrior corpses lay on the ground. Chu Jiang and his team of three, who had just taken out their weapons, were stunned. They hadn't expected Zhang Long to be so fierce. Right away, Kai and Mo Ran also charged up. How could they let Zhang Long take all the glory? No, bear all the pressure alone. As comrades in arms, they must share the burden. Seeing this, Chu Jiang chuckled softly. Instead of rushing in, he released a group of Type 2 warriors and falcon drones from behind. At least these mantis warriors' double blades were still pretty good. They were highly suitable for secondary processing after being turned into ammunition, effectively capable of penetrating the defense shields of warships. None of it could be wasted. The primary purpose of coming to the A-class instance this time was to gather resources. Therefore, every little bit counted. Half an hour later, all the Mantis warriors endlessly surging forth from the corridor had been dealt with by the 4 of them. Likewise, the dual blades of those fallen Mantis warriors had been completely harvested by the drones and mechanical warriors released by Xujiang. Neatly packed into boxes, they were stored away by Xujiang in infinite space. Captain Chu, ahead should be the giant aperture chamber of this queen's nest. Zhang, out of breath after his efforts, took a drink of water and reported to Xujiang. Based on my observation, we have already solved nearly 8,000 Mantis warriors, and each one was shiny and well-fed, clearly fresh out of their grand spa session in the giant aperture chamber. Their twin blades, TSK, not even a single dull edge. From the situation before, Xujiang confirmed that Zhang was no longer treating the queen's lair assault casually, so he believed his words. He immediately pulled out a blueprint to cross-reference, preparing to launch a direct attack on the Baihui cavity room. According to what Zhang said, the resources from the Mantis warriors mainly came down to those dual blades. And since they had already obtained the best possible heavy dual blades from the Mantis warriors, this D-level mother nest offered nothing else worth noticing aside from the Empress. There was no need to waste time sweeping through every chamber. There were not only D-level mother nests inside this A-class instance. Sure enough, soon after pressing forward, they arrived at a spacious cavity room. It was exactly the previously guessed giant aperture chamber. The group merely performed a quick inspection around, confirming that there were no missed resources, before reorienting themselves and moving toward the Baihui cavity room. At this moment, however, Xujiang suddenly received a communication request from an unknown channel. Considering it could only be Xuanhuan finding her at such a crucial time on an unknown channel, it meant something significant might be happening regarding the mercenary group. Could it be that the mercenaries were finally making their move? Xujiang immediately accepted the call. She then heard Xuanhuan's slightly nervous voice. The Azure Sparrow mercenary group has already started acting. Based on Filiur's intentions, it seems like they plan to join forces with the other 2 mercenary groups to dig a trap for you inside a B-level mother nest. A B-level mother nest, truly impressive. Xujiang coldly scoffed after hearing Xuanhuan's message. You keep gloating, Xuanhuan sneered sarcastically. Although they've begun acting, they haven't yet agreed on the specific traps. Roughly speaking, they intend to lure you into the interior of the B-level mother nest using enticements, then disperse you strategically, letting the Empress deal with you. To prevent you from calling for help from your teammates, they will most likely eliminate them beforehand when you arrive at the B-level mother nest. Xuanhuan lowered her voice and spoke rapidly. She had taken the opportunity to separate from her companions amidst the chaos of inspecting the mother nest, allowing her a chance to report the news. However, they couldn't delay for too long. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. Clearly, Xujiang also understood her predicament. He didn't say much more. All right, once the detailed plan is finalized, send me another update. I will stay alert on my end. After cutting off the communication, Xujiang truthfully informed Mo Ran and the others about what Xuanhuan had said. After all, this matter concerned their lives. There could be no room for carelessness. Still, there was still plenty of time before their opponents finished their plans and came after Mo Ran and the group. So, the 4 of them continued advancing through the mother nest. Before long, after covering some distance, their vision suddenly opened up. They had arrived at the Baihui cavity chamber. At the same moment, ding, detected an available sign-in location within a D-level mother nest. Do you wish to sign in? Ding. Congratulations. Sign-in successful. Reward, 100 units of titanium alloy. Of course, as soon as they entered, the insect Mother Empress also immediately detected their presence. The battle was about to begin. After working together during the recent battles and having established a foundation of cooperation beforehand, the group had developed an unspoken wuxia that required no extra communication. Zhang and Shi Kai focused on direct assaults while Xujiang and Mo Ran flanked for side attacks, suppressing the rest of the Mantis warriors guarding the Empress. In the end, Zhang landed a decisive shot, extracting the dark brown crystal core located in the Empress's chest cavity. This was the energy core connecting all Mother Empresses with their nests, equivalent to the heart of a human. One explosive strike through it equaled piercing the heart directly, leading to immediate death. Congratulations. You have collected 1,000 spark values. Congratulations. You have collected 1,000 units of energy crystals. Congratulations. You have collected 1,000 units of ship metal. Continuous collection prompts chimed repeatedly until finally quieting down. Xujiang then realized his warship had leveled up again. Name, Galactic Support Vessel. Owner, Xujiang. Level 18. Heaven rewards those who work hard. Indeed, he had been right. Coming to upgrade through instances like these was definitely the fastest way. Not only did he level up, but Mo Ran also leveled up. From originally level 12 to now level 15. Shi Kai had also leveled up 1 tier, equalizing with Zhang at level 26. Nevertheless, Zhang spark value accumulation was already almost complete. With just another D-level mother nest sweep, reaching level 27 was within reach. Chapter 98, Bountiful Harvest. Restless Mercenary Groups. 3 days later, successfully completing the conquest of the 3rd D-level mother nest, Xujiang's level finally broke through the 20 barrier, reaching level 21. Name Cluster Star Logistics Ship. Level 21. Hull Value 8000/8000. Shield Value 8000/8000. Energy Value 1000/10,000. Ship Attributes. Firepower 800, armor 800, shield 800, maneuverability 800, endurance 1000. Compared to the previous level 17, whether its hull value or shield energy, including all other data, has doubled. Even the ship's energy value directly surpassed the 10,000 mark. It was just because originally he was the most ordinary cluster star logistics ship. Every time an upgrade happened, the multidimensional data increase was pitifully scarce. Therefore, even after breaking through the level 20 barrier, there was only so much data now. Meanwhile, xuanhuan, who had also broken the level 20 barrier as a rare warship, had stats that utterly crushed his. The hull and shield values both surpassed 10,000, with firepower and maneuverability nearly reaching 2,000. It was only endurance that fell far short compared to him. Comparing people causes envy. However, Xuanhuan did not overly concern himself with these things. He had similarly obtained the sign-in eligibility for the other 3 D-level mother nests. This led to obtaining the 5th tenfold halo so far. Tenfold endurance halo. Tenfold endurance halo. Able to fully extract the energy from each energy crystal while simultaneously filling 1 additional energy value slot. Legendary, recharge for 5 minutes, fight for 2 hours. 1 energy crystal is better than 6. In summary, he became tougher once again. Upon first seeing this new tenfold halo talent, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. At the same time, he acquired 2 blue ship modules, Raging Shield and Wilt Ray. Under the enhancement of the tenfold firepower amplification halo, they had already become purple ship modules, renamed Mad Will and Decay. Mad Will. Introduction. As the purest form of subjective force, psychic energy plays unique roles not only on the mind but also on ships. Anger, being stimulated by external stimuli, serves as the most effective way to protect the brain, without exception. Effect after release, it simulates an energy crystal forming a psychic energy protection dome, able to immune some psychokinesis sequence mental attacks. Consumption. Each use requires 10 units of energy crystals, lasting for 60 minutes. 5-minute interval required. Decay. Introduction. What exactly do those lunatics consider their ships? They've messed them up beyond recognition, neither ship nor beast. Let me purify them with love. Effect. Emit a beam with unknown properties capable of stripping flesh, effectively restricting the offensive and defensive capabilities of flesh spaceships. Consumption. Single use consumes 10 energy points, lasting 1 minute, with a 3-minute interval required. Mad Will represents absolute defense against psychic energy attacks. Even if it can't fully withstand those material psychic energy attacks, at least it provides another means of survival. Especially during this time, when the Psychic Energy Alliance shows signs of unrest towards the human camp. A heaven-sent boon. As for Decay, that goes without saying. A single feature capable of stripping off the flesh implants in bioships is enough. This amounts to a fatal blow for genetic races, their natural nemesis. With these in hand, Xuanhuan felt more confident about dealing with the 3 mercenary groups' ambush plans targeting him. However, the past 3 days may have allowed the mercenaries to complete their preparations almost entirely. After deep deliberation, Xuanhuan ultimately decided. xuanhuan, you and Zhonglong should pack up and prepare to immediately return to Andril Star. Huh? Why are we suddenly returning? It was Zhonglong who responded. Not only he and xuanhuan reaped plentiful rewards from the 4 successive D-class mother nests. Zhonglong and Shikai also gained significantly, although each only managed to secure 3 blue ship modules. As for the green or even white ship modules that Xuanhuan didn't fancy, those were countless. Add to that the resources harvested from the remaining insectoid warrior corpses. Once sold on Andril Star shortly, it would surely double their capital or more. Such a harvest-rich mother nest where all spoils are shared amongst themselves. How could they give it up so easily? Hence came the reluctant inquiry. There's something amiss with the mercenary group side. I suspect they're about to make their move. Before that happens, you must leave my vicinity. Returning to my outline would be the best choice. Not possible. Xuanhuan had barely finished speaking before xuanhuan interrupted. It took us several days from Andril Star to arrive near this A-class replica star system. If we return now, it will take us at least a few days to get back. If the Mercenary Association sends a mercenary group disguised as pirates to intercept us along the way, our rash return will only lead to certain death. Moreover, according to the original plan, we just need to separate from you, not necessarily return to Andril Star. As long as we hide nearby without being discovered by their mercenary group, it's fine. xuanhuan had logical reasons. Xuanhuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Helpless, he could only agree. But before xuanhuan and the others could take any action, the communication channel that Xuanhuan specifically marked and used to contact the mercenary group suddenly blinked. Xuanhuan's pupils shrank, and he quickly warned xuanhuan and the others to escape from here. Not until their warships flew far away and found a mother nest to hide did he pretend to be panic-stricken and answer the call. Where are you? Come and save me quick. Before the other side could speak, Xuanhuan immediately pressed his voice, urging with some urgency. What happened? What occurred? On the other end of the communication, Yun Qinghan's voice trembled slightly, then urgently asked. Xuanhuan pretended not to notice these things, and his tone remained very hurried. Just now, because of you all, we were in the midst of battling a mother nest. We weren't cautious enough, resulting in xuanhuan and my other 2 teammates being dragged into it. I demand that you come over for support immediately. Did you hear that? All right, we'll be there right away. You calm down first. Yun Qinghan's pupils flashed slightly, instantly realizing what was going on, regaining her composure, and calming Xuanhuan in a composed manner. It wasn't until after the communication was cut off that she looked at Filier beside her. They've been attacked? Yeah. Chu Jiang lost contact with his teammates. Yin Xinghan answered crisply. Filier was somewhat suspicious. Do you think there's a possibility they already knew about our plans? So, they deliberately created this illusion of losing contact at this critical juncture, just to send their teammates back to report the news. While Filier said this, he stared straight at Yin Xinghan's eyes. His words clearly implied that although he didn't blame her even a little, the attitude was obvious. He was testing Yin Xinghan. Faced with such direct questioning, Yin Xinghan didn't flinch or evade at all. Team leader, the A-class copy is at least 7 days' journey from Andral Star. Even if they went back now, it would be impossible for them to immediately report the message to the human camp. By the time the human camp knows, we would have already succeeded. Hearing Yin Xinghan's words, Filier nodded in deep agreement. You're absolutely right. Besides, even if they do go back to warn the human camp, it's still impossible for the message to reach them. After all, there are still quite a few of our people along the way. Chapter 99, Profit Sharing? Acting. In response to Filer's slightly teasing words, Yin Xinghan remained completely unmoved. She didn't even spare a glance. Then let me congratulate the leader in advance for your success. Upon hearing Yin Xinghan's reply, Filer raised an eyebrow, obviously somewhat dissatisfied. Yet he said nothing more, only leaving with a sneer of disdain across his face. Not long after, they heard his voice again. The support speed can be slowed down a little. Let him sweat it out for a bit. If he can't hold them off, just eliminate him on the spot. If he manages to survive, then this will have just been a way to wear down his strength in advance. Although Filer didn't say it outright, Yin Xinghan understood his meaning perfectly. He clearly still doubted Chu Jiang. Since there was no reason for her to refuse, she naturally proceeded as he instructed. Chu Jiang, his expression uneasy, controlled the battleship once again successfully evading an attack coming from behind from a B-grade dungeon. To corroborate what he had said earlier, Chu Jiang intentionally disrupted the nearby B-grade mother nest after the communication link was cut off. As a result, now he was being chased by a group of insect warships. After running for hours, there was still no sign of the mercenaries' bloody spaceship appearing. At this rate, he was bound to end up suffering some significant losses. Just as Chu Jiang was grumbling for the umpteenth time about the mercenary group, their reinforcements finally arrived late. Apparently, they hadn't expected to encounter such a sight upon their arrival. They were clearly stunned. It was Chu Jiang who, being quick-eyed, noticed the distinctive flesh and blood spaceship of the Black Tiger mercenaries and immediately fired a signal flare in that direction. Damn it! Hurry up and help already. What are you dumbfounded over there for? The signal flare was very noticeable, but harmless. Therefore, those aboard the flesh and blood spaceship instantly realized that Chu Jiang was urging them. Reluctantly, Filer sent one of the ships from within his group to intercept the insect warships, attempting to lure them away as far as possible. Among the 3 major mercenary groups, the flesh and blood spaceships prioritizing mobility belonged predominantly to the Azure Swallow group, led by him. Tasks involving luring enemies usually defaulted to his people. Sure enough, not long after, the flesh and blood spaceship from the Azure Swallow group immediately lured away both the B-grade mother nest and all the insect warships it had dispatched. Finally, Chu Jiang sighed in relief. Hardly having time to rest after gaining some breathing room, Chu Jiang immediately connected the transfer channel to the mercenary group. So you were just going to sit back and watch my pathetic escape as entertainment, huh? I was so preoccupied with my own affairs earlier that I didn't get a chance to ask why you suddenly contacted me. Chu Jiang's voice, tinged with resentment and anger, resonated through the communication device. The mercenaries were roused back to awareness at the sound. Especially upon hearing those words, they remembered that there was still an unexecuted plan. Previously, because Chu Jiang had spoken first, interrupting their plans. Especially after Chu Jiang deliberately provoked the B-grade mother nest, Filer had calculated waiting for him and the insects to fight each other, allowing the mercenary group to reap the benefits without getting involved. So he had not planned to speak. Little did they expect that Chu Jiang alone could hold out for so long under the encirclement of the B-grade mother nest. This ultimately led to the current situation where Chu Jiang forced their hand. Fortunately, Yin Xinghan reacted swiftly and spoke up at once. Our mercenary group has discovered a heavily injured B-grade mother nest. It seems to have just gone through a battle. Therefore, we plan to invite you to join our expedition force. After all, the resources within the B-grade mother nests are quite abundant. Attack the B-grade mother nest. Chu Jiang's voice was somewhat shrill, clearly shocked. Indeed, having just endured a round of being hunted down by the B-grade mother nest, any normal person would be quite resistant upon hearing these words. Within the flesh and blood spaceship, everyone could hear Chu Jiang's reaction loud and clear. However, when Chu Jiang heard Yin Xinghan mention the rich resources within the mother nest, there was a noticeable flicker of interest. But due to the recent harrowing experience, he wasn't easily persuaded. Yin Xinghan instinctively glanced at Filer beside her, as if seeking his opinion. Seeing Filer give a slight nod, Yin Xinghan immediately spoke up. According to our original arrangements, your side sends 4 people to participate. The resources we acquire would be divided 3 to 7. 7 parts for us, 3 for you. Now since there is only one person on your side, we can still guarantee the 3 to 7 split of profit. But we require your temporary obedience to our instructions. How does that sound? At this point, Yin Xinghan paused briefly, hearing the heavy breathing transmitted from Chu Jiang through the communicator. She continued, adding weight to the offer. After all, originally, though also a 3 to 7 split, the 3 shares of resources would still need to be further divided among the other 3 teammates. But now, those 3 shares are all yours. And while our mercenary group gets the lion's share of 7, If the resources were to be divided among every brother in the mercenary group, each person would receive less than 1%. But you, on the other hand, could claim 3/10 of the resources all by yourself. Sure enough, as soon as xuanhuan finished speaking, they heard Chu Jiang agree enthusiastically on the other end. Fine, it's a deal. Where's the mother nest? Take me there immediately. Upon hearing Chu Jiang concede, xuanhuan revealed a faint smile, then quickly recomposed herself and turned to Filier with an indifferent expression, remembering the task at hand. And this entire sequence of events had already caught his attention. In fact, Filier was somewhat pleased. He hadn't expected Chu Jiang to be so stupid. With just a few words, he had been so easily persuaded by xuanhuan. xuanhuan truly was someone who knew Chu Jiang well, having a complete understanding of his psychology. Of course, what made Filier even happier was xuanhuan's attitude towards this matter. At the very moment Chu Jiang agreed, xuanhuan had smiled. It was clearly a sign of joy. Was it joy from the upcoming completion of their mission? That must mean that xuanhuan indeed recognized and acknowledged her place within the mercenary group and the genetic races, right? Filier grew more excited as these thoughts crossed his mind, until xuanhuan sought his approval. Leader, Chu Jiang has agreed. Shall we inform Hu Qiu and Lu Shisan to initiate the ambush? We will bring people over. Understood. After disconnecting the communication link with the mercenary group, Chu Jiang visibly relaxed. Seeing the mercenaries' flesh-and-blood spaceship beginning to guide them up ahead, Chu Jiang promptly opened a secret channel to contact Mo Ran. I've handled things with the mercenary group. Next, we'll prepare to head toward the trap mother nest they've set up. If you're going to follow, keep your distance. Got it. On the other side of the communicator, Mo Ran's voice lacked its usual calmness, revealing some tension. Stay safe. Don't worry, I know my limits. Not long after Chu Jiang disconnected the call, he traveled through the dark starry void for about 2 hours. A clearly weakened B-grade mother nest suddenly appeared before their eyes. As the specialized channel designated for communication with the mercenary group began flashing again, Chu Jiang reconnected it, letting out a cold snort. Just now, your mercenary group showed up fashionably late, making me think the B-grade dungeon was impossibly far away. Turns out, it's only a 2-hour distance. Over there, the signal on the channel had been shared by Filier to the other 2 major mercenary groups, intending to update Chu Jiang about the situation of the mother nest. They didn't expect him to bring this up again, particularly since it was indeed a miscalculation in Filier's decision-making. Without needing Filier to say more, xuanhuan had already stepped in to resolve the issue. Chapter 100. Departure. Enter the B-class hive. At the time we contacted you, we were encountering a temporary escape of an insect race battleship. It took us a bit of effort to deal with them, and it wasn't our intention to delay intentionally. After all, you are following us. If anything unexpected happens, we wouldn't be able to explain to the base commander of Anluo base. xuanhuan's words were reasonable and heartfelt. This left Chu Jiang speechless, indeed unable to pursue further. He had no choice but to shift the topic. So what is the current situation with this B-class hive? It's a bit special, quite complicated to explain. I'll just send you the details directly. xuanhuan on the other end sounded very calm. Chu Jiang was slightly dissatisfied. Such a perfunctory attitude? Then how can we talk about cooperation? Sorry. xuanhuan apologized, but showed no intention of explaining further. Everyone else in the channel from the mercenary group listened clearly without showing any objection. Thus, xuanhuan openly sent all the current details of this B-class hive to Chu Jiang. Upon seeing the data being transmitted, Chu Jiang shouted angrily. But seeing that xuanhuan continued to stay silent, he gradually realized there would be no turning back, so his voice gradually quieted down. Instead of yelling here, it would be better to preserve one's energy and vent all anger on the insect race warriors. However, inside the unseen control room where none of the aliens could see, Chu Jiang's face flashed with excitement. He waited until the data transmission ended and then carefully read through the intelligence xuanhuan specially sent over. It not only introduced the current state of this B-class hive, but also marked every trap set up by the mercenary group. That's right. Even under the surveillance of 3 major mercenary groups, xuanhuan remained completely calm while leaking everything thoroughly to Chu Jiang without arousing anyone's suspicion. This was also the mlachit between Chu Jiang and xuanhuan. Chu Jiang immediately looked at the intelligence xuanhuan had sent. According to its description, this B-class hive was carefully selected and confirmed by the mercenary group. The current abnormal condition was deliberately caused by people from the Azurebird mercenary group who attracted several other B-class hives to focus their fire and injure the queen mother of this hive. They then helped the queen mother of this hive to escape the battlefield. As a result, although the queen mother still survives, she can no longer give commands to the insect race warriors within the hive. The hive initiated emergency precautions, prioritizing supplying all plundered energy to the queen mother. After all, the queen mother is the true core controlling the hive. Without orders from the queen mother, the insect race warriors could only forcibly remain contracted within their respective chambers, waiting for the queen mother to reissue commands. Therefore, this B-class hive became something that the mercenaries could freely manipulate as long as they did not provoke or influence the swarm of insect race warriors inside the chambers. On the contrary, once someone unknowingly steps into a chamber and triggers the automatic defensive function of the insect warriors, all the insect warriors within the entire hive would fall into a frenzied battle state. Then, they would face an overwhelming assault with no retreat allowed. The mercenaries used this principle to even set up ambush points halfway down the corridors, disguising themselves as insect warriors to attack Chu Jiang. forcing Chu Jiang to mistakenly enter the giant K-chamber. With no way to retreat, Chu Jiang would have no choice but to do his utmost to fight the insect warriors. Moreover, they blocked any possibility for Chu Jiang to retreat. Once he was worn out by the insect warriors, they only needed to collect the spoils. Of course, to completely destroy this B-class hive, they just needed to infiltrate the Baihui chamber and eliminate the Queen Mother. So, this was also the main reason they lured Chu Jiang to take action. After finishing reading the intelligence, Chu Jiang deliberately emitted a hurried panting sound and hesitantly said, "To resolve this B-class hive, we just need to go to the Baihui chamber and eliminate the Queen Mother, right?" His performance was extremely excellent. The mercenaries on the other side had no suspicions whatsoever, especially Felier, whose tone even carried some encouragement. "That's indeed the case, so we decided that it will be my Blue Sparrow mercenary group." But before Felier finished speaking, Chu Jiang rudely interrupted. "Haven't we already agreed? 37 split. I'm just one solitary man. Do you really think I'd reach the Baihui chamber, kill the Queen Mother, and then abscond with all the resources? Even if I had that idea, I don't have enough space to carry everything. Though I am a logistics ship, it doesn't mean I can carry infinite amounts." Chu Jiang's tone was rough, but his meaning was clear and simple. The person chosen to head to the Baihui chamber and solve the Queen Mother issue must be him. In fact, this was also the unanimous decision of the mercenary group. Originally, they did indeed intend to directly entrust Chu Jiang with this task. It was xuanhuan who suggested letting Chu Jiang proactively make such a demand. This way, if anything unexpected happened in the process, it would be his own fault for pushing too hard. The mercenaries didn't catch the hidden meaning behind xuanhuan's words, and thus readily agreed. This led to the current situation at hand. Seeing Chu Jiang bring up the topic himself, Felier was about to agree but didn't expect xuanhuan to cut in first. No, unexpectedly, xuanhuan immediately rejected the proposal without hesitation. The mercenaries were puzzled and prepared to rebuke xuanhuan. But then, much to their surprise, Chu Jiang's tone became increasingly eager. "Of course, is there some unknown benefit in the Baihui chamber that you're trying to guard from me?" Chu Jiang sounded as though he had figured everything out long ago. This completely baffled all the mercenaries. To be honest, these members of the mercenary groups mostly focused on combat and knew little else. Especially since xuanhuan was hiding her true intentions very well, they never suspected that the two were putting on an act together. So, watching Chu Jiang's extreme self-imagination, they couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Damn, things can play out like this. Then they watched helplessly as both sides tugged back and forth. In the end, xuanhuan reluctantly agreed with an air of great reluctance, as though she had suffered a significant loss. Once the communication was cut off, Chu Jiang eagerly logged into the B-class hive. At this point, the mercenaries couldn't help but admire xuanhuan from the bottom of their hearts. No wonder Master was willing to take her on as a disciple. However, xuanhuan simply paid no attention to what those mercenaries thought, and followed Chu Jiang, ready to log into the B-class hive as well. After all, nominally, all of them were supposed to participate in the expedition against the B-class hive. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hive, Chu Jiang was already waiting again. From the three mercenary groups, apart from some staying outside for defense, everyone else had come. "Here's the map. Your job is to head to the Baihui chamber and eliminate the Queen Mother. As for the other insect warriors, we'll deal with them." "No problem." Chu Jiang acted like a fool completely blinded by greed, hastily grabbing the blueprint from xuanhuan's hand and rushing into the hive without delay. He wanted to eliminate the Queen Mother as soon as possible and transport all resources back home. Humph. Only after Chu Jiang walked far enough did Felier sneer coldly, seeming to sigh that humans truly deserve the label of being foolish.